Chapter 781, Captive. The chaos has begun. 3 purple and half-meter diameter purple lasers burst out of 3 spaceships across the sky, like 3 infinitely long purple light sticks. Then, after sweeping, the armor that was scanned by the laser directly evaporated in the air, and the armor with the positive speed approaching fell from the sky like a dumpling. The protective cover of the low-level armor could not withstand the ultra-high-energy pulse laser of the spacecraft. Only some of the sneak squadrons survived. The wreckage of the corpse, the debris of the melted armor, fell from the sky into the ruins of King Shui City. Death becomes the norm. The armored division of the free man is still flowing. Booming, hundreds of loud noises exploded in the King Shui City, and a huge smoke group was set up in the center of the explosion. Under the hot wind and the shockwave, the smoke group quickly filled. For a time, King Shui City seemed to have a fog and was covered in smoke. Captain, these smokes have radar interference. The team responsible for the spacecraft weapons reported urgently. A very clever group of bugs immediately flew away from the fog area to higher altitudes. Sanya directly commanded the driver, and was fully rushing to the spaceship. It's not that easy to run. Chen Mo saw the spacecraft start up, the speed suddenly increased, and the protective cover was opened to avoid the blocking of the 3-eyed civil warrior and the machine, ready to be hard. There is only one chance. If the other party's spacecraft leaves, he will be trapped in King Shui Xing, and he will only be slaughtered at that time. Without hesitation, Chen Mo opened the full-speed breakout. The spacecraft started slowly, and Chen Mo did not catch up. Now the 3-eyed civil warrior wants to drag his speed, even if Chen Mo has the confidence to kill them all, and does not intend to entangle. Time is of the utmost importance. The emergence of the free man is outside his plan, and it is now in a mess. I don't want to know how to escape from the free rider. It's impossible now. In the ruins, I looked at the scene at high altitude and looked tangled. From small to large, he grew up in King Shui Xing. But she knows that this is the place where the 3-eyed civilization ruled. The straightforward point is quite a support field. This is not a secret in King Shui, because even if technology is developed, the 3-eye civilization does not allow any company or individual to invent spacecraft, and is not allowed to leave the field of accidents of King Shui Xing, or it will be punished. The people of King Shui Xing can only look at the origin city in the sky and stare at the stars. She thought that she had spent the rest of her life in the comfort of King Shui Xing and never thought about fleeing. But just today, her mind emerged from the idea of fleeing, and it was extremely strong. I don't know if Chen Mo and the free person are strongly resisting, so she is not consciously infected. Maybe you can really fight for free. Otherwise it will be as sad as the life under the ruins of King Shui City. This is the thought that flashed in the sea of the mind. If it doesn't go up now, she won't be able to catch up when the spacecraft accelerates enough. Determined to spur the training of the armor and fly in the direction of Chen Mo. She has a feeling that it is the safest to follow Chen Mo. Chen Mo noticed the shackles that followed, and ignored him. Now his goal is only a spaceship. And in addition to dealing with his armored division. As the spacecraft gets closer and closer, Chen Mo can reach the spacecraft in less than 20 seconds. However, there was another 3-eyed warrior. The radar showed that the armored division who was fighting the deeds was approaching him at high speed. From the beginning, Chen Mo can judge that the strength of the division is better than other divisions. Suddenly, Chen Mo suddenly caught in the high-speed flight. And Sanya had already stopped in front of his eyes 2 meters before the weapon in his hand had come over to him. Both of them stopped at the same time. Boom! Exclamation mark. The 2 men played against each other, and the collision sound mixed with the explosion of the 2 people moving at high speed, causing a layer of white mist in the atmosphere. Under the armor of Sanya, the 3 eyes were shrinking. Chen Mo's reaction is not inferior to him, and the strength of the opponent's armor is much larger than expected, and the opponent's armor is higher than theirs. A collision. Let him face the horror of Chen Mo. Sanya appeared, within the calculation of Chen Mo. The other person can stop in an instant. He is not surprised. Chen Mo does not know the name of this skill, just found in training. This technique is very useful, whether it is dodging or changing direction. In his opinion, this should be a common technique. Seeing the other side's leg hit, Chen Mo waist and abdomen slightly bow, and then the body side, while staggering the fist against the other side. At the same moment of Chen Mo's action, Sanya has already noticed that it is not appropriate. Seeing Chen Mo's next move, Sanya's look suddenly changed. He clearly saw Chen Mo slap in the armor, and installed a fighting thorn with a short pulse laser. If it is hit, I am afraid there is danger. In an instant, his heart flashed a few thoughts, and now finally understand why other players say Chen Mo Qiang. From reaction to attack, it is extremely flexible. This guy really evolved from low-level life. A chill can't be suppressed from the deepest part of his mind. Chen Mo's shot speed is beyond the expectations of Sanya. He dispels his mind and screams. The engine of Sanya mobilizes the armor, the foot is a bullet, and the body flies out. Just before the knee hit, as long as he hesitated a little, the opponent's fighting thorn would pierce his armor. The master has a trick. Once the armor is broken, the consequences are terrible. One move is indispensable, and Chen Mo's engine has quickly disappeared into the horizon of Sanya. Sanya's face changed greatly. He ignored an important thing. Chen Mo's armor was invisible, and their radar could not detect the perception. In this high-speed battle, it is very dangerous to not know the direction of the other party. Above, in the corner of his eye, Yu Guang saw Chen Mo, who was already at the top of his head. Sanya did not dare to hesitate to reverse his body and escaped the attack. The opponent's armor is more like an assassin's armor. For this kind of armor, it is a little careless, and the life is accounted for here. I didn't even think about it. Sanya switched the optical radar directly. Sanya did not dare to retain his strength. He has confirmed that Chen Mo's armor is higher than him, and his reaction ability is not weaker than him. In the face of opponents whose strength is stronger than him, accidentally is the abyss. The business was far from the battle between Chen Mo and Sanya, and his heart was shocked. Fortunately, there is no choice and Sanya close, otherwise the life is definitely gone. There is also the mysterious warrior, who can actually press Sanya, which makes him very surprised. But now that he is not admiring the battle, the three spaceships, as long as one has a hand, they can escape from the King Shu Ixing. In addition to the three-eyed civil warrior and the armored division of intelligent machinery, other armored divisions have approached the spacecraft from all directions. Tens of thousands of warriors with different strengths. This is the living force of all free people. They all know that there is only one chance. Once they fail, they will face the anger of Three-Eye Civilization. They have no chance. Human sea tactics. More insects can also kill the behemoth. Tong Nai was very cautious in the air, mainly to dodge lasers and bullets. They were not the armor of the 52-man team. They were swept by the laser and died. The spacecraft has left the smoke area, the radar is not disturbed, and the people who rushed toward the battle armor have become less and more sweeping with the laser. At this time, no one has time to care about life and death, only victory or failure. Victory. They can no longer be kept in a planet. Fail, and everyone will die. As a fish in the opposite stream, it is fortunate that Tong Nai has become one of the successes. Close at hand, Tong Nai hit the hull of the spacecraft, and the palms and feet were attached to the hull, becoming the first free agent to successfully attach the spacecraft, destroy their weapons, open the hull passage, and control the driver. Just arrived on the hull, and Tong received instructions from the merchant. Damn low-level life. When I heard that a free person successfully adsorbed on the hull, Sanya became more and more anxious. In this way, the free person will succeed, although he does not think that they can escape to where to go. But it is shameful to be counted as a failure by a low-level life. His mind even came up with the idea of destroying the spaceship. Danger. At the moment when Sanya was distracted, the warning was sudden. In front of him, Chen Mo, who had just bounced off with him, had a fighting thorn with a short pulse laser on his hand. There is a fighting thorn with terrible energy, and the hurry to him is only cold. This fighting thorn can pierce his armor in an instant, leaving a hole in his body. Boom! The fighting was stabbed on the energy shield of Sanya, and only momentarily, the energy shield collapsed. Sanya's face changed greatly. It's too late to want to dodge. The two-finger and thick fighting thorns have no way to pierce his armor and fall into his shoulder. Sanya has always placed the energy shield, in order to guard against the ultra-high energy pulse laser sneak attack. But he did not expect that Chen Mo easily crushed the protective cover. The opponent's armor and weapons are really higher than his. The pain has swept the whole body. For a long time, he was not hurt. Chen Mo was much stronger than him. He felt fear for the first time, when he thought about urging the armor to flee. Suddenly, Sanya saw a hand appear and hooked around his neck. "Don't move." Chen Mo's voice was calm, like a killer in the dark, with a cold chill. Chapter 782, Either Stop or Die. Seeing the end of the battle, the weapons and armored divisions around Chen Mo stopped and accelerated near Chen Mo. Her armor has no powerful weapons, no decent defensive weapons, and only dares to approach this gap time. Because she saw it, Chen Mo controlled a warrior. The battle just made her shocked. "I didn't expect to train for so long on the training ground. It was such a terrible warrior. Now she can only gamble, and the bet will take her out of here. The bet is right, she can get free. The gambling is wrong, she will stay in King Shui forever, or die here." From her previous conversation with Chen Mo, she had a feeling that Chen Mo should take her away. Chen Mo saw that the man in the training field had rushed up and just grabbed Sanya. Now, when he is not close, the left hand is lifted up, and the public channel is opened. "Stop, it's me." He was shocked by Chen Mo's indifferent voice, and hurriedly opened the helmet of the armor. The cold atmosphere of the sky shot on her face. Let Chen Mo see her true face. "Can you take me away?" The tone of the Sly is very sincere, and there is still a request. This is her closest to true freedom. She never thought about leaving King Shu Ixing, and her desire became extremely strong. Chen Mo remembers that he has seen it many times. This female person with the skin of a beluga whale gives him an impression that it is not bad. Confirming his identity, Chen Mo did not pay attention to it and focused on the current situation. From observation and fighting, Chen Mo discovered that the strength of Sanya was not weak, and after he controlled Sanya, the surrounding players stopped working, and the weapons that were attacking him on the spacecraft also stopped. There are indications that in this team of three-eyed people, the position of this armored division in his hands should not be low. For the first time, Sanya felt chilly, and the energy core of the armor was taken off. He was the cat that removed his finger. His life is controlled in the hands of a lower life than him. This feeling is very humiliating. The feeling of being controlled is very bad, or is controlled by low-level life. Regardless of the consequences, he is destined to be laughed at. Once he was high on the ground to Chen Mopin's head, now his life is in the hands of others. He is no longer the captain of the armored division of the low-level life, and he first experienced the fear of death. "I can promise you anything. Don't kill me." "Let the spacecraft stop and open the hatch," Chen Mo said with the back neck of Sanya, calmly said. Now that Sanya is controlled by him, all the weapons are not afraid to face him, and even the players next to him can only blink. "You can't escape." "It is my business to escape, or to order, or to die." Chen Mo's voice has no emotional fluctuations. From the other party's answer has been determined, the other party in this team does have the right to speak. After that, Chen Mo's spurs in the hands of the Spurs were even more dazzling, and they reached the neck of Sanya, and they were murderous. As long as Sanya dares to say no words, Chen Mo will not hesitate to kill. These words are all spoken by the public channel, and all the armor on the scene can be heard. "Stop and open the hatch." The captain of Sanya, "They will escape." A team member was anxious to remind. "If you don't stop, I will destroy the spacecraft door and go in. You will all die when you get there." Chen Mo's voice does not have a little affection. The purple long-range pulsed laser in his hand condenses, bursting in an instant, pointing to another spaceship. I saw the energy shield of the spacecraft, which exploded like a paper paste under the remote pulse laser in the hands of Chen Mo. Under the horror of the laser, the spacecraft was split into two, disintegrated from the sky, and turned into an explosive fire. Impossible. Sanya was shocked. He never thought that the laser in Chen Mo's hands was so terrible that it was easy to break the shield of the spacecraft. Although the spacecraft they came over this time is not a warship of the military, the strength of the energy cover is absolutely not low. Only the remote pulsed laser that goes beyond the blue level has this horrible power. The weapon in the hands of Chen Mo has already surpassed the blue level. Until now, he did not know how Chen Mo got such a powerful armor. Either stop or die. This time, the three-eyed man on the spacecraft was chilly. They did not dare to doubt Chen Mo's words. Chen Mo did not choose to destroy the spaceship just because he needed to use it. Not only the three-eyed people, but even the free ones are panicked. 3 ships, Chen Mo destroyed 1, and the remaining 2, if the ship was completely destroyed, they could not run. Stop, you can't kill us. Sanya has determined that they lost their last stack. I am not interested in your life. The last chance. Chen Mo will fight against the neck of Sanya. The fighting thorn has penetrated the armor material and is close to the skin. Sanya can clearly feel Chen Mo's intolerance. If there is another nonsense, he does not suspect that Chen Mo will kill him. Close the weapon immediately and stop the spacecraft. This is the order. This time, 2 very drivers did not dare to hesitate and immediately stopped the spacecraft. The war has stopped, leaving only 2 spaceships parked in the high altitude of 200,000 meters. The merchant came with a seemingly thin warrior and stopped at Chen Mo 2 kilometers away. Not close. Brother, can you see? Chen Shangqiao. Chen Mo sent a message. Chen Mo controls the important person of the other party and stops the battle for them. It can reduce a lot of casualties. No need. Chen Mo did not pay attention, saw the spacecraft door open, carrying the 3 ends, and flew toward the door. Brother, can you use another spaceship to help more people leave? No, Chen Mo directly refused. Now is not a time of kindness. The more people are more complicated, the more cumbersome for him. Seeing this, the business is just a sigh, so that people can organize the team members to quickly enter the spacecraft, and dare not bother Chen Mo. I was a little nervous and looked forward to it. When Chen Mo Fai flew to the spaceship, she also urged the armor to follow up and enter the hatch. She found that Chen Mo did not refuse her to come in, and her heart was overjoyed. I rushed to Chen Mo's side, and I followed suit. I looked at Chen Mo's back from time to time. I didn't dare to have any disconnects, nor dare to have other actions. This time, she will leave King Shuixing. He can look at the universe outside King Shuixing. She is no longer a life that is captive of civilization. I always wanted to see the world outside, and I can finally see it later. Trull stood in the hall of the spaceship with some fear. The life that he once caught as a worm has become so terrible in the past few years. I thought that this time I could take Chen Mo back, but I didn't expect it to be captured. If Chen Mo wants to retaliate against him, he can't imagine what consequences he will bear next. Seeing Chen Mo squatting into the hall of the spaceship, Trull was chilly, and the body did not consciously shrink, and did not dare to look up at Chen Mo. Once again, he did not see the plain mentality of seeing Chen Mo on the earth. If his guess is correct, Chen Mo should be a classmate who is more advanced than them. He has no sense of superiority with Chen Mo. Chen Mo just stayed on Trull and he didn't pay any attention. He recognized Trull, but now is not the time to turn over the old account. Looking inside the spacecraft, confirming that there is no problem, Chen Mo will throw Sanya to the ground. The energy core of Sanya's armor has been lifted, and there is no threat to him wearing the armor. If necessary, Chen Mo can kill everyone here. Give me control of the spacecraft now. Chapter 783, 8 billion light-years after gaining control of the spacecraft, Chen Mo opened all the defense systems of the spacecraft, took off the little beast and the box behind him, and took out a light brain chip to walk in front of the light ship's light. Embedding the chip into the chip slot, Chen Mo began to tap on the virtual keyboard of the light brain. After about a minute, I stopped and placed my palm on the spacecraft's supreme authorized button. Ink Girl number 2, starting. A sound rang in the spaceship, and the reading picture in the spaceship's light brain was instantly full, and finally stabilized and confirmed. Ink Girl 2 started successfully. The image of the Ink Girl appeared on the light curtain, still a sweet smile. Shenmue knows that this is not a female Ink, but another super artificial intelligence created by Shenmue using quantum intelligent algorithms. This super artificial intelligence is designed using the procedural language of the Universe Alliance. There is no quantum consciousness of the Ink Girl, just a simple artificial intelligence. There is no Earth's development tools and input methods here, and Shenmue can't redo all the Earth's computer foundation. Therefore, according to local conditions, using the procedural language of the Universe Alliance, when you access the core of the Ink Girl in the future, you can make the Ink Girl seamlessly over and over, and instantly master the algorithm of the Universe Alliance. The reason why she called the Ink Girl number 2 is that Shenmue has already called the Ink Woman a habit. In his past studies, the Ink Girl was by his side. Hello. The holographic image of the Ink Girl showed a smile. I am very happy to serve you. Seeing the appearance of the Ink Girl, Shenmue feels very intimate, and it is rare to show a smile. Ink Girl, control the spacecraft system. Learn all the information in the spacecraft system. Shenmue will press the palm of the hand on the biometric identification button to grant the highest authority of the Ink Girl to Mergo. Machine learning has been completed. Control all the robots and weapons in the spacecraft, Shenmue said. The control has been completed. Check if there is an unknown authorized location. The inspection was completed and no unknown authorized location was found. Start the defense mode and turn off the spacecraft's positioning system. Confirming that Momai 2 successfully controlled the spacecraft, Shenmue focused on the three-eyed person who was captured. A total of 54 people, including spacecraft drivers. All three-eyed armor has been unloaded, and Shenmue is locked in the trap with electric locks. He does not have any threats now. Tyrell did not expect that the capture device used to capture Shenmue became their place of residence. Shenmue walked to Tyrell. He recognized Tyrell. He woke up and saw him on the spacecraft once. That is, he asked Sanya to send himself to King Shu Ixing. Taking out a syringe from the box, Shenmue ignored the fear of Tyrell and plunged into the root of his neck. What did you inject to me? Didn't you say that you wouldn't kill us? Tyrell's voice was not calm, with fear. Don't worry, this is a potion. Really a potion, Shenmue Ping said lightly. This is a recipe from the technology library. In his box, there are hypnotics, amnesia, deformed agents, nanorobots, etc., all of which are partial doors. Within Shenmue's plan, he was prepared to let the unconsciously hitchhikers leave King Shu Ixing, but there was a change, and he had to use force, which eventually led to the current situation. Seeing Tyrell's look Shenmue began to ask, where is the coordinates of my hometown? In the Rainier Kia supergalaxies, the specific spatial coordinates are not recorded here. It is necessary to retrieve the records I have examined before the space coordinates are recorded, but my investigation records are in the Origin City laboratory. Tyrell said truthfully. Shenmue looked depressed. And the most unwanted thing happened. There is no Earth's coordinates. Where is the approximate location? Shenmue transferred the cosmic star map loaded by the spacecraft and placed it in front of Tua. It's here. Tyrell pointed to a small point on the huge star map. The Rainier Kia supergalaxy, which has a range of more than 500 million light-years. The origin city to the Rainier Kia supergalaxies needs to make a space jump of 8 billion light-year units, spanning about 4.3 billion light-years. Here, you must rent a large space curvature spacecraft. 4.3 billion light-years. This distance spans Shenmue's heart. What Tyrell said is the time of the origin city. The definition of the origin city time is about twice that of the Earth. The distance of 4.3 billion light-years here is equivalent to more than 8 billion light-years defined by the Earth. Which location is the Rainier Kia supergalaxy? This position Tyrell did not dare to conceal. Virgo. After several inquiries, Shenmue quickly confirmed the approximate location of Orion. Here, Shenmue has confirmed where the approximate location of the Earth is. Where is the danger on the way? The Rainiakia supergalaxy is called the Paradise of Life. There is another name, the of Life. The name is different and the meaning is similar. The space environment and the cosmic environment there are so bad that the life planet and civilization cannot develop for a long time. There has never been a high-level civilization there, and there are few natural space jumps, and space jumps are unstable, and few teams will go there. Our investigation was almost inhaled into the space vortex. Trail opened without any concealment. How to rent a super light speed spacecraft. The universe port of the origin city can be rented, and many military warships are equipped with a super light speed curvature engine. You went to King Shui City this time. What are you going to do? Catch you. Tyrell answered truthfully. His expression was fearful, but the brain was always uncontrollable to tell the truth. Really? Shenmue initially suspected that this was for him. He did not expect it to be as he expected. The three-eyed person came to arrest him. The emergence of the free person was just an accident, and all the plans of both sides were disrupted. Why catch me? We suspect that you are an advanced life of evolution and may be more advanced than our life form, which is helpful for our research. Shenmue's hole shrinks. After asking a few questions, Chen Mokai will stop and close the star map. He has some headaches. At a distance of 8 billion light-years from the Earth, there are various unknown dangers on the way. And the super light-speed spacecraft, I am afraid it is not as easy to obtain as I imagined, and now I can only step by step. However, Shenmue confirmed that the origin city was jointly controlled by several high-level civilizations, and it was not a single eye civilization. The coordinates of the Earth are still in the hands of the three-eyed civilization. If Tarir and others are put back, it may be dangerous to the Earth. He needs to make an illusion, a free man resisting, capturing the illusion of a spaceship, letting the attention of the three-eyed civilization on the free agent and freeing himself from this matter. No one has seen his face. King Shui City has been destroyed so badly that the three-eyed civilization must have thought that he was dead, and no one will hold on to his research. And if Troll is dead, his research will be put on hold for a long time. Sanya saw Shenmue took out a box of pharmacy, and there was a bad foreboding. He regretted surrendering a bit. You said that you will not kill us. This is an amnesia drug, a neurological agent that can make people lose some memory. After you wake up, you will forget what happened within 7 days. Shenmue calmly and handed the syringe to the robot. I don't believe it. Sanya stared at Shenmue. Do you believe that I have nothing to do with me? After the injection is completed, throw them into space. Shenmue finished, turned and left. The rush around me kept up with Shenmue and didn't dare to stay here for a while. What Shenmue said, naturally there are robots to perform. Returning to the spacecraft control room, Shenmue transferred the navigation route of the spacecraft. The star speed routes of the light speed spacecraft are all explored and developed, and there are no obstacles on the route, which is stable and safe. If it is on an undevelopment route, unless the space jumps, the spacecraft may hit the stars and stars along the route at the speed of light or superlight. This kind of accident is not rare in the universe. There are many routes to the origin city, and there are several routes to the star field adjacent to the origin city. The flying ship he now grabs has a speed of light, a curvature engine without space to jump, and wanting to go home for more than 8 billion years is simply impossible. Thinking over and over again, Shenmue chose a route to leave the original city. After all, the origin city has 3 forces of civilization. The risk is not small. In order to avoid the exposure of the three-eyed civilization, he can go to other galaxies, and then find ways to get the superlight speed ship from other galaxies and return to the Earth. Chapter 784, Spatial Turbulence. The 3 questions are very annoyed now. In front of the ruins of King Shui City, there is a wreck on the ground after the explosion of a spaceship. The sign of the three-eye civilization is still in a semi-coke state. The smoke has not been exhausted, and the body is wearing body armor everywhere. Needless to know, there was a big fight here. The prince, who caught the low-level life of King Shu Ixing, asked. The Freeman attacked the spaceship and finally hijacked the spacecraft. One of his men stopped wearing the armor and stopped at the 3 questions, and said quickly, "Freedom, impossible." The first reaction to the 3 questions is this: King Shui's lower life rebellion, robbery of the spaceship, Professor Tyrrell and others missing. This argument is like ridiculously hearing a group of armed men with guns and cages, driving to capture the monkeys, and then letting the monkeys rob the car. Their level of life is several levels higher than the Red civilization. The life of King Shui Xing is the monkey group they have captured in the experimental area. Now this kind of thing has happened. Although the ridiculous things of the anecdotes are everywhere in the universe, they first happened to them. This is the battle video captured by King Shui City's lower life. Click on the player to adjust the battle screen to the 3rd question. It is the scene of the Freeman attacking the spaceship. Not long after, the 3rd question noticed that Sanya was captured by a mysterious armor. A good and powerful warrior. Is this a level armor? 3 questions saw the video of Chen Mo's ban on Sanya, and it was shocked. Level armor. More advanced than the blue level armor. The blue level armor is already the best armor in the Origin City. Only the master of the military, the senior armored division, will be equipped. Only the class level armor usually appears in the class level civilization. The top level armor, equipped with weapons, can destroy the entire Origin City. Now suddenly there is such a terrible armor in King Shui Xing, which makes him feel incredible. Where is the strange armor of King Shui Xing? 3 questions have already focused on this set of armor. If this set of armor can be obtained by the 3i civilization, they can create a top-ranking warrior in the Origin City. When asked, several soldiers under his face looked at each other and finally shook their heads. They also felt incredible when they heard the level armor. They only heard about it. Now it is the first time to see it, or it appears on an ordinary small planet. Is it related to the Zaiwai civilization? One of his men carefully reminded. What they can think of is the Zaiwai civilization that came over from time ago. For them, the level armor is unattainable. For the Zaiwai civilization, it is a bad street. When asked about the pupils, he suddenly remembered that when the last Zaiwai civilization came over, he landed on King Shui Xing. Was it the armor left at that time? If so, why should Zaiwai civilization help free people to leave? You know, for the Zaiwai civilization, the low-level life of King Shui Xing is like a worm. When the Zaiwai civilization destroyed several planets and tens of billions of low-level lives died, they did not even say a word. Do not let this matter happen. 3 questions reminded the next to the man, turned and left. Zaiwai civilization, 3-eyed civilization palace. 3-eyed king looked at the video into meditation. From the perspective of the armor, it should be the assassin's armor, which is definitely not the origin of the city. If the civilization of the Origin City has a set of such armor, it is quite a top assassin warrior. According to the speculation of the 3 questions, Zaiwai civilization blocked the area and went up to the Green Mercury. The only possibility is that this set of armor is related to the Zaiwai civilization. As for why the Zaiwai civilization left a level armor in King Shui, they are not known. Is this thing still not checked? Where do you know where the spacecraft they snatched went? The 3-eyed king frowned. I didn't find it for a while. They closed the spacecraft positioning device, and we didn't know where they were going. 3 asked to shake their heads. The space is too wide. The coordinates are different, and the direction of travel is different. The light-speed spacecraft can escape any blow. Don't check it first, said the 3-eyed king. If it involves the affairs of the Zaiwai civilization, they will check it out and it will be no different from finding death. Chen Mo never imagined that the 3-eyed civilization would think of things to the Zaiwai civilization and give up the deep investigation. At this time, Chen Mo is on the spaceship, and is traveling at the speed of light to another galaxy adjacent to the Origin galaxies, the Ami galaxy. This galaxy has a light moon distance from the origin of the galaxy. On the spaceship, there were only Chen Mo and the 2, and the little mother who was not killed by the dead. The 3-eyed civil warrior has been thrown into space. The medicines given to them are not amnesia, but a toxin. Now the three-eyed civil warrior and spacecraft driver have been thrown into space, and there will be no possibility of living after the poison. From the beginning, he did not intend to let go of the three-eyed warrior. He is not the virgin. This civilization that brought him from the earth here is doomed to hatred between the two sides. What kind of system is the Universe Alliance? Shenmue is not completely understood yet, but it can be confirmed that the Universe Alliance should be the same as the United Nations on Earth, maintain the balance of the universe, and avoid the complete disorder of the struggle of species in the universe. The universe spans nearly 100 billion light-years, and this system is too big. It is impossible for the Earth's civilization to stay out of the way. Human beings must integrate into this cosmic system. They don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. Step by step, the destruction of the entire human civilization is possible. More than 8 billion light-years of road. A difficult journey. Now the spacecraft cruises at the speed of light, and the next time is only waiting. This is the benefit of a superlight-speed spacecraft. The superlight-speed space curvature spacecraft spans a galaxy and only takes a few hours, while the speed of light spacecraft takes a month. Like the solar system, where the surrounding galaxies are scarce, it takes several years to travel to other galaxies. It is no problem to determine the route and equipment of the spacecraft. Shenmue is involved in the research. He never gave up research, even when it was a combat training. The technology of the Science and Technology Library is his greatest advantage. Now that I realize the cruelty of the Universe Alliance, Shenmue is more determined to develop technology quickly. He was fortunate that the spacecraft that he snatched had a lot of research equipment from the Tyrell team and 3 research facilities that were civilized to meet his needs, especially the nano-level 3D printer. Yongxing played with the little mother beast and did not dare to disturb him. After seeing this little mother beast, this female alien liked it. Sure enough, the trick of sprouting the dead is universal in the universe. Momo Tilda, the little mother who was arrogantly bouncing on her chest, suddenly stopped. Her ears kept moving, and she stood up and began to look around. The next moment, the clean eyelids suddenly rushed, jumped from the sly chest, and jumped a few times, and jumped to Shenmue's shoulder. Momo Tilda, what? Shenmue stopped his research and was curious to see the little mother who danced to the ground. Momo Tilda. The little mother jumped to Shenmue's workbench. The little paws began to draw, pointed to the window of the spaceship, painted a circle, and then gave her little face a paw, spit her tongue down on the table. Looks very cute. Is there a hole? Is it dangerous? Shenmue stunned. The last time in King Shuixing, the little mother beg gave him a plan, but he made a hole, but there is no back. Momo. The little mother nodded and hurried to the egg-shaped armor that Shenmue gave it, and the small body got in. Hey, wearing a armor, it can be dangerous. Shenmue shouted, and he also put on the free ants. The last time the little mother took him to find the wreckage of the armor, only to make him so easy to escape from the King Shuixing. He knew that this little mother may have something special. Can't you stop the spacecraft? Shenmue looked at the little mother. Momo Tilda. The little mother beasted her paw and jumped directly to Shenmue's armor. Can't you slow down? Momo. The little mother animal shook her little claws and let him not slow down. Oh, the strange screams appeared. Let Shenmue sneak. This is not from the outside of the spacecraft, but echoed in the ear, like the surrounding space is screaming. The armor wants to reduce this sound is impossible. The screams of the space appeared. Shenmue began to calm down, and his sights seemed to be erratic, like the wilderness in the summer, the slight fluctuations. This kind of appearance, Shenmue is also seen in space for the first time, like the space is boiled, layer by layer. Drips. The warning light of the spacecraft began to flash, and the alarm sound was also rushing. The spacecraft encounters a turbulent space. Please fix your body in position, keep the speed of light cruising, and don't slow down. The spacecraft encounters a turbulent space. Please fix your body in position, keep the speed of light cruising, and don't slow down. The Lightspeed spacecraft encounters spatial turbulence in the space route. Just like the high air current encountered by the Earth plane, most of them can pass safely. Fortunately, the machine is destroyed. A sense of vibration of a magnitude 10 earthquake has emerged and is growing stronger. Chen Mo was nervous, feeling that his body was sore and his hair was bursting, like the space was tearing his body. He tried the airflow, but the Lightspeed spacecraft encountered space turbulence. For the first time, he did not know how to intervene. The first time the speed of light traveled, this space turbulence occurred with such a small probability. Chen Mo did not know that he said that he was lucky, but he was still unlucky. Momomo, the little mother, also became anxious. Loosening, Chen Mo ran to the position of his armor's weapon and kept typing, pointing at the things inside. "What are you looking for?" Chen Mo transferred the weapons inside, that is, the dozens of ultra-high energy beads, and the liquid suspected of red matter foam. The little mother pointed at the liquid of the redder substance and looked at Chen Mo anxiously. "Use this, Mo." The little mother kept nodding. "Is it used here outside?" Chen Mo has already obtained the material of red matter. If this thing is really red, maintaining a black hole for a few seconds is enough to tear him. Momo. The little mother pointed at the window of the spaceship. "It is good." Chen Mo does not have a better way now. He only hopes that this special little beast will do the right thing. Enduring the violent vibration and the tearing of the body, Chen Mo swayed to the release compartment and started the device with the red substance and threw it into the mouth. Chapter 785. Unknown Space. Purple Rhyme. 3 Eyes of Civilization. To get this, Zeki put the video frequency in front of the Purple Rhyme, looking at her gaze, full of love, but unfortunately Zun did not look at him from beginning to end. The video frequency played by Zeki is the picture of King Shui, Chen Mo's captive Sanya. Purple Rhyme. A purple long skirt with a touch of fluorescence, with purple fluorescent skin, very beautiful. At this time, Sun looked cold and looked at the shadow of the microwave to restore the plane. "This is the cat's armor." Her voice was very cold, so that Zeki and others around could not help but jump and jump. Will they be a group? Thinking of the cat head, Zek was very upset. The door to the small universe has already been opened. As a result, the cat's headman has been shut down with a drop of red matter. Until now, they have not found out which force they are doing. Sun was also punished by Zai Wixing because of the failure of the mission. This time I don't know what punishment to accept. This warrior is very weak, not a complete assassin style. Purple Rhyme is as cold as ever. Do you know the identity of this warrior? For the time being, it is unclear. The video is happening on the small planet we have been to. The low-level life that was captive of the Three-Eyed Civilization rebelled and robbed the Three-Eyed Civilization of the spacecraft to escape. This armored division did not show up, but he grabbed one of the ships. Look at the spaceship where the Three-Eyed Civilization was robbed, and look for it along this clue. When Sun finished, he set his sights on his own affairs. Can the punishment of Zai Wixing not be cancelled? Zeki asked with a bite. The task is to be punished for failure. This is the rule. There are no exceptions, including me. This is the decision of the star owner. Zun calmly shook his head. But to accept the punishment of the black hole level, will it be too heavy? Maybe it will die. Purple Rhyme paused, and the coldness of the year is unchanged. I lost a small universe. No punishment can be overstated. It is the same for other people, and I don't necessarily die. Seeing the Purple Rhyme is still the same cold and calm, Zeki is anxious, and finally can only sigh. The only way now is to find the forces behind the cat head, and maybe the star will cancel the punishment for the Purple Rhyme. The turbulence of space has passed. The spacecraft stopped flying and was floating freely in space. Just after driving at the speed of light in the turbulent space of space, Chen Mo did not know what happened after the red matter was started. Behind the space turbulence disappeared, the vibration disappeared, and his spaceship was safe. It's just that the speed cruise of the spacecraft stops automatically, and it seems that something is wrong. Chen Mo got up from the control chair. The muscles on his body were a little painful. and the effect of the space tearing should be very uncomfortable. It was much more exciting than the aircraft flying on the Earth. Looking around for a week, hundreds of square cockpits, the instruments are intact. Soon, Chen Mo's mood is not good. The light-speed engine has failed. Does the house leak in the rain? Chen Mo hurriedly called up the engine's data. In interplanetary navigation, the speed of light engine fails, just as the ship is sailing in the sea and the engine is damaged. If there is no rescue, you can only drift in the space and wait for death. The vast and innocent universe, wanting to cross. The minimum requirement is to sail at the speed of light, otherwise it is a waste of life. Soon, Chen Mo found the fault location of the speed of light engine. The commonly used parts were damaged. It was not a serious fault. The spacecraft's maintenance compartment had spare parts, but the repair took a little time. Confirm that the speed of light engine can be repaired. Chen Mo completely relieved, and if it is not repaired, he probably will finish playing. He got up from the spaceship's chair and removed the armor. It looked weak. She is a red-level life and her physical fitness is not strong. The tearing of the space turbulence completely ignores the armor's blockage, and there is no hole in it. She can't easily deal with the tearing of space fluctuations like Chen Mo. Pulling out the clothes, from the shoulders to the arms, the whale-like smooth skin is covered with bruises, smoldering a lot of blood bubbles, and there is a skin tear on the back. Blood flow. This is the injury caused by the shock of the space, while other body tissues and internal organs are still uncertain about the injury. How? Chen Mo looked at him. It hurts. The internal organs may be damaged, and you need to go to the medical room. Some weakness said, I will take you there. Chen Mo helped to enter the medical room, opened the medical cabin, and put the donkey in. The equipment of the spacecraft is neat, and the liquid in these medical compartments can quickly repair the damage of the body. As long as it is not brain death, other injuries can be repaired. When settled down, Chen Mo left the little mother. This soft and cute little mother has set up 2 merits, which is a great hero. Chen Mo does not know its specific special skills. Ink Girl, look at the current space coordinates. The speed of light cruise stops automatically. It has been determined to deviate from the original route, and the current position must be reconfirmed before proceeding. And the speed of light engine is faulty. Things are a bit troublesome, and it may take time. Unable to determine spatial coordinates. Unable to determine? Is the radar malfunctioning? No. It is impossible to detect the marked pulsar. Chen Mo's whole shrinks and realizes the seriousness of the problem. Cosmic interstellar routes, using pulsars as markers to locate navigational beacons, can determine the specific location as long as they detect the position of the pulsar. In the data of the spacecraft, Chen Mo has learned that the pulsar coordinates of the space navigation are derived from the statistics of the universe civilization in the past hundreds of millions of years. Finally, the 7 god-level civilizations are unified and recorded in the star map of the universe. Except for some unexplored hazardous areas, most of the places have marked pulsars. But now that no pulsars are detected, it means that the coordinates cannot be determined. Could it be that the turbulence of space brought him to an unexplored universe? If this is the case, if you are in trouble, and you are not sure where to go, he does not know how to go out. There is no southeast or northwest in space. And even a light-speed spacecraft, in this unknown area, does not know how many years to leave. After all, thousands of years, for the universe, it is not very long. But for Chen Mo, it is too late. Do you know where we are now? After calming down, Chen Mo put the little mother on the console. Mo, the little mother began to draw up, drew a circle and jumped in, and then looked straight into Chen Mo. We are inside the cave? Chen Mo asked, curious. The hold that he understands as a little mother beast should be a turbulent stream of space. It should be flowed by space to an unknown area. Moo. The little mother nodded. How come? Chen Mo asked. Mo. The little mother moved her head. This time, Chen Mo has a headache. It seems that he is entering an unknown space. How to leave depends on himself. Ink Girl, start the detection radar and see if there is a planet nearby. preferably an oxygen-rich planet. Shenmue said. Okay. Soon, the Ink Girl gave a reply. Detected coordinates, 5,452,682, minus 265,235, 685,523. With an unknown oxygen-rich life planet. Just go there. Shenmue took the picture and took a look at it. A blue-green planet. The detected data is a terrestrial planet, which is more than twice as large as the Earth. As for other data, it is unknown. The main engine is faulty, can't fly. Is it starting the standby engine? Asked the Ink Girl. The standby engine can't accelerate to the speed of light in a short time, and it can't maintain the speed of light cruise. It can only speed up the spacecraft to make the speed of the spacecraft increase. It is relatively slow, but it is enough as a backup. Start up. The standby engine starts. The voyage begins, and the destination can be reached after 14 days. Chapter 786. 5 times the gravity of the planet, 14 days. During this time, Shenmue is learning the maintenance skills of the speed of light engine. The principle of the light speed engine. Shenmue has the theoretical support of the Science and Technology Library, plus the maintenance instructions and maintenance robot assistance on the spacecraft. It is not difficult to learn. For Shenmue, he needs to prepare various technologies, and this time is easy to pass. On the way, Shenmue constantly let the spacecraft's radar detect, but the pulsar is detected, all of which are unmarked pulsars, and the position cannot be confirmed. Shenmue used quantum communication to connect with the outside world, but could not lock his position. Without enough stars, other civilizations and rescue groups would not come to help him. The most important thing is that Shenmue did not dare to release the position of the spacecraft, fearing that the three-eyed civilization would find him. Mirko has entered the orbit of the planet, ready to land. The reminder of the Ink Girl let Shenmue stop the work in his hands. The star system they came to is a small star system that is 10 times larger than the Earth's sun. The planet they want to land, the 5th planet of the technology star, is located in the livable zone, suitable for life and survival. Just arrived at the control cabin of the spacecraft, Shenmue saw that Yongxing and the little mother beast were playing in the boardroom. After the treatment of the medical cabin, the injury has been restored. This female alien, after starting to excite the space, went to the gravity-free warehouse to experience several weightlessness, and then slowly quieted and began to learn various instructions of the spacecraft. The long journey of space is a test of the spirit of any life, let alone such untrained people. Seeing Shenmue appear, he is very excited to hurry to hold the little mother. Now on the spaceship, only she and Shenmue. There is a cute little pet. After getting along with this time, she has already touched Shenmue's temper. A man with a good temper, calm and confident, not as difficult to get along as you think. She also tempted Shenmue twice, and the results ended in failure. Shenmue did not take her sex. In King Shu Ixing, cross-racial exchanges are not unusual, very common, and there is no such thing as monogamy. There is no jealousy. But Shenmue is not interested in her. The first time I tempted a man, the result was such an ending, which made her feel very unsuccessful. You are coming. He looked forward to Shenmue. When Shenmue studied, she didn't find a word. Moreover, when Shenmue studied, she did not understand those things, and did not dare to disturb Shenmue. Get down soon. Shenmue walked to the window of the spaceship. There was a blue-green planet outside the window. It looked very thick and beautiful. The moon locked by the tide of the planet is red, like the moon. Very strange, not sure whether it is rich in iron. Shenmue did not see satellites, nor did he have signs of a reinforced concrete city, like a primitive planet. Beautiful? Shenmue asked. Beautiful. Looking at the eyes, some expectation. She is the first time to leave King Shu Ixing, landing on other planets. In the past, this is not to think about it. Losing the stable life of King Shu Ixing, she now has a layer of shackles on her body, and her mentality is quietly changing. Mirko, the gravity of this planet is 5 times the standard you set. When the preparations entered the atmosphere, The Ink Girl reminded Shenmue said the gravity of the spacecraft to be based on the gravity of the Earth. The gravity of King Shui is more than twice that of the Earth, and the gravity of this planet is 5 times that of the Earth. 100 pounds of people stood up and increased the load of 400 pounds. If the physical quality is not good, it will not last long. After landing, I will open the anti-gravity system of the spacecraft and adjust the gravity inside the spacecraft. You should stay in the spacecraft and don't go out. When you slowly practice to adapt to the gravity of the planet, then leave the spacecraft. Shenmue said. Okay, he nodded. She naturally understands the gravity of Shenmue. Entering the atmosphere, as the land slowly descends, the gravity of the planet will soon be sensed on the spacecraft. Shenmue let the Ink female number 2 adjust the gravity system of the spacecraft to maintain the gravity of the spacecraft and a level of King Shui Ixing. Shenmue chose to land the spacecraft in a plain surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. 5 kilometers away, there is a large river into the sea. 2 kilometers away is a mountain forest. The front is the sea. If there are animals on this planet, it should be active in this river and sea. This is the place with the most food. What about the outside atmosphere and soil environment? Shenmue said. Atmospheric toxic gas content is in a safe range. The soil contains a variety of harmful bacteria, the toxicity is unknown, and the heavy metal content is high. The Ink Girl put the test results on the light curtain. Landing on a planet, the threat that is invisible to the naked eye is the greatest danger. Because I don't know, the bacteria here are beneficial and harmful. If there are superbacteria that kill the human body, the consequences will be very serious. After the test is completed, Shenmue puts on the armor and opens the door of the spacecraft. There may be other ferocious beasts here, 5 times the growth of the beast under the gravity. Shenmue bare hand cannot fight, can only be dealt with through the armor. As soon as he stepped out of the spacecraft, the anti-gravity effect of the spacecraft disappeared and a force was pressed from the body. It is not the kind that presses on the back, but the internal organs, which are pressed against each cell. Shenmue felt that his footsteps became heavy, his chest was stuffy, his abdomen was like a stone, and when he came out, his eyes were dim. The blood receives the influence of gravity, leaving the blood in the head to decrease. Shenmue feels that the brain is slightly stagnant. This feeling is uncomfortable. If ordinary humans are under such gravity, it will not be long before they will be crushed. Shenmue's body has evolved and his body is strong. He only experienced a short period of incompatibility. After the body adjusts to gravity, the state is gradually recovering. Call! Exclamation mark. After recovering, Shenmue breathed a sigh of relief. Looking around, the plants of this planet are different from Earth and Green Star. Blue-green plants everywhere, and the leaves of the plants exude a touch of green fluorescence. In his position, the plants are relatively short. The unknown small flowers open the plain, the small flowers on the nails, and the corresponding color of fluorescence. The smell of the air is unclear, but the oxygen concentration of this planet is very high and life is definitely very strong. Did not see any special creatures. Shenmue directly opened the radar of the armor. The next moment, the life and community of the planet clearly fell into his eyes. Tai is staring at the black beast in front of him, very nervous. In the cave, Grandpa never let him out to hunt. He sneaked out to hunt. I did not expect to encounter the fiercest beast in the jungle. He regretted not listening to his grandfather's words, thinking that he could hunt in the jungle like other fighters. A black beast with a height of 3 meters, a claw to tear him apart. And in the jungle, this black beast has almost no natural enemies. Many powerful warriors in the family came in the jungle to hunt and died under the claws of the black beast. At this point, there was some panic, but I dared not show panic. Grandpa said that if the black beast saw the fear of prey, it would not hesitate to shred the prey. He was thinking about how to escape, but he couldn't think of a way. As long as he turned and walked, the black beast would leave and rush, and his speed in the jungle could not escape, and the black beast would come to the tree. Roar! Exclamation mark. It seems that I saw the retreat of the extension. The black beast screamed, and the legs slammed and rushed toward him. The speed is so fast that the top of the face changes greatly, and the brain filled with danger and fear is blank, and can only instinctively jump towards the tree trunk next to it. Boom! Was swept away by the tail of the black beast, and the body was smashed and stunned. He lost his balance and hit the trunk. The javelin in his hand was released. Finished. Seeing the black beast rushing over to him, Chuo rushed to catch the javelin, but it was too late. Roar! A roar, shaking the forest. The imaginary pain and bite did not appear. Let the look away from the look. Let go of the hand to protect the head and let go. You see an incredible scene. Chapter 787, Iron Beast. The animal in Chen Mo's hand looks like a black tiger, and there are some differences. Its claws are very sharp, like a small sickle, emitting black cold light. The baby's arm-sized fangs, like the saber-toothed tiger in The Life of the Earth. A pair of scarlet eyes. Very cruel. The black tiger's strength is very large. Chen Mo wears the concept of free cockroach ant and has no strength, but he knows that if he does not wear the armor, the black tiger can tear him apart. He is comparable to the physical strength of the blue-level life, and it is a little difficult in front of this black tiger. At this time, Chen Mo, like a kitten, grabbed the black tiger's neck and lifted his fur in the air, letting the black tiger struggle and roar. Indifferent. It is not far from the spacecraft, only a few kilometers away. Just now Chen Mo saw something from the armor radar, and came over. It happened to see the scene of the black tiger eating, but the object was a humanoid, and he saved it. Kneeling in the trunk, with a vigilant class, a little lean, tall and only 1 meter 5, is a short, dark red skin. Fur protects the lower body, a bit like a barbarian in the movie. Even if it is small, it looks very good. A sense of power. The most striking thing is his ruby-like eyes, crystal clear, and impressive at first glance. Chen Mo determined that this is a child. The eyes are ignorant and clean. They are not available to adults and cannot be loaded. Laugh. Chen Mo opened the tactical thorn of the free ant and inserted the black tiger's back neck. The black tiger, who was still struggling to bark, was silent for a moment, and his limbs were stiff in midair. Then Chen Mo palms loose, throwing the black tiger to the side of the extension. The black beast around him was so scared that he jumped away from the side, and he did not forget to use the javelin to scream and confirm that the black beast died. He dared to relax. The two men are opposite each other, so they are squatting, and they are still watching the eyes of Chen Mo's armor. They are still vigilant. The javelin is already in their hands, and Chen Mo looks at him through the armor. There are some weird pictures in front of me. An unknown black-red iron beast can not only fly, but also easily kill the black beast. In front of this strange armored beast, the black beast is like a small pet with no resistance at all. The huge body of the black beast fell to his feet and motionless, giving him both the visual and the spiritual shock. The king's black beast, known as the jungle, is as simple as a small animal in the other's hands. Is this iron beast so powerful? He never heard Grandpa say that there are such powerful iron beasts in the jungle and they will fly. Extension has become more vigilant, Grandpa said. In the jungle, any beast is dangerous, and will be killed by wild beasts if you are not careful. Hello there. Chen Mo spoke, using the universal language of the Universe Alliance. But responding to him is the vigilance of the extension. In the view of extension, his voice is a kind of animal bark. Can't understand? Unexpectedly, the other party is the original dress, and the civilization is not completely open. Hey! The armor opened, revealing the true face of Chen Mo wearing a tight suit, slender figure. The contour of the muscles is obvious under tight clothes, and the lines are smooth. Seeing the true face of Chen Mo, Chuo was shocked and shocked. Just killing the black beast is not an iron beast, but a warrior like him. Although their skin and eyes are different, they look like each other. The vigilance in the eyes disappeared, and the eyes of Shenmue were full of worship and gratitude. Shenmue is not a Nyan beast. It is a powerful warrior. A warrior who can easily kill a black beast saves it from the black beast. The innate worship of powerful warriors allowed Chuo to look at Shenmue's appearance and let his eyes shine. This one. Shenmue took out a headphone-style neuroconscious translator from the armor and gently handed it to the extension. His movements were not too big, for fear that this kind of person thought he was malicious. After he was hesitant to take over the translator, Shenmue took out another translator. Don't wear. Shenmue put the translator in his ear, slowly hung it on his ear, and then pointed to the translator in his hand. Looking at this strange thing, Chuo was somewhat hesitant, but the other party did not seem to be malicious, and saved his life. After thinking for a while, I learned the appearance of Shenmue and put on the translator. Hello. After the extension of the headset, Shenmue opened again. Headphones convey meaning through brainwave fluctuations, so that there is no language barrier between the humanoids. Even if they do not understand the language of the Universe Alliance and the Earth, Shenmue can communicate with each other smoothly. I can understand Shenmue's words, and this understanding makes Chuo look brighter. The first time I encountered such a magical thing, Shenmue saw the change from his expression and knew that he understood. What is your name? Takeoff, Chuo said with hesitation. Takeoff, do you know what the name of this planet is? The planet pulled away from the look of doubt, and finally shook his head. Take me to see your family, right? Shenmue's radar found that there were large-scale humanoid communities in the caves 10 miles away. This child should be the child in the community. Can. Extension nodded and promised. Because Shenmue was not a Nyan beast and saved him once, he was still a powerful warrior. He had a lot less warning for Shenmue. Go. Shenmue returned to the armor. Cool armor, seeing the eyes shine. Going back to God, Chuo looked away from the horror of the black beast on the ground. In their community, the black beast is very precious, and the teeth of the black beast are the most powerful symbol. In the tribe, only Jinj has the teeth of the black beast. Jingo singled out a black beast and killed the black beast. Jinj is also the most powerful warrior in the tribe, and the fur and flesh of the black beast are very precious. This black beast is enough for them to eat for a long time. Want? Shenmue pointed at the body of the black tiger. Yeah? Chuo nodded without hesitation. Go. Shenmue grabbed the black-necked neck and let the extension lead the way to his tribe. The black tiger, 3 meters tall and nearly 6 meters long, left long trails on the ground, and the black blood was soaked in the soil. On the road, Chuo is like a curious baby, constantly looking at the armor of Shenmue. This body armor is very cool in his opinion. The more he saw the power of the armor, his deeper worship of Shenmue, and he knew everything about Shenmue's problems. Shenmue also took this opportunity to understand the general situation of the extension of the tribe. An original tribe, called the Manshan tribe, the grandfather of the extension is the patriarch of the tribe. The other men are mostly warriors. The most powerful warrior is Jinj, who can single out the black tiger. The ability to extend the spirit is to learn from Jinj. Although the body is small, but the speed is not weak, you can easily shuttle through the jungle. About half an hour later, Shenmue dragged the body of the black tiger and followed it into the scope of the tribe. In a cave area, many wooden houses are built in front of the cave. The whole area is surrounded by trunks of more than 10 meters high. The bottom is full of thorns, like a small siege. Chapter 788, Extraterrestrial Visitors. The extension is back. The tribal warriors saw the extension coming back and excitedly ran into one of the largest caves. Not long after, an old class leader led a group of people out and saw the excitement and ran over. The old man who took the lead was the grandfather of the extension of the mountain. The appearance and extension were similar to those of a few, and the body was the same, lean, with a gaze, more like a wise man. When Shuoshan saw the extension, he was excited to hold him and lost the calmness of a senior. The tribe found out that he was rushing into the forest to hunt. He was in a hurry and asked several experienced people to look for it. Fortunately, he is now safe to come back. Is that a black beast? A voiceless scream shook the audience. and the words Black Beast scared everyone. The class of talents that followed came to notice Chen Mo, who was behind him, and the prey that was dragged behind Chen Mo. It is a black beast. Seeing the black beast, all the warriors of the Manshan tribe became nervous, and the javelin in their hands was subconsciously clasped, and the expression was instinctively vigilant. The fierce name of the black beast is so eloquent in the tribe. Many warriors in the tribe enter the jungle, which is under the claws of the black beast. It is the psychological shadow of the entire tribe. Now there is such a beast here. The black beast is dead, there is no danger. Seeing everyone's defense, Chuo rushed to explain. There was another exclamation on the field. An adult black beast is hunted, and only one person in the tribe can do it. The strongest warrior Ginge in the tribe. Everyone looks at the man standing next to the mountain. Standing about 1 meter and 75, the muscles of the body do not have explosive sputum, but the sharpness like a knife, the same kind of person as the extension, red-purple skin, the most conspicuous eyes, not ruby red, but dark red, much darker than the eyes of other people. His eyes are cold, and people dare not look at each other. He is Ginge, the most powerful warrior in the tribe. His height and size are not eye-catching, but no one dares to fight with him. Ginge glanced at Chen Mo, who was wearing a battle armor. He walked to the black tiger and touched it. He opened a wound at the back of the black beast. He said coldly, "Death for a time, a fatal stroke." What? The tribes of the tribe are unbelievable. A trick to kill the black beast requires a lot of terrible strength, even if Ginge is not possible. At the level of extension, they all know that it is impossible to kill the black beast. The only possibility is to follow the strange iron beast. How did the black beast die? Chuoshan glanced at Chen Mo, who was wearing a battle armor, and bowed his head to ask about the extension. It was killed by Mr. Mo. Mr. Mo said that Chen Mo gave him the name to call himself, and that he would suffer from the black beast, and finally he was saved by Chen Mo. His description was full of worship of Chen Mo. This kind of worship, before he only mentioned Ginge, will become apparent. This time become Chen Mo. When Chen Mo was caught and the black beast flew up, a trick was fatal. Some people exclaimed, and the look of the strange iron beast changed. One is the gratitude to Chen Mo, and the worship of the strong. Chuoshan heard the description of the extension, and his expression was dignified, from the beginning of the tension to the later sigh of relief. Just as I left the point, I almost died in the mouth of the black beast, but I was saved. Thank you for saving the extension. I am Chuoshan, the patriarch of the Manshan people. Later, you are the most respected guest of our Manshan people. Chuoshan thanked Chen Mo. The tribe's mountain people are looking at Chen Mo, and Chen Mo is also looking at them. Did not feel the malice of this tribe, perhaps because he saved the reason for the extension. Thanks to Chuoshan, Chen Mo couldn't understand, but through the translation of the translator, he understood the meaning of Chuoshan. The armor opened and Chen Mo's body was revealed. The surprised eyes fell on Chen Mo, and they realized that this was not an iron beast, but a life similar to them, except that the skin and eyes were different. Ginge's cold face was a little wrong, and he took a look at the armor and looked at Chen Mo. The two looked at each other and staggered slightly. "You're welcome, Patriarch. This black beast is a gift for me." Chen Mo asked the extension to be a translator and began to communicate. From the beginning, Chen Mo was observing the situation of this tribe. In his observation, this barbarian tribe was not as unconcerned as he thought, but the wisdom was not low. As a long-term tribe, Chuoshan should be much better than other tribes. Thank you. Accepting the gift of the black beast, Chuoshan Chen gave a ceremony and reached out to lead Chen Mok out of the largest cave. The cavern is not small, more than 200 square meters, more like a conference room or lecture room. There is a wooden long table and several large wooden frames in the cave. The wooden frame is also covered with animal fur and thick wooden books. Some text is recorded on it. From the arrangement, it is a trace of civilization. Most importantly, Chen Mo was on a shelf and saw civilized machine parts and weapons. There is evidence of civilization everywhere. There is another elder on the stone table in the cave room, writing on the fur, seeing a few people coming in, only to put up the wooden book. This is the wise man of our barbarian family, Muxi. He is the teacher who is responsible for teaching the characters and knowledge of the tribe. This is Chen Mo, who saved the guests from the extension. Chuoshan introduced Mu Chen to Mu Mu. Muxi heard Chen Mo killing the black beast and saved the extension. Seeing that Chen Mo's eyes have changed, he is very friendly. After the introduction, Muxi carefully looked at Chen Mo. When he saw the armor of Chen Mo, his expression became excited. What is machinery on your body? Mudi walked to Chen Mo's side and stroked the armor of Chen Mo. He seemed to see something unreasonable. The movement was very light. He was afraid that he would break the armor when he was strong, but his tone was very excited. What is machinery? The translator responsible for the translation was ignorant and hesitated. He put the translator on the teacher, and he communicated with Mr. Mo, which would be convenient. Machinery is a powerful tool created by the use of knowledge and wisdom. Muxi gave an explanation. It's mechanical. Chen Mo nodded. The machine parts and weapons-like things in this cavern are not unusual for Wood to know the machinery. The little things in the ear of the raft can make him understand Chen Mo's words, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. Are you a foreigner? A foreign visitor? This time, a serious look from the curiosity. Even the cold cold eyes flashed a hint of curiosity. Yes, a seemingly primitive tribal civilization, who knows the extraterrestrial visitors, is amazed by him, but it is also a windfall, and maybe you can figure out where this space is. Great. Mudu muttered, his body was shaking. It was caused by excitement. Have you seen an extraterrestrial visitor? Chen Mo asked. If he wants to leave, he must figure out where it is now. I haven't seen it, but strictly speaking, we are the descendants of the strangers. Muxi threw a shocking news. Chapter 789, Square Machine. When things are said, Muxi has some size, some memories, and his expression, and the patriarch Chuoshan. The raft led Chen Mo to a large shelf and opened the animal skin wrapped round it. A laser transmitter and gun reflected the eyes of Chen Mo, which was made of metal. Sir, you should know what this is. This is the machine left by the ancestors of our Manshan people. It used to be a lot. It was slowly lost. The mechanics on your body are the first time I have seen except these. Machinery, which is somewhat similar to what the ancestors recorded. Chen Mo asked the armor to scan and restore the structure of the weapons left by the Manshan people. The design is different from the guns of the earth, but the function is similar, that is, the guns, but there is no ammunition, and the small lasers have no energy. The level of this weapon is quite a level of craftsmanship of the Earth's civilization. See, Chen Mo carefully studied the machine. Muxi took the translator to Chuoshan, and signaled him to introduce. This is actually related to the history of our ancestors and the history of our wilderness. According to the records, our ancestors originally lived in a peaceful planet. Later, the disaster of the planet was no longer suitable for living, and the ancestors began to plan migration. There are many teams, and our ancestors are one of them. After 500 years of flight, we finally reached the planet. Chuoshan sighed and continued to speak. The ancestors recorded that, 700 years ago, on the way to the migration, they encountered a change in the sky. They called it a space vortex. After our migrating team fell into the space vortex, they arrived here. 2 million people migrated. The team, after 500 years and various disasters, has only 50,000 people left here. The voice of Chuoshan is somewhat low, like opening an old history book. Jing Jin Chuo Li were attracted to him, and Chen Mo also listened carefully. He needed to find clues about this place from these history. But the disaster did not end. The remaining 50,000 people were lucky and found a planet. But when they arrived on the planet, they discovered that the environment here is different from the planet of ancestral life. The weak physicists and intellectuals all died, and only a few thousand highly trained fighters survived, which was the unfortunate beginning. Warriors are not proficient in technology and knowledge, and cultural knowledge inherits faults. I began to want to rely on the spacecraft's machine to maintain the knowledge transfer. Later, the spacecraft failed, because the technical requirements were high and I did not understand the maintenance, and it was completely scrapped. Shenmue can imagine that situation. A person with a planet that is not too heavy will suddenly land on a planet of 5 times gravity, and the weak constitution cannot bear it. In the case of a small number of people, cultural knowledge is faulty, which is very scary. This means that their civilization is deteriorating. The ancestors realized that the crisis was coming. There was no technical support. On this planet with a poor living environment, their physique is weak, and sooner or later they will be extinct. The urgency of destroying seeds has forced ancestors to use the only remaining technology to solve this problem. But more serious in the back, the surviving ancestors, women cannot afford the environment after pregnancy, and may also endanger life, even if the offspring are born. It is also a dead baby. It is impossible to continue the race. How did you solve this problem later? Shenmue curiously asked. The ancestors found some indigenous people on this planet. The indigenous intelligence is low, but the body and characteristics are similar, and they are the same species. The last ancestors compromised and combined with the indigenous women, so we have our wild mountain. Inherited the ancestors' intelligence. And the ancestors of the indigenous ancestors. The intelligence is normal, and the physical body can resist the living environment here. The continuation of the crisis has solved. The population has begun to increase, but the fault of knowledge has become more and more serious. Technical faults. As the energy is exhausted, some machinery begins to be scrapped, although the ancestors recorded the knowledge they knew before they died. However, the situation in which knowledge loss is becoming more and more serious cannot be changed, and the loss of machinery is also intensified. Up to now, 700 years, after many disasters and migrations, the knowledge retained has only the knowledge that these ancestors recorded on fur and wooden books. Fortunately, the inheritance of the text is not broken. We can only learn from these retained knowledge to understand the world, but the role is limited. Many esoteric knowledge, words we all know, but cannot understand the interpretation. Chuoshan is invincible and carries heavy concerns. Jingjin Chuoli did not speak, but although they were small, they also understood the words of Grandpa. After this natural environment, they are all powerful fighters. Their ability to learn knowledge is not so strong, and the deeper knowledge is less and less. The ancestral civilization of the ancestors is losing, so there is a situation of today's fault. Only what can be preserved is the basic truth and the truth of heaven and earth, at least for the hope of future generations to rekindle the civilization. If one day, these words and knowledge are lost, the wisdom of our ancestors will completely die out. Shenmue ran, the civilized fault is very difficult to receive. The efforts and knowledge of countless ancestors disappeared because of the civilization fault. Like the Mayan civilization of the earth and other ancient civilizations, it is the fault that is encountered, leading to the final demise. No wonder there are traces of mechanical civilization, and the Wild Mountain is still using the original cold weapons. After hundreds of years of interplanetary migration, all personnel with advanced technology and energy technology will die, and the machine will be scrapped. In the case of only a few thousand people, it is admirable to be able to stand firm and prosper in this extreme environment, to grow and to retain the most basic knowledge and textual inheritance of civilization. Have your ancestors said that? Where is this? Shenmue asked. Shenmue is a bit embarrassed now. He is a lost traveler. He needs to determine where it is. Chuoshan said the history of the Manshan people, but it did not help Shenmue to understand this spatial position. No. Chuoshan shook his head. However, there is a very important thing that has been passed down. Mutia learned about Shenmue's problem, remembered an important item, and hurried to a wooden cabinet, carefully taking out a layer wrapped in fur. Big box. I took the translator from the hands of Chuoshan and put it on, and Muxi began to introduce it seriously. This is something that the ancestors must pass down. It is a record of the ancestral civilization, and there are many important materials that can be used later in the civil revival. The raft carefully opened the box. The box opens, and a square machine appears in Shenmuo's field of vision, looking like the machine cube. The square machine is well protected and has no traces of damage, such as a computer mainframe, a whole body metal, and a projection-like lens. The process technology is very high, and there is a technical level. When Shenmue left the Earth, Shenmue carefully looked at it and guessed it might be something like a microcomputer. If so, Shenmue has the opportunity to find some clues about this space from here. Originally thought this was an original planet, I did not expect an unexpected gain. Can you give me a try? Shenmue asked, pointing to the square machine. Chuoshan and Mudu whispered for a while, and finally made up their minds and nodded. Their family has waited for too long, and since the energy technology was broken, this thing has never been opened. Nowadays, Shenmue is a stranger, and Shenmue is not malicious. This is an opportunity for them to regain their civilization. Even if this thing is precious, they also want Shenmue to try, otherwise they can't see hope. Chapter 790, Big Monster. Carefully picking up the square machine, Shenmue began to check carefully. According to Chuoshan's remarks, Shenmue determined that the ancestors of the Manshan people were constant star civilizations, and that they were not discovered by the Universe Alliance. The planetary civilization is in the beginning and development stage of the planet. Like the original Earth, it is impossible to carry out large-scale interplanetary migration. The ancestors of the Manzan people migrated and flew for hundreds of years, indicating that there was no light-speed spacecraft. There is no light-speed spacecraft. The degree of civilization is less than the galaxy level, and it can only be the technology of constant star civilization. But even if it is a star-rated civilization, it is already advanced in technology, otherwise it is impossible to carry out long-term large-scale interplanetary migration. So the technical content of this square box is not low. The conventional basic physics rules are common to the whole universe. Even if the words and symbols are different, the rules are the same. The essence of the words expressing the rules of the universe is the same. At present, all the machines of civilization are developed according to the basic rules of the universe. This is the common point of the universe's scientific and technological civilization. As long as you understand the mechanical components and functions, it is easy to understand the operating principle of this machine and thoroughly understand the machine. Ink Girl, the spacecraft will come here, Shenmue said. Okay. The battle armor came to the Ink Girl to respond. Chuoshan and Mudu face each other. I don't know who Shenmue is calling, I can only watch it quietly. Jingjin Chuoli looked quietly and wanted to see what magical things Shenmue could have. About 10 minutes, a soldier ran in, looked and panicked. The Patriarch, there is a big monster in the sky. Monster? Chuoshan was shocked. It should be my ship. Shenmue led the way out of the cave, and Chuoj and Jinj followed up, and Chuoshan and Mudu did not hesitate to follow. Over the village of the Manshan, a huge spaceship floated on it, looking from below, like a big monster covering the sky. This is a very dangerous monster for the barbarian who has never seen such a large flying object. When Shenmue came out, all the old people and children in the whole village had already come out from the small caves and wooden houses. They were looking at the sky with their heads horrified. Several children had been scared and cried, and several children were cheering. The male savage people underneath, all holding guns and spears and shields, nervously watching the sky, ready to fight. The entire village is like an enemy. When Jinjin the Patriarch came out, the people in the village suddenly found the backbone of the heart, and the subconscious moved closer to the top of the mountain. Don't panic, this is Mr. Mo's spaceship. Chuoshan shouted and appeased the Hanshan people. The word spacecraft is obviously strange, but the Patriarch said nothing. It should be fine. All the barbarians began to stare at the spacecraft in the air and whispered, with curiosity in their expressions. I can stop at the open space next to it? Shenmue asked Chuoshan, and with the permission of the other party, The spacecraft slowly landed on a large open space next to the village. The spacecraft has a body length of more than 800 meters and a height of more than 60 meters, which makes all the barbarian people shocked. The biggest creature they have ever seen is not worth mentioning compared to this spacecraft. The spacecraft stopped and the entire village was surrounded by people, curiously looking at the spaceship, but no one dared to touch. Is this the spacecraft recorded by the ancestors? Chuoshan and Mewtwo had tears in their eyes. They knew the glory of their ancestors, but they never saw it. They only heard it in books. Now I really see that they can control such a huge thing to fly into the sky. It is a miracle. If they can reproduce the glory of their ancestors in the future, they will not have to worry about it all day long. I need to bring this machine back to the spaceship laboratory to start research. Do you want to see it? Shenmue looked at Chuoshan. Go with. Chuoshan has already begun to trust Shenmue. When he saw the spaceship, he saw the hope of the Manshan people. He could live a very good life as described by his ancestors. Instead of living in the embankment every day. Rare stone. Let the people do not get close to the spaceship. Cannot destroy the spaceship. And I went to see with Miss Mew and Mr. Mo. Chuoshan said to a middle-aged man who is a calm and handsome man. After receiving the response from the rough stone, Chuoshan led the raft and Jingo to keep up with Shenmue's pace. He was afraid that Grandpa would not let him go up. After 3 steps, he followed Shenmue's body and saw Shenmue's rejection. Less curious to look at the spaceship. Gravity is different. You pay attention. When Shenmue stepped into the spaceship, he reminded Chuoshan and others. Regarding the concept of gravity, Chuoshan did not quite understand it. When he entered the spacecraft, he immediately understood Shenmue's meaning. The extension took the lead to follow Shenmue into the spaceship. At the moment of entering the spaceship, the extension felt away from the uncontrollable lightness of the body. The strength and habits of the feet were different when they used force. They suddenly lost their balance and fell a dog. Followed by the extension of the mountain and Mewtwo, the body is also awkward, but fortunately finally stood firm. Jingo is relatively stable. When he stepped into the spaceship, his body just shook slightly and quickly adapted to the difference in gravity. Why is this? Chuoshan feels that the other body has become much less, and he is amazed. This should be the difference in gravity that the ancestors said. The gravity in the spacecraft of Mr. Mo is different from the outside, which leads to weightlessness. When the ancestors first arrived at the planet, the gravity here was too large, and the load on the body was too great, so that the scholars with weak constitutions and the scientists died collectively, and women could not get pregnant. Mewtwo studied books and understood more things than Chuoshan. After a little pause, to determine how many people adapt to this change in gravity, Shenmue continued to move forward. I was told that Shenmue came in and waited at the door early, and I was a little excited. A person can be bored in the spaceship, only the little mother and artificial intelligence accompany her to chat. When Shenmue came back, even if she didn't talk to her, she wouldn't feel so lonely and helpless, at least a little bit safe. Come back. Seeing Shenmue enter the spaceship, he smiled, then looked at the 4 people who were following up with Chuoshan and Ginge, and nodded politely. Hello. Hello. Chuoshan wore a translator and understood the greetings. Is the gravity of the spacecraft a little higher? Shenmue let the little mother climb to his shoulder and curiously looked at the Chuoshan 4. The gravity of the spacecraft, when it was just out, was 2 grams, and now it is back, at least 2.5 grams. It should be adjusted by itself. I want to get used to gravity and get out of the spacecraft, he explained. Shenmue ran, a person staying in the spaceship, is really a bit stuffy. Give them a consciousness translator. It is good. He hurriedly ordered the robot to come up with 3 conscious translators, handing them to Mewtwo, Jingo and Chuo, while looking at the 3, dressing up like primitive people, and not tall. Maybe the gravity of the planet is too big a reason. The 3 people are also looking at this floor that is completely different from Shenmue's shape. But just take a look at it and follow Shenmue's pace to the spacecraft's laboratory. I also rushed to wear the translator to keep up. Along the way, Chuoshan and Mudu marveled at the magic of the spacecraft, whether its lighting, display, moving, talking machinery, etc. Everything is magical. This is a magical thing they can't understand. It is only recorded in the books left by the ancestors, but now it is the first time. They dare not touch these machines. Be careful, and fear the damage. The books record that their ancestral spaceships were broken because of the worsening of their knowledge gaps. Entering the laboratory, Shenmue placed the square machine on the stage and turned on a professional instrument to scan and analyze. Although I don't know what is inside, Shenmue has to try. This may be the only thing that knows the location of this space. If you figure out the location of the space, it is possible for him to leave here quickly, otherwise he will get lost in the universe, even if he has a speed of light spaceship. It is also very difficult to go out. Ink Girl, analyze the situation of this machine. Chapter 791. Zex guess several people were around the lab bench, staring at the square machine on the bench, waiting. Chuoshan and others are waiting to see what the ancestors kept protecting them. And Shenmue is waiting. There is no clue about this space on this square machine. Ago, after the test is completed, it is a computer, the power is gone. The machine that was tested was put away, and the Ink Girl opened it. Connected to the power supply. When the Shenmue robot connected the power to the square machine, he pressed a raised position on the square box. He just saw that the square machine has only two different positions, one is the lens, and the other is the bump. It should be the start button. Sure enough, the light from the small lens on the square machine lit up, and there was a movement behind the box. The machine in the box moved to reveal an interface, and then a palm-sized display rose. The shape of the interface is hexagonal. Different from the existing interface, Shenmue does not understand the interface line, so it is impossible to connect the machine with data. Really? The most exciting is Chuoshan and Mudu. The things left by the ancestors can be started for hundreds of years, and they are not allowed to be excited. It is possible to hide the history of their ancestors and the crystallization of the civilization of the ancestors. The slight sound of the machine is coming out of the box and the display is on. After putting the computer for thousands of years, it can still be used normally. Shenmue is also amazed. The ancestors of the Manshan people have just been so powerful in their interplanetary migration, which is also the power of technology. On the small screen, the words of the Manshan people are displayed. If Shenmue does not understand, he will look at the raft. Can you read these words? Can. Read it all. Navigation log, basic education knowledge, advanced education knowledge, Manshan history, optical computer, technical information. The raft pointed to the icons one by one. Some of the icons make the hibiscus full of doubts, and the words don't make sense. Shenmue also knows a little. Because of some phrases, Muxi only knows the words and does not understand its true meaning. There is no such term in the knowledge he has learned, and there is no such impression. These icons, Shenmue judged, this is the knowledge left by the ancestors of the Manchurian civilization, which embodies the knowledge and wisdom of the entire mountain civilization. This method is somewhat similar to the technology library. In this way, as long as the language is complete and the descendants start the machine again, they can read the knowledge a little bit. Do you know what it means? Shenmue clicked on a piece of technical information. I don't understand. Muxi shook his head. He knows the above words, but many mathematical symbols are not passed down. He does not know. He does not understand the formulas of these words and symbols combined. There is no such knowledge in his knowledge reserve, and he has not seen it. The consciousness translator is the meaning of the translation of the raft, and then conveyed to Shenmue. Now the raft does not understand. Shenmue does not understand. The language barrier has come out. This is still just beginning. A lot of things involve technical terms. I haven't learned this knowledge and can't convey professional knowledge. It is impossible to translate the complete meaning to Shenmue through the conscious translator. A little trouble. It seems that he needs to master the language of the Manshan people in order to fully interpret the information in this square machine. These profound knowledge, You can't interpret. I need you to teach me your words, and I will interpret them." Chen Mo pointed to the square machine. "Yes." Muxi did not hesitate to agree. After Chen Mo started this square machine, he had completely trusted Chen Mo. Zeki slowly landed on a barren planet in a battle armor and walked into a small building. There is only one building on the entire planet, and the rest of the world is endlessly ridiculous. Seeing the coldness of the look, sitting in the purple rime of the hall, Zeki's pace slowed down and put the information in his hand on the table. This planet is not the planet where Zun lived. It is the independent planet prisoner of the purple MSI. The purple rime is the prisoner of this planet. Zun lost a small universe this time. The high-level anger of the Zaiwai civilization gave her the highest black hole level punishment, was unloaded, and was locked on the planet, waiting for punishment. "What are you doing?" Zun opened his eyes and looked cold. "I found 2 messages to tell you," Zek said. "Say." The first news was to find one of the 3-eyed civilizations that was robbed. It was confirmed that King Shui was taken away by the captive lowlife, and the other did not have news. Zeki released a video clip, which is the confession video of the business. He said that he didn't know another warrior who snatched the spaceship. He didn't know the identity of the other party. They wanted to know, but they were rejected by the other party, and then separated. We checked the records of nearby galaxies, and there was no trace of another spaceship. Sun looked at the video and fell into thoughts. From the video, this low-level life does not lie, and from the perspective of her observation of the escape of King Shu Ixing, the mysterious warrior is not a low-level life, but a senior life of more than 3 eyes. If the other party does not go to the surrounding galaxies, go to other galaxies at the speed of light, it takes too long, it takes hundreds of days or even years, unless the other teammates meet them to leave. This possibility is very big. What about the second message? When we investigated, there was a special discovery. In the light of the origin of the galaxy to the Ami galaxy, there was a turbulent space, and there was a space scream and a small universe scream. Zetchi put a photo on the light curtain. The photo is a bit fuzzy, but can see the outline. There is a point. In addition to the speed of light, we collected the light and shadow restoration in this space turbulence, and found that there is a spaceship in the space turbulence. I counted the time, and the mysterious warrior escaped from King Shu Ixing. The speed of light arrived. The time of this space turbulence coincides. But in the Ami galaxy, the shadow of this spaceship was not found. What do you mean? When the mysterious warrior went to the Ami galaxy, was he caught in a turbulent stream? Sun looked at the photos, and the look was cold forever. The spatial fluctuation is transmitted by the speed of light. Generally, the spacecraft maintains the speed of light and does not fall into the turbulent flow of space. In the event of a turbulent flow of space, it may be taken to any corner of the universe, not to mention the murderous, but they are more difficult to find someone. There is this possibility, and there are still suspected small universe screams. I guess will they enter the small universe? Guess, because you can't be sure. You can only guess. You will tell Zaiwixing about this. Let Zaiwixing lower the punishment for you, or it will be too late. This is the punishment for losing the small universe. The rules of Zaiwixing. The high level will not break the rules because of your uncertain news. It is stupid to say it. Don't be naive. Sun shook his head and looked indifferent. Black hole punishment. You may die. This is my business. Let's go. After 10 days, I will accept punishment. You are useless here. Can't help me. Purple Rhyme said coldly. Zeki was stagnant and finally sighed and left. Until Zek left, Zun regained his gaze on the photo of the light curtain. Zechi's photo of the turbulent space was too small. Even if they were technologically advanced, the image was still blurred. Only a small spot. But only a small spot. The silhouette is indeed like a spaceship. Chapter 792, Second Generation Virtual Reality Technology Earth. After the extraterrestrial event, under the strong transformation of the Marching Ant Group, the Earth has undergone a comprehensive turbulent dishwashing. The biggest changes are in China and Africa. The city of China, completely sci-fi, has only appeared in the scenes of science fiction movies, all realized in the city of China. The Marching Ant Group opened its hands and applied technology to renovate the basic science of global technology. Unmanned driving, smart city, deformable car, aerial cloud track, holographic scene, etc., all popularized. In the medical field, the special effects of human diseases encountered by human beings have been overcome by Hexing Company. Renovation in the fields of life, medical care, entertainment, science, infrastructure, military, materials, etc. Huaxia official and Marching Ant Group open potential drugs, so that ordinary people can use and begin to comprehensively improve the physical fitness of ordinary people. All humans know that they have a common enemy, an unknown alien. The universe is boundless. If human beings are not united, the final result is to be enslaved or extinct by aliens. As the leader of human science and technology change, the Marching Ant Group has concentrated on the greatest wealth and the most advanced technology in human history, and has become a superstar group. After Chen Mo was arrested, Zhao Minitz's strength was known to all mankind. Zhao Minitz replaced Chen Mo as the backbone of the Marching Ant Group and controlled the supergroup of marching ants. No one objected. Zhao Minitz is crazy and generally develops the army ant group without any consequences, so that all the technology of the Earth is exploding. A large number of space-based weapons and quantum radars are scattered throughout the solar system. At the L4 position of Lagrange point, a super-large space jump port with a diameter of 200 kilometers is rapidly being built. On Mars, super light-speed ships and light-speed spacecraft are under construction, and Venus is being transformed. Everything is preparing for the space to jump into the sea of stars. Zhao Minitz looked at Chen Mo's photo on the table in a daze. She didn't know how many times she saw this photo. She told herself many times that this man is still alive, and she firmly believes that Chen Mo is still alive. Now the Marching Ant Group has become a supergroup, and she has to face the public opinion and the pressure from all sides. If she didn't have a big heart, she didn't know how to stick to it. The universe is too big. She only hopes to hold this home. At least one day they can't find Chen Mo, and Chen Mo can find them when they return. Minitz, are you at the company? When Zhao Minitz was in a daze, the unparalleled holographic projection appeared in the office. Seeing the unparalleled, Zhao Minitz showed a hint of a smile. His eyes became softer, and he did not face the strength of outsiders. What are you doing? Come to the first building. There is something for you to see. Musu said. It is good. Zhao Minitz put Chen Mo's photo in a good position and left the office after finishing it. In the experimental room, wearing a lab robe and wearing goggles, you can see the shadow of Chen Mo. The unparalleled now, although it is the age of the cardamom, has already grown. The young man is slim, and the mother is quiet, and inherits Zhao Minitz's strong character. After Chen Mo's disappearance, he lost his father's care and love, and he has grown a lot. Seeing that Zhao Minitz came in, Wasia led her to the central area of the experimental area. Minitz. This is a new product that I developed in cooperation with the Ink Girl according to the technical information left by my father. In the center of the experimental area, there is a device similar to a game table and chair. There is also a helmet-like device on the chair, similar to the first-generation virtual reality device she released. What equipment? Zhao Minitz asked curiously. This is the second generation of virtual reality devices I developed, and the quantum virtual reality world is fast. Musa has been conducting technical research on virtual reality, and is very interested in the neural conscious connection technology that Chen Mo has left. She has been thinking about developing a quantum virtual reality world. This idea has not been abandoned. Is this device mature? Preliminary maturity can be used normally. Unparalleled. Let Zhao Minitz sit up and experience it. Although she is not old, She is the most authoritative in the study of neuroconsciousness and virtual world. Quantum virtual reality is like a dream world. This device is a bridge that communicates the virtual digital world and human consciousness constructed by quantum computing. Guide human consciousness activities through virtual reality devices. Reproduce the quantum virtual digital space in the human brain. Communicate neural consciousness. Control the changes in the virtual space. Make people feel that they are in a dream, not a real dream, but a creation dreamland. It's very powerful. From the virtual reality device chair, Zhao Minutes' face showed a petite smile. Would you like to give you a press conference? Don't have to develop a cloth meeting, Dad can't see it, it's useless. Unparalleled touch of virtual reality equipment. Thinking of his father, looked him. Now my father doesn't know where in the universe, nor how it is. The universe is too big, there are countless planets. Even if they enter the sea of stars, the probability of finding them is not great, although she is convinced that her father is still alive. Minutes. Do you want my father? Unparalleled look up, seriously watching Zhao Minutes. I don't want to be sure to lie to you. Zhao Minutes bounced his unparalleled head and looked a little sigh. When Dad comes back, let Dad compensate you. Anyway, you like my father. Zhao Minutes smiled and pinched the unparalleled face. Say this, don't you fear your mother licking your ears? Hit your ass? Mom is clearer than me, she is not stupid. I can see how she might not know, just before she trusted her father and trusted Minutes. The universe is so big. After going through so many things, some things are no longer important. Mom is unconditionally handing over all of my father's business to you. She looks better than me. Mother is the smartest person in the family. I don't know if you want to break it, little girl. Zhao Minutes gently licked his unparalleled ear, and, don't mention your father, mention me and come to talk about your equipment. Unspeakable spit tongue, eyes bent into crescents, no mention of this topic. Focus on the equipment. This device is strictly designed for games, but it is not designed for games. What do you mean? Asked Zhao Minutes. I asked Mohan. Now we have popularized armor in the armed team, but the training venue is limited, and the actual combat training is very depleted. Our armor is strong, but it does not really enter the battlefield. We need you can explore the place where the battle armor is fighting. The power of the armored weapon is great. This training place cannot be the Earth. It is also troublesome to train on other planets. Therefore, I want the armed personnel to enter the virtual reality world to train and explore the battle style and skills of the armor. Unparalleled to tell Zhao Minutes all his thoughts. The existence of the armor is indispensable. Whether it is human or animal, this is the main weapon against the aliens. I want to release a competitive battle game for the armor. Let the world's armored enthusiasts enter the game, freely formulate their own armor, let them play the battle armor, we collect their battle data and skills for analysis and learning. Then put all the data collected and analyzed into the artificial intelligence. Let the artificial intelligence learn the combat skills of the armor, and cultivate the artificial intelligence into the battle armor master. At the same time, in the game, continuously optimize and improve the functions required by the armor. We can continuously design in mass production of various types of armored robots. The current nerve response rate in humans is too slow, and even after potential development and training, the reaction speed takes 0.1 second. The personnel of advanced potential drug development also have a reaction capacity of only a few milliseconds. The robot does not have this limitation, and the robot's response speed can reach nanoseconds. As long as the artificial intelligence battle skill database is large enough, the artificial intelligence learning changes enough, its combat power can easily surpass human beings. And the future is the main force against aliens. Zhao Minutes stayed and watched the unparalleled talk. At this moment, she saw the shadow of Chenmo in the unparalleled body, the same self-confidence and cleverness. The unparalleled has grown up, and an inexplicable touch is full of hearts. Minutes, what's wrong? I'm not correct. Unparalleled to see Zhao Minutes' eyes flushed, nervous. No, you are right. but I suddenly think of him. You are as confident and intelligent as your father. Zalminitz touched the unparalleled head and showed a happy smile. How about my idea? Asked the unparalleled. Your thoughts are very good, you can implement them tomorrow, and now you can mass-produce virtual reality devices, so that you can develop a competitive game of armor. It is foreseeable that the idea of unparalleled will greatly accelerate the development of the armor. Now their armor is no opponent, can only explore on their own. Development is a standalone game. If you put the armor into the game, concentrate the wisdom of all mankind to optimize the development of the combat armor function. Let the people in the game become opponents of each other, don't worry about the armor's unlimited destructive power, and constantly strengthen the design of the armor. Combat skills, which are historical developments for the armor. Chapter 793, Super Warrior Building 1 Biological Laboratory. The Ink Woman wore a test gown in it. In the transparent glass box in front, there are several animals, namely rabbits, mice, pigs, monkeys and orangutans, which are used for experiments. The animals in the glass box are no longer animals in the traditional sense. These animals have visible changes to the naked eye. The rabbit's legs look a lot stronger, the white rat's teeth become sharp, and the pig's body flashes with a small arc visible to the naked eye. The orangutan's muscles and body are well developed, like the movie King Kong. The biggest change is monkeys. Red light in the body, under the infrared detection, can see the high temperature of hundreds of degrees Celsius in monkeys. This is the experimental body of superpower technology. Although the above animals have changed, they have one thing in common. They are like crazy in the glass box. Their temper is violent, they lose their senses, and the high temperature makes the monkey's vitality disappear. The superpower technology has not been successful yet, and it is still a semi-finished product, but it has made great progress. This is the technology that Merck gave her, hoping to explore the superpowers of human beings. Some superpowers are found in nature's life. Like electric crafts, they can generate electricity, and sputum is reborn. For animals, this is a special life characteristic of cells, but for humans, this is superpower. For other animals, the powerful wisdom of mankind is superpower. Superpower is relative, and now it is studying the ability to let humans have other life and animals, even those that no other animal has. Now it is the 63rd experiment. Without success, the experimental body loses rational side effects and vitality loss is not solved. Destroy the experiment body. With one instruction, the medicine machine in the glass box was opened and several animals were euthanized. Both monkeys and orangutans are cloned, so don't worry about the amount of experimentation required. The machine cleaned the body of the experimental body, and the ink girl in the lab glanced at it and turned away. Now is the time to work. She wants to bring home with her unparalleled. She can't come to the lab. The network and sensors control the smart machine. It is the same for her, just getting used to it. She is now thinking, she wants to follow the normal person's daily routine, and it used to be the same when she followed Murmur. There are infinite possibilities for a female with a combination of super quantum computing power and human thinking. She can use it to control the operation of the top laboratory of the entire marching ant group, and at the same time preside over the Super Light Speed Space Curvature Spacecraft Project, Space Jump Project, Light Speed Spacecraft Project, Supercapacity Development Technology and Space Exploration Technology, etc. The leader and controller of technology put on sweater jeans and high-heeled boots. The ink girl in the lab where the unparalleled. The current ink girl has a lot of humanity. Like a normal woman, just beautiful to unreal, tall figure and perfect face, attracting attention everywhere. She already has feelings, emotions and thoughts, and she often misses her, but her emotions are the most rational. Xiao Yuji and Zalminitz's sister can sneak when they miss Mercedes, or look at the photos in a daze. She won't, she can't cry, no tears, only sadness and thoughts, but also believe that Meij is still alive. She spends the most time with Chen Mo, and she knows the most about Chen Mo. Ink girl. Just entering the lab, I heard the unparalleled voice of her, and the Ink Girl smiled. Mountain Dew, the second generation of virtual reality equipment can be produced. Minutes promised my ideas and plans. Unparalleled face full of joy, holding a female Ink. Mewtwo did not communicate with the Ink the Machine network. In the eyes of the Unparalleled, the Ink Girl is not a robot, but a member of the family. Some things are used to face-to-face communication. The second generation of virtual reality technology was jointly researched by her and Monu, and she is now the most prosperous in mass production. This is her recognition. Okay, now production, but you have to go home to eat, Ink said. Xiaoyu, Zhao and the Ink Girl sat around the dinner table, and they sat next to each other to tease their younger brother. The Ink Girl didn't have to eat, but she also went to the dinner table. The position next to the small fisherman was always empty. They are used to being empty and have been waiting for Shenmue to come back. Ink Girl, how is the research progress now? Asked Xiaoyu. Every once in a while, Xiao will ask about the Super Lightspeed spacecraft, and I hope to enter Chenxinghai early and look for Shenmue. But I also know that I am not coming. I tested a supercapacity development technology today, and it is still immature. The construction progress of the space jump point is within the expectation. The Super Lightspeed spacecraft is almost finished, and there are about 4 months to test flight. The Lightspeed spacecraft is almost the same time. Ink said several major projects. There is still a big progress in the project, which is the core armor of antimatter energy. There are anti-material energy armor and powerful weapons to win the aliens. At the beginning, the armor of the armor was too weak, so that the aliens could easily take away the murderer, so the Ink Girl was very attached to the development of weapons. Also, the second generation of virtual reality technology developed by Wush Wang is mature, and she has some ideas. Zhao said the unparalleled thoughts, and Xiao, the unparalleled, she has grown up. Xiaoyu is somewhat pleased, just seeing the vacancies around him, cannot help but sigh. Shenmue is not. This family always feels incomplete, lacking too much. I dreamt of him again last night. I dreamt that he brought a few extraterrestrial women back. The women are grotesque, and there are 2 like the green-skinned monks. They don't know how he got his hands. I am mad at me and laughed. Oh. Ha 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 ha. Zhao brain made up the picture and it was falling apart. Wang Hai and Black Hawk are practicing armor battles over Africa. It is hoped that the African continent will be unified, but everyone in the world knows that it is not a secret behind Hito's marching ant group. It is the back garden of the marching ant group, and all resources are supporting the construction and development of the marching ant group. Now the entire marching ant group is armed with armor, and it is almost invincible in the outside world. But they don't think so. They know that the boss is caught, and their armor is not worth mentioning in front of the aliens. They need to be strong, so when they have time, he will explore the use of armor. Wang Hai, Black Hawk, the 2 men in the battle, with the voice of the Ink Girl in the ear, immediately stopped. The unparalleled second-generation virtual reality device has been successfully developed, and some of the equipment will be sent to your base. She has an idea of training armor, can use the second generation of virtual reality equipment to assist training. The virtual world has the new armor I am making. I will plan your thoughts for you. You will set up a team of armor training programs and warfare teams to study how to improve the combat strength and skills of the armor. There is not much time for you. At the latest, within 1 year, we will enter the Sea of Stars to find Mercedes. During this time, you should try to improve the combat effectiveness of the armor. Understand? Wang Hai and the Black Hawk agreed in unison, and the voice was very excited. A vigorous and historic event is taking place on Earth. The first thing is the breakthrough of virtual reality technology and neural consciousness connection technology. The Marching Ant Group announced that it has successfully built a quantum virtual world and successfully developed a second-generation virtual reality technology. When the news came out, the world was shocked. Numerous game enthusiasts have become the reality of the virtual reality world, and the Unparalleled Age has become the top player of virtual reality and neural consciousness connection technology, causing a sensation. Although Wu does not have the versatility of Shenmue in various fields, but in terms of virtual reality technology and neural consciousness connection technology, it is a proud woman. The Tiger father has no dog girl to become a hot word. After Shenmue, Shenhua Shuang became a symbol of another genius. The second thing is the promotion of the first real virtual reality game Super Warrior. The promotion of the Battle League virtual reality competitive game Super Warrior has triggered the carnival of countless Armored enthusiasts and game fans. The dream of the armor that cannot be realized in the real world can be realized in the game. The virtual world that was previously dreamed of has already appeared. Super Warrior has solo battle mode, custom mode, team battle mode and multi-team eat chicken mode, as well as large-scale alien invasion mode and doomsday landing mode, accompanied by the Armored Division segment ranking, God of War list. The maps are air combat, ground warfare, forest, mountain, ocean, space, etc., as well as different weather modes. In addition to the official armor model, you can also use the parts provided by the game to design your own match armor. The intelligent system automatically adapts parameters and optimizes the shape. The game maximizes the reduction of real-world data and conditions. Under the influence of Super Warrior, all colleges with esports courses have begun to study the skills and armor of the game, and the design of the armor, the super game of esports. The league kept up with the first time. The marching ant group sent the armed men armed with armor to the training in the virtual reality world. The military of various countries have ordered virtual reality devices, allowing soldiers to enter the virtual reality world and follow up on the methods and techniques of learning armor. The first truly virtual reality game became an explosion. Armor is the best way for mankind to improve his strength, and the overall performance of the armor is much higher than other weapons. The participation of all mankind has made the armor's tactics and techniques develop madly. This is the purpose of the marching ant group and the unparalleled effect. The idea of unparalleled, providing unlimited benefits for the functional development and design ideas of the later armor, also formed the Earth's own armor culture. At the same time, the emergence of virtual reality technology accelerates the arrival of human beings in the era of super technology. Chapter 794, Microcosm. In the unknown space, Shenmue does not know the changes that have taken place on Earth. Muxi and Chuoshan have limitations in cognition and knowledge, and cannot completely interpret the information left by the Manshan civilization. Shenmue had to learn the words of the Manshan people to interpret the information left by the Manshan civilization. Strong learning ability and memory make it easy for Shenmue to master any language and text. Beginning with the basic books to understand the text of the Manshan people, Shenmue gradually mastered the words and symbols of the Manshan people. Now an action of data interpretation is underway. Navigation log, Manshan ephemeris 435,276 at 45 o'clock on the 45th. The spaceship team number 5267. I am the Manshan Olympus. The next year will be me, Nonshore, Huu, Liang and Siwu 5 duty. Today it was 427 days from the 517th year of the Wild Mountain Star. The migration continued. The speed of the spacecraft was 1/3 of the speed of light, and other tribes were in the dormant compartment. Before 5 o'clock, another spaceship was hit by a cosmic streamstone. The spacecraft had 100,000 people and 2 million frozen fertilized eggs. We only saved 200,000 frozen fertilized eggs and 3,275 ethnic groups. Our mood is very heavy. The migration team is getting smaller and smaller. The spaceship has only 1.38 million people and 10.58 million frozen fertilized eggs. We don't know when we can find the oxygen-rich planet. Navigation log, Manshan ephemeris 435,276 at 187 on the 187th. The spacecraft number 5267. I am the Manshan Olympus. Today the spacecraft has failed. SWU spent 2 hours repaired, restarted. The detector detected a planet that is suspected of being oxygen-rich. We are heading for it. Chen Mo looked at the video of their log. The Manshan civilization preserves the complete civilization technology in this square computer, similar to a cultural heritage. Through data interpretation, Chen Mo has determined that the square machine is called the computer in the Manshan civilization. Chen Mo has successfully mastered the programming technology of the computer by learning the programming logic and rules of the Hanshan civilization and getting the programming logic and rules of the computer. These videos are compatible algorithm programs written by Chen Mo. They are compatible with the existing artificial intelligence and are quickly filtered out. They are all navigation logs of major events. He wants to determine where the space is now, then find the coordinates to get out of here. The ancestors of the Manshan people are very different from the current Hanshan people. The ancestral body and human images of the Manshan people have 4 limbs, which are higher than humans, but the skin is yellow and the eyes are half smaller than humans. Yes. It looks very bad. Now the barbarian is the descendant of the original ancestors of the Wild Mountain civilization and the indigenous combination of the planet. These descendants inherit the advantages of both sides. The body is like the indigenous people of the planet, and the wisdom is like the ancestor. There are too many disasters in this planet, and the conditions are limited, so that they cannot grow the mountain civilization. Suddenly, Chen Mo slowed down the speed, and his eyes stopped on a video. Navigation log, Manshan Ephemeris 435. 276 years 387 days 32 o'clock. Spacecraft number 5267. I am Austria. Austrian, the spacecraft suddenly. Serious bumps, I feel. Feel the body is very painful, the reason is unknown. Around everything is twisting. I feel the internal organs of my body are twisting. The people who sleep in the spacecraft are beginning to wake up. Chen Mo saw a serious bumpy video. The video was intermittent and the interference was great. This imagination reminds him of the time when he encounters the turbulence of space. The spacecraft's instrument detected a strange wave of space. This strange wave is not a gravitational wave. It has never been seen before. Like a space storm, the 2 spaceships behind have lost contact. The bodies of all the tribes are very uncomfortable. 9 many ethnic groups. Strange internal bleeding and tears in the body. We suspect that it is related to spatial fluctuations. Chen Mo just stared at the picture in the video. The video can see the distortion behind the Austrian single, which is similar to what Chen Mo saw on the spacecraft. But this distortion is more serious. Our body is very uncomfortable. I feel so fast. There is a strange scream in the space, like a whistle. It is very harsh. Not the air is spreading, like the space is shaking and screaming. This time, Chen Mo completely determined that Adan encountered the same space turbulence as him. There is an aperture around the spacecraft, like a vortex entrance. The invisible gravitation pulls our spaceship. We can't escape. Do we encounter stray black holes? The voice of Austrian was slowly weak, and finally came to an abrupt end. The picture is fixed and it is impossible to capture the picture mentioned by Olympus. Chen Mo quickly looked at the date and immediately took the spacecraft dice record for that date. Sure enough, a huge aperture appeared on the picture and then continued to zoom in until the spacecraft was swallowed. Chen Mo now has to suspect that he and the ancestors of the Manshan civilization have encountered the same thing and have been drawn into the aperture. After reading the record, Chen Mo continued to return to the navigation log. Navigation log, atomic clock time. Arrogant Star Calendar 435,276 390 at 1400 hours, spacecraft number 5267. I am after the degree. It is regrettable that Odan and Siwu are dead. They failed to survive the disaster. The spaceship died. There are many people. There is also an unfortunate news that our fleet has been completely dispersed. There are only 2 spaceships left in the fleet, only 150,000 people. and 5.34 million frozen fertilized eggs. The space detector sent a very bad news. The marked pulsar was lost. We lost our way in the universe, and unfortunately, the spacecraft failed, and everyone was desperate. Navigation log, atomic clock time, Arrogant Star Calendar 435,276 397 at 17 o'clock. Spacecraft number 5267. After I was, the people in the spacecraft were in desperate mood. The spacecraft was faulty, not repaired. The fault may be with that the unknown disaster is related, but the journey continues. The surviving astronomers on the spacecraft are awakened and are demonstrating where the spacecraft is. Navigation log. I am after the degree. Chihuahua teacher made a very terrible guess based on the distribution of stars and pulsars. The space we are in is not the original universe. Like the alien space, the detector detects the most. The distant galaxies have only 1 trillion light units. This space is very small, the number of stars in the morning is small, and the familiar galaxies are all gone. Different space. As if he was awakened by a dream, Chen Mo was remembered that there are too few stars in this space. The little mother said that it was in the hole. Perhaps the meaning of the alien space. The 1 trillion light units of the Wild Mountain civilization are equivalent to 100 million light years of the Earth after conversion. This is a small space. If you are entering an unknown space, then you are in trouble. Chen Mo feels scalp tingling. Entering the unknown space, and not sure when to leave. If it takes only a few hundred years to leave, the daylily is cold. Next to the cockroach saw Chen Mo staring at the screen, a little nervous, at a loss. Although she knew Chen Mo soon, in her understanding, Chen Mo's personality should not be like this. As doubtful as she is, there is also the extension of the side. Since being rescued by Chen Mo, it has been like Chen Mo's little follower, and Chen Mo's admiration is second only to Grandpa and Muxi. So when I got out of time, I ran to the spaceship and followed Chen Mo to understand these novelties. For the first time, he also saw Chen Mo's state of being confused and overwhelmed. There are some words in the video that he understands, but there are many who don't understand. He only knows what catastrophe his ancestors encountered, and many people died. What? He couldn't help but ask for an exit. We may be in another small, unknown space. Another space. Are we in the small universe? Suddenly thought of something, he asked. There are a lot of things going on, and there is a turbulent flow in that space. I believe that this is a small universe. There is a small universe support behind the God-level civilization, which is known to the entire universe, even if she lives in the King Shui star, which is kept by the 3i civilization. Some information is inevitably flowing in. The small universe is the foundation of the God-level civilization. This is a well-known thing. For a long time, the small universe is the dream of all the top civilizations. If it is acquired by the top civilization, the 8th God-level civilization may be born. Now Chen Mo said that they are in a different space and they have to be shocked. He told Chen Mo all the events in the small universe that he knew. Through this period of understanding, she found that Chen Mo is not only a warrior, but also a very horrible researcher. In just a few days, he mastered the knowledge and writings of the Wild Mountain civilization. It can be seen that Chen Mo's wisdom is so terrible that he needs these information. After listening to the description of the small universe, Chen Mo fell into meditation. Chen Mo knows the existence of the 7 God-level civilizations. Now he is said to be so vocal, and immediately realizes the preciousness of the small universe, which is an absolutely safe base and shelter. With the existence of a small universe, civilization can stand in an invincible position in the cosmic war, so that civilization can continue to flow. But precious is useless. Chen Mo just wants to leave here and return to Earth. I am going to take a break. You don't have to bother me. In the past, Chen Mokao had to learn more about the small universe, to confirm whether it was a small universe, and to find a way to leave it. The Science and Technology Library is his last trump card. Chapter 795. The Ancestral Celebration of the Manshan in the Science and Technology Library. Chen Mo put his hand on the technology ball. With Chen Mo's thoughts, all the books he needed about the small universe and the different space all came to Chen Mo's mind. This is a book on basic theory, not specific data and technology. With the permission of Chen Mo, you can already get all these books. Spherical folding space, the difference between different spaces and parallel universe, the form of the little universe, cosmic chamber, space abyss. Chen Mo has repeatedly acquired dozens of theories and descriptions of different spaces and small universes. Massive knowledge has entered Chen Mo's mind. For the existence of the small universe, Chen Mo also has a clearer concept. The cosmic chamber is a good description. The small universe is a special deformed space caused by the collapse of the space in the super extreme environment of the black hole explosion at the beginning and after the formation of the main universe. It belongs to the spatial content of the main universe. The physical rules are the same as the main universe, but they are not compatible with the main space, forming an independent space. Like a space chamber of the universe, the folded space has no thickness and span, and it can't be seen or touched. Its entrance can be anywhere in the universe. Once the small universe collapses, its space will reintegrate into the main universe. Let the main universe become bigger. The expansion of the universe exceeds the speed of light, and space-folding diastolic and distorted spaces are one of the reasons for integration into the main universe. Looking at the theory of the small universe, Chen Mo basically determined that this space is the so-called small universe, starry sky, pulsars, cosmic radius, etc. All kinds of signs have shown that this space is not the original space. Fortunately, the time of the small universe is the same as the absolute time of the main universe. Chen Mo does not need to worry about the small universe one day, the main universe 1 year. Basically confirming this fact, Chen Mo did not have time to worry and began to find ways to leave the small universe in the technology library. Looking for a long time, Chen Mo got more than 1,000 books, and finally decided to leave the small universe. Cosmic chamber key, space-time vibration frequency and ultra-high energy space-piercing technology. Chen Mo acquired the technique of focusing on opening the space barrier of the small universe. The small universe and the main universe have space to fold, but the two are not completely separated. There is a spatial connection, and the connection point can be any point in the small universe. Using the space-folding vibration technology, when the vibration frequency of time and space is the same, the connection between the small universe and the main universe can be opened, and the size and position of the small universe entrance can be controlled. In the main universe, only when coincident time, when the small universe is similar to the vibration of the main space, the space-time vibration frequency of the small universe can be detected, but the space-time vibration frequency of the small universe can be detected at any time in the small universe. This cosmic chamber can be opened from within the small universe as long as the technology is sufficient. Need to build a door-to-space connection. Chen Mo had to face this reality. Extension has long been waiting outside. See Chen Mo from the lounge, and immediately greeted him. What is it? Chen Mo asked. For the extension. He still likes it. Very clever child. Grandpa asked me to invite you to our ancestral celebration, and the celebration is about to begin. The king? Chen Mo stunned and followed the extension to leave the spaceship. I haven't adapted to the gravity of the wild mountain star, and I can't participate in the celebration, so I can only look at Chen Mo and Chuo leaving the spaceship with envy. She and her mother are kneeling in the spaceship window and watching the celebration party of the Manshan people below. Outside the window, a festive atmosphere. The Manshan people are carrying out sacrificial activities to worship the ancestors of the Manshan people, and more than 300,000 people of the Manzan Mountains are concentrated in the largest open space of the village. This is the Manshan people who specially set up open space for the celebrations. Usually, it is also the main place for the activities of the ethnic people. The ancestral celebration of the Manshan people is the commemoration day of the planet that the ancestors of the ancestors climbed. Once every year, It lasts for more than 700 years. It is the day when the Manshan people celebrate their new life. Extension left Shenmue to explain the origins of the celebration. In the beginning, it was to celebrate the rebirth. This special day passed down and became the most important festival of the Manzan people. The ceremony was over, and as night fell, the bonfire was already burning. 10 piles of fires of more than 10 meters high illuminate the entire village of Manzan. In addition to other large and small bonfires, all kinds of meat are on the grill, and there are various fruit foods next to them. Fluorescent plants spread throughout the village, and the decoration is full of dreams. The villages of the Manshan people are not small, and there are more than 300,000 people, old and young, like the town of the earth. This is the beginning of the ruthless land of the ancestors of the ruins of the mountains. For more than 700 years, it is only such a tribe. It can be seen how harsh the living conditions of the wild mountain stars are. Sir, you want to dance? Do you want to jump? Chuo pointed to the large bonfire pile in the distance and looked excited. No, you go. Perhaps carbon-based life has a belief in flames from genes. The mountain people here also have the habit of dancing around the campfire. There are drums next to them, not monotonous. Shenmue asked him to leave his own past and suddenly saw a figure sitting next to a small campfire and walked over. Don't you dance? Shenmue sat next to Jinj and asked. Jinj gave Shenmue a good impression. He was very vocal, and he looked very cold. He didn't enter, but he really didn't imagine it was difficult to communicate. Not used to it. Jinj quietly looked at the crowd dancing in the distance around the campfire, and occasionally bowed his head and slammed the things in his hand. It was a small black finger-sized bone. I don't know what to engrave. Shenmue grabbed the fruit wine at hand and took a bite. This is a fermented fruit wine of Manshan Star. It tastes sweet and sour, not bad, but not wine. Do you like carving? Play when you are fine. After a while, Jinj handed the bone carving in his hand to Shenmue, and the dagger was also put. Give it to you. Give me. Shenmue surprised Jinj. This stuffy gourd actually sent him something. After receiving the bone carving, it looks like a pendant. Shenmue noticed that there is a similar pendant on Jinj's neck, which is also black and the same material. This is the hardest bone on the black beast. The black beast you killed. Jinj grabbed the fruit wine next to him and took a sip. The tribe likes to wear the strongest beast bones on the body, representing strength. Thank you. Shenmue was not polite, wearing a bone pendant on his neck. The material of the black bones was a bit cold. Is the black beast on your body? Well, 2 years ago. Jinj said faintly. Are you finding a way to leave? Found, but can't leave now. Shenmue shook his head. He needs to build something that can open the door to the small universe, which takes time. What is your world like? It's better than here, but it's more cruel than here. It's hard to describe. Shenmue drank the wine, took the barbecue that Jinj handed over, and looked up at the bonfire pile in front. Another program of celebration has begun between the two. What is this program? Shenmue curiously looked at the crowd. A large group of people began to gather on the setup of the building, all women, and it looks like a girl in the wild mountain, not very old. Chuoshan is making flowers, 2 per person, and the flowers are blue and fluorescent, which looks very unique. Under the stage, a group of young people of the Manshan people looked at each other and looked very excited. Jinj took a look and did not say straight. Extension has already run from the crowd, sitting between Shenmue and Jinj, excited to watch the girl who is constantly leaving the stage with flowers. Mister, there is a big show to start. Very fun. What program? Shenmue looked up and watched the show. Soon, when he saw the girl of the Manshan family sending the flowers in his hands to the young people of the Manshan ethnic group, he understood what was going on. A blind date. Shenmue was happy. This is the King's program, called The Husband, and is also the most popular program for men. The girls who meet the ages in the family can choose their husbands when they celebrate today. They will send the flowers in their hands to look at them. In the hands of men. Then the man handed the flowers to her. The 2 sides admitted. If she did not look at the man, she could not send flowers. Tai was afraid that Chen Mo did not understand and excitedly explained to Chen Mo. Is there two? Do you choose two husbands? Chen Mo asked. No, every girl has only one husband. The girl sends two out. If two men choose her, the two men will go to Wutai to fight one, who wins, and the girl. The extension points away from Wutai, which is not far away. The Manson people compete with nature. The military is advocating here, and fighting is the best solution. It is conceivable that the two men will fight the Wutai in order to compete for a good girl. Every year, men fight for girls and fight in Wutai. It is very intense and is the best looking link. Chuo added another sentence, men can choose multiple girls, up to 5. Hey, why? Chen Mo asked. Because there are fewer men. Chuo said to the crowd, the young men in the family are warriors. They want to enter the forest to hunt and resist the beasts attacking the village. Many soldiers are killed by wild beasts. Therefore, there are more women than men, and the stronger the man, the more popular. So the warriors in the family, during the birthday, like to wear the bones of the beasts they hunted. Chen Mo is clear, two-way choice, excellent genetic inheritance, inferior elimination. However, there is a bad way. This method is to choose a powerful warrior, but it is not a powerful mountain. It may be because of the limitations of the living environment that they need strong ethnic groups, but in this way, fewer and fewer intellectuals have created the loss of the Han Shan civilization, and it has almost broken down. You wear it too, and you want people to choose? Chen Mo pointed at the animal tooth necklace and bracelet. I haven't reached the age yet, I can't pick up flowers. It's just that everyone wears them, and I wear them, said, and the extension was shy. How does Jinj not wear? Chen Mo looked at Jinj. Jinj did not answer, quietly watching the show. Jingo is the strongest warrior in the family. The girl knows him. He wears a black animal bone pendant, which is the most powerful animal bone. Chuo pointed out the bone pendant on Jinji's neck. Wait, if there are a lot of girls coming to Jingo? Chen Moyle got up. After hesitating, he touched Jinji's eyes and spit out his tongue and did not dare to speak. Just finished, Chen Mo saw that a large group of girls had asked for a while around Chuoshan, and then ran over to them, vying for the look of the future, so that Chen Mo was a little gloating. Hey, look, come on. Chuo looked at the girls who ran over and looked surprised. Jingo is a bit stunned. Soon, Chen Mo found himself wrong. My name is N. A girl ran to Chen Mo, put the flower in his hand, and then smiled and greeted him, very bold. Hey! Exclamation mark. Chen Mo's smile stopped short and stiffened on his face. My name is Dinah. The second girl also put a flower in his hand. My name is ... Chapter 796. Gloat. Chen Mo then looked at the girls and ran over them, putting the flowers in his hands on his hands. It has become the focus of the whole audience. Many people of the Manshan people have so many girls giving a man at the same time. The first time they happened to Jing. Soon, the Manshan people recognized Chen Mo as the protagonist. The giant spaceship outside the village is now conspicuous. The village of the Manshan people is not big. There is usually news, and it is a household name. Chen Mo is a visitor from a foreign country. When he came, he killed an adult black beast and rescued the grandson's grandson. These are not secrets in the villages of the Manshan people. They have already known the identity of Chen Mo. The Manshan people are born to worship the strong. Chen Mo naturally let them admire, and the same as the ancestors of the extraterrestrial visitors. During this time in the village, I have been talking about Chen Mo, a stranger from the sky. The girls naturally heard Chen Mo's hunted a black beast and saved the story of the extension. More than 20 girls gave flowers to Chen Mo, and Jingjin Chuodi, who were next to them, just watched quietly and did not react. In their view, this is expected. Until no girl came, Chen Mo was still awkward. Jing saw the appearance of Chen Mo. The cold look changed a little, and the corner of his mouth could not help but pull. Jinji's voice fell in Chen Mo's ear, especially different. With a strong sense of gloating, Chen Mo's face was green. Next to the extension, staring at the flowers in the hands of Chen Mo, a face of worship. Do they admit the wrong person? Is it for you? Chen Mo looked at Jinj, still unbelievable. There are only him, Jinj and Chuo-san, and he seriously doubts whether he will be handed over to Jinj. Jinj ignored him and took care of his barbecue. Sir, there is no mistake. Jingo has not been given flowers for a few years. Ty Lee reminded Chen Mo. That is to him, and finally could not help but laugh. Chen Mo heard gloating from his laughter. Why is he not the strongest fighter? Chen Mo was puzzled. Because Jinj just got into adulthood. He received a lot of flowers from the girls. He refused all the sisters' flowers for 3 consecutive years, and then did not like to talk cold, and later the sisters did not dare to give him. Chuo said that he was careful, and he still pays attention to Jinj from time to time. It was only Jinj who ignored him from beginning to end. Why refused? Chen Mo was surprised to see Jinj. Tai shrugs and said that I don't know. Jinj also ignored his question and apparently did not want to answer. What do I do now? Chen Mo is overwhelmed with more than 20 flowers. Although it is still very lively on the court, many of the people of the Shanshan people whispered to Chen Mo and became a half-focus. Which sister do you like? I will send the flowers back to her. Tuan Li said, up to 5, you see the 2 flowers of Sister and Dinah, both tied with animal bones, indicating that they only chose you. Are awkward. I have a lover. Chen Mo looked at the flowers in his hand and had a headache. This happiness was too late to be caught, and Chen Mo met for the first time. If you know it, don't be gloating, and the result will happen to you. More than a few sisters are fine. Mr. is so strong, he can certainly take care of them. Chen Mo saw that he had lost his pure eyes and lost his battle. It was useless to say to him, can you give me the flowers back to my sisters and let them re-elect? Chen Mo whispered, you send the flowers back to them, just confess them. They will follow you later. Would you like to send them back? It's still not. Chen Mo looked up and saw a group of girls who were secretly watching him in the distance. The scalp was numb, and the scene is a bit awkward. Other young people who were selected by girls began to return flowers to the girls one after another. Only Chen Mo did not move, and Chen Mo was the youngest person who received the most flowers. Nowadays, countless young people are envious and pay attention to Chen Mo's movements. In the event that Chen Mo chooses the girl they are watching, it will be time to fight with Chen Mo. I heard that Chen Mo can kill black beasts. They are definitely not opponents. Chuo-shan has come over, leisurely, with a happy face. Mister, there are so many girls in the family who are in love with you. Which one do you choose? Chen Mo's mouth twitched, which felt like a matchmaker pulling a few girls to stuff him. I have a lover, I can't choose. The extension of the mountain is clear. Sir, when can you leave us? Hey, what do you mean? Chen Moi. Sir, I am not rushing you to go. I want to say that if Mr. can't leave in a short time, or even can't leave here in his life, why not leave behind the ancestors, or pass it on? Explanation. He had to suspect that Chen Mo had fallen into the place like an ancestor and could not leave. If so, Chen Mo would have to live here. Chen Mo can kill the black beast with one stroke, and there is such a strong mechanical technique. If Chen Mo chooses to continue here, the help of their wild mountain family will definitely be great. I can leave, and it won't be too long. Chen Mo cried. If Mr. really likes it, you can take them away. With the ability of the gentleman, raising a few girls should not be a problem. Is the girl not good enough? They are the best girls in the family. The youth in the family can be. I am envious of you. Chuo-shan pointed to the envious eyes around him. There are many men and women in the Manshan ethnic group. This is a long-term environmental choice, so the Manshan people allow polygamy, which is conducive to reproduction. The young people in the family hope to find a few outstanding girls. Now they have chosen Chen Mo. Not because of this. Chen Mo can't explain now. The two sides have different ideas. There have been many alien species I have seen. Chen Mo is no longer an aesthetic on Earth. The worldview is not limited to the same race, but it is impossible for him to marry an unfamiliar person. Some of the young people of the Manshan ethnic group are also because of their feelings, but more of them want to continue to inherit, and Chen Mo is a matter of affection for this kind of thing. And he has a family, although I don't know when I can go back. That's a pity. Chuoshan has some regrets. Chen Mo refused all the flowers, and the Han Shan girl who chose Chen Mo was somewhat lost. But it was only lost. This is the case every year. Unless the two have feelings, other girls, more want to marry the strong, and Chen Mo refused. The time of selection has passed, followed by the time of the collapse. The outstanding girls in the family have become the targets of many young people. The girls send out 2 flowers and are selected by 2 young people at the same time. The 2 young people will fight. At the end of the first phase, there are more than 60 girls who need to compete. Because Chen Mo has collected more than 20 flowers and gave up his choice, the number of people who need to fight this year is much less than before. Like the people of the Manshan ethnic group, Chen Mo looked at them fighting underneath. The living environment is harsh. They have to maintain blood in this way, and increase their ability to survive. This is a helpless compromise. I have to say that the fighting skills of the Manshan people are very good. Here is the jungle environment. They must kill their prey in the fastest way, so the attack is against the weakness, and the shot is clean and neat. There is no extra tricks. This is the fighting skill accumulated in the jungle life for hundreds of years. It is the simplest and most powerful skill. However, the battle between the youths and the Manshan people, the starting hands are measured, not coming to death. For an hour, with the end of the final battle, the election of the grand celebration ended. Chapter 797, Preparing to transform the planet. After the ancestors of the Manshan people, Chen Mo returned to his own business. He is now transforming a neuroconscious translator. He wants to transform the translator into a machine that can be entered into theoretical knowledge so that he can bring the technology in his mind to the fastest speed. Otherwise he can enter it manually, even if he spends months or even half a year. Enter all. He has no time to waste. He can only sharpen the knife first. Now that he has confirmed that the specific location is in the small universe, the next major task is to leave the small universe. Space connection technology is the key to the universe, but opening the space connection requires extra large machinery and ultra-high energy. Now in this space, the industrial base is almost zero. It is almost impossible to create such a machine. So he has to recreate a new technological civilization. However, he has a lucky point. At the time of King Shu Ixing, he made nano-robots, and now he is also on his body, and on the 3I civilization of the speed of light spacecraft, there are nano-printing technology. These techniques are enough for them to reinvent the planet in the shortest possible time. A person creates a world. It may have been a bit difficult in the past, but for Chen Mo, there won't be much problems. The technology and knowledge stored in his mind is enough for him to do anything, provided that he can quickly take out the technology, otherwise he will not be able to leave the small universe and return to Earth until his life is exhausted. After a long time, Chen Mo stopped and carefully checked the instruments in his hand. The conscious translator has also done it on Earth. There are parts printers on the 3I civilization speed ship. He can easily print the parts he needs, so it is not too difficult to make. Ink Girl, try the translator now. Chen Mo put on the conscious translator that was just completed. The connection is successful. The voice of the Ink Girl sounded. Chen Mo will adjust the background of the connection, check the parameters, and then close it after confirming that it is correct. Now began to enter the theory of extraction technology for dark matter and antimatter. After you learn it, you will digest the specific technology and then start designing the extraction mechanism for dark matter and antimatter. Entering the spacecraft's screen began to flow, and countless characters jumped on the screen. Dark matter and antimatter are the main substances and energy sources of space mechanical materials. To leave the small universe, these 2 substances are necessary and are the 2 substances that are needed now. About an hour, Chen Mokai stopped. All the required technologies have been recorded into the computer, and many things can be solved by Momai number 2. Mergo, What else is there to do next? Asked the ink girl in the screen. You design the prototype of the city of the planet, and at the same time design the required industrial basic machines and prepare for the transformation of the planet. Shenmue told the ink woman number 2 to do these things. Okay, Merle. Ink responded. As a super artificial intelligence, it digests all the technical materials in the 3i Civilization Lightspeed spacecraft, and has the technical information given by Shenmue. The design of many things is not too difficult for the ink female number 2. With superlight quantum computer blessing under super artificial intelligence, the calculation of these techniques is very fast. Have something to eat. Seeing Shenmue out of the lab, he has been greeted by the boring ambiguity. The little mother beast on her shoulder saw Shenmue, immediately jumped on him, and felt at Shenmue's number of times, only to be satisfied, just blaming Shenmue for research and ignore him. There are no people talking in the spaceship. She can only speak to the little mother, and needs to adapt to the gravity of the wild mountain planet in order to go out. The people of the Manshan ethnic group have sent food in, but she and others are not familiar with it. I don't know how to chat, so in addition to playing games, Shenmue is waiting for the lab. Gravity adapts very fast. Shenmue felt the gravity of the spacecraft. It has reached 3 grams. The mountain star has 5 grams gravity. In order to get out of the spaceship early, it is enough to fight. Seems to be praised. Nodded with a smile. What are you going to do next? Repair the Lightspeed engine. Shenmue took a piece of meat in his mouth and threw it to the little mother beast, holding it and pinching the soft butt. The little mother beast's fat little is very fun to play, although the little mother will lick her every time, but it is fun. East, as usual, with a javelin, shuttled between the jungle. The jungle is full of danger, and countless soldiers in the family will die here, but he has to come in and hunt. This is the first time they came out to hunt after the king. 2 or 3 people come together is the best small combination, in case of any problems, but also care, and when encountering larger or quick-moving prey, there are more ways and means of hunting. It's Bruce who came with him. Bruce is younger but the experience is not low. Children from the family, starting from the age of 12, can slowly enter the forest and accumulate hunting experience under the leadership of adults. Bruce is now 22 years old and is already a veteran. They have been working together for a long time. Before, Bruce's father was also there, and the 3 formed a group. Later, Bruce's father was bitten by poisonous insects in the forest. He was poisoned and died. It was Bruce and he came over. During the King Dynasty, Bruce chose a girl to marry, and the mother and the family were there. His burden was heavier, so he went out to hunt. Every time I come to the jungle, there is more or less harvest. In this area, they have come many times, and there are some beasts that are not too threatening. They can be easily hunted, and large hunting beasts rarely appear here. Their warriors in the tribe have more or less fixed hunting places. Unless they encounter a very large beast, the soldiers in the group will gather together to hunt together. What is the situation today? How can you not see the chauffeur? Looking at the footprints on the ground, I found no traces. This area is the area where the horned antelope is often infested, and the traps they install are intact. The horned antelope feeds on the leaves and flowers of the forest, but it is very alert in the forest, and it is very fast. Many times it needs to be ambushed to hunt. East, there is a situation. Come over soon. Suddenly, the back of Bruce stopped and greeted the East. Hearing the serious voice of Bruce, the East sneaked down and quickly swept to him. The whole process was very familiar, and there was no loud sound and no broken branches. Usually in the forest, the hornbill's hearing is very sensitive. A little moving and a little bigger, it will run away. This is their experience of hunting for so long. Hornbucks, so they also practiced their skills. Looking through the grass opened by Bruce, the East spirit was shocked. A chauffeur fell in a pool of blood and was already dead. Seeing this scene, both of them became cautious and slowly approached the body of the horned antelope. There was no trap installed in this position. This indicates that there is a hunting beast nearby. A hunting beast that can hunt a Shifa must be a large hunting beast. In the mountain forest, any kind of hunting beast is very dangerous. Both of them are paying attention to the presence of special claw marks and footprints on the ground, and they can use this to judge what the hunting beast is. What? Bruce, who looked at the corpse, suddenly screamed. This voice shocked the East of the Wind and turned to look at the body on the ground. The pupil of the East shrank and looked with fear and shock. Chapter 798, 31 Years of Spiders. In the village of the Manshan people, a large group of wild people surrounded the cave where the patriarch was located. Everyone looked very cautious and the atmosphere in the air was very tense. On the ground is the body of a sable. The brain and abdomen are wide open, and the brain and internal organs are empty and look very strange. This is the horned antelope that Dong Blur brought back from the mountain forest. It was sent to Chuoshan here for the first time. They have appeared again. Chuoshan looked the most dignified, staring at the sacred corpse on the ground. Let the people prepare. Immediately move away from here, and prepare now. The fear in the voice of Chuoshan is lingering. The patriarch, "Why do you want to migrate?" asked an unknown young man who was unclear. 31 years ago, the spider appeared. Chuoshan cautiously said a name. This name is the fear and shadow of the Manshan people. The age of the field is a little longer. I have heard of this name. It is extremely shocking, and even some fear. 31 years of spiders. The young Manshan people heard the name, still do not understand. You are still young. Have never heard of it. 31 years of spiders are a kind of dormant hunting beasts. They sleep for 31 years, wake up every 31 years, and wake up on a large scale. They after hunting the prey, the body's acid will melt the brain and internal organs of the prey, and then suck. Some young mountain people on the field couldn't help but retching a few times, thinking that the picture was a bit scary. Do you know why our barbarians have been here for 700 years, or is it only 300,000 people? Chuoshan still couldn't help but open the heavy history of the Manshan people. The ancestors lived on the planet and combined with the indigenous people. In the following 100 years, the size of the Manzan people once reached 4 million people. The ancestors established a large-scale mountain town. When the ethnic civilization can be passed down slowly, a terrible thing appears, that is, 31 years of spiders. 600 years ago, 31 years ago, the spiders attacked our ethnic group for the first time. The disaster caused 3 million deaths and the ancestors chose to migrate. Losing the blessing of the original town, the population on the way to migration is getting less and less, which is the first large-scale loss of the Manshan civilization. Later, the second habitat was found, and the population gradually increased. After 217 years, the number of habitats reached more than 8 million. Near the habitat, there was another large-scale 31-year-old spider. The people were slaughtered. The population has dropped sharply to 1.5 million. After the disaster, the remaining ethnic groups were divided into 5 parts and migrated in different directions, which was the second large-scale loss of the Manshan civilization. Later, our branch group encountered another 31-year-old spider, and the ancestors combined the books to record and finally found the characteristics of this species. Sleep for 31 years, then in a season of moderate temperature, wake up on a large scale, kill enough food. They will mate, then grow wings, disappear overnight, fly to the bottom of a river. In this land sleep. Their offspring slowly developed in the belly of the female spider, until 31 years later, they broke out of the egg, feed on the body of the female spider, and even eat other twins to grow rapidly, and finally leave the bottom of the water to hunt for food. The beast, the brain and internal organs are their food. As the top of the mountain said, the voice was a little trembling. Every 31 years, the emergence of a spider is the arrival of a catastrophe. He did not know how the branch communities that migrated to other places ended up, but this group of people, after suffering disasters more than 300 years ago, later migrated several times because of other disasters. When they left the original place and settled in this land because of a drought, the population was only tens of thousands of people. Now it has grown to a scale of 300,000. Blade spider. Can't you kill them all? Asked Tuan curious. Difficult, they are very dangerous, the number is huge, the blade is very poisonous, it is stabbed in it, it will die if it takes too long, and it will be large, once, and life will disappear. Until they are full, they will not eat again. Something. Chuoshan sighed. Oh, the words of Chuoshan just fell. The horn of the tower in the village sounded, and the people of the mountain were all discolored. The tower in the village is to prevent the tower of the large beast attack. This horn sounds, which means the village is in a state of emergency. The patriarch, the 31-year-old spider on the left side of the village, is coming in our direction. A wild mountain rushed over and stopped in front of Chuoshan, with a voice of fear. Chuoshan's hands and feet were cold and coming too fast. Immediately let the people in the family leave behind the village and extend to inform the gentleman. Chen Mo is commanding the robot to repair the light-speed engine. The radar of the spacecraft suddenly alarms. He knows that there is an invasion. He just left the spacecraft and the extension has already arrived outside the spacecraft. What's the matter? Chen Mo looked at the anxious extension. Grandpa said that the emergence of the blade spider in 31 years, Chuo said with a panting. 31 years of spiders? What? A very dangerous beast. Chuo said anxiously. Grandpa lets you leave soon, the village is dangerous, and the tribes are fleeing. Chen Moi, what danger can the planet have against him? However, it may be dangerous for the Manzan people. You go inside the spaceship first, I will go see it. Mister, it's really dangerous. Can't go. Extension left anxiously pulling Chen Mo. Forgot I will fly? It is still very powerful, Chen Mo said. Seeing the armor covered by Chen Mo, Chuo suddenly remembered the scene when he first saw Chen Mo, and finally released Chen Mo. You go to the spaceship to hide. Inside is safe. Chen Mo let the extension into the spaceship. The battle armor floated up, flew to the left of the village where the radar prompted a large red dot. Countless monsters are coming out of the forest and approaching the village. This is the extension of the 31-year-old spider, a kind of alien. 31 years ago, the spider looks like a spider, and it is a bit like an octopus, but the legs are not soft. The 6 long-legged limbs are more than 1 meter high. The ruler is serrated with a black cluster. The claws are the origin of their names. In the head of the bucket, the 4 eyes are cold and bloody, and the mouth is short. The soldiers in the village are resisting the approach of the blade spiders. Ginge is also in the escort, while the villagers behind are fleeing quickly toward the back hills. The scene is a bit confusing. The people in the village are braving the escape and resisting the blade of the 31-year-old spider, and have not noticed the arrival of Chen Mo. Chen Mo's height rose again. This height can be seen. The distant spider blade is emerging from the big lake not far from the village, and extends to the forest near the village. And not only in this direction, but also in other directions in the Great Lakes. But by the screaming of the blade spiders, many blade spiders are coming in the direction of the village, with hundreds of thousands. Do you have a nest? Chen Mo stared at the distant lake and glanced. At this distance, an atomic bomb is thrown, and the whole village will be destroyed? But the bombs and the powerful explosives, which are too small, are not, and they may not be able to kill these aliens. They can only use other methods. The patriarch, let the soldiers in the family go back to the village, and give it to me. Chen Mokao shouted under the mountain. Do you have a way? Chuoshan only noticed Chen Mo in the air and looked very happy. He knew that Chen Mo's machinery was very powerful. If Chen Mo had a way, he would definitely help them solve this problem. Maybe the Shanshan people are no longer afraid of the 31-year-old spider threat. It's a very simple matter, Chen Mo said. During this period of contact, Chen Mo's impression of the alien race of the Manshan ethnic group was good. Although it was militant, it was very simple and friendly. At least it was not because Chen Mo was an outsider. but he was also very enthusiastic. You guard the village and prevent the entry of the order into the village. Is there really a way? Chuoshan was hesitant. Well, it's a simple matter to do as I said. It is good. Chuoshan promised that Chen Mo is a stranger, with incredible spaceships and machinery, like God. He chose to believe Chen Mo. Chen Mo took out a small thumb-sized container with a little grey powder from the armor. It has started. Chen Mo opened the small container and dropped it directly. A very simple matter. Grey powder is a nanorobot. For this planet, this is a dimensional reduction blow. Chuoshan and Jinj and others did not expect that Chen Mo just lost a small thing, and at the same time, the small container fell to the ground, and there was no movement. So the barbarian warriors who saw this scene were all a glimpse, and did not understand what Chen Mo was doing. Diligence to interest. After the break, there is still no movement. 31 years ago, the spiders are climbing up the fence of their village. This is their last line of defense. If they enter the village, the massacre will begin. Not everyone in the family is so strong. Old and weak women are under these monsters. There is no possibility of surviving at all. Sir, this is not a joke. Chuoshan is already in a hurry. Chen Mo used the laser to sweep the spider that climbed the fence, and said faintly, "Begin." Chapter 799. The followers of the Manshan. A group of grey matter rises from the ground and spreads rapidly. The grass is like a piece of paper swallowed by grey flames. The bright colors are disappearing rapidly, and the area of grey is increasing. Not long after, the 31-year-old spiders who were infected with nanorobots made strange noises, lost their original speed, and struggled on the ground. For 31 years, a corroded wound appeared and slowly expanded. The scale of nanorobots is rapidly expanding, wrapping the 31-year-old spiders struggling on the ground. Not long after, the 31-year-old spiders wrapped in nanorobots disappeared, and there were no more wills. The picture is very impactful. The growth of nanobots has not stopped, and it is spreading over the other 31 years. A minute later, the nanorobots fog group has reached hundreds of cubic meters, and the air is like a grey dust group floating in the air, which is spreading wildly elsewhere. In the past, 31 years ago, the spiders were in painful struggles and finally disappeared completely. The blade spiders who had been attacking the village of Manshan in an orderly manner, lost their sense of proportion in the moment of the agitation of the nanorobot. With the madness of the scale of nanorobots, a barrier has been formed in front of the village. All the 31-year-old spiders who want to cross this barrier near the village of Manshan are struggling wildly, then die in struggle, and finally disappeared. Not long after, the nanorobot reached a scale of tens of thousands of cubic meters. In the village of Manshan, Chuoshan and a group of soldiers looked at the scene of horror in front of them, and their feelings were shocked. Everything they see is completely beyond what they can recognize. Only the legendary has this means. At the beginning, I was worried that Chen Mo could help them to withstand the disaster of the 31-year-old spider. The incredible scene in front of them allowed them to eliminate all their worries. The patriarch, Mr. Mo, is the of heaven? A barbarian warrior looked up at Chen Mo in the air and looked up. I do not know either. It was unbelievable that Chuoshan had returned to God. He had seen the machinery. He had heard of the spacecraft, and the ancestors recorded it. But this horrible scene, he saw for the first time, is completely miraculous. He does not even know what black fog is. What is the use? The replication growth of nanorobots is terrifying. Now it has spread all over the open space, and there is no life left. 31 years ago, the spider did not know the fear. It was like a moth that was burning fire. It was constantly rushing into the nanorobots that protected the village of Manshan, and then was swallowed up. Oh, not long after, the nanorobot suddenly exploded and was divided into a number of shares, spreading in all directions toward the mountain forest. Wherever it goes, the trees are eroded away, leaving a long trajectory and a growing nanorobot. One-sided slaughter. 31 years before the spider in front of the nanorobot, there is no resistance. This is the strike down. The escape of the Manzan people has stopped. Soon, The tribes have heard that Chen Mo has blocked the news of the 31-year-old spider. More and more people have received news, stop fleeing and return to the village, and continue to gather in the east of the village. Everyone was shocked by the sights in front of them. The forest had disappeared, the trees were all gone, even the fallen leaves on the ground, leaving nothing, leaving them with only a bare open space, and nano-robots flying in the air like mosquitoes. Mr. Mo is so powerful. Mr. Mo must be the of the ancestors sent to save us. The eyes of countless worships cast into the high-altitude Chen Mo, full of enthusiasm. In the spaceship, the screen also played a scene in which the blade spider was slaughtered for 31 years. At this time, there was only fanaticism and worship. He knows that Mr. is very powerful, but he did not expect such a horror. Chen Mo floated in the air, quietly watching the expansion of nanorobots. It is not a rare thing to solve the disaster of the blade spider for 31 years. This is only for him to eliminate a pest, and if it is not because the Manzan is here, he only needs an atomic bomb or a hydrogen bomb. Get these monsters. The slaughter of nanorobots continues. 1,000 square meters, 2,000 square meters, 5,000 square meters. 1 square kilometer. The dense fog is exponentially increasing, and all the places of contact become dead. The trees and grasses are all eaten by the nanorobots. The slaughter lasted for an hour. The fog of the nanorobot was lined up on the edge of the village of Manshan. It stretched for 10 kilometers in the east, and there was no life. The Great Lake's nest that thrived for 31 years was surrounded by nanorobots. The monsters coming out of the lake are swallowed up in an instant. Witnessing the whole process of Chuoshan, the shock of my heart cannot be dispersed for a long time. This horrible destruction is chilling. The process of killing the fog does not feel a trace of temperature. There is no emotion. All the lives of the forest are invisible in the face of this fog. And there is no blood even. Life is worthless at this moment. This kind of fog is more cold than the blade spider. If this happens to them, the consequences are unimaginable. At this moment, he realized how terrible Chen Mo was wearing a warrior and his character was peaceful. At the same time, it was fortunate that Chen Mo's existence saved their people from the murder of the tribe. Otherwise the monsters entered their village and their entire village will be slaughtered. The Great Lakes, which were bred for 31 years, were filled up, no more spiders appeared, and a disaster, such an understatement, was quelled. I thought that the Manshan people would be devastated by the genocide, but they did not expect this scene. Taniu Manshan, recalling the ancestors and tribes who were slaughtered by the 31-year-old blade spider, Tao Un couldn't help but see the red. If it weren't for the disaster of the 31-year-old spider, they wouldn't have fallen into this position. Now 31 years ago, the spiders are easily slaughtered. If they can solve this problem completely, they will have the hope of living on this planet with peace of mind. Sir, please accept me. Seeing that Chen Mo fell, Chuoshan put his fists on the top of his head and closed his eyes to Chen Mo. This is the highest ritual of the Manzan people. Only the most respected people in the family have always been honored with this noble etiquette. This embarrassment represents the highest respect of the Manzan people and represents the object of the unconventional guardianship of the Manzan people. Not only is Chuoshan, but other mountain people on the field have done the same actions as Chuoshan, and they have bowed to Chen Mo. Surviving on this planet, 31 years of spiders are the most threatening life. The environment here is bad. Chen Mo this time, is undoubtedly to save them and their families. Hands over the effort. Chen Mokao returned to the mountain and whispered, I just have something to discuss with the patriarch. Sir, you want us to do anything, we will not refuse. Chuoshan looks serious. I want to transform this planet. Do you want to change the way of life? A civilized way of life, just like your ancestors. Chen Mo said. Is it really okay? Chuoshan looked shocked and asked excitedly. It's not difficult. Sir, I said on behalf of all the people of the Manshan ethnic group, I am willing to follow Mr. Chuoshan was excited and witnessed Chen Mo's means. He knew that this was an opportunity for his people. Chen Mo did not expect that Qiuoshan would directly choose to follow him, but he did not refuse. That's it now. Chapter 800. The bad guys come from me. Ink Girl, according to the design of the planet city, began to transform the wild mountain star. Chen Mo gave the spacecraft Super Artificial Intelligence command. Use an antimaterial energy core as the city's energy. As Chen Mo's instructions went on, it stretched for dozens of kilometers of fog and began to gather toward the energy core. The thickness of the nano-robots gathered on the ground is getting larger and larger, and the nano-robots stretching for 10 kilometers are once again expanded, and the squares are dozens of kilometers long. They are quickly enveloped and eroded by nano-robots. A mountain is under the corrosion of nano-robots. In less than 20 minutes, the entire mountain disappears. In the last hour, I also suffered from the crisis of the genocide. The next hour was gone, and the people of the Manshan ethnic group had not recovered from the killings that had just been shocked. The incredible scenes in front of them made them completely forget to think. In the world they know, only the tools of the sword and the arrow, as well as the machinery and spacecraft owned by the ancestors of the mountains, have never seen this kind of power beyond the cognition. Only the gods in fantasy. Mr. is a man of God. Extension has already come out of the spaceship, watching Chen Mo's eyes, with endless heat. Jinj, who has been cold and cold, has a curious look at this time, and he is staring at the changes in front of him. Other ethnic groups of the Manshan people are all respectful, admired, shocked and incredible. It has been completely convinced by Chen Mo's means. Where Chen Mo's vision passes, except for the villages of the Manshan people, the others are all nano-robots, like a mobile nano-robot ocean. And the village of the Manzan is in the ocean center of nano-robots. This kind of technology to transform the world, Chen Mo only tried on Mars, and now used again in the wild mountain star, like hundreds of millions of nano-robots stacked in Lego City. A large building began to rise, and the foundations of all buildings were connected. Roads, tracks, machinery, factories, vehicles, schools, research institutes, energy core power stations, and residential areas. The people of Qiuoshan and Manshan people stood in the same place, watching the scene of this dream happen, like a song in the ear, and tears in their eyes. Terrible construction speed, this is the power to move mountains and reclamation. Chen Mo himself was the first to see the power of large-scale nano-robots at close range. Previously, nano-robots were built on Mars. He could only watch them through the camera, or when they were tested in the laboratory. This close-up shock is very real. But Chen Mo is very clear-headed. This kind of great power is nothing to be said about high-level civilization, compared with the terrible-scale artificial planet of origin city. His achievements in building a city are not worth mentioning. Now let them expand themselves. You and the tribes can choose their own homes. They don't have to rent caves and wooden houses in the future. Chen Mo pointed to the residential area that had been built. Those things won't hurt us? Qiuoshan questioned. He saw the fog growing from a little bit to a process of stretching for thousands of kilometers. The vegetation and the terrible blade spiders were all swallowed up, and there was no leaf or a drop of blood left. He still doesn't dare to think about the things that make up the fog. Nothing. These nano-robots that form buildings have self-destructed, and the structure solidifies death. And this will be the case in the future, will not move, and will not increase. Chen Mo said, it's just the beginning now. To leave the small universe, space technology is indispensable. And Chen Mo knows that it is impossible to leave here immediately. It is now necessary to establish space-piercing techniques as the key to the universe's secret room before leaving the small universe. Moreover, the superlight-speed space curvature spacecraft must also be built, because when leaving the small universe, Chen Mo is not sure where he will be in the universe. And then he will have a super-light-speed space curvature spacecraft to return to the Earth quickly. For some time to come, Chen Mo must develop the required technology within the small universe. Earth Building Number 1. Biological laboratory. The biological experiments here are running at the fastest speed. In the laboratory, 10 kinds of animals are contained in 10 glass boxes. Super-developed animals: a long-winged pig, a red-lighted monkey under the skin, a bodybuilding orangutan, a cat with an electro-optic eye, a rabbit with a hind leg, and a small shark with a bare body. A stone-like turtle. Every kind of life is different from the original life. If outsiders are here, they will certainly feel incredible about these lives. However, the instrument detects that the life and vital signs in the glass box are intact. There is no obvious difference, and the life characteristics are much stronger than the previous ones. Superpower life. The laboratory door was opened, and the Ink Girl led Xiaoyu and Zhao Minutes into the laboratory and stopped outside the laboratory isolated glass window. Experimental samples that have just been harvested. Their signs are intact, their selectivity is dozens of times stronger than before, and some genes are changed. The new gene synthesis of superpower substances is the source of their physical strength and superpower. Ink Women introduced Xiaoyu and Zhao Minutes to the progress of the experiment. Superpower technology is one of the most important technologies left by Chen Mo. Now Xiaoyu and Zhao Minutes are in charge of the entire marching ant group. The Ink Girl will continue to experiment with the permission of the two. After all, the experiment is very important. Accurately, their lives have evolved, whether they are cells, body and wisdom, better than the original, like the superpower mutants in science fiction movies, said the Ink Girl. This kind of supercapacity medicine, after drinking it, will the body produce some changes? Xiao carefully looked at the animals in the laboratory and looked at the medicine in the glass refrigerator. Not all meetings, in theory, only a part of the appearance of the shape of the change, is based on the ability to distinguish. For example, the pig with wings, the shape changes significantly, but this cat, it is the original form. Cat gets raw the ability of electricity. This ability has nothing to do with the shape, so it will not change. In theory, people are the same, but they are not sure whether they can control their own changes and restore their normal shape. Ink said. Is that success now? Zhao Minutes asked urgently. Their vital signs are complete, and the supercapacity development technology is initially successful, but it has not been tested on the human body. This technology, the human body experiment, there are too many things to consider. The Ink Girl answered truthfully. The next phase will continue to explore, so that the superpower development technology does not change the shape of the organism, or it can be controlled by the organism. But the second phase is used on the human body, and human trials are needed to determine the continuous improvement of the effect. A little trouble. Superpower technology is used on the human body. At present, humans on Earth cannot accept this practice. If there is a variation in the shape of the body, it will definitely lead to panic. This is the technology that Muj asked for research and development. Now that Muj is not there, how to deal with these technologies? Is it to continue research or to seal up? Asked the Ink Girl. Xiaoyu and Zhao Minutes looked at each other and knew each other's thoughts. In the future, the era of the universe, aliens exist, many things are no longer important. Continue the second phase of research. Volunteers, I will let Wang Hai find them. He said before that the universe has no moral standards. This is his research. The bad guys will come from me. Zhao Minutes looks indifferent. Without development, there is no need for cost. Chen Mo is absent. The nickname of this price is borne by her. Human beings must develop rapidly. Otherwise, in the cosmic era, only destruction will occur. What about Xiaoyuji? The Ink Girl looked at Xiaoyu sighed and pulled Zhao Minutes' hand tightly. She didn't know that Zhao Minutes was carrying these things for her. Listen to Zhao Minutes' sister. Chapter 801, Soldier Ant System. Konglong's energy shield blocks laser radiation from a distance, quickly changing position and approaching the source of the laser. Now in the personal rankings of the Ares list, his luck is not very good, matching Wu Danfeng, the first point in the God of War list, the game id, Feng Yan. He knows that only when he is close to the other side will he have a chance to win this game. The Marching Ant Group virtual reality game equipment has been out for 3 months. The price is not expensive, and the esports fans who like the game can afford it. The emergence of Super Warrior has triggered a revolution in the game world. This game, no plugins, no privilege, equal game conditions and environment, coupled with advanced technology, let the masters of each other appear. At the same time, there are various armor configurations and armor style genres. The God of War list, which represents the highest personal honor in the field of competition, has become the object of national competition. Wu Danfeng was the first group of professional teams to stand out from the crowd. He began to be unremarkable in a small professional team. After the Super Warrior came out, he sang all the way and finally reached the top of the God of War, becoming the new of the game industry. Wu Danfeng has created a line of close combat genre, energy shield, close combat weapons, flexible walking style, combined with the traditional fighting skills. When this genre appears, it is referenced by various players. Wu Danfeng was also signed by hundreds of millions of contracts and was signed to the top Dynasty Club in China. In the first virtual reality Super League, Wu Danfeng reached the top with his personal ability and led the team to win the championship in the team and eventually became the game field the new top god. Unlike Wu Danfeng, Kung Long is not a professional player in esports, but a retired fighting boxer who is boring to contact the game. It's only a month since I contacted Super Warrior, and this month, I'm completely hooked on this game. The blood of the battle armor is very exciting, and only this kind of game can be called a game. During this time, he has been groping from a game novice to the top of the current rankings, and the speed is so fast that he is incredible. I came up to the game today and just matched 2 personal rankings. The result matched Wu Danfeng. I have to say that the strength of the other side is really strong, giving him a lot of pressure. However, Kung Long did not have pressure because the other party was Wu Danfeng. He lost nothing. If he won, he would become famous. He also wanted to try. How strong is the strength of the top god? Kung Long is using the armor template provided by the Marching Ant Group to debug the design of the armor according to his own ideas. Although he does not understand the armor, he only needs to configure the armor function. Other data. The game system will automatically help him adapt. He does not ask for a fight, just to experience the way he likes to fight. The current environment is space. It is a battlefield where the game is randomly matched. This unobtrusive battlefield has high requirements for melee, and the requirements for individuals are not low. The brain will feel weightless, but Kung Long is not nervous. His style is a bit close to Wu Danfeng, so he studied the fighting style of Wu Danfeng. Many traditional fighting techniques, combined with the application of the battle armor, he learned the style of Wu Danfeng and will rise so fast. But he does not cite Wu Danfeng's style in its entirety. He has his own unique things. The battle between the two has reached a stage of arduousness, because Wu Danfeng is a professional esports god, is broadcasting live. Countless fans of Wu Danfeng, and coaches of top esports clubs, are paying attention to this game. The fighting styles of Kung Long and Wu Danfeng are very close to each other, and they are very ornamental, so that the people watching can feel the blood. In this kind of battle, there was a mistake, and the two sides could solve the opponent within less than 1 second, so the response to the division was particularly demanding. Wu Danfeng's attack was blocked by his energy shield. Which big dragon player is this trumpet player? I haven't heard of it. I am afraid that in the future, this is the enemy of Wu Danfeng. His armor is very special. He is equipped with the armor that suits his fighting style. His energy shield is very powerful, and it can easily block ultra-high energy laser weapons and arcs. This is a classic feature of melee armor. It blocks the other's energy weapons and then closes. They have both learned fighting and many classic fighting techniques have been used. Wu Danfeng is releasing water. Wu Danfeng is attacking wildly, always paying attention to finding the weakness of the other side. As the number one in the temporary points, if you lose to a nameless person, the impact on him is not small. In addition to playing games, he also likes fighting and shooting. He is an amateur boxer. After the emergence of virtual reality games, he quickly finds the match between the game and reality, so he will be from the unknown esports player, quickly promoted to the level of the players of the great god, and create a route of close combat. Later, he joined the Dynasty Club, and there were professional coaches who arranged the suits suitable for him according to his fighting style. He also trained in professional fighting training, and the strength was even higher. So when everyone was still groping for the battle of war, he took the lead. Obviously, this unknown player has also found a match between the game and reality, and is also a proficient fighter. The fighting style is similar. They are quite two boxing players wearing gloves. It's just that there are no rules on the court. The other party gave him a lot of pressure. He wanted to open the distance and look for a breakthrough, but he was stuck by Kong Long drops. The armor gave an alarm without warning, and Wu Danfing's face changed greatly. Warning, the armor is broken. Warning, the armor is broken. How can the armor break? Obviously not attacked. Finished. Wu Danfing only felt that the armor lost control, and finally he was black, waking up from the seat of the virtual reality device. Not only Wu Danfing, but even the coaches who watched the confrontation were also awkward. They clearly did not fall into the wind, and they were not attacked to the deadly point. Why did they lose? What happened? How did you suddenly lose? We don't understand. Let's take a look at video playback. Is the other party open? The artificial intelligence monitoring of the marching ant group is impossible to hang. Not only the Dynasty Club, but all the people watching the battle did not understand why Wu Danfing lost the game inexplicably. On the internet and in the official forum, it was a moment of arguing, and they were all looking for the reason why Wu Danfing was inexplicably defeated. Open or system bugs, waiting for the official answer. Not long after, the answer appeared. A corrosive liquid that corrodes the armor material, causing damage to the armor. It is a very special way of fighting. The battle can still be played like this. After the data was obtained, Wang Hai and Zhu He were very surprised, which means that this is a brand new warfare technique. In the cold weapon era with a knife and gun, someone replied to you, "This genre style is very interesting. At least this is a method that can effectively damage the armor material after the development of the energy weapon." The energy weapon is no longer the only weapon for the melee. Now develop relevant plans to assess the feasibility of using various pharmacy and combat armor, apply to the headquarters, increase the type of similar pharmacy weapon configuration, and provide it to gamers. Wang Hai said. Now the design and method of warfare are in the hottest stage of exploration. Many methods of combat, including far offensive, melee flow, assassin flow, and defensive flow, are all explored in this way. In the virtual reality game world, they regularly select the feasible concept weapon design ideas to give players the choice of equipment according to the opinions of the forum. The pharmacy is also in it, but it is not an eye-catching item before. It is an auxiliary item. Any new tactics and weapons appearing, may become the future design and research and development of the armor, as well as their combat armor training programs. This is the help of virtual reality games and their original intention to open virtual reality games. Extract the data from the game armor and let the mild ant system learn. The unparalleled hand taps on the virtual keyboard and constantly adjusts the data in the game. These big data are the strategies, tactics and combat techniques that each player takes against the enemy. Now that the amount of data collected is large enough, many battle methods are slowly improving, and it is time to let artificial intelligence learn. The Army Ant system is a program specially developed by Zaminitz to allow the Ink Woman to be used as the core of the war robot. It is a sentinel of the Army Ant group. It is used for future mass production robots. As a warrior entering the era of interstellar exploration, it will open up territories and hunt down enemies. Listening to the unparalleled instructions, other researchers at the institute began to follow the unparalleled instructions. Although the age of the unparalleled is the smallest, in the laboratory, she is the most talkative one except the Ink Girl. Since the launch of virtual reality games, they have gained a lot of ideas for armor design. Almost every 5 days, the theoretical armor has been updated. Up to now, There have been nearly 100 sets of armor design plans and weapons programs. This greatly enhances the perfection and design of the armor function. They need to design a top war machine in the exploration, as a soldier in the future Star Wars. Alright. After unparalleled authorization, a staff member transferred the data out and entered the machine learning core of artificial intelligence. The soldier ant system has been completed. Connecting the army ant system to the super armored division, opening the Hellsman machine mode, and then announcing that any individual ant team can successfully win the Heilongjiang mode and receive 5 million bonuses. Chapter 802, Combat Awareness. Qiuoshan looked very excited, groping his sturdy walls and tears. They never thought about having such a good day, and they had such a good house, and the food and clothes and artificial meat and other nutrients made by technology. The food, clothing, housing and transportation are settled in just one day, and they no longer have to worry about these living conditions. Sir, what should we do now? Wake up! Qiuoshan looked at Chen Mo. He was confused. He never thought about what they should do if one day the group no longer worried about food, clothing and housing. No need to hunt, do nothing in the future, sit and eat and die. Qiuoshan is still awake. He knows that once the kind of comfortable life appears, it is the end of their wilderness. If you let the tribes do nothing, I am afraid there will be big problems. Chen defaulted to nod. The environment here is not good, but Qiuoshan does have the ability to be a family. Once they are comfortable and long-lasting, this group is not far from destruction. You choose soldiers in the family to form an armed team to protect this territory. Young children read books, learn knowledge. Knowledge is the most useful survival weapon in this world, Chen Mo said. All listening to Mr. Qiuoshan nodded. In the past, the survival conditions of the Manzan people had to be heavy and frivolous, but now they are different. Their living conditions have changed, and they have changed overnight, so they must make major changes. As for the specific things, the robot will arrange for you to teach the children to learn, and also by the robot, each child must learn knowledge. Chen Mo said. The Manshan people have very good innate conditions, are clever, and have a simple and honest personality. Although the living environment is bad, it is not killing the fierce, and their shape, in addition to skin and eyes, other conditions and humans are more like people of different skin colors. The future can be well integrated into human civilization. After some incidents in Qiuoshan, Chen Mo returned to his residence. When building the city, Chen Mo also built a home for himself. A villa like the Earth Furnace Bay. It's very stuffy to live on a spaceship for a long time. I don't know how the Earth is now. Looking at the familiar combination and arrangement in the house, Chen Mo sighed. The Wild Mountain Star is now starting from scratch. He needs to create a technological civilization in a short time, build space to pierce the machine, and open the space to leave the small universe before returning to the Earth. This process, the fastest speed, also takes several years. Mister. On the occasion of Chen Muzen, the voice of the extension broke him. Looking back, I saw Jinj and Chuo, and behind them, there were two girls of the Manshan. Well, how come you are here? The patriarch let me come, Jinj said coldly, as always, with no expression. Chen Mo was amazed, and then looked at the two wild mountain girls behind Jinj. These two girls Chen defaulted to being the girls who gave flowers to him on the birthday. What about them? Grandpa let the two sisters come over to follow you, and later take care of the gentleman. Chuo explained. Hey, don't use this, let them go home. Sir, their family knows that they are coming to you. According to the rules of the family, you let them go back, and their family will send them back. Other people know that they are coming here, and they don't dare to ask their sisters. Where is this? Strong buy and sell. Unsaleable. You can solve the demand. Chen Mo was almost killed by a breath. What is unsaleable? The goods are usually cold, and they are speechless. What needs? Asked Curious. Matching. Jinj said coldly. Chen Mo's face is green, and he no longer pays attention to this big and small two goods, but the two girls look at him with pity, and suddenly feel a headache. Forget it, the house is quite big. If you love to live, just stay in it. It is a nanny. It doesn't matter if you have no popularity at home. Shenmue doesn't care. Thank you. My name is Dot. Sir, my name is Dinah. When I heard Shenmue leave them, the two girls were very excited and started to introduce themselves. Seeing the two girls are extremely happy, and watching his burning gaze, Shenmue helped the forehead to ignore them and turned into the room, feeling the same. Nothing in the night. The early morning of the Wild Mountain Star is beautiful. When the star breaks, the last light of the fluorescent plant is slowly extinguished, and an ordinary dawn arrives. For the Manzan people, this is an extraordinary dawn. Today, they will be born again and start a new life. Shenmue is in the courtyard of the villa, and he is not afraid to face the robot and practice fighting skills. Freehand fighting. He has developed a habit. The fighting techniques that he used to practice on Earth and King Shu Ixing came to the Wild Mountain Star. The gravity changed and he needed to adapt. This is his come to the Wild Mountain Star, the first time to take off the armor to practice. The reason for gravity makes them not as fast as other planets. Freehand fighting is the foundation of the battle, and the basis for maintaining physical fitness. He cannot be abandoned. Your training is not right. When Shenmue was fascinated, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Jinj did not know when he had appeared in the yard and was watching him quietly. How? Shenmue stopped and asked. Your training is not right. Jingo said it again. How is training right? Jinj thought about it and said with a blank expression, I am playing with you. Yes. Shenmue immediately agreed. Jinj is known as the strongest warrior of the Manshan people. He has never seen Jinj hands. Just try this time. In the yard, the two stood face to face. See Jinj. Shenmue suddenly had a feeling of lingering, like being stared at by a wild beast. The experience is very bad. It has started. Shenmue's words fell, and his footsteps slammed into a fist and pointed to Jing's chest. His speed is very fast, which is a natural advantage for the brain and body. The expected blow did not appear. Shenmue could see that Jingo seemed to know his attack beforehand. When he punched, the upper body was already open sideways, and the knee came toward his abdomen at the same time. Curious special way of fighting. Jing's movements are very fast, but Shenmue can see clearly, keep a weird balance in the dodging state, and return to attack him. Boom! Exclamation mark. Shenmue's left hand blocked Jing's knee. The right fist that fell, the arm bent, and the fist became elbow, pointing straight to Jing's chest. He only saw Jingo's figure step back. At the moment when Shenmue hit the air, his left fist hit him. The ribs of the past. The movements of both of them are very long, but they are all completed in just 1 second. The speed is dazzling. Shenmue did not expect that Jing's speed is so fast. Whether it is reaction or action, he is not lost to him, and it seems that he can see through his next move in advance. Shenmue, who does not believe in evil, once again squats, blocking the moment of Jing's move, and sweeping his right leg to Jing's waist. Boom! One leg swept, Shenmue felt a pain in the abdomen, the body was uncontrollable and flew out, and stood until 3 meters away. Lost from start to finish. Less than 10 seconds. If Jing had a dead hand, Shenmue would not be dead or seriously injured. He was hit by Jing and recalled the match. Just now, no matter how he speeded up the attack, Jing could always hide. Come back. Shenmue was bullied and, after 10 seconds, no doubt, he was beaten again. After 3 fights, Shenmue finally stopped. Why is this? Shenmue asked strangely. You have enough speed and strength, but you lack awareness of fighting. Battle awareness? I can predict your next attack in advance. This is the battle consciousness. All the people will. Jingo said. And this ability? Shenmue said with amazement. Chapter 803, Location of the Construction Space Connecting Machine. Your fighting consciousness is born by nature, or is it that they have been hunting in the mountains for a long time? Shenmue is very interested in the fighting consciousness that Jing said. If he can also have this kind of combat consciousness to see through the enemy's movements in advance, his personal strength can be greatly improved. Be born. There are also children in the family. As they grow up, this awareness will become stronger and stronger. Jinj picked up a stone and threw it at the side of the watch. The speed was very fast. He didn't see the trajectory of the stone. He instinctively measured the body and avoided the stone. Theirs are weaker and they can't hide faster. Chen Mo was amazed at the moment. He had not found it before. It is estimated that he was watching the battle between the ethnic minorities, so he could not see it. Now he feels very special. Take off. Fight with me, Chen Mo said. Okay, sir. Extension immediately opened the way, without too much nonsense, coming straight to Chen Mo. Hey! Exclamation mark. In an instant, the extension will block Chen Mo's 2 punches, and it seems that it is not difficult. Chen Mo speeds up and fights together. Soon, Chen Mo stopped and began to test other extensions. For half an hour, Chen Mo stopped testing. He found that the fighting consciousness that Jinj said was indeed born of the barbarian, similar to Spider-Man's perceived ability, a special superpower. The Manshan people are born with a sense of danger in advance. It is this kind of consciousness that allows them to survive and grow stronger in this extremely harsh environment. The Manshan is a natural warrior. Knowing that this is the innate advantage of the Manshan people, Chen Mo does not want to be able to learn this skill in vain. This natural ability, like electricity, will generate electricity. It requires a unique combination of gene combinations, cellular metabolism, brain structure and body structure that is unique, unless they are genetically altered or develop superpowers. 2 hours later, Chen Mokai completed the training. Just returned to the house to have breakfast, and Chuoshan came over. Sir, the people in the family have gathered in the square. Well, let's go. Chen Mo drank the beast milk in the cup and left with Chuoshan. The people of the Manshan ethnic group have gathered in the square of the city. 300,000 people. This is the first time that they have gathered in the square after they moved into their new home. Everyone has joy on their faces. They never thought that there would be such a good life one day. They eat artificial meat. They are no longer worried about food. They are no longer afraid of beasts and poisonous insects in the mountains. There are electric lights in the night, and there are mechanical cars carrying them out. Compared with before, this kind of life only exists in their ancestors. The legend. And it is Chen Mo who gives them all this. When Chen Mo appeared in the square, the cheers were already overwhelming, and Chen Mo was treated as a to admire. Seeing the excited crowd below, Chen Mo sighed. He thinks of the believers on earth, and the devout believers. Seeing the image of God is just such a gaze. Today, everyone has to change their way of life. The first sentence of Chen Mo's opening. For the Manshan people, they are now more excited, and when the excitement period is over, they will fall into a confused stage. They used to hunt all the time, look for food, and then guard against the dangers of the mountains and survive. Now the dangers of hunting and preparedness are lifted. If they are allowed to idle and do nothing, it will not be long before this group will be chaotic. Being lazy is the source of extinction. In the future, everyone in the family, especially young people and children, must be educated and learn. The soldiers in the group form team training, guard against crisis and defend their homes. I will set up some rules, and you must follow the rules. Only then our people will become stronger and stronger. Do you understand? Understand. More than 300,000 people shouted and shook the clouds. Chen Mo saved the Manshan people and used incredible means to build a city. Now, for them, Chen Mo said that everything is right. In the hearts of the people of the Manchus, Chen Mo's prestige has surpassed their patriarchs, almost faith-like presence. In the past, the barbarian family lived on this planet by unity. But after coming out of the interstellar and out of the universe, unity alone was unbelief. Chen Mo had to put a set of civilized world here first, and prepare for the development of the Manshan people. Now, I send each of you a machine, you put it on your hand, write your name, and later it will represent you. Chen Mo asked the robot to send the prepared bracelet to the people of the Manshan. The Manshan people have had the ancestors of civilization. They have the concept and saying of money. They are usually used to exchange some foods and goods that are needed. As with civilized society, The status of money is so high. Civilization must have civilized rules and management, which is a must. Shenmue only taught all the rules of the civilized system to the barbarian family at one time. In the future, you have to work, you have money at work, and you have money to change what you want. After a bunch of basic rules, Chen Mokai stopped. Now, to participate in the armed soldiers of the ethnic group, click on your bracelet and confirm the registration on the bracelet. The soldiers in the family will be responsible for guarding the homeland and the armor can wear. Chen Meliang appeared in the armor. This time, everyone is surging. They have seen the armor. Chen Mo flew through the air into the air. As a warrior, they actually have a mechanical armor. It must be very powerful. In less than half a minute, all the soldiers in the family chose to sign up. They have been hunting in the mountains some time ago, and they are fighting against the sky. The nature is still intact. In the view of the Manzan people, becoming a soldier is a kind of glory. If you are younger, you don't have to worry. If you are old enough, you can sign up as a warrior. This kind of armor will enter the school as your course. You all can train and use this kind of armor. Chen Mo said. Schools and courses are not known to the people of the mountain. The concept is not big, but Chen Mo's last sentence makes the entire barbarian people fall into the crazy cheers. Chuoshan and Mudu are full of tears, as if living in a dream. This kind of life, they never dreamed before. And now it is real. The patriarch, you will manage the affairs of the family in the future. You can find someone in the family to help you manage. According to the rules I gave you, the prize was awarded, and the penalty was wrong. Okay, sir, Chuoshan solemnly said. He knows that the gentleman has given them the best conditions. If the Hanshan people can prosper, they can only rely on themselves. Mr. Muxi, you will be the principal of the school in the future, supervising the children to study. Chen Mo said to Muxi. Yes, sir. Muju nodded very seriously. As a knowledge inheritor of the Manshan people, he naturally knew how important knowledge was. In order to survive, the tribes valued the force. The knowledge could not be transmitted, and now there is no threat of survival. Later knowledge is the most important. Necessary things, and the determined rules and regulations will be given to Chuoshan and Chen Mokao. The study will continue, the first city will be formed, and then he will develop the entire Wild Mountain Star, ready to build a space connection machine. Momomo. As soon as he entered the spaceship, Chen Mo was pointed by the little beast, and his face was covered with a slap in the face. It was obvious that he had left it silent, leaving it and squatting on the spaceship. Chen Mo directly put the little beast on his shoulders and calmed it down. The little guy calmed down and greeted him and went to the spaceship's research room. In the experimental room, Chen Mo adjusted the star map of the star system in the Wild Mountain. This stellar system, a total of 12 planets, the fifth planet of the Wild Mountain, is located in the livable zone. The other 11, one in the early days of the evolution of the terrestrial planet, can be developed into a livable planet. Another 10, the environment is extreme and no large life is found. Space is the best construction point for space connection technology, and gravitational interference is not that big. Inc. Release all the data from all the planets in this star system. As soon as the words fall, there are various data on the screen. 12 planets are marked with numbers 1 to 12. All the states of the planet are clear on the screen, involving the orbit, gravity, rotation, orbital angle of the planet. All specific data such as volume, radius, and quality. Just looking at the data, Chen Mo's mind emerged from the position of 5 Lagrange points between the wild star and the star. The Lagrange point is the 5 special solutions to the restrictive 3-body problem. Any binary system has 5 Lagrange points. To build any large space machine, these 5 Lagrange solutions are very good choices. Here is the gravitational singularity. You don't have to worry a lot about machine maintenance. Problem. Sir, what are you going to do next? He asked cautiously. The technology to get out of the small universe is now looking for a place to build space to connect the machine. Chen Mo pointed out the location of the Lagrange L1 point between the wild star and the star. Chapter 804, space jumping experiment. Shenmue has already handed over the affairs of Manshan to Chuoshan. The city has been built to provide safe houses and food for the people of the Manshan ethnic group. How to manage the Manshan people is a matter of Chuoshan. The city, safety and comfort, is much better than their previous caves. Every household has a house and a certain amount of artificial food. You don't have to worry about the beasts in the forest. At least the mountain people have seen it. They hope of growth. The construction of Manshanxing and Shenmue's work on space-connected machines are on the right track. With the beginning of the industrial base and the entire technology library, Shenmue, who opens his hands and limits, can explode in technology. What Shenmue is thinking now is how to build a space-connected machine to create a super light-speed space curvature spacecraft and leave the small universe. Although there are only 2 technology products, there are so many machines and technologies involved that they need a complete industrial system support. Shenmue plans to build 2 machines at the fastest speed to get out of the small universe. 10 days later, a mechanical column carrying satellites and detectors lifted up in the city of Manshan, pointing to the sky. Mom, why am I called Nameless? Little Nameless, sitting in the hall playing with toys, looked up and asked the small fish next to him, in the round eyes, with curiosity and doubt. Dad is not at home, waiting to come back to name you, so I will call it no name first. Xiaoyu gently caressed the little Nameless face. This kind of small face has many traces similar to Shenmue. Xiaming is very clever and grows fast. Now that he has learned to walk and talk, he started to recognize the words. You can be sure that the Nameless is a super baby. Xiao now concentrates on educating the unknown. The group's affairs are handed over to Zhao Mine. Ink Girl. When did the father come back to the duck? Asked the little Nameless Milk. Soon. Dad went to a deep and distant universe. The Ink Woman was building a spaceship. When the spacecraft was built, she would pick up her father. Xiaoyu smiled. Mom, what is the universe? The universe is the sky above the head. Dad is in the sky. Is Dad a god? It is as powerful as Sun Wukong. Your father is more powerful than Sun Wukong. It is more powerful than the gods. Your father can create the world, and Sun Wukong can't. One big and one small. Mother and son have a chat without a chat. The Ink Girl came over. What's wrong? The super light-speed spacecraft and the space jump port are all completed. Can Xiaoying sister go to see it? Completed? Hearing the news of the Ink Girl, Xiao looked very happy, and hurriedly handed the baby to Chen's mother to look after it. After a few clicks, he found a piece of clothing and changed it to leave with the Ink Girl. The first floor of the marching ant group headquarters. Ink, Zhao Minutes and Xiaoyu are both there, as well as Wang Hai, Black Eagle, Zhongli, Zihi and other major members of the army group of the Army Ant Group, all gathered in underground laboratories. In the center of the laboratory, a holographically projected circular mechanical building is suspended. This is the space jump port built by the Ink Girl at the L4 point of Lagrange. Its true size is 200 kilometers in diameter. It is a small planet that uses robots to capture a large number of solar asteroid belts. It is pushed to this position and decomposed by nanorobots. Material built. This is the space jump port Tanhuan, which was completed last month. Now the experiment is completed and theoretically it can be put into use. Its role is to provide space coordinates. The Ink Girl introduced them to the role of space jumping port. The space jump port is the docking port of the spacecraft, which provides a spatial coordinate position. Entered the spatial coordinate position into the space curvature spacecraft, where the space can be folded enough to become the terminal port of the spacecraft. Otherwise, the superlight-speed spacecraft outside the Earth will not be able to lock back the space coordinates of the Earth. When the universe is lost, the consequences are terrible. The next step is our first space jump and return experiment. The experiment is a superlight-speed space curvature spacecraft, space folding and stretching, which can surpass the speed of light in an instant to make space jump. The spacecraft curvature engine of the spacecraft can fold the spaceship to jump the space needed. As the ink words fell, a holographic projection of a spacecraft appeared in the center of the laboratory. This is a scaled-down projection of a 2-kilometer ring-shaped spacecraft, one side of which is covered with a large double-ring structure, which is the space curvature engine of the spacecraft. On the spacecraft, there are large quantum radars and matrix telescopes for detecting life on planets. The signs and numbers of the marching ant group are particularly eye-catching. As long as Chen Mo sees the sign of the spacecraft, he can recognize the origin of the spacecraft. This spaceship is called Seeking the Silent Number, said the Ink Girl. The meaning is obvious. The spaceship is to find Chen Mo built. In theory, its spatial curvature engine, a startup jump, can jump a distance of 100 million light-years at the farthest. We don't know the situation outside the solar system, so it is not appropriate to send a large number of spaceships out to avoid exposure to large-scale alien civilizations. In the middle, it invites the destruction and hunting of aliens. But looking for Mercury in the universe, the task is more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. So we must first explore the existence of the universe civilization outside the Earth, whether it is a coexistence rule or a dark forest rule, and then think of a way, according to this article, that captures the Mergo ship Cluse, looking for the civilization to capture Mergo. The Ink Girl released pictures of Chen Mo's carrot-shaped spaceship, as well as various character patterns of the wreckage of the Arrestor. This is the only clue they are looking for in Chen, Missouri. As long as they find the words and goals they want, they can find a way to save Chen Mo. Can humans enter the spacecraft experiment? Wang Hai asked. Ink nodded, theoretically, but not recommended. Temporarily uncertain when space jumps, will not let humans have other problems. Now is the first experiment, so when the space jumps, temporarily only no one jumps. There is no other way for humans to follow the experiment. Later, they will enter the spacecraft's space. They must be equipped with humans to follow the command. Artificial intelligence has more or less certain limitations. The Black Hawk followed closely. Yes, in order to solve this problem, I and Musa have prepared virtual reality technology. Using virtual reality technology and super-speed quantum communication technology, let human consciousness connect the robot's perspective loaded by the spacecraft and follow the space jump. The essence of this technology is to digitize the scenes seen by the robots and the scenes of the spacecraft, and transmit them back to the Earth through the superluminal quantum communication technology. The virtual reality scenes are built on the Earth's scenes inside and outside the spacecraft. As long as the virtual reality equipment is put on, equivalent to take over the perspective of the robot, and the robot, as a substitute for human consciousness. When this is said, everyone is happy. This means that in the future, they can use virtual reality technology, connect quantum supercomputers and quantum communication, and enter the spacecraft robot perspective. Their consciousness enters the sea of stars, and later they are no longer just listening to the news, but witness. Now the space jump port and super-light-speed spacecraft have been completed. Xiao Yuji and Xiaomin's sister can decide whether to start the experiment of starting space jump back. After the introduction, the Ink Girl will decide to hand over to the two women. Xiao Yu and Xiaomin looked at each other without hesitation. For this day, they waited for more than 2 years. Start the experiment. Okay. After the promise of the Ink Girl, far away from the ground space base of Mars, a 2-kilometer circular spacecraft was launched and rushed into the sky. Chapter 805, Technology Administrator Middle. God. After the check is completed, the return coordinates have been stored, the destination is determined, and the request to start the space curvature engine. In space, the space curvature spacecraft has stopped and floated in space. Control the artificial intelligence of the spacecraft and use the superluminal quantum communication equipment to play the message towards the Earth. Request for approval. Request to pass. Start the spatial curvature engine. Command. The spacecraft space curvature engine starts. Without sound, the double circular space curvature engine flashes the devastating light of antimatter burning. Space jumps cannot be completed in an instant, requiring a space-folding accumulation process. Everyone is waiting. This is the first space jump. The universe spans too much. Even at the speed of light, it can only explore the galaxies around the solar system, and the time span required is not low. If this experiment is successful, it will open the real door for humans to enter the universe. Humans can cross the distance beyond the light years in just a few hours. Time passes by, and 10 minutes. The Earth headquarters are quietly waiting for the preparation of the spacecraft. Space Curvature Ship First Flight. This is a milestone event. The spacecraft is ready to sail. The destination is Southgate 2. 10.9.8.2.1 Set sail. As the countdown ended, the spacecraft in space suddenly disappeared. A spaceship of the Southgate, which is 4.3 light-years away from Earth, is a spacecraft that floats in space. The spacecraft is the Space Curvature Ship that has just set sail in the solar system. Discovering a Centaur A star, found a Centaurus A star B. Found a neighboring star. The spacecraft confirmed to reach the destination. At the headquarters of the marching ant group, at the moment when the seeking number disappeared, everyone was nervous, and success or failure was here. Received the data feedback of the seeking number and succeeded. The Ink Girl transferred all the data out and used the holographic technology to simulate the environment of the mermaid outer space. The Southgate 2 galaxies are the most peripheral galaxies of the Southern Cross, and form a three-pointed star with the neighboring stars, which is the three-body star system. 3 different sizes of the Sun hang in the laboratory through holographic simulation scenes. The largest yellow Centaurus A star A, orange Centaur A star B, and red dwarf star next to the star. This is a magnified model. In the real seeking number field of view, the 3 suns are slightly larger than the stars, but the brightness is greater. The Space Curvature spacecraft has sailed successfully. The Ink Girl said this news. The people in the laboratory were ecstatic. A cross-century experiment succeeded, and then the Earth civilization. From the development of the star system to the interstellar development, the civilization level completed the jump. Is there a trinity there? Zauminitz asked urgently. No life or planet was found. Upon hearing this answer, Xiaoyu's face clearly showed the color of loss. The Ink Woman led the crowd to the virtual reality chair. Xiaoyu and Zauminitz couldn't wait to sit down. Wang Hai and Black Hawk also sat down and put on virtual reality equipment. In classic sci-fi movies and novels, they all say that there is life in the neighboring stars. They even think that it is an alien from the neighboring star to capture Chen Mo. After putting on the helmet, everyone fell into a deep sleep and instantly appeared in the virtual reality space. They have all experienced virtual reality space, and they are not surprised. At this time everyone stood on the top of the ring of the spacecraft, surrounded by endless space. Dead and silent. This is where the spacecraft is now. In this stellar planet, the conditions are extreme. The Ink Girl put the detected planet in front of several people and could not see any signs of life activity. Disappointing. There is no civilization here, meaning they have to go to other galaxies to find. Switching to the robot's perspective, several people are attached to the robot body. Then the general. The scene becomes the scene inside the spacecraft. They can control the robot to any corner of the spacecraft. In the future, they can follow the spacecraft to various cosmic galaxies in this way. Now test the spacecraft to jump back to the space to jump into the port. The space curvature engine was started, the spacecraft was quiet, and everyone looked at everything inside the spacecraft through the robot's field of vision. There was no change. Only the spacecraft artificial intelligence prompted the spacecraft to make a space jump. Space coordinates are determined, ready to sail. Destination, Earth Skyring Space Jump Port. Tan Huen received a request to jump for the silent number and passed by. Countdown 10.9.8.2.1. At the L4 point of Lagrange. The day is a giant ring-shaped building with a diameter of 200 kilometers. It is continuously running. In the center of the ring, the space seems to have a layer of ripples. Suddenly, the space in the center of the Danhuan circle expanded and a spaceship appeared in the center of the Danhuan. Return to success. Looking for the news of the silent number, Xiaoyu and others are extremely happy. The space jumps successfully, the space project is announced, and the next step is to truly enter the universe. Start the space exploration program. From the virtual reality space, Zhao Minutes gave the Ink Girl a command. The two most important projects are now all successful, which means that the era of space exploration is really coming. Now the Wild Mountain Star has been transformed by nanorobots beyond recognition. Centered on the Wild Mountain City, in the plains and coastal areas, intelligent future cities are located in it, fully intelligent and mechanized. Even if there is no life to live, it is still in order to produce. Chen Mo is designing a space connection machine in the laboratory. The design work is very smooth, and it takes time and testing. The mechanical column has traveled to outer space and began collecting materials to build space-connected machines. Suddenly, Chen Mo settled in the study, and there was a strong sense of excitement in his brain, sweeping away a little bit of fatigue that he had accumulated for a long time. The science library has changed. I didn't want to think about it. Chen Mo dropped the research at hand and lay down on the chair and entered the technology library. This kind of feeling is rare, and only when the technology library task is completed is there such a heavy excitement. Really? In the science and technology library, the technology ball has been shot by Zijin. On the Earth, the Ink Girl made the super light speed spacecraft. This is the task of Technology Administrator Zijin, the completion of the super light speed spacecraft on the Earth. The Science and Technology Library decided that this task is completed. After leaving this time, there must have been a lot of things happening on Earth. However, the Ink Girl completed the manufacture of the super light speed spacecraft, indicating that the solar system is okay and developing rapidly. The radiant purple gold light makes Chen Mo take a deep breath. He knows that the most important thing is coming, and the authority of the technology library is upgraded. Every time the upgrade is granted, along with a brain domain development, Chen Mo does not know what effect it is, but he is ready to suffer. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo put his palm on the technology ball. Oh, a slight vibration. The purple gold light of the technology ball along the palm of Chen Mo began to spread toward his body, wherever the blood vessels and even the bones under the flesh and blood began to turn purple gold. The purple gold light passes through the blood vessels, quickly touching the spine and extending toward the brain. As Chen Mo expected, severe pain reappeared. Chen Mo feels that where the purple gold shines, the cells are recombined from the atomic level. Familiar with the pain, Chen Mo squats on the right hand connecting the technology ball. The muscles on his face are shaking. If there is a microscope, you can see that the place where the purple gold shines, the flesh and blood under the skin turns into a transparent purple gold, like a tiny purple gold crystal, but there is no difference in appearance. The most obvious change is the brain. If you can see the inside of Chen Mo's head, you can find that Chen Mo's brain is slowly changing from transparent golden yellow to transparent purple gold, cell level, and all reorganized. The terrible pain of horror made Chen Mo feel that the brain is undergoing a black hole explosion. Brain, eyes, spine, bones, heart. Every important organ and tissue is covered and assimilated by purple gold rays. Until the purple ball of the technology ball disappeared, Chen Mo's palm was loosened from the technology ball. The pain disappeared, and Chen Mo squatted directly on the ground, holding his hands on the ground and gasping. There are countless disasters that have gone through the rest of the life. Chen Mo feels that this is not an evolution, but a sublimation, a qualitative change, and an unprecedented state of affairs. After about 5 minutes of rest, the spirit recovered, and Chen Mo stood up and focused on the technology ball. Unlocking the new level of authority means that all the technologies of the Zijin level, including the design drawings and manufacturing equipment technology, are all open to him. But what makes Momo most curious is the new permissions. The highest authority of the Science and Technology Library has not been achieved so far. Technology Administrator God still have a suffix. Shenmue slightly disappointed. Xu Lao said, to get the highest authority of the Technology Library, is the suffix of the Technology Administrator disappeared, has not disappeared. But it was in his expectation. The Science and Technology Library's Terra Technology, the most powerful weapon, can destroy the universe, and now his ability and technical strength cannot reach that level. However, the situation is almost the same. The super lightspeed spacecraft is completed and enters the era of space development. The technology and strength will also increase exponentially. No longer paying attention to the level of authority, Shenmue will focus on the task of the new authority. Chapter 806, Quantum Life. Quantum Life. Make yourself a quantum life. When I saw this task, Shenmue's heart was extremely shocking. To transform yourself into quantum life. This task is undoubtedly a conceptual impact on Shenmue. Quantum eternal life may also be fleeting. If the mission fails, his life will die within the picosecond. If the mission is successful, it will last forever, and the achievement will be immortal. The gods in mythology can move mountains and reclamation, fly in the sky, live forever. Technology can do it, and it can be done, but the price is a bit big. In the creation of quantum life, we create ourselves with a huge amount of energy, transform each particle of the body into a quantum, and finally let the quantum reorganize the body. Shenmue thought of a classic character in the Earth science fiction movie, Dr. Manhattan. The Science and Technology Library is making gods. After determining the task, Shenmue fell into meditation. If you don't reach the highest authority, you will be fascinated by the task of creating the highest authority. Immortality is almost the ultimate in life, and the highest temptation for any intelligent life. Taking a deep breath, Shenmue got out of the shock of the mission and put his gaze on the unlocking technology. Quantum life creation technology in theory, God particle stabilization and use technology, angel particle extraction and preservation theory, two-dimensional space cage, black hole child, death particle, smart downgrade, space curtain, advanced intelligent life cloning technology theory, the principle and technology of intelligent life consciousness transfer, directional superpower development technology theory, energy conversion substance theory, supergalaxy energy detecting quantum radar. All are ultra-high level technologies. These techniques, involving a variety of elementary particles and regular weapons, all toward a god-level means of the creator. Compared with the Zaijin class technology, these technologies are completely a qualitative jump. Even if Shenmue sees this technology, he is short of breath. Digesting these techniques, he can make a lot of gods. Shenmue 1 there, quantum life creation technology in theory, to create quantum life, which is the task of his authority at this stage. This technology is one level higher than other technologies. Shenmue began to extract other technologies. At this stage, he was trapped in a small universe. Everything started from scratch. He could not develop these technologies for the time being, but he had to take it out in his mind to prepare for the unexpected. This is a necessary technology in the era of the universe. When the technology was taken, Shenmue looked up at the technology library. The technology ball was restored to colorless and transparent, and it became soft. The inner beautiful lines were turning, which was more like the rotation of the universe. At this time, the Science and Technology Library is still mysterious in the eyes of Shenmue. Turning from the chair, Shenmue saw the little beast in front of his eyes, staring at him curiously. Momomo, I am fine. Shenmue Gang wants to reach out and take the little beast into his arms. It just moved. The little body of the little beast has floated in the air and floated toward his hand. The strange scene in front of him made Shenmue's body shape a big shock. Momo. The little beast's body is uncontrolled, and he is desperately shouting. The chubby claws are struggling in the air like drowning. They are crying for help, and finally fall in Shenmue's hands, and the body resumes control. Scared, the little beast along Shenmue's arm, drilled into Shenmue's clothes, stretched out his small head and looked out with a vigilant look. Momo. Consciousness affects the state of existence of matter. Superpower. Shenmue looked at his hand and stayed alone. The Black Civilization is in a small universe. On the surface of a calm dwarf planet, a training armor suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. Over the dwarf planet, a spacecraft suddenly appeared and landed slowly on the surface of the dwarf planet. A woman wearing armor came out of the spaceship and walked respectfully to the front of the armor. A pair of dark, in-colored eyes with a colored magic pattern on her face. The helmet of the armor landed, revealing the face of a male life. Men are like human beings. The facial features are typical humanoids. They have black eyes and no variegated colors. They are deeper than the dark stars. The neck below the face is covered with magic lines, and the colored magic lines are beautiful and more restrained than the color of the women's magic lines. Is there something? The man's voice was low. The young people of the Qing dynasty. The intelligence personnel returned the news. The Endless Sea civilization has a big movement. They may be deploying war preparations. The female warrior said, "Oh, Endless Sea?" The man gave a slight meal and glanced at the starry sky. It seems that the universe has been peaceful for too long. The speaker invited you to go back and be born. The woman said, "Oh, go out and go. It's very stuffy." The man smiled and walked away from the spaceship, and the female soldier hurriedly followed. Adults, the universe is very calm. Why is the Endless Sea suddenly deploying war preparations? The woman asked. This is not a secret. Your study is not enough. Sorry, adults must work hard. The woman respectfully said. Do you know why God-class civilization will become a God-level civilization? Because we have the strongest technology and weapons. This is just a condition. The man boarded the spaceship and did not care. In addition to the strong technology, there is also a high level of life. The ordinary wisdom life is just a flesh and blood, but evolved into a God-level life. Each life has a special ability. We are black and civilized, have these special eyes. Endless Sea civilization naturally have their special features, otherwise they could not escape the fate of destruction. What is the power of the God-level life of the Endless Sea? The female soldier asked with doubt. In the 7 God-level civilizations, the ability of Endless Sea civilization is the most special. Their preparation means that the cosmic war is coming. Their ability is the Prophet. The solar system. Mars. 4 super light-speed space curvature ships floated and flew into space. Earth's marching ant group headquarters, Xiaoyu and Zhao are watching the state of the spacecraft. Everything is ready. Now is the time to formally explore the space and find the civilization that captures Shenmue. In order to prevent the spacecraft from being destroyed in the alien field, I loaded 3 war robots in the spacecraft, each of which was used for the armed defense of the space curvature spacecraft. The holographic projections of the 3 war robots are placed neatly in the center of the laboratory, with different shapes and sizes. This is the latest production of war robots. This is the most powerful robot that can be produced by the current technology. The material is dark matter synthesis, the most powerful material currently developed. Non-ultra-high energy weapons cannot be cut. In addition, it can withstand the compression of space, and it is equipped with high-strength toroidal magnetic field. The energy shield, when the energy shield is turned on, can withstand the irradiation of ultra-high energy pulsed lasers. In spite of all the consequences of the development, now the Ink Girl has digested all the technology left by Shenmue, and created some new technologies, and turned these technologies into reality. The core of the robot's energy is the antimatter microreactor. The engine material is also a dense material for dark matter synthesis. The atoms are locked by dark matter. The surface of the atomic layer is almost smooth and can be accelerated at full power for a long time. Its speed can easily reach 100 times the speed of sound, the highest moving speed, theoretically 0.5 times the speed of light. Its radar is the latest miniature quantum radar with a scan radius of 6,000 kilometers. In addition, the eye is 2 optical radars that can switch to each other. Finally, It is the most important weapon system. On it, there are 3 laser weapons, 2 hands and 1 shoulder, elbows, knees, shoulders, fists and other important joints. Equipped with ultra-high energy short pulse laser fighting thorns. Equipped with a super high energy pulsed laser cold weapon. The weapon is designed according to the situation of each war robot. Short pulse laser fighting thorns and these cold weapons with short pulse lasers can achieve a pulse power of 130 million times that of previous high energy lasers, and can easily penetrate dark matter composite materials. The introduction of the Ink Girl let the people on the field jump straight. They all know that this kind of big killer can already destroy the civilization that is unified with the Earth. As for the use of cold weapons, the remote high-energy pulsed laser can be blocked by the energy shield of the toroidal magnetic field. Once the other party has a similar robot, the remote weapon will lose its function, and the cold weapon will come in handy. According to the battle exploration of Super Warrior, it is a good near weapon to corrode the solution and venom with materials. So the war robot is also equipped with a near weapon of corrosive solution. I eliminated conventional explosives because of the traditional explosives, which could not cause damage to high density materials and took up a lot of space. For the civilization below us, it is a bit of a chicken, the same civilization as us, and explosives are useless. But as a supplement to the physical attack of hot weapons, I use antimatter bullets to make up for the shortage of hot weapons. A finger-sized antimatter bullet can destroy a large city, and it is different from the energy weapon and is not detected by the energy radar, which is good for breaking and destroying. At present, the combat system of war robots is the Army Ant system. The Soldier Ant system is a super artificial intelligence analysis of the 104.37 billion battle scenes in the Super Warrior, 3.1 trillion battle data, plus computer-calculated simulation data. It is proficient in any known combat methods. The robot has a built-in 10,000-bit quantum chip as the computing core, and the amount of calculation is infinite. From data processing to judgment, the machine response speed is 62 nanoseconds on average, and in combat, it can be changed according to the state of the enemy. Inc. has introduced 3 war robots in one breath. This is not a battle armor. It can't bring people. The advantage of non-battle robots is that they can have more equipment and space in a limited volume. There are 3 war robots on the field, 2 of which are humanoid and 1 non-classical. Heights range from 4 meters to 1.5 meters, and their combat styles are different. The largest is the remote robot. The power of the remote pulse laser is higher than that of other war robots, and the flexibility of the close is lower. The smallest is the assassin robot, which is based on flexible speed and stealth. The material is radar stealth material. The material is weaker than other robots, and it is mainly aimed at the rapid assassination of the monomer. There is also an atypical war robot, which is mainly a melee robot. It is shaped like a Spider-Man's armor. On the basis of the human body, 6 flexible mechanical octopus legs are added behind it, carrying a short pulse laser fighting thorn. Easily pierce all materials currently available, including dense materials for dark matter synthesis. These war robots are all soldiers of the marching ant group. Now through artificial intelligence learning, the reaction speed and combat capability of soldiers and ants have already far surpassed humans. Aliens in the universe, life may be higher than humans. Using humans to control the armor, the combat power may be insufficient, so it needs to be replaced by artificial intelligence. They have reason to believe that aliens also have a technology that is stronger than them, so they must be prepared for everything. In addition to war robots, the spacecraft also carries antimatter star bombs, superviruses, high-pulsation electromagnetic bombs, nano-robots, micro-search robots and catching robots. Search robots are used to find Mergo, spacecraft and medical facilities, and finally it is the armor for Mergo. As long as we find the murderer, we can save the murderer by any means. Now I am developing a space dimension weapon. Once completed, It can provide galactic-level combat deterrence," said the Ink Girl. "All their actions are aimed at saving Shenmue back." When everyone understood the force carried by the super lightspeed spacecraft, the spacecraft had reached the predetermined space position. With the order of the Ink Girl, the spacecraft's space curvature engine was activated. 30 minutes later, the 4 spacecraft disappeared into space in different quadrants of the universe. Chapter 807. Leaving the small universe, the Endless Sea civilization suddenly prepared for the big action of the war, bringing an unprecedented storm to the Cosmic Alliance. The parties in the universe began to feel uneasy. This is not a trivial matter. The life of a god-level civilization has a special place to come out with the most advanced technology, and they have a special ability. Among them, the ability to Endless Sea civilization life is the most special. Prophet. It is the Endless Sea civilization that has this special ability to predict the future, allowing the Endless Sea civilization to survive the once world-civilized war and find a small universe, which later developed into one of the god-level civilizations. The Endless Sea civilization is ready for war, which means that there may be a cosmic war in the future, which will threaten the survival of the Endless Sea civilization. So the Endless Sea civilization will be prepared in this way. Involving the 7 god-level civilizations may undoubtedly be a battle for a cosmic civilization. 2 years. For 2 years, for the universe, it just passed away. In the past 2 years, there have been many major events, and the most famous god-class civilization Genius has been born with explosive news. The Dark Forest civilization, the Dark Dragon Prince, left the Dark Forest and the small universe, and went to the Water Cloud to the super galaxies to find the Endless Sea civilization challenge. The Dark Forest civilization is one of the 7 god-level civilizations. It is a kind of orc civilization, and it has always been wild and full of struggles. The Dark Forest civilization is therefore not subject to other families. However, the Dark Forest civilization and its affiliated civilizations like this kind of awkward, unruly character. The Dark Dragon Prince is even more high-profile news. This time to the Endless Sea, is to challenge the Master of the Endless Sea. One of the 7 god-level civilizations, the Endless Sea is a kind of sea civilization. All fish and sea people, civilization has less contact with the outside world, low-key style, has always kept mystery, plus their special prophetic ability, so give the outside world an unfathomable feeling. The Emperor of Dark Dragon is only 1,000 years old, and he is only a teenager in the H-class civilization, but he is the top warrior in the Dark Forest civilization. The 2 god-level civilizations were separated by hundreds of millions of years, and they collided again. The Feast of the Top Warrior battles made the universe countless civilizations look forward to. This time, the Emperor of Dark Dragon installed the shooting radar, and the All-Union Alliance broadcasted the battle. When the Dark Dragon Emperor entered the Spiral Cloud Superstar, his figure appeared in the live broadcast of the Universe Alliance through quantum communication. The violent character of the Dark Dragon Emperor encounters the indifference of the Endless Sea and the thousands of miles away. It is like a hot oil pan that meets the ice water and instantly blasts. In the face of the provocation of the Dark Dragon Emperor, the Endless Sea is not polite with the other side. The battle was carried out in an inanimate abandoned galaxy's training ground in the Sapphire Supernova, and the Dark Dragon Prince is young but powerful. The defeat of 18 Endless Sea civilization masters in World War I attracted the Cosmic Alliance. The Endless Sea civilization master, who felt horrified and humiliated, began to fight the wheel of the Dark Dragon Emperor and finally lost. Just as everyone thought that the Endless Sea would be hit by the Dark Dragon Prince, a class of sea fishermen dressed in armor entered the abandoned galaxies. The fisherman girl is indifferent, wearing a marine armor, holding a long fish gun, and her face and neck are covered with blue fish scales. The scales are colorful under the light, making people feel that this is a saint. The fisherman girl let the Dark Dragon Prince take a day off and fight again. The next day, when they fought again, the 2 men fought for 3 hours and destroyed 58 planets. In the end, the Dark Dragon Emperor of the Dark Forest was picked by the Mermaid Girl's spear, and he was seriously injured and left. The Endless Sea civilization, which has always been insensitive, has become the object of concern of the All-China Alliance. The low-level civilization of the Universe Alliance knows that the foundation of the 7 God-level civilizations is beyond the imagination. When the All-Union Alliance is admiring the endless sea of depth, one thing triggers the tension of the Cosmic Alliance. On the way to the Dark Forest civilization, the Dark Dragon Prince was assassinated. This incident caused a stir in the Universe Alliance. The relationship between the Dark Forest civilization and the Endless Sea civilization has fallen into the freezing point of hundreds of millions of years. The Universe civilization can feel the tension between the situation and some subtleties. Small universe. Pretty mountain star. The wild mountain star has long had no appearance when Shenmue just landed here. Unrecognizable. The entire wild mountain star is spread over all kinds of large mechanical cities. The main city of the planet is the first mountain town built by Shenmue. The city of Manshan is very large, and the population of the Manshan people is very small in this city. At present, the size of the barbarian population reaches 500,000. When they probed the wild mountain star, they discovered another 200,000 people of the Manshan ethnic group who had not died. They reunited the ethnic group and formed the current barbarian family. Now, after exploration, Chuoshan and others have learned how to manage the current mountain people. For 2 years, Shenmue is a crucial 2 years. In the past 2 years, Shenmue has developed all the necessary technologies and techniques, and by the way, probed other galaxies in the small universe. Shenmue found a problem. In the small universe, the living environment of the planet is relatively bad, and the development of intelligent life is very slow. Only a few intelligent life planets are in the primitive period of wisdom and civilization, let alone more advanced life. The wild mountain star is also a civilization that opens wisdom because of the entry of the barbarian family. However, Shenmue did not appear in the wild mountain star. The barbarian family here, perhaps 100 or 200 years later, will also retreat back to the original period. Today, space connectors and superlight speed ships are being built, and when they leave, do you really not go? Shenmue looked at the beggar next to him. This alien woman, since adapting to the gravity here, began to integrate into life here. Now it is Shenmue's right-hand man, because in this small universe, in addition to Shenmue, only the martial arts and education of the complete civilization, so many management problems of the Manshan people, she can deal with. I thought that I would leave the small universe, but I didn't expect it to stay. No, I will stay in the wild mountain star. It is very good here. I am also tired when I go out. I will stay and educate these children. He smiled and asked, will you come back later? It should come back. Here is the small universe, Shenmue said. This is a unique space sanctuary. Entering here means that you can escape the disaster in the cosmic war. Here is the foundation of the God-level civilization. Human beings must develop into one of the God-level civilizations. This is the best foundation. The small universe has the independent development of artificial intelligence and is on the right track. Shenmue left a complete education system from basic to advanced, as well as a complete legal system and development system. As long as the population of the Hanshan people grows up, they will gradually become stronger. There is no need for Shenmue to intervene. After the Hanshan people knew that Shenmue was leaving, they were very reluctant. Shenmue brought them from the primitive world into the civilized world, and in the heart of the Manzan people, it was the same as God. Although they are not willing, their choice of respect is only the base of the superlight speed spacecraft. They are already full of people and they are coming to bid farewell. Sir, you come back soon, said Chuo. Yes. In theory, quantum communication can connect the small universe and the main universe. When you think about me, you can use quantum communication to contact me, Shenmue said. His head turned away. Say goodbye to the extension and others. Shenmue put the little beast on the shoulder, and Jingo boarded a superlight speed space curvature ship with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Tylee wanted to follow Shenmue, but he was too young. He still had to stay in the small universe to study, and did not help Chen Mo. So with Chen Mo leaving the small universe, only Jinji's alone. After more than 2 years of understanding, Chen Mo has already determined that Jinji's strength is amazing, especially after being equipped with the armor. It is almost a natural warrior. Even if Chen Mo's body evolves again and has special abilities, Jinj still has some hard work. Jingo is in. Chen Mo is quite a top master as a bodyguard. The position of the Lagrangian L1 point between the star of the mountain and the star, a circular mechanical float of 100 kilometers in diameter. This is a space connector. It took 2 years and Chen Mo made this space connector a success. Coming back to the main universe, Chen Mo thinks. His heart is a little excited. The super light speed space curvature spacecraft has been completed, and Chen Mo can return to Earth as long as he goes out to find the specific coordinates of the Milky Way in the main universe. In a few years, Chen Mo was at the moment. Chapter 808, Billions of Stars. Can't you jump? Jinji's ever-changing poker face looks cool, and the little beast is in his hands, enjoying his caress. In the Manshan people, Jinj is a cold man who even the adults and children are respected. Chen Mo even listened to Chuo, saying that the beasts in the forest were afraid of Jinj, but they did not expect that the little beast was not afraid of him. In the 2 years of Manshanxing, when Chen Mo studied it, the little beast often went to find Jinj's mane. This seemingly cold Tian actually likes licking cats, not cats. A cute little mother who doesn't know the name. Chen Mo looked at the energy warning of the spacecraft and said faintly, "The antimatter is exhausted." They have come out of the small universe, the space door has been closed, and it is turned on again. It is necessary for Chen Mo to rebuild a space connector from the main universe and input the spatial amplitude data of the small universe to open the space door of the small universe from the outside, or from the inside of the small universe again. Open the space connector. Because the space connectors do not have a specific spatial coordinate, they appear in a remote corner of the universe, from the location of the Rainier Kia supergalaxy Virgo, which is 40 billion light-years across almost half of the universe. In order to return to Earth earlier, Chen Mo has performed more than 30 long-distance space jumps in just 100 hours. And now they are more than 100 light-years away from the Rainier Kia supergalaxy. The antimatter energy carried on the spacecraft is exhausted and it is no longer possible to support them for space jumps over very long distances. Otherwise, the antimatter is completely consumed in the middle of the road, and it is necessary to drift in space. What to do? Jingo asked. Look at where the recent civilization is, and go there to supplement antimatter energy. For the alliance of the universe, antimatter is as common as the oil of the earth, and every galaxy of the Union of Civilizations has many planets dedicated to antimaterial energy. Chen Mo opened the life-detecting quantum radar and matrix telescope. It didn't take long for the specific data to appear in the spacecraft. The civilization here is quite small. It should be a suburb of the universe 2 light-years away. There is a life-intensive planetary belt, which should be a relatively large civilization. In the third quadrant, 2 light-years away, there is a densely populated area, where the Shiganxing life belt can jump over, go there for a period of time, reserve antimaterial energy, and then jump. Chen Mo inputs the approximate spatial coordinates of the planet belt in the densely populated area into the space curvature spacecraft. Long distances of more than 100 million light-years can't jump, but the distance of these light-years can now jump freely. Their cosmic star map is the original light-speed spacecraft of the 3I civilization. With the development of the Universe Alliance for billions of years, the universe's star map is already complete. Even a low-level civilization can get a complete map of the universe's stars and forces, not to mention the middle-class civilization of the 3I civilization. 10 minutes later, Chen Mo's spaceship appeared in the space of the Shigan galaxy. At the prompt of the radar, you can see the dense life a planet around. Go to the main star of the Shigan galaxy. Chen Mo looked at the map and locked the target with the main star of the Shigan galaxy at the distance between the 2 lights. The map mark, The location of the Shigan galaxies is relatively remote, is a middle-class literary star system. The life here is mostly blue-level civilization rule. In the position of the galaxies in the universe, the Shigan galaxies are one level lower than the original Point City. It is within the distance of the two main light stars of the galaxy. It is not a jump range for the space curvature spacecraft jump. This is the regulation of the Universe Alliance. This is to prevent the enemy from using the galaxy-level destruction weapons to attack the main star. The civil life of the main star has time to escape. Jinj, why do you want to come out with me? Shenmue suddenly asked on the way to the main star of Shigan. He was always curious about why Jinj followed him away from the small universe. There is no meaning there. Can't fight. The tribe does not need my protection. Jinj faintly opened. For Jinj, the Wild Mountain Star is really boring. In the past, there were people in the family to protect, and Shenmue gave the people a battle armor and various technologies after the transformation of the Manshan star. The people now do not need protection at all. You need help. Jinj added another sentence. Oh, okay. Shenmue is undecided. Jinj's strength is very strong, especially after the armor. The combat power is very strong, and Jinj has the sense of super capability of fighting consciousness. Born warrior drops. Help, help. During the two chats, the voice of the spacecraft public channel appeared. The display of the spacecraft fire control radar also appeared. A red dot, being chased by 7 red dots, coming over them. The life-saving sound is the red dot of the escape, which is sent out by the electromagnetic waves of the Cosmic Alliance public channel, which can be received by the spacecraft. The spacecraft's automatic defense mode is turned on, radar is illuminated, and all scenes appear in front of Shenmue and Jinj. A orc life wearing a beast of the orc appears in a holographic image, with 7 armor chasing behind it, a chase in space. This is rare. Shenmue met for the first time. Friend, save me. I am the prince of the green grass civilization of the Shigan galaxy. Save me back. I will thank you. I beg you to save me. I found that I was locked by the fire control of the spacecraft. The escaping armor was already in a hurry, and I continued to send a distress call to the public channel. The speed of the approaching spacecraft did not decrease. Friend, I can give you money, as long as you save me. I am willing to pay 1 billion stars. 1 billion stars. When he heard 1 billion stars, Shenmue's eyes lit up. He has just emerged from the small universe, and he is penniless. He is looking for where to take money to supplement antimatter energy in the Shigan galaxy. I did not expect that someone will be sent to the door. Originally, he didn't want to take care of this. After all, he had nothing to do with the other party. There is no need to get into trouble. But now, the other party is willing to pay, which is the money he needs most. He doesn't mind managing a gossip, determining the payment of 1 billion stars. Shenmue said. Jorgri was in a hurry and went out to play today. He didn't expect the spaceship to be ambushed, and eventually fell to the end of the flight. I didn't expect the other person to pursue him. Now the armor's energy and weapons are running low. If he can't escape, he will die in space. In this environment, it is too easy to destroy the dead. Originally desperate, I did not expect that at the crucial moment. His armored radar prompted a spaceship to suddenly appear nearby, and he turned his head without hesitation. This sudden spaceship is his last hope. The initial call for help was useless, and the fire control radar of the other spacecraft did not disappear. Once he approached, he would be attacked by the other spacecraft. In desperation, he can only throw the temptation of money. The life of any civilization in the universe, the desire for wealth is the same. Are you sure to pay 1 billion stars? The short sentence sent by the spacecraft on the public channel made Joe Gregory ecstatic, as if Scorpio. Yes, 1 billion stars, not lie to you. Friends, advise you not to take care of it, or you will have trouble. Hearing that Shenmue was impressed by the $1 billion compensation, the chasers in the rear were obviously in a hurry, and warned Shenmue's spaceship with the public channel. Ink Girl lifted his fire control aim. Shenmue did not pay attention to the warning of the chaser. Ordered. The radar found that the other party disarmed the fire control, and Joe Gregory was ecstatic, did not hesitate to accelerate, entered the fire control range of the spacecraft, and headed for the spacecraft. The 7 chasers stopped outside the spacecraft fire control and did not dare to approach, and the mood was obviously not very good. Friends, look at your spaceship. It should not be the life of this galaxy's. Hand over Joe Gregory, you leave. We can do this without happening. There is no need to trouble ourselves. The chaser who is headed in the public channel give a deep warning again. 1 billion stars, do you give me? Chen Mo faintly replied. 1 billion stars can save a lot of effort. So, is the friend planning to intervene? The chasing head of the head saw that Georgie was about to enter the spaceship and was extremely anxious. If Georgie is saved, today's mission is gone. Only Chen Mo did not answer him. Then die with him. The chasing head of the head opened the armor's weapon, facing the armor, and did not hesitate to start. Boom. Chapter 809, Suspicion. Chen Mo was wearing a free black ant and flew from space into the entrance of the spacecraft. He threw 7 antimatter energy cores to the robot and returned to the central cabin of the spacecraft. When seeing Chen Mo passing by, Joe Greg couldn't help but swallow. Just now, Chen Mo slaughtered 7 chasers, and he was still vivid. From the attack of the chaser, Chen Mo flew out in the armor. In less than a moment, all 7 people were killed, and they couldn't stop around. There was no one to fight back. The skill was definitely in the hands of the Shigan Galaxy. Master, my name is Greenwo Joggly. Joe Greg smiled politely. Joe Jerry's face was barely smiling, but this smile was not good looking. He is a kind of orc. The armor helmet falls from the head to the neck. It is like the green skin of a frog. The head is big, the ratio to the human is the big head doll. The mouth is wide, the eyes are bulging, even laughing a little scary. Chen Mo said succinctly. Jinj did not pay attention to Georgie, a cold person who was not close to the stranger. He ignored him from the beginning to the end. He sat on the side and squatted with a little beast. Chen Mo was too lazy to introduce to Georgie. When Joe Grido saw Ginger Few Eyes, he took his eyes back. Mr. is really extraordinary. Those fierce thieves can't escape Mr.'s round. It's really admirable. Joe Jerry began to flatter. Just 7 chasers started. If he can, he doesn't mind meeting 2 masters. He also has him. Help. Seeing that Chen Mo and Jinj are indifferent, Qiaojali flashed dissatisfaction, but only for a moment. This dissatisfaction disappeared. Looking at the spaceship of the 2 gentlemen, it should not be the life of the Shigan Galaxy. I usually like to travel around the universe and have seen many civilizations. I don't know which gentleman you are from. Huaxia civilization, Chen Mo said casually. Chinese civilization? Joe Jerry was puzzled. He had never heard of this civilization. It was certainly not a powerful civilization. But the universe is so big. There are hundreds of billions of civilizations, big and small, and he has never heard of it. Where are you going back? I will send you back and pay me. Chen Mo did not talk to Joe Gregory. He didn't have to know his brain. Qiaojali was chased and killed this time. He must have been counted and had trouble. He saved the other party this time because of money. If not for money, he would never provoke these unnecessary troubles. Now Chen Mo only wants to take the reward and add antimatter energy to leave the Shigan Galaxy. In this position, Georgie pointed to a position where the image of the main star of Shigan was off angle. On the road, Georgie was very enthusiastic about Chen Mo and Jinj. Both of them spoke intentionally or unintentionally to Chen Mo's origins. What kind of civilization belonged to him? Unfortunately, Chen Mo looked very thorough and only took a long time to take care of him. As for Jinj, I directly ignored Ugly and I was too lazy to take care of him. Later, Joe Greg slowly gave up temptation. For 3 hours, the spacecraft landed in a berth of tens of kilometers of spacecraft, which was managed by the civilization of the professionally operated spaceship port, without worrying about the safety and civilization of the spacecraft. Originally, the main star's review of the unknown spacecraft will be relatively strict, but the identity of the Green Grass Prince of Georgie is also considered to be a small identity. and the ship of Shenmue is successfully landed in the main star of the Shigan Galaxy. The Greenwo civilization is only an ordinary luxury in the Shigan galaxies, which can be seen from the territory of the main star of Shigan. In the territory of the main star, there are only a few large areas of ordinary planet land. The king of the Greenwo civilization is also the father of Georgie, Greenwo, Rum, like a giant dragonfly, or green skin. There are many wrinkles, more than 3 meters in shape, big belly, and the belly is covered by clothes. Shenmue is not. Make sure the belly is white. Rum comforted Hawkeye and determined that he was not injured. His nervous look was slightly loose, and he eventually became reprimanded. And Jorgli stood up and did not dare to refute Rum's reprimand. As for what he thought, no one knew. Hawkeye is not stupid, naturally knowing that this time he was ambushed. It is certainly not an ordinary robbery. After a long time, Rum reprimanded and looked at Shenmue and Ginge. In fact, just after he came out, he looked at Shenmue and Ginge in secret. Even when he scolded Georg, he was secretly observing. But from the beginning to the end, neither of them showed any action. The appearance of oneself. Children like to play, do not listen to discipline. This distress, the loss of the 2 husbands. I'm grateful. You're welcome, Shenmue said. I don't know how the 2 gentlemen call it. Shenmue, Ginge, hey? Rum was also told by Shenmue's succinct self-introduction, but he immediately returned to God. I don't know where the 2 came from. Where are you going? The universe is taking risks. Shenmue is still not salty or not. Rum took a deep look at Shenmue and Ginge, indicating that the 2 had a little rest, and took Jogreg to the side of the house. Talk to me about how they can save you. I promised to pay their billions of dollars, and they will save me. Jorgri said it. Well, 1 billion is a small thing. Rum thought about it. You talk to me about the process. My father thought that this time I was in danger and related to them. Jogreg found that his father's tone was wrong. He was not a fool or a hesitation. It's just possible. After all, their origins are unknown, and they happen to be near you. Rum did not say it, but the meaning was obvious. Jogreg carefully recalled the process at the time. My spaceship was attacked by ambush, then I escaped the spaceship. They came to chase me. Their spaceship suddenly appeared not far away. I flew over to them. The one who saved me was Shenmue. He wore the armor, is very strong. He is also very strong. Chasing my 7 armored divisions, cannot stop around in his hands, all killed, and all is a fatal. See what life is, the corpses. Hey? Jogreg squinted and shook his head. At the time, I forgot to see that the bodies were all in space. The Shenmue seemed to take down the core of antimatter energy, and he ignored the bodies. Father, then we still have to give them a reward. Give, of course, give it. Rum thought about it. The rewards, I will handle it. Okay. Jogreg nodded and Good Go followed Rum out of the room. In the palace of the Greenwo civilization, Shenmue and Ginge were as cold as ever, seeing Rum and Hawkeye coming out, and their eyes were not lifted, but they were still calm. 2. In order to thank you for saving my son, I decided to give you the brand of our civilized Star Wars. It is estimated by the authority to be 1.1 billion stars. My son promised that your reward is 1 billion stars. The extra one is given by my father. Father, this. When Joe Jerry just wanted to talk, he was stopped by Rum. It is so decided. This is the electronic version of the ownership of the Star Wars company. The agreement is notarized by the Cosmic Alliance Planetary Arbitration Court. It is true and effective. Rum put a holographic projection electronic agreement in front of Shenmue. As long as you sign, the electronic agreement will be updated in real time to the Arbitral Tribunal's database and will take effect immediately, without fear of being cheated. Shenmue took a look at Rum and his eyes locked on the company's ownership. Obviously, the other party is not willing to pay him cash, but he has nothing to say, because Jorgri has never promised to give him cash. Now give him a company, and a company with a valuation of more than 1 billion. He just started this business. The so-called valuations are all virtual. The company's debt and revenue are the key. Operating well, it is worth 1 billion. The business is not good. This can be a debt of 1 billion. Shenmue took a glance at the financial situation of ownership. The company has a fixed profit every year, but most of its profits come from so-called subsidies, and the product revenue is very poor. If these subsidies are reduced, the company is in a loss state. When Shenmue took over, it is estimated that this part of the subsidy will disappear. How? Rum waited for Shenmue's answer. I will give 50 million stars in cash to two, which is my special thanks. Shenmue slowly picked up the pen, signed his name under the electronic version of the company ownership agreement, and entered the face information to confirm. The universe of the universe covers the civilization of the entire universe. There are countless lives. The information between many civilizations is not circulated. Therefore, the identification of the universe is confirmed by facial recognition, regardless of which civilization you belong to. Taking down the ownership of the new Star Wars company, Shenmue refused the invitation of Lum's dinner and left the Green Working Palace. He can see that Rum is prepared for him, as his own small abacus, and he does not like the atmosphere here. Chapter 810, Tyrant and Killer. The Shigan Galaxy is named after the main star of life. Shijiaxing is a big planet. However, compared with the artificial planet of the horror scale of the original city, Shigangsing is not outstanding, but it is also a medium star. The Greenwo civilization is just a green civilization. The green civilization is the basic condition for the survival of Shigangsing, because the lower red, orange and yellow life, whether carbon-based life or nitrogen-based life, cannot get rid of the specific atmospheric needs and constraints, and can only survive on the planets attached to these civilizations. On the territory, on the Stone Star, there are still various high-rise buildings, different buildings, with a strong alien civilization. Even the company's advertising models in the city are all aliens with different shapes. In the era of the melting pot of the universe, the aesthetic problem is not only based on the beauty and ugliness defined by the human beings of the Earth. In terms of aesthetics, this is the greatest gain after Shenmue entered the Universe Alliance. I don't know if the Earth has been in contact with aliens. What are the parents and Xion now thinking of the Earth? Shenmue has some emotions and some eagerness. He wants to go back to Earth quickly, but I am afraid I will delay it for a while. More than 10 billion light-year distance jumps, anti-material energy costs, need 1.7 billion stars. Shenmue needs to be here, earn enough 1.7 billion stars, supplement anti-material energy, in order to start. This is the new star building. A Greenwo civilization led them to a green building. The building is located in a remote corner of Shijiaxing's concentrated armor market. It has 2,000 square meters. It is the smallest in the armor market. Shenmue probably estimated that there is a small repair shop in a remote location in the car repair market. The building is 20 meters high, and in an alien city complex that is generally hundreds of meters high, it looks like a small bungalow on the bustling streets of the Earth. However, the appearance of the building is not dilapidated. In this civilized and developed universe, the value of architecture and land is not high. Just a little nano-robot can start a tall building. Shenmue does not expect the company to earn money for him. The valuation is virtual, but at least it is a foothold, and Rum will transfer the 50 million into the account of the new Star Wars company. He needs to come here to raise the money. Come out. 50 million stars, enough for him to use in Shigangsing as an emergency and daily use. No matter which civilization, wealth is hard currency. As a temporary destination, Shenmue can use this as a starting point to earn enough to talk about the antimatter energy costs of space jumping. As for the means of making money, even if the new star company is not doing well, Shenmue can also resurrect it. There are a number of physical and chemical methods in his hands. He is not afraid of going to the corner of the universe. In the end, Shenmue is also the first to truly contact the civilized system of the Alliance. The first time he entered the Cosmic Alliance civilization, he entered the subordinate experimental planet King Shuixing under the restriction of the Three-Eye civilization. Later he escaped and entered the wild universe without civilization. Nowadays, from the small universe, He really touches the system of cosmic civilization that is not captive and controlled. If it weren't for Joe Gary, Shenmue would like to take Ginge directly to grab a gas station and rob enough of antimatter energy to jump away from the spacecraft. But as a smart life, Shenmue still chooses to use civilized means to obtain. Now is the first step in his contact with the Cosmic Alliance system. In the future, returning to the Earth, the Earth civilization will also be in line with the universe civilization. It is necessary for Shenmue to carefully understand some things in the Universe Alliance system in advance. Green Building. When Shenmue stepped into the building, he found out what was going on. It's a good thing to say, it's a company, and it's not good to hear it. It's a warship repair shop, and it's still a group of idlers. Entering the gate, Shenmue saw at first sight that he was sitting in the middle of the hall, several employees who were betting on the gambling, a few playing cards, several employees playing games, and several people listening to music and snacking. 19 are aliens with different expressions, but they can feel from their emotions. At this time, a group of people are playing very happy, and the snacks around them are scattered and tangled. No wonder it is maintained by subsidies, raising a group of idlers. Needless to guess, Shenmue knows that these employees are all related households, and they are still related to the Greenwo civilization. The relationship is not so heavy, so Rum will give him this company, a mess. The so-called remuneration is estimated to be only tens of millions of dollars in the account. Sir, hello. Are you here to customize the armor? A male alien at the front desk saw Shenmue and Ginge come in and rushed to meet. Do you think that this company's customized armor? I will use it with confidence. Shenmue pointed to a group of people who were just gathering together and said that they were faint. The staff who greeted him was a bit embarrassed. Sir, I believe we can meet your requirements. Shenmue looked at the male staff. A 2-meter-high alien with a pair of small horns and pointed ears, but the 5 senses are human facial features, and the eyes are twice as large as humans. Strong and mature, it looks honest and honest. What is your name? Shenmue asked. Sir, my name is Numue, sir. Please believe that we can customize the armor for you according to your requirements. Numue does not forget to sell products. What position are you in the company? Manager. The manager is a salesman. The employee is playing cards. This is quite unusual. Shenmue was happy. The first time I saw such a wonderful company, I thought that the company was only a small relationship, and the result was all related households and idlers. Shenmue is skeptical about how the valuation of 1.1 billion stars came. Call the company's employees. I am the new boss. Shenmue pressed the wristwatch and transferred the company ownership agreement to Numue to see, by the way, the company's business table, as well as the company's. The accounts are taken over. A sneak peek, after seeing the agreement. A great earthquake. The new boss is here. I didn't even think of it, and Numue turned and greeted several people who gathered together for entertainment. The new boss is here. When he finished, he ran to the room and held 2 documents to Shenmue. He turned to the workshop and called 2 employees out. The 3 employees stood in front of Shenmue and Ginge, and the dozens behind were still playing cards. No one took care of him. Shenmue did not pay attention to the people who did not come, looked at the company's accounts and business charts. After a long time, Shenmue looked up and saw that the group was still playing cards and stepped over. The armor has been put on. Numue and others have a bad feeling, but they dare not move. They feel that this new boss is not good at it. It's fun. Everyone. Who are you? Shenmue inserted a sentence. The staff of the board just looked back at Shenmue and ignored it. Don't bother us to play. I am your new boss. Come to a welcoming ceremony. Shenmue directly launched the atmospheric shock wave. Boom! Exclamation mark. A loud bang screamed in the room. This scene, the shock of the 3 people in the heart of the cattle, saw the employees on the ground rolling their ears, secretly glad. But also some of the means of Shenmue is not calm. This strong means, they saw it for the first time. 2 minutes later, the 22 employees of the Star Wars company, all gathered together, and 12 employees endured the wolf with their ears, and looked extremely angry. "Who are you? Do you know who I am? Do you know who we are?" Shenmue silently looked at these screaming aliens. Sure enough, the weakness of the wisdom of life. No matter where in the universe, some evil faces are the same. "I am your new boss. This company will be owned by me in the future." Shenmue projected the electronic agreement. All of a sudden, the scene was quiet, and a dozen people were stunned for a few seconds. "Who are you? Isn't the company a royal family? Why do you have an agreement in your hand? What are you?" "I am the relative of the friend of the son of the aunt of the royal princess." "Who are you? Is that thing fake? How come it is yours?" "Ah!" Exclamation mark. "Hey!" Exclamation mark. With 3 screams and crashes, the noisy scene came to an abrupt end. The remaining dozens of people swallowed and watched the 3 people like a dead dog outside the company's gate. "Do you have a word?" Their eyes fell on Ginge, who was next to Shenmue. Just now they didn't even see Ginge's movements, and there was no mood swing, more like a ruthless executioner. "They are too noisy," Ginge said coldly, and he sat on a plate and gave food to the little beast. The cold eyes made the people on the field subconsciously shrink their heads and no longer dare to scream. Shenmue continued to speak. "Now I officially took over the company. Cattlewood, Winter and Winter, Carries 3 left, others packed up and went." "Why do you fire us?" "I am." "Yeah, why?" "Ah!" Exclamation mark. 2 screams rang again, and there were 2 more dead dogs on the ground outside the company's gate. This time it was Shenmue. "It's still a little more straightforward." Shenmue moved his fist and turned his eyes to other people. "Either stand up and go out, or fly out and choose." Shenmue's voice was dull, but he kept everyone in the air. There are examples. They don't think Shenmue is joking. "Walking away. Nothing great. I don't want to stay." "Yes, no, we will close sooner or later." That is, a broken company. Seeing that Shenmue also used violence directly, everyone else changed his mind and hurried back to work, leaving with his personal computer and snacks. At the end of the game, only the Cowwood, Winter and Carries were left. The 3 did not dare to move, for fear of provoking Shenmue as a tyrant. From the beginning to the present, 3 hands-on, quick and accurate, no nonsense. All the households were cleaned up. They even think that Shenmue is not afraid of offending people. Unfortunately, their thoughts are redundant. If necessary, Shenmue is not afraid to offend Drum. "You 3 can choose. Leave. I will give you double the salary. Leave. I will subsidize the 3-month salary for you to leave." Shenmue said. He just saw the business table. Only 3 people are doing things, and the business of others is blank. In this kind of company, you can get business, and the ability is good. When I heard this, the 3 could not believe my ears. Is the tyrant so good? The 3 people hesitated when they heard Shenmue's conditions. Shenmue's tyrant who gave them their first impression has already been fixed. If he works under Shenmue's hands and makes him dissatisfied, isn't he guilty? But with double pay, they go to other companies, but they don't necessarily have such a high salary. The 3 faces face each other, and the final look falls on the Cowwood. Others can't manage the oxen, but the 2 usually follow the oxwood. "Really?" Numa questioned. "Yeah." Shenmue nodded gently. After looking at the quiet Shenmue, and looking at the killer next to the pet playing with the carving, Numa finally gritted his teeth and nodded and decided to gamble. Winter and Carries also nodded. "Okay, let's do your thing, boss." "What are we going to do?" asked Numa. "What do you usually do? Do it now. Cancel the information of the employee who left. Find the business of the company, and recruit if you have enough people. If you need anything, tell me that you are the manager." Shenmue dropped a sentence, and Ginge went upstairs, leaving the 3 people behind. Chapter 811, Planetary Safety Agency. The Lion's Civilization Palace, adjacent to the Greenwoe civilization. A lion with a crown listened to his reports and his fierce eyes turned. "He is the king of the Lion's civilization. Is Hawkeye not dead? Was the former armored division dead? And they also recruited 2 masters?" These news surprised the Lion King. This action, using an important traitor within the Greenwood civilization, did not expect to be escaped by Georg. "Is the news from the two masters?" asked the Lion King. "Yes, the King of Greenwood rewarded them with a billion-star winning company, in the Shijiaxing, where the armored market." The men finished and projected the photos of Chen Mo and Jingj. "Are you sure they have been recruited? This is a rumor from the Greenwood King Palace. The Insight has been killed and it is impossible to determine the true and false," the man said, "and the Star Safety Bureau has begun to investigate the attempted murder of Jorgri. We dare not go into contact with the evidence." The Lion-Head King knocked on his claws and finally shook his head. "Since the Planetary Security Agency is involved, this matter will not be taken care of." It has not happened. The Planetary Safety Agency, as its name implies, is the team that maintains the safety of the planet. The Planetary Safety Agency is under the management of the Universe Alliance. It is to investigate large-scale interstar crimes and cross-civilization crimes in the planet. They do not intervene in civilized internal crimes and contradictions, but only the rules of the universe. The Executor is a force that maintains the balance of the planetary civilization. Although the Greenwood civilization is not big, but Jorgi is also a civilized prince, and the assassination is not too small, so the Planetary Security Bureau intervened in the investigation. In case they are found to be their hands, the Shi civilization will face the sanctions of the Universe Alliance, and by then they will be miserable. Chen Mo went down from the top and checked the new Star Wars company. This four-story, more than 20 meters high, covers an area of more than 2,000 square meters. Chen Mo's standard is not simple, and the required armor research machines are available. He also checked the machine again, and several of the cutting-edge machines were still brand new and had not been used several times. The number of times used is a few armor maintenance machines, and the number of design machines is limited, not to mention the machine that modifies the armor. When I first thought about the style of those employees, Chen Mo was not surprised. Those employees are not expected to use cutting-edge machines. Valuation of 1 billion stars, mainly the valuation of the 2,000 square meters of the armor company and the company's machinery and equipment. In addition, Chen Mo cannot think of other values. Chen Mo simply understood that these land and equipment packaged and sold can only sell a maximum of 400 million, 1.1 billion valuation, more than half of the water. No wonder will be so bold, with a valuation of 1.1 billion, and an additional 50 million stars. The Cowwood Warfare entered the top floor where Chen Mo was located. Chen Mo, the new boss's means of violence, has not adapted yet. The kind of shockwave that just happened, and the scene where 5 employees were kicked off, are vividly in sight. He, Dong Dong and Karaz have already given Chen Mo and Jingj a nickname, Tyrant and Killer. Starting with their first impressions, these 2 words describe the best. He didn't know whether the decision he made was good or bad, but he was doubled in salary, and Chen Mo couldn't understand the style of the locusts. So he finally decided to stay. There are still 3 people in the company, and it is already a big one. Nu Mu stood in front of Chen Mo, as strong and generous as a cow, and he was as good as a cat in front of Chen Mo. Boss. Chen Mo stopped to look at the equipment and looked at the cattle. Well, what? According to the normal operation of the original company, we need 50 employees. Numa hesitated and said, there are only 3 people in the company, and the business can't do it. 50 people? Yes, there used to be more than 50 employees. Later, it was acquired by Greenwood, and some unrelated relationship households came in. The original employees couldn't stand the anger, and they went on. The old employees only left. Dong Dong and Karaz are the newly graduated students of the college. They have no business, but they are unable to maintain the company's operations. However, Lu official gave us some subsidies, which is almost a pension for the group. What business did the company do before? Battle armor design, armor modification and armor maintenance. Numa said, Winter is the design of the armor design. Karaz will be modified and repaired, but not proficient. Usually I am responsible for pulling the business. The company with the 3 of us maintaining only a little business. Now we have not received a single business for 10 days. And the company has long been revoked by the group. When Yuma remembered the group of non-working households, he was resentful. First, recruit 20 people. Business, go find some training bases. We help them design and manufacture the basic training armor, as well as the college's basic training armor group purchase. But this kind of business, our company does not have that kind of manufacturing ability. Numa said, I have a way. You can get an order. It is good. Although Numa is not clear about Shenmue's method, Shenmue can get the ownership of this company from the Greenwo royal family, and he certainly has his ability. Going around is the old line, playing armor and technology, earning small money. Shenmue shook his head and smiled. Now I have to make a space jump oil money to go home. And to travel the universe is to have rich people to play. It's ugly to change the company's decoration first. From the beginning of seeing the company's building, Shenmue was disgusted. The interior of the building is okay. The white simple style is not bad, but the green decoration of the exterior wall of the building can't be accepted by Shenmue's aesthetic. This is the architectural style of the Greenwo civilization. One by one, Shenmue took out a small bottle of finger size and shook it. The grey powder contained inside was a nanorobot. Nanobots are common in the Universe Alliance, which is the best technology in infrastructure and the fastest. However, the Universe Alliance has limited limits on the survival time and number of copies of nanorobots, in order to prevent the nanorobots from replicating infinitely. Once there is a disaster or loss due to nanobots, users are punished. When the nanorobot disaster was used on a large scale in the early days of the universe, there have been many occurrences, and even some of the planets have been eroded by nanorobots to their extinction. However, there are many ways to deal with nanorobots. The most effective and most direct is the electromagnetic pulse bomb. Unprotected nanorobots can be destroyed in scope under electromagnetic pulses. For advanced civilizations, nanorobots have no threat at all, and the practicality of such things makes countless lives, almost home travel. Essential items. Putting the outer wall structure of the new Star Wars company building into the light brain, Shenmue opened the nanorobot in his hand and fell on the outer wall of the new Star Wars company building. The nanorobot has a drone limit control. Along the wall route, the green exterior paint is corroded and disappeared at a visible speed, like a hoarfrost eroding the grassland, replaced by a silver-white exterior wall. The nanorobot spread along the outer wall of the building. In less than 20 minutes, the outer wall of the building became silver-white. There is a big logo on the wall. It is a symbol of the Marching Ant Group, but the name has not changed. New Star Wars Company. In the huge city with high buildings, this tall silver-white building is also a small white pearl in the stone forest. Soon after the building was just remodeled, Jinj was wearing a battle armor. Somebody is coming. Shenmue also found out that the radar of the armor showed that 5 people wearing armor appeared hovering outside the building. Looking at the sign, should be a formal organization or a group. Go out and have a look. Shenmue put on the free black ants and said faintly. Chapter 812. Dangerous feeling. The 5 armored divisions were suspended outside the building. The types and sizes of the armor were different, but the paintings were the same, and there was a logo on the chest. Also wrote the general text of the Universe Alliance Planetary Security Agency. The armored helmet faded, revealing 5 different faces. Headed by the blue-skinned humanoid, the ears are sharp, the hair is golden red, and the bloodshot eyes are looking around. The other 4, 2 beasts, 2 humanoids, and skin shapes are also different. Is it the building? Is it not green? How to turn it into silver? It looks pretty good. Ansan compares the information. The shape of the building remains the same, but the color changes. The green is gone. Only silver-white, looks a lot of pleasing to the eye. This is the building. The new Star Wars Company has not changed. A member next to him said, the Star Wars Company is the asset of the Greenwo civilization, and the Greenwo civilization royal family confirmed that this is the reward they gave each other. Let's go in. Anson took the lead and landed at the door of the company's first floor, while Chen Mo and Jingj came out from the inside. Several people. Is there anything? Chen Mo faintly opened. Ansan looked at the information. It was Chen Mo and Jingj they were looking for, but his eyes stayed on the armor of Chen Mo and Jingj. Dangerous feeling. With his years of experience in dealing with Star Trekkers and various interstellar criminals, he felt a deep sense of threat from both of them. This shows that the strength of the two is certainly not weak. I am the captain of the Planetary Safety Agency, Ansan. This is my ID card. I want to ask you some words. Ansan released an electronic ID card to show his intention. Star Safety Agency, Chen Moyi, a handful of checks, determined the functions of the Planetary Security Agency, the Earth's Interpol, belonging to the Universe Alliance. The inside said. Chen Mo and Jingj turned into the house. Ansan was a little surprised. He served as the captain of the Planetary Security Agency. Many people have heard of the Planetary Safety Agency. It is always unnatural to have ghosts and ghosts. But Chen Mo and Jingj were too calm and felt that they were not taken seriously at all. In this case, he was the first time to see him. Chen Mo let Numa pour a little drink to Ansan and others, sitting calmly on the sofa. If you have any questions, just ask. It's about the attempted murder of Jogli. You talk about the process. Ansan straight into the subject, looking directly at Chen Mo's eyes, seems to see through Chen Mo's heart. Unfortunately, Chen Mo just glanced at him at random and didn't take it seriously. This is recorded by my spacecraft. From his call for help to the return of the Greenwo royal family, Chen Mo handed a chip to Ansan. To sum up in one sentence is that my spacecraft space jump just happened there. He asked us for help and promised to pay. I shot him to save him and sent him back. As for the details, the video record is clearer than I said. Candid. When Ansan and Chen Mo's eyes touched him, he did not see any fluctuations from Chen's eyes. Nor did he have any hurriedness or fear. He did not seem to be afraid of their inquiries. Which civilization did you come from? What did Shigan Xing do? We come from the Chinese civilization, the expedition of the universe, the antimatter exhaustion of the spacecraft, to the Shigan galaxy to supplement and rest by the way. Chen Mo did not hesitate to say. Huaxia civilization? There are a total of 900 billion civilizations recorded in the universe. There are 8.7 billion smart life planets, many of which are called Huaxia civilization. Where is your position? Ansan will approximate the universe map. The ministry released it and let Chen Mo point to where it is. Where is my hometown? Is this related to the case you investigated? Chen Mo calmly asked. There is no relationship. It is up to us to judge, not you. A member of the Doghead who came along with Ansan, his mouth was obviously uncomfortable. Hey, your attitude seems to be against us. Chen Mo glanced at the member who spoke. He could feel that it meant investigating him. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere of the scene began to be fought at. Each other can feel the alert from the other side. 2 to 5, Chen Mo and Jingji's momentum still does not fall. A calm, a cold, 5 people look at it. At this time, both sides know that as long as there is a wrong action, it means the real hands. The atmosphere has reached the edge of the explosion. Ansan felt extremely heavy pressure. He noticed the details that other players did not pay attention to. The moment the atmosphere confronted him, he saw the 2 tiny movements of Chen Mo and Jingj. The footsteps are slightly moved and the body leans forward. At that moment, he could feel the tremendous pressure from the 2 men. He even had the feeling that as long as there was a bright weapon action, the 5 of them would die here before they showed their weapons. These 2 men are terrible warriors. They far underestimated the strength of these 2 people. He suddenly remembered the confession of the Greenwo royal family. Chen Mo killed 7 chasers in a short time and finally saved Joe Gregory. Don't misunderstand, too, Ansan said, breaking the atmosphere of confrontation. Just wondering how far you travel in the universe. In fact, I also think about traveling in the universe once. Chen Mo looked at him and did not answer. The tit-for-tat atmosphere was broken. and the pressures of the Ansan and the five were flushed, like the worms that broke free. Just now, not only Ansan, but the other four people felt the deep pressure from Chen Mo. The players who had just talked with Chen Mo, the look and feel were uncertain. The two said that they are to supplement anti-material energy, and by the way, do not know when to leave. Ansan seems to have nothing to do, and asks, if you are willing to fund our replenishment of anti-material energy, we can leave now. Oh, Mr. Jokes, do you have a personal space curvature ship? And will you care about adding anti-material energy? Ansan did not tell lies. Chen Mo said that this is like saying that a luxury car can travel around the world, but there is no money to refuel. It's just that he didn't know that Chen Mo gang had come out of the small universe and really had no money, and the spacecraft was made by himself. I said that there is really no money. Do you think that my spaceship is robbed? Ansan realized that the change between Chen Mo's language was not so polite now. But he didn't say much. The matter was that they first picked it up, and he is not good at blaming the players now. The two are really joking. I am here today. Thank you for your cooperation. If you have any information in the future, you can contact me. Regardless of whether Chen Mo needs it or not, Ansan wrote his own communication device number on the table, picked up the chip that Chen Mo gave them, and left with four players. When leaving the new Star Wars company, the five felt a lot easier around. On the way, Ansan was thinking about the process of contact with Chen Mo. Captain, when I was confronted, I felt a lot of pressure. There was a sense of crisis that was stabbed in the back and could die at any time. A team member still had some members. I have it too, and said without hesitation. The two are masters. They don't look like senior life. Why give us such a big crisis? Life is not a profiling, color life classification, but a general distinction, not completely accurate. Even the life of the same color, there are 3 or 6, 8 al. In the God-level civilization, the life of the Endless Sea civilization, the blood is transparent. They are still in the color system. They are still Protoss. Call, Captain. Look at this image. Among the 5, the only female person suddenly exclaimed in the Armor Team channel and shared an image into the team channel. It is the video of Chen Mo killing 7 chasers in space. Seeing the murder of the image in the image, Ansan was secretly glad that the two sides had not fallen out. Otherwise they were really dangerous. The danger was just true. Master, they feel right. If you encounter this situation, can you kill 7 murderers in such a short period of time? Or can you not be killed by the murderers during this time? When watching the video, they didn't consciously put themselves into Chen Mo's position. It was terrible to think about it. In the future, when you talk to the witch, don't rush. You are easy to offend people. Even if we are the Planetary Safety Agency, we can't just offend people. The universe is stronger than ours. No, Captain. The dog-headed player who had just talked with Chen Mo hurriedly promised that he had clearly felt a sense of crisis just now, so he did not dare to talk in the back. Now, after seeing this image, he has a lingering fear. What do we do now? Can you check them? Do not check first. The other party is very polite, but it was stimulated by Lo Wu. Their armor is very advanced. There is a personal space curvature spaceship, and it is a master. Like a high-level civilization. High-level civilization disdain means and conspiracy to deal with the Greenwo civilization. After listening to Jogri's call for help, Ansan ruled out the investigation of Chen Mo's thoughts. Chen Mo did not agree, and then he heard the money and promised it. It should be paid for the reward. Their planet seems to have come to 2 monks. Chapter 813, when Ansan and others left, Chen Mo began to make armor. Chen Mo has to have money to be able to afford it. It takes 1.7 billion yuan to supplement antimatter energy. This is not a small amount, but it is not big. It is not difficult to use Chen Mo's mastery of technology and profitability. It only takes the Warcraft business to make it easy to earn this money. There is no need for a strong armor here. The green level armor is a good armor, and the blue level armor is the top armor. Chen Mo saw the price of Shi Jiaxing's various armor. The price of the armor ranged from several million to hundreds of millions. See the technical content and strength of the armor. The green armor is a very simple armor for Chen Mo. This level of armor is stronger than his nano armor in the earth, mainly due to material upgrades, and a simple energy shield installed to withstand the not too high laser pulse attack. The armor user is the most troublesome. Many armor companies accept the custom of armor, mainly because there are too many alien civilizations. There are humanoids, orcs, sea-like, Zerg, different life, and different shapes. Mutant life. Designing a kind of armor does not satisfy all life races and individuals. Chen Mo chose the armor of the Shiganxing population and the armor of the orc life to design 2 sets of armor. A set of humanoid armor, a set of orc armor. The type of armor is very simple, it is a simple shape. There are no other bells and whistles. Chen Mo is a warrior designed according to the uniform data type of Shiganxing. When the armor is worn, it will be adjusted according to the specific physical data of the armored division. Battle armor. The helmet part can be deformed. This kind of adaptation armor has to sacrifice some space and performance, so there are certain limitations in terms of weapons and functions. Masters do not need to adapt the armor, they are generally tailored to their own style and needs. According to the classification of the Universe Alliance, the 2 armor belong to the green armor. The basic condition of the green armor is that the power meets the speed of the first universe, and the first cosmic speed set by the Cosmic Alliance is about 6 kilometers per second. Numu, where can I sell the armor quickly? Chen Mo called the cow wood. Hey, boss, is this the armor you designed? Numu looked at the 2 sets of armor, and the bulls eyed the old round. Well, practice your hands, Chen Mo said. Do you still practice? Numu does not know what to say. Only a few days later, Chen Mo completed the manufacture of 2 sets of armor. He used to think that Chen Mo was just a powerful armor division, and he is still a powerful armor designer. Warrior designers need strong professional skills, including the parameters, data, functions, mechanical design, power design, weapon design, and various professional software editing capabilities of the various components of the armor. It can be said that the designer of the armor is the most comprehensive talent, but not everyone can do it. The company's Winter is just barely designing some low-end armor. Now, looking at the data parameters of Chen Mo's armor, it is a green level armor, or a better green level armor. Boss, if you want to sell the armor, there is a battle armor trading city not far from there. Numu transferred the map and pointed to one of the buildings. The 452-story building is 3,560 meters high and belongs to the tallest building in the center of the armor. It resembles a pyramid and is only slimmer than the pyramid. Around the building, there are hundreds of buildings of almost the same level. A warrior rises up the sky, crosses the forest, crosses the ocean, and goes straight into space. In the eyes of the cosmic star sea, buy tanks and battle armor and enjoy free life. The ad word and the battle logo appear, and the ad ends. Then, a battle armor shuttles with the Zerg army. The bomb command, the Zerg die in pieces. The picture is a pair of 10 masters fighting, the armor is still easy. 10 opponents were all killed, and the advertising words came late. Sneak out of the enemy and win the battle. Star River Battle Armor, your path to the master. Do you want to be called a powerful armor division? Do you want to be a master of homage to the people? Sparks Division Training Class, your ultimate choice. Various armored advertisements bombed, occupying the sky above the armor trading city. In addition, there are various cool holographic video ads. Numerous suspension transport vehicles, flying skateboards, flying motorcycles, and armor are constantly flowing in the air. Shiganxing Battle Armor Trading City is next to the warship maintenance area. This is the most prosperous location of Shiganxing. Shiganxing is the life star of the Shigan Galaxy. It has 300 billion lives and has a developed culture. The demand for the battle armor can be imagined. Chen Mo flew in the air wearing a battle armor, and could see the armor and aircraft that were constantly landing on the various high-rise platforms of the building. The battlefield trading area of King Shuixing is a heaven and a ground compared to here. This is the most prosperous alien city Shenmue has ever seen. This kind of prosperity is only in the middle and lower level of the universe. The prosperity of the top cities in the advanced civilization of the universe can be imagined. In accordance with the guidelines of Numu, Shenmue landed on the platform of the 241st floor of the highest building of the warrior trading city, carrying 2 sets of armor boxes and entering the floor. The 300-story building is a free-selling shop for green-level armor. It can rent temporary cabinets to sell its own armor, and the pavement rent is 5,000 stars a day, without dividing the percentage. Shenmue entered the building, and both sides were transparent armored cabinets, and various styles of armor. All kinds of aliens are looking at their own armor. If they find the favorite armor, they can pay the stars directly, unlock the cabinets, and get the armor. These cabinets are temporarily rented and sold, many of which are used in second-hand armor, personal armor studios, or armor designed and manufactured by small companies without fixed pavements. The cabinets with better flow of people have been rented out, and there are still some armor in line. After visiting for a long time, Shenmue chose 2 empty cabinets with a relatively low position and low flow. After paying the rental fee, the 2 sets of armor were put on the cabinet, and the simple parameter data of the armor was transmitted into the cabinet with the hard disk. It is convenient for the purchaser to view the parameter data. Finally, click on the rental and sale agreement to determine the quality assurance and trouble-free agreement. In terms of selling price, Shenmue chose the average reasonable selling price of a green-level armor, 20 million stars. Doing all this, Shenmue is satisfied with leaving. The unique universe civilization makes Shenmue very interested. The universe has experienced the era of war, destruction of the Dark Forests, and finally entered the civilized era of the Universe Alliance under the joint supervision of the 7 god-level civilizations. Although large and small interstellar wars still exist, under the control of high civilization, it does not affect the big pattern of the Universe Alliance. Similar to the United Nations system of the Earth, it achieves a delicate balance under the game and competition of the 7 god-level civilizations. For centuries, the god-level civilization has subconsciously maintained this delicate balance of the cosmic system. The cosmic civilization has been able to develop and communicate relatively peacefully. Nowadays, a very unique system of rules of the universe and civilization has been formed. The more contact and understanding, the more interested Shenmue is in this system of cosmic civilization, which at least will not allow him to reject. After a few laps in the building, Shenmue appreciates the design style of all kinds of armor and learns the unique civilized habits here. For a long time, Shenmue Kai went to the material market and bought some materials for making armor. Bai Hao landed on the building platform and stepped into the battle armor trade city. Short hair, ear and ear leopard fur, not ugly, covered with leopard armor, a slender and flexible leopard tail. The 5 senses are classic people, eyes full of wildness. The life on the side of the road will sneak a glance at the white, a leopard woman. This style is different from the humanoid and the orc, the half-orc. The typical humanoids are only the facial features and limbs of the humanoid. The skin of the body is the skin. There is no hair. The animal family is the shape of the preserved animal. The hair and signs of the body change little, but the wisdom is different. The orc is the most successful life of the humanoid and the orcs in the universe, retaining only the most classic features of the orc, and possessing the human body shape and the strongest wisdom. The reason why the orcs are called the most successful combination of life is because of the White Star Civilization. The White Star Civilization, one of the 7 god-level civilizations, is the god-level civilization established by the half-orcs. The half-orc also has a characteristic. The female half-orc body is extremely flexible, full of wildness, people want to conquer. The male half-orc inherits the strong body and speed of the orc, and the combat power is also very embarrassing. Beihao ignored the gaze around him and walked around in the trading city. This time with a mission to Shigangsing, the little nephew let a little gift back. She thought of bringing a warrior back to him. Although they are not lacking in armor, they are also a commemorative gift. After a few months, Xiaozi began to learn to fight armor. As a younger sister, she sent a set of armor to him as a gift, and it was a small toy. Walking around the building, Beihao did not see any amazing armor. Beihao stopped in front of the two cabinets, and opened the data parameters of the two armor and the virtual demonstration video. It was the cabinet that Chen Mo had just consigned the armor. Interesting. The two armor models are not stunning, but the overall performance is very average. Speed, weapon, strength are balanced, like the barrel has no special long and short board. However, as a novice practice armor, the parameter balance is very important, and it is a self-adapting armor. She thinks that they organize the green training armor, but the design is no different. Here is the middle-level literary star system. There is actually a good armor designer, which makes her somewhat surprised. I didn't even think about it. Beihao paid 40 million directly and took both sets of armor. Chapter 814, Chen Mo's superpower. The small universe came to communicate. Not long after Chen Mo returned to the new star company, he received communication from the small universe. When the communication device was connected, the holographic projection of the extension and others was ejected. Sir, are you going back to your hometown now? Chuo Li saw Chen Mo and Jingj, and looked very happy. Not yet. Chen Mo nodded. Quantum entanglement is not disturbed by space and distance, so they can talk to the small universe. Mister, how far is your current position from your hometown? Very far. There are more than 10 billion light years. Now the spacecraft's antimatter energy is exhausted, and it is staying on the planet to supplement antimatter energy. Chen Mo said. Sir, the fleet just arrived at a new life planet, where there is a sulfur-based life. The extension began to introduce the situation inside the planet, and it is endless. The Manshan people restored a complete education system, showing a strong talent, learning technology and knowledge quickly, and even Chen Mo was somewhat surprised. Coupled with the special ability of the Savage Mountain to have a combat consciousness, Chen Mo can almost certainly determine that the Manshan is a high-level life, but the harsh environment and incomplete knowledge system of the mountain star has curbed their growth. I followed the fleet to the planet. The planet is beautiful, but poisonous. What is your recent training score? Show me. Jingj, who has been quiet, suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted the excitement. Chuo is very afraid of Jingj. He heard Jingj want his training results. The face that was just excited was immediately stunned. He did not dare to disobey Jingj and reluctantly released his training results. Regressed. Jingj is only 3 words, so that Chuo is crying and mourning. After the extension of the mountain and the raft, the look is loose. Jingj and Chen Mo left Chuoshan to manage the affairs of the family, constrain the number of people who have been removed, and recently relaxed a lot, and now finally have personal management. Even if Chuoshan did not say much, Jingj taught him to leave. He acquiesced. Chen Mo and Jingj set a training standard for the Warring Academy of the Manshan. The extension was Chen Mo's student. He used to learn Jingo and had higher natural standards. When Jingj was in the process of personal training, the other students only had gloating, but they did not dare to follow the standard of extension. Some students tried it and described it as terror. I didn't expect Jingj to leave, and when I left it, I was discovered. The training doubled, and Teng overtook him. Jingj said coldly. Yan and Teng were given to Chen Mo by Chuoshan. The two were naturally taught by Chen Mo to be managers and help him deal with some trivial matters. Now there is no small prestige in the family, like Chen Mo's spokesperson. Chen Mokao and Teng nodded. The supervision is not good. I am fine. You okay, sir? He and Teng Najeng focused on the head. Seeing Chen Mo also promised, Chuo almost did not cry out, just contacted Chen Mo, too proud of it. Now tragedy. The speed of small space development, according to your plans and steps, is developing planets. The people are slowly becoming stronger. Also, Mo My number 2 follows the technology you left behind, and research on supercapacity medicine has begun. He gave Chen Mo a report on the recent small universe, and everything went well. As long as there was enough time, they could control the entire small universe. Sir, do you want us to send soldiers out to help you? No need to. Chen Mo refused. You develop a small universe according to plan. The space connector is not authorized by me and cannot be opened. You can't mess it out. If you find a small universe by high-level civilization, it will be very troublesome. Understood. He nodded and promised. When I get back to my hometown, I will build a space connector and connect the small universe. I don't have to worry about other issues until then. You should concentrate on developing the small universe first. Knowing the specifics of the small universe, Chen Mo put away the communicator. Jinj led Chen Mo into a training room, which is the training room for Jinj transformation. Training is already a normal state for both of them. Since the identity of Chen Mo Technology Administrator has risen to the authority of God, the development of the brain domain, his body has once again evolved, awakening a special ability. When the special ability first appeared, Chen Mo was extremely surprised. His magical understanding of life, at that moment, goes one step further. Consciousness affects the state of existence of matter. That is the first time that Chen Mo has determined that at the macro level, consciousness affects the state of existence of matter. In the past 2 years, Chen Mo has learned a lot about his ability. The special ability of his awakening is related to consciousness and the ability to read. The power of reading is the expression of willpower, control objects. This is Chen Mo's ability to determine himself. Chen Mo has tested it many times and determined that he can control almost all inanimate active substances and energy visible to the naked eye. Knowing this special ability, Chen Mo began to worry very much. For fear of being careless, this special ability caused a serious and irreversible consequence with him. Therefore, Chen Mo sought the help of Jinj. Based on Jinj's experience in controlling combat consciousness, he learned how to use his special ability to control and understand himself in the books on the super capability record of the Science and Technology Library. At the beginning, Jinj was amazed at the special ability of Chen Mo's awakening. After thorough understanding, Jinj only said a word to Chen Mo, "Very terrible ability." After that, Jinj has been helping Chen Mo to practice super power control, putting 10 solid football of different sizes and different materials. Jinj will return to Chen Mo. In the 2 years of development training, according to the definition given by Jinj, Chen Mo's current superpower is in the first stage of the primary state. Jinj divides the superpower into 3 stages according to the growth experience of his own combat consciousness. Each stage has 3 different states. Although Jinj's classification is still very vague, it does have a little prototype. Jinj found in his fighting consciousness ability of the man and the ethnic minorities that this ability can continue to grow and develop. His own powerful combat consciousness is grown in the danger of hunting in the mountains and forests, and to a certain extent, the ability will change qualitatively and enter the second stage. Jinj's sense of fighting changed qualitatively, making him the best fighter in the family, so he knew that special abilities would be staged. Chen Mo's ability is very special. Even Jinj, a warrior who grew up on the edge of life and death, feels that Chen Mo's ability is terrible. As for the qualitative change, this ability will become stronger, and Jinj is not sure. To use this special ability in combat, it is necessary to thoroughly understand the specificity of the ability, otherwise it will easily hurt yourself or even get out of control. After 2 years of training and exploration, they still have a lot of gains. Chen Mo has made rapid progress with the development of their abilities. They have explored that Chen Mo's own power will affect the strength of special abilities and will be affected by the distance, quality and speed of objects. To determine this characteristic, they are specifically developed for Chen Mo's mind. When he first acquired his ability, Chen Mo's subconscious mind could not control the kind of power to activate special abilities. Later, after groping and training, Shenmue had been able to control his freedom to enter that state and thus freely control this special ability. Shenmue called the ability to activate the state, which is called the super state, start. When Ginger's words fell, Shenmue raised his hand and entered the super state. Raising your hand to help concentrate on your mind, now that he is in control of the power of mind, has not yet reached the point of being particularly proficient. In the next moment, I saw the training room, and 10 solid of different materials slowly floated. 1.7 seconds. When the solid ball floats, the stopwatch freezes, which reflects the time when Shenmue entered the super state. The shorter the time, the better, which is good for the battle. This time, it was 0.2 seconds faster than the last time. The more difficult it is to progress, the Ginger's request is that Shenmue can enter the state of super in an instant. Fold. According to this, Ginger took out a carved wood carving, the shape of the black beast, and let Shenmue wood carving to shape the shape of the solid ball. The shape of the wood carving is very delicate, and each hair and detail is clear. It is a huge challenge to control the silence of 10 different material objects. I saw 10 solid and started to lengthen slowly. 2 hours later, Shenmue Zen fell to the ground, his face pale, and he gasped. He feels that the brain is as painful as acupuncture. The training of this ability is very burdensome on the brain, and it is a huge temper for the body and the willpower. On the ground is a broken piece of solid ball. At the last moment, Shenmue's limit is reached, consciousness is fluctuating, and almost the model is exploded. Come back, Ginger said lightly. Chapter 815, 80 billion light-years outside the search. Xiaoyu and Zhao Minutes used virtual reality technology to look at the planet in front of the robot through the perspective of the robot on the spacecraft. Even if human beings have imagination, it is difficult to understand the existence of such an incredible planet. A large, unimaginable artificial planet, Dyson Ball. The origin city. The closer to the origin city, the smaller the fisherman and Zhao Minutes. It has been 2 years since the Super Lightspeed spacecraft began to explore the universe. The marching ant group is developing the Milky Way, discovering many life planets and wars, but those lives are not the civilization they are looking for. 2 years ago, their spacecraft jumped out of the Rainiakia supergalaxies to find an alien civilization. The words of the alien civilization are the same as the words of the spacecraft that arrived at Earth. I thought they had found the alien civilization that took Shenmue, in order not to accidentally hurt Shenmue, but also to find the location of Shenmue. They did not attack the alien civilization. After disguise, he grabbed an alien, used neuroconscious translation, learned the language and words of aliens, and let the ink girl imitate the alien's shape, and created a large number of intelligent robots mixed into the alien star ball to investigate Shenmue. Message. However, soon after, they got a glimpse of the blue sky. That is not the text of the alien civilization they found, but the universal text of the Universe Alliance. The entire universe, the trillions of planets, and countless lives. They are still looking for a needle in a haystack. The universe spans nearly 100 billion light-years, with countless civilizations and countless lives. It is impossible for them to verify who is arresting Shenmue. And when they were desperate, they got another good news. The intelligent robots that sneaked into the civilization of the Universe Alliance brought news from an intelligent stealer. The ship that captured Shenmue belonged to a planet called the Origin City, and was the main star of the Origin Galaxies. It is the planet in front of you. For 2 years, they have been mixed into alien civilizations through intelligent robots, collecting a large amount of information about the Universe Alliance. Today, they have a general understanding of the form, history, and existing rules of the universe. They speculated that Shenmue was arrested and may be needed for advanced civilization research. Because they collected the rules of the Universe Alliance, the rules stipulate that StarCraft examiners can capture 100,000 newly discovered low-level intelligent life individuals for life science research. In combination with the various behaviors of aliens in the past, they speculated that Shenmue was arrested for research, like humans going to deep-sea investigations to capture the samples of the seabed. If it is similar, Shenmue should now be stocked in a similar experimental base of a civilization. They chose to send a spaceship to the origin city. Here is their last hope. 8 billion light-years outside the search for husband. In order not to expose human traces, their spacecraft uses the words and symbols of the Universe Alliance. But there is one thing that is the same. Logo, the logo of the Marching Ant Group. As long as Shenmue sees this logo, he will know that they are looking for it. The purpose of coming to the origin city is to buy and sell armor. After learning the rules of the Universe Alliance, they registered a war company in a Cosmic League star. The name is called Marching Ants. There is a civilized legitimate identity. Their spaceships are free to enter and exit the Cosmic League's literary star ball, and also add a layer of disguise to their identity. Even the robots they make are the appearance models of alien humans, not modeled on human appearance. They have just been exposed to the universe and everything must be careful. Let's land. Xiao gave the Ink Girl instructions, and the Space Curvature spacecraft quickly went to the port. An hour later, a light-speed spacecraft departed from the port of mooring and entered the civilized area of the origin city. Numa handed the order materials and hard disk in his hand to Shenmue, standing in the side and picking up his hands. Only I got an order for a small armor training base. They need 20 sets of training armor. Because our company is small, they don't trust it, so we have to take out the sample. They confirm the parameters and quality. A deposit will be paid. This is the data of several trainees they provide. Is there a price? No. He said that he needs to look at the battle armor prototype and negotiate the price according to the sample. Shenmue took over the hard disk, opened the data with the light brain, and immediately modeled the composition. 10 minutes later, several sets of armor models were completed. Next to the Cattlewood, carries and Winter, until Shenmue is still in a state of sluggishness. When is the design of the armor so simple? Shenmue's armor design ability is terrible. The senior armor designers they have heard are not so easy, and they can complete several sets of armor design. Is Shenmue a senior armor designer? Just bought some engines and the armor can be assembled now. When you are done, you will show them to them. Shenmue enters the design data into the brain and lets the shop start printing the parts needed. The armor design is very simple now, and it is not difficult to manufacture. Although their company is small, the intelligent machines for manufacturing and assembling the armor are all complete. As long as the design drawings and parts are complete, it is very simple. Handing over the manufacture of the armor to Carries, Shenmue returned to the top floor. Let's start. Nanshan pointed to the solid ball in the training room. The solid of red, orange, yellow, blue, purple, black and white, and 10 colors were vivid on the table. Shenmue raised his hand. 10 solid floated up, quickly deformed in the air, and soon the outline of the black beast appeared roughly 0.97 seconds. Nanshan saw the actual number on the stopwatch. This is a big breakthrough. After the extreme squeeze, Shenmue is now entering the super state, breaking through 1 second. This is Shenmue's first breakthrough of 1 second into the super state. Shenmue's progress speed, even Nanshan was surprised. He has seen the fastest moving warriors in the family, and Shenmue is not so terrible. It seems that Shenmue has an infinite potential, and no matter how much he has given Shenmue a high-demand training program, he can meet his requirements to complete. Not long after, 10 different black animal models were formed at the same time. Each black beast had different looks, but they were all the same. An incredible power. Even Shenmue is now amazed at this special ability, and also feels magical for life in the universe. Nanshan picked up the black beast model and looked over it again. The surface was smooth, and it was natural. On the practice, Nanshan's armor appeared next to him and quickly wrapped him up. His armor is in the small universe Shenmue tailored for him. The beast, completely black painted, cold texture, eyes like the beast's gaze. It is creepy. This set of armor is made by Shenmue using the most advanced technology he has mastered. In addition to his free black ants, beast, is Shenmuo's most proud work so far. Nantan showed the armor. Shenmue did not hesitate, put on their free black pants, went out to the platform of the foreign side. A minute later, on the platform of the new Star Wars company, 2 sets of armor rose to the sky. Oh, the giant sonic boom exploded in the high air. The 2 black figures were separated, and the speed was close. The fighting, the moment of contact, the 2 figures quickly played against each other. The battle between the 2 sides is very serious and meticulous. The recruits are all going to the deadly parts, and they all seem to want each other's life. Both chose melee weapons and no remote hot weapons. Every movement is accompanied by a huge sound. This is a high-altitude venue for Shiji Axing's free test armor. The venue below is a no-man's land. It is not a problem for the surrounding life, as long as the energy of the hot weapon is not too large. The cold weapons of the 2 are fighting thorns. Close combat. The impact is very strong. All the battles are in the command of the bomb. Within a second, the 2 can play dozens of rounds. Such a close distance, victory and defeat in an instant. The 2 did not dare to distract. Half an hour later, with a loud bang, Shenmue flew out and steadily floated in the air. There was a trace on his armor, which was left by Jingji's fighting. In actual combat, as long as the melee weapons broke through the armor materials, the basic declaration of the end of the battle. The pulse power attached to melee weapons can reach a horrible value and can cut any material. If the previous training was to turn on the pulse laser, Shenmue is now dead and seriously injured. Lost again. Jingji's application of combat consciousness is so terrible that every movement of his heart can't hurt Jingji. However, it is not without progress. In the past, it was only 10 minutes in Jingji's hands. Now it has been half an hour. This is a huge improvement. The use of mind is not enough. In the battle, Shenmue has been able to use his special power to create a lot of trouble for Jingji. When he played, he felt that the armor received the influence of Shenmue and was everywhere. Just because the speed is too fast, and Shenmue's use of the power is not mature enough, Shenmue will be defeated. If Shenmue thoroughly develops the special ability to control, he can stand in an invincible position in battle. Exercise to control the high-speed moving objects. Jingji said coldly. Yeah? Shenmue nodded slightly. Suddenly, Jingji felt a little and looked at the horizon in the distance. Chapter 816, Guild Wars. A purple laser straddles the sky, sweeping the earth, and the long focal line seems to cut the earth. The light in the air is more dazzling than the 10 suns, turning everything in the sky to white. The light group grows at a speed visible to the naked eye. If you want to submerge the heavens and the earth, the terrible sound waves entrain the shock wave, destroy the heavens and destroy the earth, and all the places that pass are scorched earth. A slightly embarrassed figure rushed out of the light and fled into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, the light rushed out of the 10 people, followed by the fleeing figure. The purple laser in the hand is escaping the escaping armor, is to run away the armor to die. Vijay stared at the marked figure on the armored radar, and did not dare to relax for a moment, and looked very serious. The call in the ear is still asking him constantly, what is the current situation? There is a death order on the head, regardless of the life and death of the target, but the things in his hands must be destroyed, and he should not be allowed to take things out, let alone leave the target alive, otherwise the consequences will be serious. The goal was to take research products from the lab that should not be taken. If they complete this task, their rank will rise by 1 level, otherwise the consequences can be imagined. They have to face huge punishment, that is not everyone is willing to face. Block his way forward, his destination is the armor trading city. Don't let him into the city. Seeing the radar map shows the city 100,000 kilometers away. Vijay's voice is much lower. At the current speed, it will take too long to enter the vicinity of the Battleground trading city. The armor trading city is an open super city. The forces and personnel in the city are complicated. If the target flees into the armor trading city, they will be troubled if they want to arrest. The consequences will be very serious. They are not willing to see it. In the armor trading city, Many civilizations have assets, and some hidden masters may be hidden. They dare not do it inside. The armor is accelerating, so that the speed of chasing personnel soars. More than a dozen two-finger-thick missiles were launched, rushing around in all directions. Chu listened to the missiles reported on the radar and witnessed the crack. When the armor opens the energy shield, he can't use the laser weapon, and does not turn on the energy shield. The laser of the chaser behind can sweep him into pieces of meat. The energy shield only works on energy weapons such as laser and arc, and can't stop the missile. As the missile approached, the Scorpion instantly detonated a smoke bomb to cover the body, and the head fell straight down to the ground. Boom! Exclamation mark. The explosion was filled with the rear, and several fireballs ranging from 1 kilometer swallowed the smoke. You can feel the shockwave coming from behind. Accelerate the armor to accelerate, such as the arrow geese falling straight to the ground. Suddenly, the armor stretched out 2 winglets on the side, and saw the falling armor drifting as fast as the Heian swept 5 meters from the ground. The horrible sound explosion and shockwave left a long trace on the ground. At the same time, several smoke bombs were released to cover up the body shape, avoiding being followed by the other party's direct laser and changing direction to escape. This tactical action is very difficult, and the triumph is very beautiful, even if Vijay did not expect it. He looked at him, his body swooping, sticking to his death, and the bullet in his hand aimed. The fireball exploded around the jaw, and the fireball was scattered into a large pit with a diameter of 200 meters. The pit became a scorched earth, a masterpiece of miniature antimatter bullets. A few milligrams of antimatter has the effect of destruction. Vijay can't take care of anything else, just want to kill the prince, otherwise he will have trouble himself. The heat shield destroys the heat of antimatter bullets. It only sees the small wooden boat and the stormy waves under the shockwave, but still does not stop, quickly penetrates the fireball and flies at the fastest speed. Vijay squinted and opened the bullet at the other arm, sticking out a small thick-sized bullet. Decelerate upwards and turn on the energy shield. Remind the players behind. Vijay did not hesitate to fire bullets. The top of a towering building, decorated in a luxurious room. This position can look at Shijiak Singh's armor trading city, and can see the armor and various aircraft passing outside the building. There is an aerial platform next to the room, which is the platform that is landed by the armor. There is no need to pass the elevator, where armor and aircraft. You can land in the platform to enter the room. Drops. The communication device suddenly sounded. Sitting on the sofa and drinking a drink to see the scenery of the white retracted his eyes, seeing the name of the call. Her elegant appearance disappeared, turned into a charming appearance. Uncle Egret. What appears in the holographic display is a male life wearing a white battle suit. His body is awkward and looks like a middle-aged man. The Wang word on the forehead is obvious. The armor is also a tiger pattern, and the tail is long. The tiger tail looks very domineering. Seeing the white pheasant, the tiger-printed man smiled and looked a little bit smug. White, is it adapted to Shijiak Singh? Fortunately, it is more lively than the main star, and the environment is just like this. But this time, I bought 2 sets of good green level armor and went back to Xiaoan as a gift. That little place, and the armor into your eyes. Rare, the Tiger Man said in amazement. The main design is a short board that discards the material. Its design can be compared with the training armor design of our main star. Oh? The armor designer who can make you praise? Do you want to include each other in us? Let him be wild. It is a little difficult to join us with low-level life, and a designer of the armor has little effect. No need to bother. With a sweet smile on his lips, the body does not consciously lean forward, completely like a spoiled look, completely disregarding the loose collar, revealing the snow of temptation. Uncle, when are you coming over? Soon, it won't be too long. The tiger-patterned man turned a blind eye to the temptation of the white-skinned inadvertently exposed. Is there any movement in the magical flame civilization? No, it's calm. I sent people to check. They didn't have big moves there, but their defenses were a bit tight. I didn't go deep in order not to expose them. Beiyan shook his head and rubbed his chin with his hands. How is the situation at home? It's a bit nervous. After the Endless Sea civilization prepared for war, the situation changed. The lady asked for full preparation. The tiger-faced man's expression became extremely serious. In a few short sentences, his solemnity was seen. This Shiganxing mission is very important. You must take the thing of the magic flame civilization. The things in their hands are very important. The lady said that it can be done without any means. When I heard my wife, Beihao looked a little surprised and very respectful. What about the Planetary Security Agency here? Don't care about them, as long as they can get the information of the Magic Flame Civilization project. Even if the entire Shigan galaxies are destroyed, it does not matter. The tiger-printed man's voice is extremely firm, showing his determination. The planet's hundreds of billions of lives. For them it doesn't matter at all. You let me stare at the movements of the Magic Flame Civilization and Shiganxing. But the specific task content did not tell me. What should I do if I miss something? Contacting you this time is to tell you the specific task content. The tiger-printed man sorted out his thoughts a little. Mrs. got the news. A secret life research project by Magic Flame Civilization made a big breakthrough. Is a supercapacity development technology. Superpower, don't you explain it? This is one of the status symbols of God's life. When I heard the superpower development technology, my eyes were round and unbelievable. In addition to having a small universe as a habitat, the 7 God-level civilizations also have an important identity symbol and unique superpowers. In the 7 God-level civilizations of the Universe Alliance, each civilization has its own unique special abilities. This special ability can only be found in the life of the God-level civilization. The life of the lower class will not exist. Its most obvious function is that the life with superpower will be stronger and smarter than the life of the same level. The God-level civilization can survive in the former cosmic war and establish the order of the Cosmic Alliance. It is because the life level of the God-level civilization is higher than other life, and it is smarter, so the technology develops very rapidly. Superpower has always been one of the most mysterious forces in the universe. It gives life an incredible ability. Even if it is as strong as a God-level civilization, it cannot make a complete and reliable scientific explanation for the existence of superpower. Even within the God-level civilization, not every life has superpowers. Once awakened, it will be sent to the civilized master. Numerous high-level civilizations in the universe have done various research on superpower and life evolution, including 7 God-level civilizations, research on superpowers, and evolution of higher-level life levels. Once this technology breaks through, it means that the advanced life in the universe has the potential to evolve into a God-level life. But countless civilizations have been researching for hundreds of millions of years and there has been no major breakthrough in reliability. Whoever masters the superpower development technology, whoever is likely to become the next God-level life group, and whoever receives this technology in the God-level civilization means that the people's superpowers awaken. The strength will far exceed the other 6. For any civilization, this technology has terrible value. The white cockroaches couldn't help but excite, and the body was shaking and excited. On the loose clothes, the snowy temptation trembled with her trembling. The Magic Flame civilization seems to have a history of 130 million years. Why can they develop superpower development technology? Beihao did not feel that she was going to go away, and there was a doubt in her heart. She knew the history of the Magical Flame civilization. She had seen it before she came to Shijiaxing. The Magic Flame civilization is a blue-level civilization. It can only be regarded as a middle-class civilization in the universe. Even the advanced is not counted. There is no big breakthrough in the study of the God-level civilization, but the unremarkable civilization of the Magic Flame civilization has a breakthrough. If not, the uncle said, Beihao will never believe. Technology is a thing that breaks through only 1 second, no breakthrough, and billions of years are just outside the door. sometimes just a gap in the small idea of inspiration. The Tiger Man's eyes are slightly scattered and no longer focus on the white scorpion. The figure of this girl has been long open, and it is estimated that it can attract a lot of the opposite sex. As a big brother, he should also avoid it. Think about how to avoid this gimmick in the future. Uncle Drips. Beihao wanted to continue, and the alert of the armor was interrupted by her. The white face changed slightly, and only jumped from the position in an instant, letting the armor automatically cover the body. Seeing the body wrapped, the whole process did not exceed 1 second. Just turning around, a dazzling bright light appeared in the distant sky. Chapter 817, Disturb the light mass of the antimatter explosion will brighten the surrounding sky. The sky has never been brighter at this moment, and it is at least 100 times brighter than usual during the day. Abnormal light awakened the life around the explosion. Many lives realized that the Big Bang appeared, and did not hesitate to drive their own aircraft and armor to escape. The panic spread around the explosion. The city closest to the explosion was the first to suffer a disaster. The shockwave of terror is mixed with heat waves, and the autumn wind sweeps the leaves and sweeps across the city. For a time, I didn't have time to get on the plane or hide my life. At this moment, I was buried in the heat, and I was mournful. However, the city's buildings are strong enough, only partially damaged. The overall is relatively intact, and did not become ruin under the shock wave. Shigangsing is not an oxygen-rich planet. The ordinary matter cannot be burned. Only the damage of the shock wave drops. The rushing alarm sounds awaken the planet's security agency. Unsan is investigating the attempted murder of Jorgri. He is thinking about it, awakened by the alarm, and the exhaustion of his work disappears instantly. He hurriedly dropped his hand and put on the armor and left the office. What happened? Head. The planetary radar shows that there are giant energetic energy groups. A police officer has already worn the armor, and the voice is heavy. It is like an anti-material bomb that has exceeded the equivalent of the Cosmic Alliance's use on the planet. Unsan is a big hole. Exceeding the equivalent of the Cosmos Union means an explosion that is enough to destroy a very large city. Some people made large explosions in Shigangsing. In the fierce environment of the Universe Alliance, battles often occurred, but no one dares to use super high-altitude weapons. Otherwise, they will challenge the authority of the Planetary Security Agency and face sanctions from the Star Security Agency and the Space Alliance. This is the first time since Unsan's work. I didn't even think about it. Unsan went to the platform of the battle armor, and the moment the helmet was closed, it rose to the sky. The members of other security bureaus followed closely, and the direction was where the energetic energy group appeared. In the armor, Beihao used the fastest speed to urge the armor to go in the direction of the explosion. The communication device of the armor was connected, and the daylight opened. How can I not contact me? Your communicator is always in a call. In the communication channel, a player has a very good tone. A little white. I was talking to the boss just now. Now everyone is rushing over and listening to my orders. The white hangs up the communication of the armor. And here, the communication of the egrets is again dialed. What happened? The egret looked very tight. Just now, he saw through the holographic video that he was white, and when he was connected to the communication again, he was already in the battle. Anti-material explosions, as well as lasers, should be fighting, Beihao said. Is it a magical civilization? Yes, there may be an accident. Beihao voice worried. The speed of the armor is still rising, and the distance between the moments is 1,000 miles away. I am leaving for Shigangsing. You pay attention to safety. After confirming that this goal is the supercapacity development technology of Magic Flame Civilization, Beihao's heart is a lot heavier. If the news spreads, I am afraid things will become complicated. The shockwave and the heat wave disappeared, and Chenmo and Jingge were suspended at high altitude, overlooking the source of the explosion. They witnessed a chase and an anti-material explosion. There was a city of 100 kilometers nearby, and half of the city was involved in the shock wave. It takes only 1 or 2 grams of antimatter explosion to cause this damage. Here is the middle-class literary star ball. The building materials are very strong. The ordinary building can be lower than the damage of the nuclear bomb, so the impact on the city is not great, but it is certain that there are still many lives that are too late to hide under the shockwave in heatwave. Looking at the past, Chen Mo lowered the flying height and went to the position of the explosion. He was curious, what kind of hatred was in the end, and the battle required the use of antimatter weapons. Jingj did not hesitate, followed Chen Mo, lowered the flight altitude, and almost passed the ground at high speed. Flying high in the air, easy to expose, almost exposed to the other side's radar and gaze, close to the ground, reducing the probability of being discovered, and the armor materials of the two are stealth materials, can be quietly approached, without being easily discovered by the other party's radar. Look for him, die to see the corpse. Vijay opened the radar to find the trace of the explosion center more than 5 kilometers, even if the energy shield of the battle armor can block the high temperature. But the horrible shockwave is enough for him to eat a pot. With the physical strength of Zhu, you should not be able to withstand such a terrible impact. But that thing is still on Zhu, and Vijay is not sure if it has been destroyed. If he does not find the body of Zhu, he is not at ease. A group of 10 people are overlooking the trail of the ruins. The large pit at the center of the explosion, the ground has melted, the surface of the rock and the soil, is baked at high temperature into a smooth glaze, some places like magma, or red drops. The radar of the armor suddenly alerted, and the pedestrians who were looking for people changed their appearance. The radar showed more than 20 armors entering their scanning range, surrounded by 3 different directions. Good speed. Seeing a quick armor, Vijay looked dignified. At such a fast speed, he was the first to see that the distance of 100,000 kilometers could not be reached in a long time. It must be a higher level armor than them, otherwise it is impossible to have such a fast speed. Is the Star Wars armored class so advanced? Vijay let go of the radar picture. Leopard armor, looking like a female armored division. They have 8 armored divisions here to fight, but the other armor behind them is a bit troublesome. The other party must have found them, knowing that the battle is coming over here, and it is definitely not good. Noru and Sanan continue to look for others, and others are ready to fight. Have prepared and waiting for the rabbit. The moment when Bai entered the attack range of Vijay and others, Mars hit the earth. The white scorpion is covered with leopard armor, and the great advantage of its own armor is speed. Obviously the other party is not afraid of her. When she entered the attack range, she was greeted by several corrosive venoms and antimatter bullets, and 8 lasers from all directions. Originally, I felt that the other party was a blue-level life. Without her heart, she immediately put away her contempt. Even if the other person's life level is lower than her, she is not as fast as her speed and reaction, and her skill is not as good as her. But 8 to 1, with a degree of cooperation, if it is taken lightly, she may also overturn the ship in the gutter. When the 2 sides collided, she realized the problem. The other armored division did not choose to fight with her, but instead used the advantage of the number to take a long-range battle and not be close to her. Moreover, the other party's vigilance is very strong. Did not escape, but chose to stop her. The other 2 armor in the position near the explosion center irregular movement. They are looking for something. Almost shortly after the 2 sides played against each other, Bai realized what the other party was doing. Procrastinating her, the 2 rear armor divisions are looking for something. What is the ability to develop technology? Chapter 818. Destroy the corpse. Booming. A series of explosions, as if they were not exploding at high altitude, made it a sea of heat waves. At the time of chasing, I saw Vijay's extremely fast drifting down, avoiding the attack from the rear, and the high-speed movement under the speed, so that Vijay had a sense of chest tightness, coupled with the clear danger of the rear. I dare not let go. I walked across the mountains and hoped to use it as a cover. The opponent's speed is faster than him, and the armor is higher than him. The only hope is that Noru and Sinan can hurry to find Choi so that he can escape. I thought that the other party was a female warrior, and even if they had a higher level, they could handle it. Now he found that he was wrong and wrong. This leopard woman is extremely flexible and obviously a master, giving him a sense of danger of death. He can almost certainly determine that if the other person is close, he can easily kill himself. A series of difficult dodging actions for Vijay. The white singer is slightly different, although the other party reacts slowly, but it is the congenital imitation of the physical condition of the life, but the other tactical actions of the other party are very good. In the same level of life, it is definitely a leader. Since it is an enemy, she naturally cannot let the other party achieve her purpose. It is her purpose to get the information and news of the project from the Magic Flame civilization. After thinking clearly, the white armor of the armor was pulled up, and an antimatter bullet was shot at the Whigs. There was no reluctance to turn around and turn to the position of the two people who were looking for. Upon seeing it, Vijay turned his head and did not hesitate to turn his hand and raised a laser at the position of the radar. The antimatter bullets were burned by lasers and blasted between the mountains and mountains. A mountain was in the explosion and was instantly evaporated and flattened. The shockwave caused Vijay's armor to shake slightly. There was no extra stop. He turned and chased the white scorpion and fired several antimatter bullets. The enemy entered me and the enemy retreated. It is weaker than the other side and cannot be strangled. What he has to do now is to drag the other side and find more time for Noru and Sinan. To determine the death of Choi, he can be completely reassured. 8 lasers, plus antimatter bullets from all directions. It is obviously impossible to resist by the energy shield alone. After the brain flashed his own situation, Bai Hao took out a nail-sized smoke bomb without hesitation, and a huge amount of interference smoke exploded in the air, covering her 2 kilometers. She did not choose to stay in the smoke, mobilize the temporary stealth mode of the armor, let their armor disappear from the other's radar aiming, and then 8 antimatter bullets, speeding in the direction of Noru and Sinan. When she left, the disturbance of the smoke emitted by her was shattered by the explosion and turned into a group of fire. When a few people thought that the Leopard Warfare Division had to deal with Noru and Sinan, they only saw the white high-speed momentary stop, and turned back to the left. The difficult V-word flew, so that all the eyes following the white stagnation, even thinking has been stagnant for a moment. The laser that followed the illumination lost its target, and only saw the energy shield of the leopard armor to take up the laser burst, pointing to the armored division. The extremely powerful purple pulsed laser, like the chain of death, penetrates a member's armor and cuts straight down. The slain armored division did not even have time to react, and consciousness fell into the dark. Smoke interference, stealth, attack, V-fold fly, put up the energy shield, laser irradiation, a set of counter-attack tactics in one go, without a trace of muddy water, completed in a very short time, successfully strangled a warrior. Such high-level tactical action made Vijay's body stiff, saw the slain players, and witnessed the splitting of the other side. The strength of the other side was beyond imagination, and it was no wonder that they dared to fight them 8 people. Is the other party a planetary security agency? Is the planet's security agency so powerful? I underestimated the strength of the planet's security agency. Noru, Sinan, have you found it? Vijay's voice was gloomy. No. Seeing that the radar showed more and more than 2 armored divisions, Vijay had a glimpse of his mind and made a determination. Now I don't want to know that Choi is dead or alive. If they are dragged, they can't escape today. Noru, Sinan, immediately leave your position and destroy it. As soon as the words fell, Vijay opened the antimatter bullets in the other arm. The other 7 people were ordered, and they did not hesitate to activate the antimatter bullets. They fired around the deep pit that was blasted at the beginning, and there was no delay in the movement. Whether he is dead or alive, everything is evaporated, and there are no traces left. Crazy. Seeing that the powerful energy group displayed by the armored radar was activated, the White Scorpion did not dare to neglect, immediately activated the energy shield, and the speed slowed down and turned to the sky. Boom! Exclamation mark. The 7 devastating explosions exploded in the original 5-kilometer deep pit. The lit fireball surpassed the sun by 1,000 times, shrouded the sky in white light, and felt glaring far away, tens of thousands of kilometers away. Hundreds of millions of degrees of high temperature space have a slight fluctuation, and everything in the center of the explosion is instantaneously evaporated. The shockwave blasted again with the thunder, pointing straight into the distance along the plain. In the city where the first shockwave damage was small, the horrific disaster was once again ushered in. The building is like a fallen leaf, and it is destroyed by the horrible shockwave. The bustling city only leaves the broken wall. The fire was exhausted. In the center of the explosion, a deep pit with a diameter of more than 20 kilometers was left. The surrounding 100 kilometers was turned into nothingness. The surrounding area was left with scorched earth. The mountain was plowed again, and a mountain was flattened. As long as the prince was in the position of the explosion, the chance of finding the body was also embarrassing. Other armored divisions have been around and will not be late. Go, Vickers decisively ordered. It's not so easy to go. White smashed the deep pit caused by the explosion and turned to Vijay. She has already determined the purpose of the other party's destruction of the body. At this time, it is impossible to let go of the other party. Since it is exposed, it does not matter. Maybe one can be caught, and some information can be set out from the other side. Block them. Don't let them escape. Bai Hao issued instructions to the players who were around. Captain, it seems that the War Division of the Planetary Security Agency has also come. One member of the team channel said, "It doesn't matter. If you can catch a living, try to catch it. Otherwise, the battle will be stopped on the spot. The War Division of the Planetary Safety Agency will stop it and kill it together." Bai Yan said coldly. "The first time I felt very wrong. I was actually destroyed by the other party." Seeing the terrible white light shrouded the sky, and San's mood immediately sank, which was a horrible explosion than before. "Mom, are the guys crazy?" Hiss. A group of neuropathies. This is war. In the team channel of the Planetary Safety Agency, a group of players were scared by the horrific explosion in the distance. As a member of the Planetary Security Agency, they have experienced various battles and arrested various wicked people, but for the first time experienced such a terrible explosion. This energy group is 100 times stronger than it was just now. The fierce battle between the two sides is more terrible than imagined. What kind of hatred is in the end? Let the two sides fought to this point. In their impression, only civilized wars will reach this point. Head, a few armored divisions that seem to want to escape. Disperse, stop them. Hey, many of the people who are close are not our people. Will they be the support of the other side? The other support of the security department is on the road. Regardless of the other person, all arrests, regardless of life or death, can use any means without restriction. Anson did not hesitate to order. As a person who maintains the law and order of the planet, he must catch the initiator of this terrorist explosion, otherwise it is a kind of face to the Planetary Security Administration. Chen Mo and Jingj hovered over the ruins of the city and landed on a wreck. The city that was in the last minute is now in ruins and can't help but make people feel embarrassed. They just saw the distant battle through the radar and witnessed the whole process of the explosion. One party seems to be destroying something by any means. There are millions of people in the city under his feet. I am afraid that at least hundreds of thousands of people have not had time to escape and are buried under the rubble. This is the battle between the divisions. Once they are out of control, the entire planet can be destroyed and life is worthless. Chen Mo did not mourn for the life under the rubble. Jingj was as cold as ever and turned a blind eye to everything. "I am leaving." Jingj felt a little and left in one direction. Chen Mo is not worried about the safety of Jingj. If Jingj meets, the other party can safely leave, even if it is good luck. The radar probed the life buried in the ruins not far away. Chen Mo slowly walked over and reached for the wreckage. Chapter 819, Save? Not saving. Nor was intercepted. Two armored divisions, wearing the battle of the Planetary Security Agency. If it is caught, it falls in the hands of the Planet Security Agency. But it is not so fun. Head, I was intercepted by the people of the Planetary Safety Agency. Nor-U was desperately fleeing, but the other side was as disgusting as the snot of the heterosexual Zerg, and stuck to him and could not get rid of each other. Try to escape and return to the base. If you can't get rid of it, you don't have to go back to the base for a while. You can find a way to escape to other planets and contact me. The order of Vijayas came from the channel, and the other 6 armored divisions heard the instructions. Now that was a big chance to die. The mission is completed, and then they will get a lot of stars. Even if they don't do anything, they are enough to comfort themselves for a lifetime. How to escape is a big problem. I was thinking about how to get rid of the pursuit of the Star Safety Agency. The Star Wars standard armor is a blue level armor, which is comparable to them. But it is not so easy to get rid of. Suddenly, when I saw the radar showing the armor chased in the other direction, the Black Heart gave birth to a plan. Their warrior is not the standard armor of the Planetary Safety Agency, indicating that the other party is not a member of the Planetary Safety Agency, and maybe the person of the leopard female armor. Make a gamble. Nor-U turned his head and flew in that direction. Baiksu saw the warrior who escaped from the Magic Flame civilization and flew over to him. He first glimpsed and soon laughed. Just right. Save him the effort to chase everywhere. The speed is speeding up again, and it is going to the U. 2 minutes later, the two met in the air, only 20 kilometers away. 20 kilometers away. For the speed of the two men's armor, only 3 seconds. Attractilodes does not hesitate to activate laser weapons. On the 5th, the Planetary Security Agency chased it and rushed to escape. Nor-U shouted out with the public electromagnetic channel, and the surrounding armor could be received. Chifan, they are a group, pay attention. Hearing the voice of Nor-U, the spirit of the earthquake, hurriedly reminded his teammates, I deal with him, this is for you. Number 5. A glimpse of Attractilodes. I soon understood the meaning of the slogan, drive the wolf to swallow the tiger. The other party pretended to know him and wanted to use the war division of the Planetary Security Agency to deal with him. They know each other's identity, but the goal of the Star Warfare Division's divisional division is clear. Today, as long as it is not the division of the Star Warfare Division, it is a criminal. Attractilodes rushed to laugh. The other party is not stupid, actually knows to play yin. He wants to speak, but a little later, the people of the Planetary Security Agency have determined that they are a group, and the attack has begun. The antimatter of the antimatter bullets is only a few micrograms. It is a regular weapon in the battle of the armor. As a substitute for the scarcity of hot weapons in the battle, it can penetrate the energy shield and encounter the characteristics of positive material annihilation, so that it has enough killing. As long as the amount of antimatter is well controlled, the range of damage to the antimatter bullet can hurt the other party without hurting himself. The performance of Attractilodes is dignified, and the divisional divisions of the Planetary Safety Agency are all professionally trained and can be difficult to deal with. When the antimatter bullets came over, they did not hesitate to slow down and started the laser irradiation. A few explosions in a row caused the area between the two to fall into a sea of fire. Almost instantaneously, Attractilodes turned on the energy shield against the thermal shock of a miniature antimatter bullet explosion. Beihao said just now that if it is the war division of the Planetary Safety Agency, it does not matter if it is killed. Attractilodes did not hesitate to accelerate, approaching the warrior of the Planetary Safety Agency. A disturbing smoke bomb in the hand is crushed, and both sides are covered in smoke. The long knife behind it is sheathed, and the short pulse laser is activated, so that the blade of the long knife is covered with a devastating atmosphere. He prefers melee and is more exciting. Boom! Exclamation mark. The sound of the explosion exploded, and a momentary stop. The Attractilodes stopped steady on the side of the body, and the long knife had fallen. Hit. The long knife penetrates the energy shield and points straight to the neck. The short pulse laser covered long knife. Without blocking the armor, a flat incision appeared in the neck of the skull, flesh and blood under the short pulse laser burning, and his body is already stiff. The body is different. Hey! An angry shout, awakened the entire division of the Star Warfare Division. The death of the cockroach completely angered all members of the Planetary Safety Agency. Completely chaotic. The Star Warrior is angry. Beifang wants to arrest people for news, and Vijay wants to flee. A high-altitude chaos opened. With the shouts of the public channel of Nau, and the death of the Shackles, the battle was completely disrupted, and when the three parties gathered, there was a big chaos. The Planetary Security Agency ignored which side is the party. The divisions who are present today are criminals. The three parties fight. Who wants to escape from the battlefield will be attacked by the other two parties. The battle in the high air is chaotic. Unsan heard the death of you, and was completely irritated. The Planetary Safety Agency is the executor of the rules of the Universe Alliance. For a long time, no one has ever dared to challenge the dignity of the Planetary Security Agency. Today, there is a force that dares to face his face and kill his players. Coven me. After Ansan finished, the armor energy shield was turned on, and the pulse laser in the hand was brewing. And more terrifying energy gathered in the laser emitter. The radar of the battle armor on the field detected this horrible energy fluctuation and was extremely discolored. Sinan, be careful, run away. Vickers reminded in the team channel. Sinan, who was sober in his mind, hurriedly turned around and turned on the energy shield to escape. Laser compression makes the light pressure and power stronger. Even if the remote laser can burn the energy shield in a flash. The armor's energy shield resists light pressure and power. It has an upper threshold. The light pressure and laser power exceed the upper limit of the energy shield to burn through the energy shield. According to the strong energy intensity indicated by the radar, if it is under the laser of Ansan, it will not be dead or seriously injured. He only wants to escape, so that the laser light pressure and power can be attenuated in the atmosphere, but a little late. Boom! Exclamation mark. The pulsed laser cannon that had been brewing for a long time slammed into the escaped Sinan at the moment when Ansan removed the energy shield. The energy shield was penetrated at the moment of the laser gun irradiation, and the armor and the body were also penetrated. A big thumb hole appeared on the chest, and the red iron strip was worn through the chest, not giving him time to struggle. The laser in the hands of Ansan was swept away, leaving a terrible wound on Sinan, and the internal organs were burned and could not live. Damn. Vijay's face is unusually ugly. This is the death of the second member today. One side is an unknown force, a lot of masters. One side is the Planetary Safety Agency. They are not easy to provoke. Today's scene is a bit out of control. All three sides have killed their eyes, and no one can escape now. Chen Mazen looked at the armor lying under the wreckage. Radar scanning, he can find the place where there is life in the ruins. Just help, and save the life still alive below. Although he is not a kind-hearted person, he will not be saddened by the dying life of this city, but at least he will find that there is still a living life that will take the handle. After all, it is a life. Come back and forth, save a dozen, saved lives, will thank him, and then the activities of the dragged heart to escape from the ruins, cannot move, can only quietly lie in the same place waiting for other rescue. The life in front of him is the 13th lucky one who Chenmo opened under the ruins, but this lucky one is a little special, a warrior in the armor. Chen defaulted out. The warrior who was chased at the beginning. This battle is because of him. The city is nearly 100 kilometers away from the center of the explosion. He was just in the center of the explosion, but suddenly appeared here. Even Chen Mo was a little surprised. What method did he use to escape the center of the explosion? Just now his radar detection determined that he was in the center of the explosion at the moment before the explosion. However, I am afraid that the situation is not very good. This armored division is a bit wolf, and the signs of life are very weak. If it is not treated, it will not die long before it will die here. Save or not? A choice appears in Chen Mo's heart. Saved, he may get the secret behind this battle, but may get into trouble. If you don't save, he just needs to leave here. There will be no trouble. Chapter 820. Chase Nau carefully guarded the entanglement of the Star Security Department police officers. After a police officer was killed by a tractor loads, The police officers of the planet's security department who came over were crazy and attacked Attractilodes. Now the Star Safety Agency is mainly targeting Attractilodes. The other party killed the police of the Planetary Safety Agency. The pressure on him is relatively small, so he is thinking about how to escape from the battlefield. The three parties are fighting, and their respective goals are very clear. At the beginning, there were 10 players on their side, but 2 members of Jin Sinan were killed. There are only 8 members on their side, and they are in a weak position in the 3-party battle. As long as they ensure that the target does not fall into the hands of other civilizations, even if the mission is completed, the Big Bang, as long as the target is in the center of the explosion, does not open the energy shield, the terrible high temperature will evaporate him without leaving any trace. As long as you get to the neutral, getting out is the first choice. Backward and backward. Nor-U did not choose a dogfight, but pulled a long distance and wretched, in order to better exit the battlefield. The police officers who deal with the Planetary Security Agency are far away from the area where Attractilodes is located. These police officers have a characteristic that they do not dare to use weapons of mass destruction as long as they are densely populated. Although the city was destroyed, when there were still many civilians affected by the disaster, he could use the gap that police officers did not dare to attack and leave the battlefield. The radar is fully powered, and in the case of the city, he can fully investigate, including the density of the victims above. Suddenly, his radar detected a weak high-level armor Q signal. Once a high-level armor is close to the radar range, it will automatically prompt. Just no prompt, and now suddenly appears. The signal is very weak, and it is hidden when it is hidden. It is easy to ignore if it is not noticed. This kind of signal is generally a stealth armor, and the data detected by the radar is unstable. Confirming the existence of this higher-level armor, then Ugly will release the prompted armor situation. Seeing the silver-white painted armor standing on the ruins, the black hole shrinks and the brain wakes up instantly. He is not shaking for the opponent's armor, but the armor lying next to the unknown Xenor armor. He is so familiar that he can no longer be familiar with it. It is their goal this time. Boss, the goal is still. Nor-U screamed almost in the team channel. What? Vickers and others are all in a good mood. This is a very serious matter. The goal is not dead, which means that the things brought out by the target may be leaked. Where? The city in the southeast of the battlefield, lying next to an unknown warrior. I don't know. Nor-U put the radar detected images on the team channel, and almost instantly, they determined that Shenmue's feet were their targets. Don't sing. Other people don't want to go. The Planetary Security Administration and this group of mysterious forces don't know that our girl is still alive. If you are close to the road, you can catch it and catch it. If you can't catch it, you will completely obliterate it. At any cost. After returning, the reward is doubled. Vijay's voice is extremely serious. Understand. When the rewards are doubled, the ecstasy is ecstasy and the speed of the armor is much faster. There must be a brave man under the reward. Double the reward, enough for him to stay out of the task for a long time. However, Now did not dare to underestimate the enemy. 2 teammates died to give him a reminder that there is no weak person in this field. At this time, the enemy is to find a dead end. Shenmue determined that he was swept by the other party's radar, and there was a warrior who was coming over here. Maybe he was coming to him. Exposed. It's a bit late to save again. Even if he escapes now, he may be chased or troubled in the future. The other party will think that the warrior told him what secret trouble. Shenmue is very helpless. This storm is destined to be involved in it. This is the price of watching the Lively Plus handcuffs. Activate the stealth mode of the body. The armor begins to change color, and becomes the same color as the broken wall. When Shenmue started the stealth mode plus the camouflage mode, Nor-U saw that the weak armor signals that were hidden when the armored radar was on, all disappeared. The gaze under his armor instantly condensed and quickly converted to the optical radar mode. For the first time, he encountered such a warrior. The stealth of the armor was beyond the imagination. He even avoided the detection of excessive radar. Even the optical radar can only capture a little difference. The opponent's armor. Chameleon, camouflaged in the broken wall. If it is not the target at the foot, he cannot determine the position of the opponent. This kind of opponent is terrible. When he is unable to detect the other person's whereabouts in battle, he is quite blind to the blind, and the unknown threat can cause great psychological pressure. To deal with this kind of armor, the tracking weapon can't lock the target. The best way is to cover the attack and force the opponent's energy shield to determine the opponent's position. No-U is more dignified, and his opponent is not an ordinary senior armored division. He thought of a special warrior, Assassin Warrior. The Cosmic Alliance's armor system is developed, and too many warship genre systems have been developed. The Assassin Warrior is one of them, and it is still a special type of armored division in the Universe Alliance. These armored divisions walk in darkness and camouflage all year round, and their armor has strong stealth performance and camouflage performance. Their work is mainly assassination, spying, intelligence, and so on. They have been extremely rigorously trained. The elimination rate is amazing, and the perennial task is to dance on the edge of death. Every surviving assassin warrior is not easy to provoke. High-level civilizations, large inter-satellite organizations, or large forces will train their own assassins to perform special tasks. And in the Universe Alliance, there are professional assassin organizations, picking up various assassination missions, as long as they can afford the bounty. If this is really an assassin warrior, then he will win the prize. Chen Mo did not mean to entangle with the other party. Since the trouble has been recruited, he can only recognize it. After the stealth and camouflage modes were turned on, Chen Mo picked up the armored division who was dying on the ground and fled in the waste. Boss, he escaped. Fast speed. Seeing the speed of Chen Mo, then Wu screamed out, "This speed, his armor could not be caught up. Do it. Stop him." Vickers has stopped paying attention to whether or not to expose the target. If the goal is saved, it means that their mission fails and stays on the battlefield. Even if there are more enemies, there is still the possibility of being eliminated. It is good. No-U opened the laser weapon. At the moment he activated the laser weapon, Free Black Ant has sensed strong energy fluctuations, and the energy shield automatically starts. The laser weapon was swept on the energy shield, and there was no surprise in the waves, and Chen Mo's speed did not mean to decrease. Boss, can't stop it. The opponent's armor is very strong, and the speed is very fast. Seeing the picture in the shared vision, Vijay's face was as dark as water. I am going to chase. You want to escape from here, to a safe area. Captain, a member of the other team seems to be chasing a warrior in the field. The player chasing No-U reminded, "Share the vision screen to me." While waiting for the pursuit of the 3-star warfare divisions, Bai Hao responded. The picture shared by the vision quickly appeared in front of her eyes, and it can be seen that the black is illuminating each other with a laser. The radar does not show the other party's signal. This is the stealth armor. Bai Hao immediately knew the category of the armor. Is he a member of our team? No, but the armored division he is holding is wearing the armor of the secret base of the Magic Flame civilization. What? Bai Hao screamed and heard that it was the armor of the Magic Flame civilization. She instantly understood, that is their goal this time, helping me to drag the planet's security agency. I am going to chase. Boom! Exclamation mark. Several disturbances of the smoke bomb continued to explode, shrouded the White Scorpion, and then started in the temporary stealth mode. The armor fell a high-speed drift, and accelerated toward the southeast. The speed is so fast that many warriors on the field are far behind. You deal with the murderers on the field. I am going to chase. Ansan also found that the situation was wrong. Let other police officers deal with the situation on the field. Turned to catch up with the southeast, and the armor flies at full speed. Chapter 821, Horror Jingo. Chen Mo feels like a horse cell, and there are 3 more chasers in addition to the 2 at the beginning, and the speed is not low, especially the leopard print women's armor. The speed is far higher than other armor. The level seems to be higher. There is a warrior on the body. His speed cannot be improved, otherwise they can get rid of them very quickly at the speed of Free Black Ants. After all, There are hundreds of kilometers at the beginning. It's really troublesome. Shenmue has a headache, seeing the excitement and seeing the trouble. It seems that the trouble is not small. The original chaser, the later mysterious forces and the Planetary Security Agency, no matter which one, seem to be irritating. Friend, I am the captain of the Criminal Security Bureau's Interpol team, Unsan, and hand over the life in your hands to the Planet Security Agency. I will keep you safe. Unsan took the lead. Among the chasing divisions, his distance is almost in the last place. Helpless. Can only use the public channel of the armor to call. When the public channel of the battling hears this sentence, the white-eyed look is condensed and does not show weakness. Friends, give me the life in your hands. I want you to meet any conditions. I can satisfy you and keep you rich and prosperous. Her voice was distorted and she did not use her real voice to avoid any trouble. Vijay looked black. He knew that the target was exposed, and the situation went in the direction of losing control. Friends, give us the life in hand. I will give you 500 million stars, and promise not to find you trouble. Catch the thief. Shenmue heard the words behind him, looked depressed, and heard various conditions. He wanted to hand over the armored division in his hand. Don't hand me over, I can give you a very important thing. A voice rang from Shenmue's waist. They are now flying at super high speed. The armor does not use the public channel, but the megaphone with the armor. The distance is too far. He is not afraid of others hearing. After the last sentence, there is no sound in the armor. It should be faint. Shenmue's face is black. It's still tangled, whether or not to hand it over. Friend, I am the captain of the Criminal Security Department's Interpol team. Unsan, you hand over the person in your arms and can give you a bonus of 600 million. Unsan's call on the public channel reappeared. Friends, what I just promised is a lifetime of wealth. Wealth is just a number. We can also send you a set of high-level armor. White is not to be outdone. Friend, I am like a man who lacks armor. I am like a person who lacks money. Although I am really short of money now, I have to pay when I say it. I have no face. Shenmue heard the call and did not mean to slow down. The trouble is already in the upper body. He doesn't think that after throwing people, those people will not find him trouble. His speed is not slow, and he will not hide in places where people are crowded. This level of fighting, for the purpose of unscrupulous means, destroying a city, you are forced to force him out is not a strange thing, completely can be done. Jingo. Shenmue opened the communication with Jingo. According to this speed, the woman could catch up with him in 10 minutes. What happened? The holographic projection inside the armor reveals Jing's cold face. Being hunted. Hurry to help stop, Shenmue said. You can't beat. Jing's voice was a bit confusing. Have it, but I won't start. Wait. Jing said coldly. How long? Quickly. Change the exterior painting of the armor. There are acquaintances here. Shenmue knew that the police officers of the Planetary Security Agency were talking about Unsan, who was the last time to find his own police officer for the case of Georg, who had seen him and Jingo's armor, and did not change the exposure of the painting identity. That is a big trouble. See, Shenmue ignores. The speed of the three parties chasing is improving. Vijay is extremely anxious. The speed of the leopard female armor is too fast, a higher grade than them. If this continues, I am afraid that it will take a few minutes for the leopard female armor to catch up with Shenmue. The goal is in the hands of this mysterious force. But it is not a good thing. It can only destroy the other side now, but it is very troublesome. The other party's energy shield is turned on. The laser weapon can't penetrate. The anti-substance bullet of the hot weapon attacks, but the other party is the stealth armor. They track the position of the other party, and the opponent only needs a slight offset trajectory to easily escape the attack. On the road, Baiyu is more and more chasing. She did not expect that the opponent's armor level is so high. The speed is so fast. If not with the burden of a warrior, the other party can speed up. Her leopard armor is known for its speed, and now it is fully accelerated, and it is only slowly approaching, and it takes a little longer to catch up. The armor on the opponent's body is probably a level armor, and the level is equal to her armor. Shi Gangxing actually appeared in the ranks of armor, which she never imagined. Are there other forces that are also staring at the magic flame civilization? Bai Hao had to think about this, and it seems to be getting more and more complicated. Ansan was still in a state of ignorance until he saw that both sides were chasing a mysterious visitor carrying a stunned warrior. His ideas were clear. The three forces are vying for something important, and that thing is on the unconscious warrior. At the beginning, there were only two parties. The third party that suddenly appeared was obviously unknown to both parties and took away the goals of both sides. So they would be so nervous. Shi Gangxing was not as peaceful as he had imagined. He had just entered two masters some time ago. Now, here, he has encountered several masters. The Star Safety Administration can't keep up, and the security of Shi Gangxing will be out of control. He needs to find out exactly why the battle is so that he can solve these things along the source. Otherwise the days of Shi Gangxing will not be peaceful. Drops. A cue appears as he prepares to continue working on the mysterious armor. In their radar display, an extremely fast armor is approaching their position from the flank. The battle armor is white, like a white tiger, with unbearable wildness and bloodthirsty. It seems that you can see the cold eyes of the internal armored division. I don't know why. Ansan feels that this white armor is so familiar. Both Baiyu and Vijay also found the armor that was approaching quickly. They all determined that they were not the armored divisions on their own. In the guess is the helper of the mysterious warrior in front of him, or the helper of the other party, or the fourth party. Admission? But no matter what, it is not good news. The calculation of the flight path, the new armor will appear in the position between them and the mysterious armor, and it is not good. Jing's speed is very fast. This is the first time that Chen Mo has used his full power speed in real combat after he made the armor. Speed up again and let the day be surprised. Her armor, in the level of the armor, the speed is considered to be in the upper level, and then up is the purple armor, and the most powerful god level armor. The two armor in the god level civilization, only the most core, the most powerful genius can be obtained. She thinks that the speed is very fast, but the speed of the other party is a little faster than her. Another master. The day is a bit messy. She judges that the mysterious warrior in front of the magical flames of the warrior is a master. I did not expect that there will be another one. When is the master so cheap? A middle-level Shi Gangxing. There is such a powerful master. She is concerned that the new armor, approaching them, does not mean to slow down, but the speed is faster. Soon, the new armor is only 1,000 miles away from them, and they are only tens of thousands of kilometers away from the mysterious warrior who fled the armored division. It will take another minute to catch up. All three can calculate the flight path of the white armor, and to their surprise, even if it is approaching, the white armor does not mean to slow down. But the next moment, they realized that their ideas were wrong. Boom. The three men are ready to attack the white armor. A sudden sound explosion blasts on the side of the white armor. The original straight flight instantly turns into a fold line, and the target points directly to the front of the Vijay. Boom. When everyone thought that they would hit Vickers, the white armor stopped in a moment and stopped at 2 meters on the side of Vijay. The instantaneous stop of 1,000 miles provokes a horrible sound. Seeing the warrior in this scene, the look is all the same. The ultra-high-speed instantaneous stop of 1,000 miles, so that the warrior's breath is seen. It seems to suffocate. Just one action will express the strength of the white armor. Since Zaiwa Civilization Zijun killed the legendary armored division with the speed of the sublight speed, and won the Black Rock War, the instant stop became synonymous with strength. This is a legendary high-level tactical action. The higher the speed of the instantaneous stop, the higher the requirements for physical fitness and reaction, and the performance of the armor and the control of the armor. Just now they could see clearly that the white armor had a very high-speed instantaneous stop, almost a walk, as if it were the most common action. What is the strength of the division's division? They can't imagine it. This is the first time Jinj has used full speed since wearing the armor. According to Chen Mo, he turned the original Black Beast into a white paint to hide his identity. At the same time blocking 3 armored divisions, Ginge felt back to the jungle of the Wild Mountain Star, like an icy hunter, cold and decisive, without a trace of muddy water. Prey, in his opinion, only one result, that is death. In the jungle, the prey of death is the safest prey. The eyes under the armor, as if returning to the Wild Mountain jungle and the beasts, the familiar feeling. Jingo and Vijay's line of sight collision was only a moment, less than 0.01 seconds, but only this moment, let Vijay feel the brain solidified, seems to spend a long night. What he saw was the red eyes of the armor, but the sense of horror was substantial, as if under the armor mask, the cold and ruthless eyes pierced a sense of reality that the of death was holding his throat. The next moment, Ginge moved. Like the beast that saw the prey, the main engine of the armor under the feet and behind it broke out. His body instantly deceived behind Vijay, using the simplest and rude action to bring the performance of the beast to the extreme. Hey! Exclamation mark. Even if Vijay didn't have time to react, he heard a muffled sound, and the stiffened brain was running again, but he only had endless pain, and a weaker consciousness, and eventually fell into the dark. In the blink of an eye, Vijay died. The face under the white armor mask is white and his eyes are a bit scary. She just noticed that although the captain of the Magic Flame civilization is inferior to her, it is definitely not a soft persimmon, and belongs to the leader in the Blue Life. It was such a good armored division that was killed only in the moment of confrontation with the other party, and even did not have time to fight back. Is the enemy's strength so horrible? Fear is evoked in her heart at this moment and cannot be contained. Looking at the white armor, she found that the other party turned her head and looked at her. The cold white armor mask, the cold eyes to the blood without any temperature, like a slashing knife on the neck. A cold ice from her tail to the brain. Chapter 822, Snaxan did not dare to act rashly. Before he thought he entered the Planetary Safety Agency, after hard training, his own strength was strong enough. What happened today completely broke his reverie. He can judge that Vijay is a master who does not lose to him, but it is such a senior armored division. A face is killed. The feeling of ruthlessness made him feel horrible. The other people who chased it did not dare to move, and they tried their best to guard against the white armor, for fear of being noticed by him. The next target was them. The white armor is full of white armor, and she is under the most pressure, because the eyes of this white armor are on her, and closest to her. She can feel the horror more clearly. Since leaving the base, she first experienced the terrorist threat of death, just a look of the armor. Dangerous to extreme characters. Ginge gave her the kind of fear that she had experienced before. She began to wonder if it was the top master of several other god-level civilizations, and also knew the achievements of the Magic Flame Civilization project. The situation was calmed by Ginger's first hand and began to stalemate. Nearly 10 armor scattered throughout the high altitude, all facing the white armor, but no one has the meaning of hands-on, are all guarded by God. With battles and explosions hundreds of kilometers away, the atmosphere here has become more dead and more tense. A white armor, confronted by nearly 10 senior armor divisions, no one dares to move. The picture is very strange. They all know that the white armor is dragging the time, let the mysterious assassin warrior escape, but dare not chase. Who will go after this time? Just Vijay is the end. Dead silence for a few minutes. To confirm that Chen Mo left safely, Ginge glanced at the field. Shiren turned and urged the armor to leave. From beginning to end, no one dares to move. It was not until the white armor disappeared that the pressure disappeared. The division's division was secretly relieved. Unsan will target the White Scorpion. This disaster must be carried out by someone else, and he is also killed by the other party and seriously injured several people. The current medical conditions can be cured as long as they are not dead, but the player who was killed must have an account. The target was taken away, and Beihao lost his entangled interest. After the team member ordered it, he reborn and left. but the police of the planet's security agency could not let them leave easily. The battle broke out again. A round of detours, Shenmue's armor changed a few styles of painting, and finally returned to the new Star Wars company. Landing on the armor platform, Shenmue took the camouflage armored division into the top floor of the company building. The top floor was planned by him as a private space and the company's employees would not come in. Momo wiped Shenmue gang just came back. The little beast ran over, jumped 3 times to Shenmue's shoulder, and later looked at his armored division. Picked back. Shenmue lost his armored division and began to check. Shenmue is very curious what the guy did in the end. Let the group of divisions at all costs to destroy him. The armor is generally controlled only by the owner, but in the case of the owner's Kuma, there is also an emergency mode to open the armor from the outside. Shenmue has read the design standards of the Cosmic Alliance's armor and knows how to open it urgently. The armor opened, revealing the true face of this warrior, a gray-skinned person, about 1.6 meters tall, short and lean. Can be described with a thin bone, feeling that no fat is all muscles, eyes narrow and long into the knife. Shenmue looked at his closed eyes, black and white. His mouth is full of grayish-blue blood, obviously not hurt. Shenmue scanned him once with the instrument and the internal organs were injured. The Universe Union medicine is very developed and generally injured. If you don't die, you can easily save it and let you recover quickly. After drinking the repair liquid, Shenmue began to wait, but he unloaded the other armor, lest the other side suddenly counterattack. Momo wiped The little beast jumped to the armor of this unknown armored division, extended his fingertips to the position of the arm, and stared at Shenmue. Is there something? Shenmue came to interest at the beginning of the King Shu Ixing, but the little beast helped him to find a broken armor. He quickly escaped the control of the three-eyed civilization. What makes the little beast interested? Shenmue is very curious. And what is the baby? Use a short pulse laser to cut the parts of the armor arm, and at the dark, a finger-sized potion lies quietly on it. The container of the medicament is very special and is wrapped in a mechanical structure, but it is not a weapon, which is obviously very important. Shenmue is speculating that those people chasing him may be because of this potion. Seeing Shenmue's pharmacy, the little beast was satisfied, jumped to his shoulder, and quietly groaned. Jinj came back, carrying a box in his hand, making Shenmue a bit strange. Does this block others have boxes to send? What? Snacks. Jinj opened the box. A bag of various foods piled in the box is a variety of packaged meat snacks. Seeing the snacks, the little beast immediately jumped over and grabbed a pack of skilled ears and sat on Jinj's shoulders to eat. Snacks. You actually buy snacks? Shenmue seems to find the new world as rare, a little incredible. Always cold and ruthless Jinj actually buy snacks. Potato, Jinj said coldly. The potato is the name that Shenmue gave to the little beast. This round little guy, in addition to eating, is eating a typical snack food. You just left, just to buy snacks for potatoes? The battle doesn't look no fun. Okay. Shenmue accepted the fact that Jinj's brain circuit is indeed different. What happened then? Shenmue only saw Jinj killing a person, the rest did not know. He did not pay attention. If you kill one, you will be honest. Jinj squinted at the gray-skinned man who was rescued, and took the little mother holding the snack to the side, picking up the carving knife and carving it quietly. Silenced a Jinj, Shenmue has long been used to continue to sit aside, waiting for the gray person to be rescued to wake up. 15 minutes later, the gray-eyed man's narrow eyes moved and slowly opened, and his mind continued to flash through the scene before the Kuma. Soon he noticed Shenmue and Jinj in the house, and a cute little pet. He remembered that he was saved before he was in a Kuma, and then he was unconscious. Climbing up from the ground, the gray man made a tens of moves toward Shenmue. His expression was sincere. Thank you for saving me. You're welcome. Shenmue carefully looked at the gray-skinned people. At least after waking up, the reaction was not like the evil spirits. Thinking of his promise before the Kuma, The grey-skinned man bent over and grabbed the arm on the ground. When he got the hand, he found that the groove of the arm was burnt through, the medicine had been taken out, and it was empty. "What are you looking for?" Shenmue took the potion that had just been smashed and shook it in front of the grey-skinned person. "Yes, this is for you, when it is the reward for rescuing the life." The grey-skinned man once again salutes. "What is this?" Shenmue curiously asked. "The magical civilization developed a supercapacity that can make life more powerful. Grey-skinned people have no hidden meaning." "What's the matter?" Shenmue wondered if he had got it wrong. A grey-skinned man, he found that Shenmue was not as excited as he thought. To know that for this thing does not leak. The magic flame civilization is unscrupulous. This is the superpower development agent of the magic flame civilization. Chapter 823, Instant Move and Grey 21. Determined to be a superpower to develop a medicament, Shenmue lost interest. He has a lot of this technology, and now the wild mountain star in the earth and the small universe should be developing this medicine. The current, God, permissions, as well as superpower directed development technology. This potion is very attractive to other civilizations and lives, but it is not enough for them. "Take it away and you can go." Shenmue took the potion. This was the reward he brought back at the risk of causing trouble. The mosquito leg was also meat. Although he was not sure how effective it was, it could provide a reference for his research on the development of potions. "I have one more thing, sir." As soon as he turned around, the grey man turned back, gritted his teeth and determined, "I want to follow Mr. ? Shenmue was startled. He didn't expect this grey man to think of following him. Rescued an individual and got caught. This guy is a big trouble. The demonic civilization and the mysterious force are looking for him. If he is found here, it is not a joke. The two will definitely trouble him directly, and certainly not only the troubles of the two, but also the continuous troubles of other follow-up civilization forces. Although Shenmue is not pleasantly surprised by this superpower development potion, it does not mean that it is not important. Shenmue knows how powerful this special ability is, and he and Ginge are a good example to life. This mysterious power is simply incredible. "Why do you want to follow me?" "Sir saved me, I want to repay you, and I have nowhere to go. And I can't live without this planet. Sooner or later, I will be caught back by the magic flame civilization. And you feel to me, not like ordinary people." Grey-eyed the man turned towards Shenmue, bent down, and saluted solemnly. Shenmue was unmoved. "You are in trouble now, give me a reason to keep you." The grey-skinned man knew his situation, and the demon flame civilization was looking for him. And he had such a big secret. It was an infinite trouble. If he did not convince Shenmue, Shenmue could not continue to help him. "I will be superpowered." Hesitating for a moment, the grey man told his secret. As soon as the grey-skinned man said this, Shenmue and Ginge were all confused. Ginge, a small stone carving, stopped. "Have you ever used this super potion?" Shenmue pointed to the potion just obtained. "Have used it? Because I had superpowers, I escaped from the base," the grey-skinned man said seriously. He knew that if he wanted to follow Shenmue, he could not hide it, otherwise Shenmue would not accept him. The last phase of the test of the magic flame civilization used a lot of lives. Listening to the researchers was 10 million. There are beasts, humans, Zerg, and beasts without wisdom. I am one of 10 million. A lot of lives died. A lot of madness, and some superpowers appeared successfully, but after a period of time they lost control and died. There are only 5 successes and controlled abilities, and I am one of them. At first I pretended to be crazy and didn't dare let them know. Later, I discovered that I can adapt to the environment of this planet, no longer rely on oxygen to survive, and my body becomes stronger. Then when they don't pay attention, I use superpowers to escape from the isolation room and steal their potions and armor. Come out. This potion is the kind we have used. Our group of 20 lives, including me, 5 of them succeeded, and the other lives awakened and died out of control. I pretended to be crazy and died, and the magic flame civilization sent me to this planet. The grey-skinned man told Chen Mo the whole story. A life raised on a low-level planet was tested in captivity by the Demon Flame civilization, and then screened out. He was sent to the experimental planet. Among the successful undead subjects, select the headquarters that may be successfully sent to the life research of the Magic Flame civilization. This is how the Greyskins were screened and survived. Chen Mo, who has been captured by Three-Eyed Civilization, naturally knows that some higher civilizations support lower civilizations for experiments. Calm thumbs up and appreciation for the grey-skinned man. At least he knew how to plan to escape, much like he was at King Mercury, but the grey-skinned man was not as lucky as Chen Mo, and fled when he was raising him. What is your superpower? It allows you to escape from a heavily guarded base. Teleport. Hearing this ability, Chen Mo immediately raised his spirit. Jingj glanced back, and returned to the cold appearance, carved with small stone carvings. His stone sculpture model is a small animal, and various forms of small animals have been portrayed to life by him. You used this ability to escape from that explosion? Chen Mo can now understand that he was in the explosion center before the explosion, and there was no reason to die. Yes. The grey man nodded. How far can you move? Chen Mo continued to ask. 5 kilometers is the limit. I was able to escape because I started to follow the shockwave, then moved out, and then moved to that city. Moving 5 kilometers twice was the limit of my day, and my brain was very heavy and painful. Plus the shock, I was unconscious in the city. The grey-skinned man was determined to follow Chen Mo and tell everything about himself. He knew that leaving the planet required many things and conditions. And once he shows up, the Demon Flame civilization will surely catch him back, and he can't escape the planet. When Chen Mo heard about the development of medicaments by superpowers, he did not feel greedy, as if he heard a very ordinary thing. He bet that Chen Mo was not an ordinary person, plus Chen Mo was kind to him. He was determined to follow. You try. From here to the end of the room. Chen Mo pointed at the wall of the training room in front. I can control the direction, but I can't control the distance. Oh? Chen Mo nodded slightly, and immediately understood that the grey-skinned man had not been trained in how to master his abilities, and his environment did not allow him to train. Then you try, no matter how long the distance is. Chen Mo stepped aside, giving way to the grey-skinned man. The grey-skinned man sorted his emotions. His expression began to focus, and after a while, a painful look appeared on his face. The next moment, his body disappeared and appeared at 10 meters away. Jingj glanced at it and looked at the small animal sculpture quietly. The little beast cooperated and carved him in a fixed position. Very special ability. Chen Mo was hesitant to accept the grey man. He has a lot of troubles. If his whereabouts are leaked, he will be trapped in the mud and troubles will continue in the future. What's your name? How old is it now? Chen Mo asked. My name is Grey21 and I'm 19. Grey21? I can stay with you and keep you safe, but when you are here, you must obey my arrangements to avoid revealing your identity. Once you reveal your identity here, I can't keep you. Chen Mo finally decided to accept him. His experience is a bit similar to his own. He was captured by captive civilization and escaped. At the age of 19, he escaped from the Magic Flame civilization, which shows that he is smart and extraordinary, and because the grey-skinned man's mind is not like the deep-hearted generation, he still decides to keep him. As long as he is properly trained and his abilities are used correctly, the grey man may be a good master in the future. Thank you, sir. The grey-skinned man heard Chen Mo leave him with a look of excitement and put his hands on his chest. It seemed as if he was performing a ritual on Chen Mo as never before. 1 minute later, the ceremony was over. Grey21 opened his eyes and bowed to Chen Mo. My name is Chen Mo, and his name is Jingj. During this time, you can't go out for a while. Chen Mo thought about it and looked at Jingj. Jingj, this little ghost's superpower, can you train? For some reason, Grey21 heard that he was going to be trained by Jingj, and felt a hairy feeling. Chapter 824, decision of the Demon Flame civilization. A large-scale high-level armor battle took place at high altitude outside Sayuan City. Sayuan City was destroyed by anti-material bombs, causing millions of casualties. The news shook the entire Shiganshing. Fighting of this scale has not happened in Shiganshing for a long time. Although Sayuan City is only a small city in Shiganshing, but because it is closer to the Warframe trading city, it lives more than 50 million lives. Antimatter bombs exploded outside Sayuan City. Most of the lives fled by flying vehicles, but 1 million lives still died. In Shiganshing, in addition to the war between civilizations, such a large-scale deaths rarely occurred. This battle attracted the attention of the entire Federation. When the Star Security Agency stated that the three unknown forces were fighting, the reason for the fight was not known, and details were not announced. The antimatter bomb exploded, leaving a deep pit with a diameter of 20 kilometers outside the city of Sayuan, breaking the silence of Shiganshing. Anyone who knows well knows that Shiganshing is surging inside. Beiyan was not looking good on the sofa. This operation was very aggrieved. Not only was the target robbed, they also killed and injured several team members. Compared with the injured members, the failure made her more unhappy. The first time he performed such an important task, he failed. There is also the eyes of the White Warframe, which has been imprinted on her mind so far, the coldness that touches the soul, and the memory is fresh. She was sure that no one in the base could ever give her such a terrifying fear. The egret looked at the image saved by the white cricket armor and saw the extremely high-speed instantaneous stop. Even he couldn't help wondering, this division is really as powerful as you said. It may still be conservative, Uncle Egret. What you give me is a sense of oppression, a kind of pressure. But what he gives me is a kind of cold chill, a sense of fear. Beiyan said seriously. The egret sitting opposite Beiji looked surprised. A pair of tiger eyes were extremely dignified. According to Beiyan, I am afraid that some top players who are not weaker than him enter Shiganshing. The universe is so big and there are many top masters, but most of them are advanced civilizations and forces above the indigo level. The white cricket met at Shiganshing, indicating that the other party may have been prepared. Others are staring at the Flame civilization. Now that the target is in the opponent's hands, it is likely that what the Warframe division stole from the base of the Moyan civilization will also fall into the opponent's hands. Can you find out who the other party is? No news. The egret shook her head. Shiganshing has hundreds of billions of intelligent lives, and wanting to check one or two Warframe divisions is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack, and the other party is still wearing Warframe and can't see the true colors. The opponent's armor is exposed in front of them and will definitely be replaced. What should we do now? Mrs. is putting pressure on the Demon Flame civilization. We wait for the news to be as low-key as possible during this period of time. After the battle in Sayuan City, the Demon Flame ignited for 2 days. His face looked exhausted. Beside him, his assistant Saimri also frowned. Vijs died and the target was rescued. At least 2 powerful forces were staring at them secretly. Just now the Star Safety Agency came to the door and asked them to cooperate with the investigation. In any previous investigations, they could refuse to use the internal events of the Demon Flame civilization as an excuse, but this time the explosion of Sayuan City caused millions of lives to die. The department was also very angry. They did not expect that this matter would be so bad. The Demon Flame civilization is also one of the big civilizations of Shiganshing, but this Sayuan City incident has offended several major civilizations. It is dangerous to use antimatter bombs on the planet that exceed the specified equivalent. If it is out of control, it will bring the entire Shiganshing into disaster. So after the antimatter bomb exploded, Shiganshing's major civilizations and other small civilization forces used the Star Alliance to press the Magic Flame civilization, which was the biggest crisis since their establishment. The Demon Flame King suspected that a larger force was behind it, but could not find out which force did it. Is the path of those 2 forces clear? The Red Flame King's hair became more scarlet. apparently angry. Everything can't be found, but the one who killed Vijayas, who was determined to be the top master, and the origin of the Star Safety Agency, can't find their origin. Senji's words and expressions were full of prudence. Bakesing's civilization may have received some special news, so we will contact us to negotiate. Demon Flame King's expression suddenly gloomy. The development of superpowered medicament is close to success. When the medicament matures and trains a group of top Warframe divisions, they will be among the top civilizations. They only need time, but only at this point in time. What's your suggestion in the current situation? The Demon Flame King looked at Senji. Senji is the chief think tank of Demon Flame Civilization, his most powerful assistant, and his most trusted confidant. In recent years, the Magic Flame Civilization has been stable and strong, and the think tank chaired by Senji has contributed a lot. We are facing the White Star Civilization. They are god-level civilizations that can crush us to death. The Demon Flame King nodded slightly, agreed with him, and let him continue. At present, it is known that at least 2 top-level forces are staring at us, and we don't know how many are staring at us secretly. After this incident, technology must not be kept secret. So we might as well introduce competitors from the White Star Civilization and let them play. We use the chips on hand, maximize our benefits. Do you mean to introduce several other god-level civilizations and join in the negotiation of superpower development technology? The Magic Flame King's eyes were uncertain. If so, the risks we have to bear are not small. There are good and bad ways to do this. The advantage is that once they are negotiated, their interests can be maximized, but the disadvantage is that if these parties are in trouble, their Magic Flame Civilization is at the center of the storm, the battle of several god-level civilizations, a little bit of aftermath, they can be destroyed without residue. Among the beasts of the 7 god-level civilizations, they are as weak as pets. Yes, but if we don't, we will be swallowed up by Bakesing's civilization. Once Bakesing's civilization gets superpower development technology, they want to be a big one, and absolutely do not allow this technology to remain in our hands. Because we are still in the hands, there is a risk of leaking to other god-level civilizations. So no matter where we give it to, this technology cannot be maintained. Senji explained all the stakes. If this time, they succumb to Bakesing's civilization, they may be swallowed up by Bakesing's civilization in the future. However, if they do not succumb to Bakesing's civilization, the other party will cooperate with Shiganshing's many civilizations, and use this event to put pressure on them. Their Magic Flame Civilization will also perish. Because of this technology leak, their Magic Flame Civilization has been pushed to the blade to dance. If they are not careful, they will be killed by the blade. So now they can only find a balance point on the blade. If they lean to one side and lose the balance of gravity, they will die on it. Therefore, a third party or even a fourth party must be introduced to make them eligible for price increase negotiations. The chips are in our hands. We take the initiative. At least the initiative is in our hands, Senji said. For the Demon Flame King who has the ambition to evolve to a top-level civilization or even a god-level civilization, it is impossible to lose the initiative and surrender to the god-level civilization. After a long time of hesitation, the Demon Flame King made up his mind. Just follow your method. Also, control all personnel involved in the research and development of super-capable technologies, protect them secretly, and centralize all technical information. That is our only bargaining chip. Only after we get the bargaining chips can we go to table negotiations qualifications. Understand? Senji focused his head. Until Senji left, the Demon Flame King was unwilling. If the information is kept secret and the technology succeeds, they secretly cultivate top-level Warframe divisions with superpowers. In less than 1,000 years, they can enter the ranks of top civilizations and be separated from the divine civilization's remaining small universe. But unfortunately, the news leaked, and his ambition was put to naught. and now he can only use technology in exchange for the benefits they want. He thought about the relocation of civilization and brought the core of civilization to a planet incognito development. But in the future, it will take countless years to restore the glory of the magic flame civilization. At that time, the existence of the Mayan civilization was still uncertain. There was no migration of civilizations in the small universe, and the possibility of secretly developing and growing was too small. Divine civilization could easily find them. Chapter 825. Fenyanjiui Numu handed over the company's accounts to Chen Mo. Today, the Warframe order was successfully delivered to the training base of Party B. The final payment of the order was received. The profit of this order was 100 million yuan, which was more than their previous year's profits. He remembered the expression on the training base owner's face when he received the sample A test. It was just the excitement of picking up Bao, and he gave them the order without hesitation. At that time he knew that the Rising Star Warrior Company was back to life. During this time he was fortunate how wise his decision to stay was. Dongdong and Karis are 3 million each, and you 5 million are considered bonuses. Chen Mo swiftly allocated 11 million star coins to Numu. It was not difficult for him to earn star coins. It was also courage for the three men to decide to stay and follow him. After hearing millions of bonuses, Numu was almost happy. Such a big bonus is something they never dared to think about before, which is equivalent to their 1-year salary. The boss's generosity is beyond his imagination. It's a bit slow to make money like this, so hurry up. Looking at the remaining funds, Chen Mo muttered. Chen Mo, who was still excited, heard Chen Mo's muttering. Her smile froze. It didn't take long for this new star company to make 100 million. Is it still making money slowly? Numu doubts that poverty has limited his imagination. Chen Mo thought for a while and said, I'll give you a list. You go and buy the materials and equipment of the list. The sooner the better. Okay. Numu agreed without hesitation. Also, you release the news. We accept the customized business of the Blue Warframe. Blue level battle armor. Nu stammered. The boss will design even the blue level battle armor. In terms of material technology, power engines, weapons, and energy shields, the blue level armor is one level higher than the green level armor. Although all major civilized companies now sell materials and technologies for blue-grade armor, blue-grade armor does not rely on simple assembly. It can be assembled randomly, and the function will not be too powerful. The customization of the blue-level Warframe is generally a teamwork, and the Warframe is designed according to the requirements of the customizer. Individual Warframe designers have few designs, but each one who can design blue-level Warframes individually is a top Warframe designer, and the citrons grabbed by major civilizations. Now Chen Mo is more mysterious in his eyes. What exactly is the boss? Chen Mo's identity and origin are not what he should ask. He knows that he only needs to execute according to Chen Mo's orders and then manage the company. In the future, his benefits will be indispensable. A 3 million bonus is a good example. The bill of materials was given to Numu, and Chen Mo began to design the battle armor. The earning speed of the green-level Warframe is slower. He needs to design several blue-level Warframes in order to quickly raise money to supplement anti-material energy. The price of the blue-level armor is much higher than the green-level armor, and the profit is considerable. For him, the difficulty of the blue Warframe is not too great. Now that he has returned to Earth, he just hopes that he can make enough money quickly, replenish antimatter energy, and return directly to the Earth with a space curvature ship. Numu's efficiency is indeed okay. He gave him the bill of materials. In less than 3 hours, he purchased all the materials and equipment he needed. The design of the blue armor is different from the green armor. The green armor is generally a junior armor, the armor used by ordinary armor divisions, and the blue armor is generally the armor used by intermediate and advanced armor divisions. They have obvious requirements for the performance and style of the armor. Many middle and senior armor divisions will actively seek out armor companies and armor design teams to design unique armor for him. Therefore, the Wanjin oil type blue level armor is not popular in the market. It's the same. it can't show its strength and style. To sell the unique blue level armors, they need to be seen by middle and higher level armors, and they must be suitable for their body shape and also meet their style and characteristics. Therefore, uncustomized blue level armors are often relatively difficult. Sell away. I don't know when Numu can receive customized orders, so Chenmo plans to design a few models and try to sell them. The interior of the Rising Star Company building is as usual, but it is not quiet outside. A message appeared, causing a stir on the Universe channel of the universe. I am King Morik of the Kenilkburn Super Galaxy, the super satellite cloud Saturn, and the Magic Flame civilization of the Shigan Galaxy of the Long River. Here, I announce good news to the Universe Alliance. Yanming Wenming successfully developed super-capable development technology, and is now looking for technical partners for the entire universe. A short image made the whole universe shake. Superpower is the most mysterious power in the universe, even if the divine civilization has not understood the essential principle. And this special ability is a unique ability of God-level life. Science in the universe believes that superpower is a way for life to evolve to God-level life. Countless civilizations in the universe are studying this technology and experimenting countlessly, but without exception, no one has succeeded. Now the Magic Flame civilization has announced the success of the superpower development technology, and the whole universe is shocked. What is even more surprising is that the Moyan civilization chose to announce this technology and find partners. Once you have this kind of technology, it is best to develop and grow in secret. But the Magic Flame civilization is actually open, which makes many civilizations puzzled. However, the civilization on Shigangsing soon understood that it was probably related to the Sayuan city explosion some time ago. For a moment, a dark tide surged in the universe. Super ability development technology is a possibility for life to evolve to a higher level of life. And it is also a way to become a top Warframe division. Many high-level life is desperately desperate, and now it really appears. Shortly after the news of the Demon Flame civilization was issued, it was answered. Haitui civilization sent a message that it would send personnel to Shigangsing to discuss cooperation with Moyan civilization on superpower development technology. Immediately afterwards, Lagastroemius civilization, Endless Sea civilization, Thor civilization, Dark Forest civilization, Ghost civilization, and Bakesing civilization all opened up, and they will be sent to discuss and cooperate with the Magic Flame civilization. The entire universe was uproar. For 700 million years, the 7 mysterious civilizations that are so high and mysterious have manifested themselves at this moment and gathered in the Shigan Galaxy. The importance of superpower development technology has been pushed to a new level again. Because of this news, the Magic Flame civilization immediately became the most dazzling star in the universe. Almost all universe-level newspapers and media are promoting and touting. The promotion of the Magic Flame civilization to the top civilization is already a matter of prestige. The several major civilizations of Shigangsing, who had put pressure on the Demon Flame civilization, collectively snorted, and even the sanctions originally prepared were all withdrawn, and they did not dare to spit. The pressured Magic Flame civilization had disappeared instantly. The entire universe has focused on the Shigan Galaxy. At this moment, the Shigan Galaxy has become the focus of the entire universe. This is the first such feast to appear after the Great War. Chapter 826. Tracked inside the Warframe Company, 3 sets of Warframes are on display, which are 2 sets of blue-level Warframes designed and manufactured by Chen Mo. His only money is enough to make 3 sets of blue-level armor, so the armor designer is a profession that can spend money, but this profession can also make money. At present, the market price of the blue-level battle armor is an average of 250 million star coins, and if it is sold, it is still not enough space for the spacecraft's oil money. Chen Mo wanted to make enough money quickly to add anti-material energy back to the Earth, but he still needed to roll it out. This time, the blue-grade armor was sold. Then, using the money as a cost, Several sets of blue-grade armor were sold. Almost enough money. Back at the top floor of the building, Shenmue saw Grade 21 in training, and Jinj was responsible for training him. During this time, Grade 21 was tormented by Jinj. Every time he got tired and passed out, he would let him go, and then let him rest and continue to toss training. When Shenmue saw it, he couldn't help but mourn for him. Jinj's training is really hell-style training. But Grade 21 is not bad. At least he can carry Jinj's devil training without saying a word. Even strict Jinj is satisfied with Grade 21. Seeing that Grade 21 was fainted again, Shenmue twitched and walked over. So it won't happen, right? He's okay. Jinj glanced casually at Grade 21, who passed out. He's suitable to be an assassin. Shenmue thought for a while that Grade 21's ability is indeed suitable for being an assassin. The ability to miss a single shot and walk away instantly is very difficult to entangle with his opponent. Coupled with Jinj's perverted training, Grade 21 will definitely not be too weak. I went out and sold the armor. When handing over the 21 to Jinj, Shenmue didn't care about it. Shenmue's own training must obey Jinj's coming. This is the last time I visited the Warframe Trading Center building. This is the best place to sell Warframes. The traffic and potential buyers are concentrated here. Most of the basic armors and green armors sold here, and there are a lot of blue armors. But the armor divisions who can afford the blue armor are more willing to customize according to their own style, and to buy those systems are mass-produced. This is the last Warframe Trading Center. Shenmue landed on the 320-layer Warframe platform and carried the 3 Warframe chests into the trading center. This floor is where the blue Warframes are consigned. Many second-hand blue Warframes, or some ordinary blue Warframes, will be sold here. In addition, there are some armored company pavilions on the floor, which specialize in providing customized services for blue armor. Shenmue set the consignment price at 280 million. He made reference to the prices of other Warframes and made this pricing, which is not too high. When Shenmue stepped out of the building, he didn't notice. There was a life at the door of the building staring at him with surprise. It's him. Zeki stared at Shenmue's armor with certain eyes. He was assigned to Shiganshing, as a representative of Zaiwai civilization, to discuss cooperation with the Moyan civilization. Came to Shiganshing, idle and bored. He went out to visit the Warframe Trading City. I did not expect to encounter this Warframe division here. Shenmue's armor is no stranger to him. 3i civilization gave him the image of King Shui's life defection, and the leader's armor was exactly the same as Shenmue's. He once suspected that the Warframe division was with the Catheads who destroyed their small universe plan, because such a high-level Warframe division appeared on a captive planet, and was similar in style to the Catheads Warframe. Similarly, there should be a connection between the two. Because the Catheads caused the small universe they tracked to close, Zon accepted the most terrifying black hole punishment, and so far life and death are unknown. He traced the news of the senior Warframe division and determined that he disappeared in a turbulent space, and there was no trace after that. Unexpectedly, he was encountered in Shiganshing. He didn't know whether to sigh that the universe was too big or too small. Zeki didn't jump up to shock the other side. When the superpower development potion of the Magic Flame civilization appeared, the Warframe division appeared here. He didn't believe that the universe was so big and there were so many coincidences. The opponent's organization may have developed technology for the superpowers. Zeki is now almost certain that Shenmue has a strong organization behind him and may have a relationship with Motu. If they can investigate the organization behind the Cathead who caused them to lose a small universe, then the other party must bear the anger from their divine civilization. Seeing Shenmue take off and leave the trading center, Zeki slowly urged the armor to follow. The Warframe Trading City is already in the dark, and there are many lives to go out for shopping, various aircraft in the air, rushing traffic, and the roaring Warframe. The colorful holographic projection advertisements depict the Warframe Trading City full of fantasy colors. Under the glory of the city, the beauty is like a city that never sleeps. Alternating night and Gwewa, coupled with the crowded Warframe Trading City, gave Zeki the best cover. He flew at a different height from Chen Mo. With the cover of the flying vehicle and surrounding buildings, he carefully followed Chen Mo and kept a short distance. He wanted to figure out where the other party was in Shigangsing's old nest, and which party it belonged to. Determine which force was behind the Origin Galaxy last time. If they can find the forces behind them, maybe the host star will reduce the punishment for Xian. And Xian also hopes to come back alive from the black hole punishment. This time in Shigangsing, they were in the dark and the other was in the bright. There is a big difference between high-altitude flight and intra-city flight. High-altitude flight outside the city's high-rise buildings has relatively few obstacles and aircraft, and the flight speed is very fast. However, in the city, there are many high-rise buildings and flying machines. If you want to keep flying at high speed, the flight will be more difficult, and some places have limited speed. Of course, Zeki will not manage any speed limit. What he wants most now is to track the other person back to where he left off without revealing himself. The radar noticed that the other party was accelerating at a high altitude, and Zeki looked anxious. If you continue this way, you may lose it. But if the fire control radar detection and tracking is turned on, the other party will find it as soon as possible. In desperation, Zeki can only increase the flying height and adopt irregular flight routes to reduce the possibility of being detected by the opponent's radar. After flying at high speed for about 20 minutes, Zeki felt that the building in front of him was a lot shorter and sparse. It didn't take long to reach out of the Warframe trading city. Suddenly, the armor in the sky turned suddenly, shaking Zeki's spirit. Hesitating. He wasn't sure if the other party had found his follow-up, hesitated, or controlled the armor, and kept up to close. Chen Mo did find nothing wrong. The radar showed that a set of advanced armor was always within his radar range. He reproduced the flight trajectory through radar and finally determined the flight trajectory of the opponent. The opponent started from the Warframe Trading Center and followed him all the way, like tracking, but not tracking. Now that God-level civilizations gather in Shigangsing, it is an eventful autumn, and he has to be careful. Seeing that the other party also turned and followed not far and near, Chen Mo was almost sure that he was being followed. Do not want to. Chen Mo slowly turned the direction. The destination is the trading city. Who is the other person? Why follow him? Almost all kinds of questions flashed in his mind, and he even wondered whether the rescue of Grey 21 was exposed. It seems that Shigangsing is not a place to stay for a long time. Chapter 827, Super State First Battle. Soon, Zeki discovered that something was wrong. Chen Mo's flight trajectory was curved. After a large circle, they returned to the scope of the Warframe Trading City, and the other party was flying around the Warframe Trading City. Not good was found. Almost instantaneously, Zeki came up with the idea. Good vigilance. Without waiting for him to speed up, Chen Mo's Warframe quickly changed to paint, completely turning into the black of the night, and rushed into the Warframe Trading City. On Zeki's Warframe radar, Chen Mo's Warframe signals were slowly disappearing. Stealth mode that shields quantum radar detection has been activated. It's not so easy to escape. Zeki saw the change of Chen Mo's armor, and immediately determined that it was the same material as the cat's head armor, and he was more affirming his relationship with the organization behind the cat's head. The opponent's Warframe has a stealth mode, which means that as long as the other party escapes from the optical vision of his Warframe, the other party may be able to merge into the crowd of Warframe Trading City. After finally encountering the other party, he could not let the other party escape so easily, otherwise it would be more difficult to find the other party again. Even if it's exposed, grab each other and give them at least a clue. The two sides no longer cover up, chasing one after another and are playing in the air. Chen Mo calmly watched the getting closer to the Warframe Trading City. In the end, he did not slow down and rushed straight into the high-rise city. Want to play difficult? Zeki sneered and did not slow down, and quickly entered the Warframe trading city immediately after Shenmue. High-speed obstacle avoidance is an indispensable lesson in the training of the Warframe division. It is the basis of the Warframe division. Now is the time to show off your skills. As a genius of God-level civilization in the universe, Zeki is not worried about any problems. They have the best genes and innate conditions, as well as the best Warframe. This level of obstacle avoidance is nothing to him. The chase was staged in the city, and both chose supersonic speed. So in the city, the sound of sonic boom was roaring and attracted countless people. The battle armor is soaring into the city. You can't hit it again, but if you hit a high-rise building or a shop, you will be killed at most. There are few who dare to soar Warframes in the Warframe trading city. They are all old pilots of Kumingsing. Well, the back armor is like the armor of ZY civilization. Soon, the onlookers on the road recognized the provenance of the set of back armor, and the Lagastroemius civilization's war armor had a very obvious Lagastroemia flower symbol. Unless this mark was specifically erased, it could be recognized at a glance. The life of ZY civilization is chasing an unknown Warframe division in Warframe Trading City. The main forces in Shigangsing immediately received the news. The news caused much debate and fantasy. After all, on Shigangsing, there are very few Warframe divisions who dare to offend ZY civilization. They are god-level civilizations. One unhappy, the entire galaxy will suffer. Shenmue is concerned about the map of the Warframe trading city launched by the radar. The buildings are fixed and the Warframe can be changed automatically. The only uncertainty is the various aircraft and Warframes flying in the air. Obstacle avoidance, a very familiar scene. When he trained, he used this kind of irregular obstacle avoidance at super high speeds, to circumvent these goals and test the foundation of the Warframe. Shenmue concentrated on the 12 minutes. The armor was accelerating. He shuttled between buildings and various aircraft. There was no meaning of deceleration because he was in the city. During the flight, Shenmue continuously changed his appearance of armor painting. The lighting and environment of the area is constantly changing. Both sides kept their distance, and Shenmue could be sure that the other party could catch up with a delay of 1 second. This is in the city, and the opponent will have so little scruples, so Shenmue is not worried. From the control skills of the Warframe, the opponent's accomplishments are not under him, and the level of the Warframe is similar. So the highest way to get rid of the opponent is to use his stealth mode and camouflage mode to take advantage of this complex environment. The stealth mode shields the quantum radar lock, and the camouflage mode reduces the possibility of optical radar lock, which is the advantage of the stealth Warframe. In this complex environment, he can change from a prey to a hunter as long as he gets rid of the opponent's tracking. Near the Three Forks, surrounded by a high-rise building, Shenmue's eyes narrowed, and he instantly urged the armored engine to the power that kinetic energy wanted. Boom! Exclamation mark. Instant stop. The sound explosion exploded in the air, causing the heartbeat of Shenmue's armor to follow. The perfect instant stop makes the whole process very natural and easy. Shenmue didn't know how many times he tried it, especially after the actual training with Jinj. He became smoother. Faced with the pressure of Jinj's natural warriors, if Shenmue is not proficient in these advanced skills, fighting Jinj is to look for abuse. At the moment of the instantaneous stop, Shenmue crushed an interfering smoke and surrounded the entire Sunchak with interfering smoke. He could not see his 5 fingers, and he was drowned in it. The back of Zeki's pupil shrank, and he decelerated into a confused smoke before stopping. The quantum radar lost its target. The optical radar could not capture the target, and his face was gloomy. Only then did he feel the difficulty of the other party. On the operation of the Warframe, the opponent is not worse than him, which reminds him of the original Cathead. The brakes on the road were not timely, and the aircraft and the armor in the smoke started to slow down and turn on the lights, disturbing the chaos in the smoke. Zeki quickly flew over the interference smoke to inspect, and Sunchak did not have any shadow of the other party. Interfering smoke was blown away, and there were 5 minor aircraft collisions at the Fork location, and there were no other serious problems. Shenmue's figure had long since disappeared. Let's look at the flying vehicles and armor in the air. Watching the crowd, there are a lot of flying machines and armor. Escaped by the other party. Zeki looked strangely pale. He didn't notice that at the corner of the building near the fork in the road, Shenmue's armor was changed, and with the cover of the night, he was watching him secretly. Legastroemius civilization. Shenmue also recognized the sign on the opponent's armor. He did not remember when he had offended the Zaiwa civilization. I have only heard of God-level civilization before, and have not even touched the life of God-level civilization. This is the first time to see the Warframe division of God-level civilization. Could it be that the other party knew that he had taken Grade 21 and wanted to get Grade 21 from him? Shenmue is still not sure about this speculation. Seeing that Zeki couldn't find him leaving, Shenmue started stealth mode to keep up. However, he is not afraid of God-level civilization. Others would think that God-level civilization cannot be defeated, but Shenmue would not think so. The positions of hunters and hunters change at this moment. What Jinj taught him: hunting in the jungle, the most important thing is camouflage in the dark. Whether it is a person or a beast, an excellent hunter must let the prey enter his own best attack range, and then determine which method to use to get the prey more likely. At such a short distance, weapons of mass destruction cannot be adopted, or else they will catch it. The laser irradiation cannot burn through the opponent's armor in nanoseconds. The opponent's energy shield will automatically activate, and his position will be directly exposed. Thinking about it, Shenmue decided to use the most adventurous method, and the easiest, assassination. Warframe with stealth and camouflage mode turned on, like a ghost in the night. No one noticed him in this huge city. Zeki's communication instrument suddenly rang, opened the battle armor communication, and a holographic light curtain jumped out in his field of vision. Legastroemia Indica came from other members of Shiganshing this time. Zeki chases an unknown Warframe division, and has been shocked to come to Shiganshing's God-level civilization. Zek, are you chasing a Warframe division? A member of the Zaiwai civilization hurriedly spoke. Yes, maybe you found the companion of the cat head last time, Zeki said solemnly. Did you catch it? One of the members who had originally traveled to Origin City hurriedly asked, and they could clearly remember that the cat-headed man had destroyed the entrance to the small universe with red matter. No. Let him escape. He didn't know that Shenmue didn't run away, let alone Shenmue followed quickly and flickered in the shadow of the building not far from him, just like a veteran beast waiting for an opportunity. When he reached the side of a high-rise building, Shenmue spurred the battle armor and quickly circled. With the help of the building's cover, he quickly urged the engine to circle the building, accelerated at the moment of emergence, and pointed at the normal flying Zeki. At this time it was only kilometers away from Zeki. Boom! Exclamation mark. The instantaneous acceleration of the hypersonic speed caused the sound explosion to explode again. The kilometer distance is only a blink of an eye for the Warframe division. The fighting thorns in Shenmue's hands, the glare of the ultra-short pulse laser flickering, the light of death. The power has exceeded 1 watt per femtosecond. At this power, it is easy enough to cut the armor material. Fighting stabs mixed with short pulse lasers pointed directly at Zek's face. Shenmue knows that the vitality of senior life is very tenacious, especially the god-level life, which completely kills the other party and destroys the other party's brain. Unless killed immediately, the life support system carried in the Warframe will be able to treat the opponent. Shenmue's actions are not like novice assassins, but more like a field-tested old hunter. Everything moves smoothly. This was learned from Jinj. Jinj's weird and fierce fighting style has been affecting Shenmue. Warframe suddenly signaled danger. Zeki's face changed greatly. The danger came so suddenly that someone wanted to kill him. As divine beings, their brain structure and body structure are already at the top of the universe. Only in an instant, Zeki found a solution. I saw Zeki not retreating. His body passed by at an incredible angle, and the engine on the side of the battle arm tried his best to make Chen Mo's fighting stab in the air on his shoulder. It was a horrible adventure, and Zeke had complete confidence in his operation. At the same time, Zeki already has a long sword in his hand. The blade and the tip of the sword are braved with a short pulse laser and chopped down towards Chen Mo's waist with a dangerous breath. If he is chopped, Chen Mo can be easily divided into two sections. Boom! With a muffled sound, Zeki only felt the huge power coming from his hand, and the movement of the sword was blocked. The battle has attracted the onlookers of passers-by in the Warframe trading city. Each of the two moves is extremely fast, and the ordinary Warframe division simply cannot keep up with the rhythm, causing an uproar. It is impossible to see the battle of the advanced Warframe division in peacetime. Zeki looked dignified, and the reaction speed of the opponent's close combat was faster than he imagined, and he was not lost to him. With this speed of combat, only Indigo level life or higher, even he may be a god level life. As the top life, his innate brain allows him to see extremely fast movements, but he cannot predict the next movement of the other party. This Warframe division's attack is weird and vicious, and his movements are as fast as lightning. Even if he is a godlike life, he feels a lot of pressure. Close combat, the distance between the two sides is not too far away. Any combat action is completed in an instant. But in such a small range, the opponent's armor can complete more than 30 changes in a very short period of time. Advanced tactical actions come in handy. He has strong control over the armor, even if he has seen few armor divisions. All are terrible. The two people's high-frequency attacks continued. Zeki was up 12 and did not dare to relax. They thought they were divine life and would be born strong, but this time gave him an alert. The last time Catheads killed their team members, this time a new one appeared. The senior Warframe division in the universe was not as weak as imagined. Chen Mo's spirit is very concentrated. Since the unlock of the authority of the technological library, his body has evolved again. The brain structure and the body structure are completely different, and the speed has become very scary. This is the second Warframe division he has encountered so seriously after Jinj. This is a divine life, but it does not give him the terrible oppression of Jinj. At first I was worried that the god-level life was scary and a little nervous, and now that tension is gone. Boom! Exclamation mark. The collision between the two sides exploded in the air and each retreated. Chen Mo took a deep breath. Her eyes became sharp, and she went into a super state. Fighting Jinj, he was training the super state, and now is the first battle of his super state combined with the armor. It can't be dragged now, otherwise it may lead to other god-level life and advanced armor divisions. It will be more troublesome at that time. It is most important to get out as soon as possible. The remote laser is activated and hits the energy shield of Zeki directly. Suddenly, Zeki frowned, and he saw that Chen Mo raised his other hand. Is it like using other long-range missiles? For this level of combat, ordinary long-range missiles have little effect, but there are still some special missiles, such as corrosive agents. Drip. The armor defense system is under unknown interference, and the energy shield is turned off. Zeki just wanted to procure the armor to dodge, and the prompt in his ear made him pale. Superpower. Top Warframe division? Impossible. Nearly instantaneously, Zeki flashed a lot of thoughts in his mind, and each thought made him feel horrified. The next moment, he felt severe pain in his body. The armor was pierced by laser, and his movement became slow. Chapter 828. Planet Trading Market. The Egret stared at the video of the battle, for fear of missing any details. The closer he looked, the more dignified his expression was. Seeing the laser hole piercing the Lagastroemius civilization, he couldn't help shrinking his pupils. When the video was over, the Egret exhaled and leaned on the sofa. What do you see? Egret looked at the white magpie beside him, and other members. The shape of this Warframe is the same as the Warframe of the life that escaped the Flames civilization last time. It should be the same organization, or the same life. Bai Yan's eyes were burning. She has always remembered her last failure. The Egret nodded, agreeing with her thoughts. What else? A sudden failure of the energy shield will kill him, otherwise he should be able to fight. Bai Yan spoke and watched the video of the battle. She determined that she and Zaiwai civilization were almost the same in strength, and she replaced herself in this battle. She was sure to fight. The other members nodded in agreement. No. The Egret shook her head slightly, with a calm expression. You're gone, you're still dead, uncle. It's impossible. The mysterious Warframe division. It's not terrifying to see the movements and operations. I can handle it. Bai Yan apparently disagreed with the Egret. They are all senior divisions, but they are divided into 3, 6, and 9, and she is sure that she belongs to the best part. This combat speed. She was obviously capable of coping. You are wrong. This mysterious Warframe division is not a senior Warframe division. It is a top Warframe division, Egret said lightly. As the words came out, the room became dead. Top Warframe division? It seems that Shiganxing has a lot of experts. The Shigan Galaxy, a barren planet near the main star of Shigan, a building with a Thunderbolt sign hanging alone in the endless barrenness, and a superlight spacecraft docked outside. A young life sitting at the top of the building, look a little arrogant. He is the messenger, Thunder, sent by the Thunder God civilization to the Shigan Galaxy to negotiate with the Demon Flame civilization. At this time he was also watching the image transmitted from the Warframe trading city. Master Thunder, how do you see that he is a top division? The members next to him puzzled. Energy shield is not a malfunction, Thunder said lightly. Although he was arrogant, he never refused to give advice on some questions asked by his subordinates. The video frequency came out and paused at the moment when Shenmue raised his left hand. Senior battle armor divisions will not have this useless action. When this movement occurs, the energy shield of the Zaiwai civilization armor is broken. He has special superpowers that affect the armor shield of the armor. All members of the Thor civilization on the field are as dead as chickens. Each member was dignified, and they knew what superpower meant. Superpowers are the quilt skills that entered the ranks of top Warframe divisions, and each one is a very scary master. In the universe, divine life has superpowers that are not fake. But those lives are not all concentrated in divine civilization. Divine life and divine civilization are two concepts. Some god-level life defected from the god-level civilization, and then awakened the superpowers to become the top war division. Zidi is the best example. 2000 years ago, as emperor appeared in the Lagastroemius civilization, because it was the offspring of mother who combined with ordinary life. She was looked down upon and abused everywhere in Lagastroemius civilization. No matter how hard she tried, she was not recognized. For these reasons, after his mother died, Zidi defected. In the process of being hunted down, the 13 constellations of Lagastroemius civilization were destroyed, 3 supergalaxies, and billions of planets, killing countless lives. Killing Zaiwai civilization encircled his 8 top Warframe divisions, hundreds of senior Warframe divisions, and eventually awakened to escape from superpowers. Until now, it is still known as one of the most terrifying killing gods in the universe. The Zaiwai civilization also suffered heavy losses due to this defection. In addition to the life of the betrayal of the divine civilization, the combination and mutation between life may also mutate into the divine life. The half-orc of the Beixing civilization is the best example. There are also some life mutations, even if the probability of such mutations is small, but the cardinal number of the universe life is too large, so there are still some god-level life in the universe except for the god-level civilization, but the descendants of these god-level lives cannot be awakened. Inheritance cannot be a godlike civilization group like Beixing civilization. Many leaders of large-scale cosmic forces are created by life with sudden superpowers. Life with terrible superpowers, in a single armor battle, is just like an existence, and can easily become a top-level armor division. Can you determine what this superpower is? Which civilization? Asked a dark-eyed male person on another Earth-like planet in the Shigan system. The members around him were a little uncertain. Like mind control, and it's uncertain. Or is it a kind of superpower that affects the Warframe? It is known that there are only 2 lives with similar superpowers. One member voiced or Master Ziddy and Tong King. Will it be Ziddy himself or Ziddy's offspring who avenge ZY civilization? Another member interjected. The Black Pupil Man was in deep thought, and after a while, he began to say, he is not Ziddy, and it is even less likely that he is Master Tong King. Check the information of this Warframe division. Okay. The member in charge of the intelligence nodded in agreement. The ZY Civilization Armor Division was killed during the battle, and the armor and corpses were taken away. This news swept through every corner of the Shigan Galaxy like a storm, and even the entire universe. The armored division of the God-level civilization was killed by an unknown armored division in the battle. This is a blatant attack on the face of the ZY civilization. As one of the oldest God-level civilizations, their ZY civilization will never give up. Shiganxing is in an eventful season. This battle has turned the undercurrent of the undersea into a rough sea. Some people who smelled the wrong life and began to escape from the Shigan Galaxy in a superlight spaceship. The battle between God-level civilizations, once the fish caught in the pond. The fish in the entire pond will die. Now the Shigan Galaxy is this pond. The 7 God-level civilizations converge. This battle is just the beginning. No one knows what will happen in the future. Soon, the wanted order of Legastroemius civilization appeared as expected by many lives, with a reward of 5 billion stars, and the whole universe wanted to kill Zeki's mysterious Warframe division. Shiganxing became lively, looking frantically for the shadow of the mysterious Warframe division. Chen Mo, who is looking for the outside, is wearing Ginge and Grey 21 wearing battle armor in the Shigan Galaxy planet trading market. The armor of him and Ginge has been modified by the shell of the body, and the head has been converted into a beast. The body is larger, and the body and appearance of the original armor are completely invisible. If necessary, the extra spare parts can be discarded at any time. In addition to the armor, the 3 were also disguised as blue-eared aliens. In order to prevent detection, he must change his original appearance. Although he has not been found by the Star Safety Agency, if found, he will cause endless trouble. So he must be easy to disguise and temporarily avoid investigation. The planet trading market is a place dedicated to buying and selling planets. It is as common as buying and selling land on Earth. In the vast and boundless universe, land is the least valuable thing. The Shigan Galaxy has a diameter of 110,000 light-years, nearly 300 billion planets, more than 80 billion terrestrial planets, and many barren and lifeless planets. Many civilizations set up cosmic space territories to confirm the ownership of the planets, and these planets can be leased and sold. The 3 Chenmo entered the building of the planet's trading market, and a blue-faced old man greeted with a smile. Hello, are you here to rent the planet? I can work for you. Lend a small terrestrial planet, Chenmo said. Okay. Please follow me. The star intermediary old man led Chenmo into a spacious hall, and transferred the information of the planet that met the conditions through holographic projection and put it in front of Chenmo. The diameter, gravity, atmospheric concentration, surface temperature difference, and location of the planet are noted above, which are very detailed. Which one do you need? Just this one. Lease for a month. Chenmo pointed to a terrestrial planet slightly larger than the Earth. The planet is brown, the gravity is almost the same as that of the Earth, and the environment is relatively peaceful. That position is 1 light month away from Shiganxing. There is no life planet on the star. It is a remote suburb of Shiganxing area. He has a spacecraft with super light speed space curvature. Counting the time, he can make enough money by staying for 1 month, replenishing antimatter energy and leaving. After the evolution of the body, Chenmo no longer had to rely on oxygen to maintain his survival needs, and Ginge did not need it anymore. Grey 31 also adapted to an oxygen-free environment, so they are not oxygen-rich planets, and they can still pass. The entire planet is leased for a month, for a total of 1 million stars. The star intermediary old man looked at the price and said, the farther away from the bustling planet, the lower the price of the planet, so Chen Mo rented the entire planet as not expensive. Do you need a nano-robot for construction? No, I have. Chen Mo declined the recommendation of the old man of the intermediary of the planet, paid the planet's rental fee, got the coordinates of the planet and the security satellite password, and left the planet trading market with two people, Ginge and Gray. Chapter 829, Identity Exposure. Master Thunder, the mysterious Warframe division has news. Oh, tell me. Thunder closed the holographic light curtain in front of him and turned to look at the person. Looked a little excited, because this time she found something incredible. With Thunder's permission, quickly put the information in her hand into the projection of the room, and the news she wanted to say was on it. There are two photos on the screen. If Chen Mo is here, he will definitely recognize the photos. That is his, Free Black Ant, and Ginge's, Beast. Who is this Warframe? Thunder asked, looking around. This black-red armor is the one that killed Zeki. Clicked it, and brought up the picture of Chen Mo and Zeki fighting. Intelligently captured the shape of Chen Mo's armor, put it on the contrast plate, and removed the painting. It has become very obvious. The painting has changed, but the shape and structure have not changed. This division is called Chen Mo. Soon after he came to Shigangsing, the data shows that he saved the Prince of Elf Civilization as soon as he arrived in Shigangsing. In return, the King of Elf Civilization sent him a small war armor company named Xingsing Warframe Company. It is understood that he is also followed by a Warframe division, but the strength is unknown. Released all the information he found. This is when she obtained Zeki's information. She found that Zeki traced a black-red Warframe in the Warframe trading city, and accidentally found that the shape of the Warframe was similar. So she thought about the comparison. I did not expect to have such a big gain. The Thunder began to meditate. One of the Warframe divisions is a top master, and the other is unknown in strength. There are various indications that the two may come from a top power and their strength cannot be underestimated. Shigangsing is very lively and interesting. For a long time, Thunder looked up. Do you know where they are now? Unclear. Their whereabouts are currently unknown, but we have photos of their looks. Brought up two photos, which looked like Chen Mo and Ginge. Thunder shook his head. For him, the photo is useless. Now changing the appearance condition is too simple. Some small technologies can complete it. The other party has to change the appearance. They can't find the other person by their appearance, and they are not sure if the photo is the other person's true appearance. Knowing exposure, hiding. Bai looked at the armor of Chen Mo and Ginge. His face was not good looking. She has recognized that they are the two mysterious Warframe divisions who took away the target of the Demon Flame civilization last time. Although they are painted differently, they have the same appearance. Last time Ginge killed a senior Warframe division of the Demon Flame civilization, making her feel the oppression of death and shocking the audience. This time Chen Mo killed the senior Warframe division of Zaiwai civilization. They confirmed Chen Mo's identity, and when they went to investigate again, the other party was no longer a Star Warrior company. In order not to frighten the snake, they did not dare to act rashly. Even if the other party is still hidden in the Shigan Galaxy, with a span of 110,000 light-years, 300 billion planets, and countless lives, they will not be able to find it in a short time. Both armor divisions are top armor divisions. A little troublesome. Egret was a little hesitant. Make sure that the opponent is not the Warframe division of the 7 divine level civilizations, which means that a strong force from the 8th party has joined Shigangsing's chase. Last time they took away the target of the Demon Flame civilization, and this time killed the armor division of the Zaiwai civilization. They don't think this is a coincidence. Two top Warframe divisions, but they are currently the most powerful side in Shigangsing. Leave them alone. What's going on in the Moyan civilization? Egret asked the intelligence personnel next to him. No major action has been found for the time being, but it is certain that the other party has hidden those R&D personnel. Intelligence personnel said, they are waiting for the major civilizations to give them conditions for negotiation. It should be to hide the chips and increase the negotiation capital. Egret said coldly. The Magic Flame civilization stopped them together. When they announced the news, they would attract people from the other 6 civilizations to thoroughly stir up the water of Shiganxing so as to maximize their gains. Appetite is too big, and you are not afraid to die. Diddy. The communicator sounded, and when seeing the caller ID, the egret had a complete look and turned on the projection of the communicator. A beautiful woman appeared in the light curtain. She had fox ears, her eyes were coquettish, her eyes were like water, the woman was sexy, and the white ditch in front of her was tempting. The coquettish and noble style perfectly blends in a woman, making people feel embarrassed when they see it. Seeing the half-orc woman in the light curtain, the egret looked full of respect and bowed down. Mrs. Fox woman nodded. How is Shiganxing now? The situation is a bit tense, with their own plans. Egret said, we found that the Warframe division that killed ZYS civilization is probably a top-level Warframe division, and there is a companion, and it may be top War Armor division. The target of the last Evil Flame civilization escape was they took away. The current speculation may be the 8th party. The egret put Shenmue's photos and armor information on the projection light curtain. Oh, this is an accident. Foxwoman browsed the information and said quietly, if there is an 8th party, there is one more variable, but it should not matter, you will follow the plan I gave. Okay, Mom. The egret agreed seriously. On a 5th planet in a remote galaxy 1 light moon away from Shiganxing, a large building stands alone on the barren land. This is a building built by nanorobots, and there is a large airport next to the Hyperlight Space Curvature spacecraft. This is Zong Saturn, which is also a place rented by Shenmue for temporary shelter. Ginge and Grey 21 are still training. On this barren planet, there is no small space to restrain them. Ginge can release his hands and feet to train. After this period of devil training, Grey 21 has made great progress. At least he moved this special ability instantly, and he began to take control. And now, after teaching him assassination techniques and killing techniques, Ginge puts his own experience in hunting and killing wild beasts on assassinations. In essence, the hunters in the jungle can also be regarded as a kind of assassin. As for the little mother beast, she sat in the building window and watched them train leisurely. Ginge, I'll go to Shiganxing. Shenmue saw the two stop training and passed a message to Ginge. Well, Ginge said a little. Shiganxing was killed because of the Battleiger division of the Lagastroemius civilization, and the situation is now very tense. Like a gunpowder barrel that may explode at any time. They are afraid of each other, so a short-term balance appears, and no one dares to break this balance. Shenmue landed in front of a full-body black building, guided by the robot, very good light-speed spacecraft, and followed the robot to the city next to it. His armor and appearance were disguised, no one could recognize him, and he didn't have to worry about being recognized. After changing his identity, he is now as usual. This is not Shiganxing. It is a satellite of Shiganxing. Baiyangxing is slightly smaller than the Earth. It belongs to an oxygen-rich planet and has a beautiful environment. The environment here is very prosperous and the scenery is beautiful. There is a city of nearly 20 million square kilometers. Black City. Black City occupies half the land area of the entire planet and is unique. I heard that he can find any materials he needs, including some special materials. Shenmue is now in Haiqing building, the center of Haiqing. 3 sets of blue-grade armor were sold, and now Shenmue has 850 million, and doubling it again is almost enough to fill the spacecraft's anti-material energy costs. Entering the Black City building, a cute little flying robot arrives at him. Hi distinguished guest, do you need any help? I want to buy dark matter, Shenmue said. Honored guest, Dark matter is on the 207th floor. An autopilot came over carrying Chen Mo and flew towards the 207th floor under the guidance of a small robot. The dark matter was bought to make Indigo Warframe. He needs to make a set of Indigo grade armor for Grade 21, and at the same time make an Indigo scale armor for sale. The price of the Indigo armor is 10 times that of the blue armor. Just selling a set of Indigo war armor is enough for him to replenish antimatter energy. Shigangsing is now a land of right and wrong. Chen Mo just wants to leave here quickly. 100 million stars and 1 gram of dark matter. The small robot brought Chen to the dark matter, which was packed in a special device and wrapped in a transparent liquid. It's 6 milligrams. Chen Mo said. Dark matter is like the material's rare earth. 6 milligrams is enough for him to build 2 sets of armor. Chen Mo started to buy the required materials and parts according to his own list. Chapter 830. Buy some snacks. Dong Dewey smiled at Chen Mo and was very friendly. This is a big customer. As the business director of Haiching, from the time Chen Mo purchased dark matter, he was informed by the news and hurried down, because the special matter of dark matter is almost the top material matter in the universe. Generally, this material is used by top scientific research teams to develop and formulate the required materials. When he saw Chen Mo, his eyes lit up. He has been operating the Black City for many years, and has seen countless figures of various levels. The life of the blue-skinned pointed ears gives him a very special feeling, and the armor he wears on the other side is definitely high-quality goods. The first time the other party came, they purchased 800 million yuan worth of materials and spare parts, which are all top-level materials and accessories. This is generally the case only for professional companies. From the materials purchased by the other side, there is a Warframe design team or Warframe company behind the other side. This kind of customer is a big customer. If they can cooperate with each other, it will be beneficial to both of them. They have one more stable Warframe designer customer, and the other has a stable supply channel of advanced material accessories. The technical staff of Warframe designers is the most popular life of major civilizations. No matter which civilization they go to, they will be very popular. This kind of life needs to use its own wisdom to integrate various high-tech into a set of warframes. This requires very comprehensive scientific research capabilities. Every civilization, the team of Warframe designers, is almost the smartest group in that civilization. 1. Sir, do you have any other needs? Dong asked. Chen Mo glanced at the brown-skinned middle-aged man with big eyes and nodded gently. Are you renting a research institute here? Institute Felice. Dong eyes brightened. Yes, we in Haiching provide the most complete service from materials to technical equipment. The institute and workshop equipment are all available. Industrial system equipment. From low level to high level, you can meet your various research needs. The lease of this institute confirms Dong Xin's ID even more. The other party is a Warframe designer and maybe a wild Warframe designer. There are many articles to do inside. If this Warframe designer has no influence, they can solicit for their own use. After linking Chen Mo's Warframe communications with East Link, he started the Warframe and flew up, leaving Chen He with the Black City mansion. Sir, what level of research is needed? What's the highest level of fees? Chen Mo followed east, paying attention to the Black City below from time to time. The highest level? Dong Xiaoxi said. The highest level research institute is 1 million a day. For the first time, sir, we have a 20% discount. Chen Mo uses the most advanced research institute, which shows that what he is going to manufacture must be a blue Warframe, which already belongs to a senior Warframe designer. Senior Warframe designers, wherever they go, are rare talents. Chen Mo thought for a while and said, live for 15 days. The two men flew at an ultra-high speed of about 1,600 kilometers before reaching their destination. Below is a research base. Overlooking from a high altitude, Hundreds of research sites can be seen. Each research base is fully equipped and covers an area of more than 20 square kilometers. All research bases here are for rent. It must be said that in the context of the universe, many business models have become special. Sir, can I introduce to you the use of the research base? Landing with Chen Mo at the entrance of a senior research base, Dong introduced it enthusiastically, speculating that Chen Mo might be a senior warframe designer, and he became more eager. Every advanced research base has complete supporting equipment, from heavy industry to precision parts processing equipment, including material synthesis equipment. The base has artificial intelligence. If you are not assured of the artificial intelligence of the base, you can embed your own personal artificial intelligence assistant, management system of the base during the lease. Our research base uses a quantum security system, which is an unbreakable security system. During your research, all technical data will be protected by the quantum security system, and only your personal authorization and password can access the data. After the lease is over, you only need to choose to delete the technical data stored during use, and it will completely disappear, and no one will be able to access your data without worrying about data security issues. After the introduction, Dong handed Chen Mo an identity card. This is the ID card of the Advanced Research Base. With this ID card, you can enter any laboratory in the research base and use all the equipment. Thank you. Chen Mo Shun took the ID card and looked at the research base. On Earth, research bases that require energy and material resources to build can be rented here and are fully equipped. Sir, do you ship the materials you bought directly to your research base? Dong asked. Yes. Okay, sir, I wish you a good harvest. Dong resigned and left, and it is not appropriate to send out a solicitation message for 15 days. He can slowly contact the other party. Dong left, and Chen Mo contacted Zong Saturn's Grey 21. 21, you go into the scan room of the spaceship. I will use your physical data to customize a set of armor for you. Okay, sir. Grey 20 was overjoyed and nodded excitedly. Jinj, I will make a battle armor here in 15 days. I will let the spacecraft fly back to Saturn on your own. Be careful. You have been in the limelight recently. Many forces may be looking for us. Please contact me if you have any questions. Chen Mo told Jinj said. Well, Jinj nodded slightly. Buy some snacks, potatoes. Hanging up the communication, Chen Mo took out a hard disk, inserted it into the management system, and began to take over the artificial intelligence and robot control of the research base. Lagastroemius civilization. A black hole with a diameter of 40 million kilometers has been floating in space for a long time. Against the bright edge of the edge, the shaded part in the middle, like a hole in the universe, is like a door to another universe. Beyond the edge of the black hole, a space curvature spacecraft is floating in space and seems to be waiting for something. Suddenly, a small black spot emerged from the black hole, a small special spaceship. The spacecraft quickly stopped by the space curvature spacecraft and slowly opened. A tall figure appeared on the spacecraft, a purple charm that had disappeared for a while. At this time, the temperament of Zun has changed, becoming even colder. The purple fluorescence on her skin has become brighter, mysterious and noble. A pair of purple eyes, or the ancient well-being of thousands of years. It seems that nothing can arouse a trace of her mood swings. The lines drawn by the special tights are softer than before, and the figure is the perfect golden ratio. Ziyun looked back at the black hole. Looking at the time now, it's been a few years. She just felt a moment in the black hole. The gravitational twisted space-time of the black hole makes her seem to have a momentary dream with endless pain and suffering. The horrible gravity tears every molecule on her at all times. The horrible torture is beyond description, as if it could be torn into particles at any time. What's the matter? Zun asked coldly. Master Zun, the Lord of the Stars ordered to waive your punishment. There is a special task that requires you to perform and make up for it, Zima said in awe. For some reason, he felt that Zun had changed, a kind of transformation. This black hole level punishment seems to have transformed Zun to a higher level. Before, She just felt that she was cold and noble. Now she can clearly feel an invisible oppression in front of her. What task? Zeki was killed. It is likely to be the Warframe division of Motu's organization. Last time, Zima released the video of Zeki and Shenmue fighting, and also investigated Shenmue's appearance information and Warframe message. It's him. Sun's cold purple eyes waved slightly. Shenmue is the life she encountered last time on King Shu Ixing. At that time, she just felt special and did not expect to see it again in this way. The low-level life of King Shu Ixing escaped the control of the three-eyed civilization. The suspected cat-headed accomplice disappeared in the space. Now he kills Zeki. Zun simply scans information about Shenmue. The Magic Flame civilization of the Shigan Galaxy successfully developed the superpower development technology. Zeki, as a messenger, was killed in the battle with him. Zima briefly explained the situation. Star Master lets you go to the Shigan Galaxy and win superpower development technology. As Zima introduced the mission to Zun, the armored communication device rang. Seeing the contact person, Zimu's expression was tense, and she hurriedly connected. After a few serious murmurs, she hung up the communicator and looked up at Zun. Does the mission change? Zun asked coldly. Zimu's expression was very serious. The news from the Shigan Galaxy just returned, and the Magic Flame civilization released the big news. Chapter 841. Black City Auction. The Magic Flame civilization released the news. 16 days later, the supercapacity development technology will be put on the Black City Auction for technology exchange. Technology auction. The technologies exchanged include Indigo-class Warframe technology, dark matter extraction technology, material technology, superlight speed space curvature spacecraft technology, and constellation-level weapon technology. Any top technology is within the scope of the exchange. Whoever has the best technology and the best conditions, the Magic Flame civilization will use superpower development technology to exchange with whom. Indigo Warframe technology, including the full set of Warframe technology, is the Warframe technology only mastered by Indigo civilization. And it is also a technology that can be upgraded to Indid civilization. Although some civilizations in the universe will sell Indigo-grade armor, many blue-level civilizations do not master the design technology of Indigo-grade armor. If you want to Indigo-grade armor, you need to buy it from the big forces. However, many Indigo-class civilizations will never sell Indigo-level armor to advanced civilizations, because Indigo-level armor is also the most advanced technology in Indigo-level civilization. In addition, dark matter extraction technology is also a technology blocked by the monopoly of large civilizations. It is impossible for middle-level civilization to possess, let alone other technologies. The development of cosmic civilization has put many civilizations ahead, and technology has also been developed. The Cosmos Alliance has management of intellectual property protection, and it is very strict. Many special advanced technologies have long been monopolized by large civilizations and forces. Even the blue-level civilizations do not have the technology of Indigo Warframes. If it is misappropriated, it will face the joint sanctions of top civilization and divine civilization. As soon as the exchange conditions of the Demon Flame civilization appeared, it again caused a lot of shock. Want technology rather than territory and star coins. In this regard, many people admire the wisdom of the Magic Flame civilization. To gain a foothold in the universe, territories and sterling coins are all imaginary. Technology is the hardest core wealth that cannot be bought with money, and these technologies can be taken away at any time. As long as the Magic Flame civilization has the top technology he needs, then it can be determined that the rise of a new Indigo civilization is inevitable. The magic trick of the Magic Flame civilization almost disrupted the plans of all God-level civilizations. Push the God-level civilization that was secretly stronger in the dark to the bright surface at once, like in turbid water. and drop a big rock again. The auction half a month later became the focus of the All-Cosmic Alliance. The exchanged objects no longer include God-level civilizations. Other top civilizations can also offer exchange conditions at the auction. As long as the conditions meet the requirements of the Magic Flame civilization, any civilization can obtain superpower development technology. The dark tide in Shigangsing is raging again. Some top civilizations who secretly pay attention to the Magic Flame civilization also want to join the auction exchange in an unknown way. As long as the identity of the transaction is kept secret, the identity will not cause trouble. Black City Research Base. Chen Mo carefully examined the two sets of holographic projection designs, a set of thin battle armors with soft lines and no more flamboyant designs. This is customized for Grey 21. The other is an adaptive armor, which is adjustable in size and body. He has rich experience in designing warframes and masters top-level warframe engine technology, so manufacturing warframes is not difficult for Chen Mo now. His main consideration is the positioning of the warframe, and the required materials and weapons are synthesized according to the positioning. After contact during this period of time, Chen Mo found that Grey 21 was very clever, maybe because of his long-term use as a test body by the demonic civilization. He was able to endure hardships. He received Jingji's super-intensive training. He never complained. Strong. And with less contact with the outside world, the character is relatively simple. In this regard, he satisfied both Chen Mo and Jingji. Grey 21's superpower has been figured out, which is instantaneous movement. This ability is very special and requires a lot of mental energy, so Grey 21 cannot move too far in an instant, only in a certain range, and the number of uses is limited, otherwise it will cause brain fatigue. This is the characteristic of every superpowered person, so is Chen Mo. Overloading can also cause brain fatigue. But as an assassin, proper use of teleportation can achieve unexpected results. Chen Mo plans to build a special armor for him based on the ability of Grey 21. God. After the permissions are turned on, open technology has reached a very high level, and more advanced technologies are readily available. But now Chen Mo only wants to go back to the Earth, and hasn't concentrated on the development of those technologies. However, some materials technology and other necessary simple technologies, Chen Mo can be manufactured at any time. God. Authority is the task of creating quantum life. This task is highly technical and targets itself. Chen Mo must be fully prepared to confirm that after returning to the Earth, there will be a stable environment and security before Chen Mo dares to launch this plan. The task of using yourself as an experimental subject is, in the eyes of the Earthlings, simply heartbroken. But after experiencing the vastness of the universe, Chen Mo has turned aside many things. Some of the moral standards of humans on Earth do not apply to the rules of the universe. If human beings undergo natural evolution, they need billions of years of natural selection, and the universe will not give life so comfortable and smooth evolutionary conditions. Many lives and civilizations in the universe use technology to accelerate and assist the evolution of living organisms, and superpower development technology is the most typical representative. Back to the study of warframes, Chen Mo admired the warframes in front of him as he appreciated his artworks. Grey 21 Warframe is a set of warframe comparable to Jingji, Beast, which belongs to two different areas. Top-level battle armor, dark materials are standard. At this level, space weapons may be used in the battle of some top-level armors. Dark material war armor can withstand the squeeze of space, so it is a unique choice. Similarly, assassin-type armor, the material must be stealth and camouflage material. Positioning is a special armor of the assassin's armor. Stealth and camouflage are standard, and can be detected by the opponent's radar. The armor's sneak attack ability will be weakened. Chen Mo found better stealth camouflage material than his, Free Black Ant, in the Science and Technology Library. Dynamic positioning is fast and flexible. Warframe must have the function of missing a shot and turning away. Why dogfight? Because I have quantum stealth, camouflage mode, super flexible maneuver, super fast flying speed, super melee skills. Wrong. Because you are stupid. The positioning of the assassin Warframe is not a dogfight, but an unexpected assassination operation. Assassination is unsuccessful. Escape is the best choice. So escape speed is a very important condition. Shenmue changed the engine he mastered. The main functions were speed. As for steering, it was only necessary to rely on the auxiliary engine. As for weapons, far laser weapons and short laser pulse melee weapons are standard. Other weapons are not required for assassins. The focus is on weapons that assist in assassination and escape. New. Start to manufacture the parts needed for the Warframe. Confirming that the design of the Warframe is okay, Shenmue gave Momo2 a command. Okay, Mo. Because of the Black City auction, Dong now says he is busy. The Magic Flame civilization put the superpower development technology on the Black City auction, which made them the center of the universe's attention. In order to raise the popularity of the Black City, the group behind the Black City chose to undertake this unprecedented auction, so now the entire Black City is preparing for the auction. However, Shenmue came to him for consultation, and he still took a moment to come out. During this time, he basically determined that Shenmue was a senior armor designer, and senior armor designers were everywhere. Mr. Mo Chen, what can I do for you? Dong asked Shenmue when he saw it. Mo Chen is the name Shenmue told him. Do you have any good sales channels here? Shenmue asked. There are many channels. Shigangsing's War Armor Trading City is everywhere. Mr. Mo Chen was made from war armor? Dong was curious. War armor is the most popular thing. As long as the war armor parameters and good technology, never worry about selling. And Shenmue chose to ask him. It is being assembled and manufactured, and it will be ready soon. Ask in advance. Shenmue said. Mr. Mushen's Warframe, what level is it? I can help you take a look and estimate the price. Dong was curious. Shenmue, the level of the Warframe designer. The top battle armor. The parameter is probably this. Shenmue released the set of armor to be sold through holographic projection. Top Warframe. East size burst. His eyes almost fell out of his eyes. I thought it was a high-level Warframe, and the result was a top-level Warframe. There was a big technical gap between them. There are very few top-level armors that have been circulated. Most of them are in the hands of big civilizations and powers. A team can design top-level armors, and any one of the top powers can get the best treatment. Even if it is a divine civilization, these teams will be accepted, which shows how precious such teams are. This is a self-adaptive top-level Warframe. As long as human and beast-like life within 2 meters and 5 meters, and the body size is not particularly large, it can be used, and its size can be adjusted to adapt. Shenmue began to deform the projected hologram. After a while, I stopped. Director Dong, are there any good buyers? Shenmue asked after he demonstrated. There are a lot of buyers. If you want to maximize the profit, there is a special place. Dong Pingfu was shocked before introducing Shenmue. 7 days later, we will hold an auction in Haicheng. Have you heard about the Magic Flame civilization? They will also sell superpower development technology at the early auction. At that time, there will be all gods and top civilizations from the universe. Life. Their demand for top-tier armor is high, and you can maximize the benefits of this suit. If you can make the armor in 7 days and complete the test, we can help you put it on the auction floor. Shenmue nodded for a moment before thinking. Just 5 days later, it can be almost completed. Chapter 832, Swallow, and Grayscale. Over time, news about Black City auctions has been raging. The business group behind this Black City auction is so aggressively propaganda that Shigangsing has attracted the attention of most of the top forces in the universe, coupled with the god-level civilization. This is an unprecedented auction. According to rumors from the outside world, in order to win the supercapacity development technology of the Moyan civilization, Haitong civilization has prepared a large number of top-level technologies as exchange chips. These include the top-level armor technology of the Black Pupil civilization, a variety of top-level materials, dark matter extraction technology, and the constellation-level weapon technology most desired by the Magic Flame civilization. In addition, a large number of star coins and galaxy territories will be exchanged. As long as the Magic Flame civilization obtains these technologies, it will only be a matter of time until it develops into a top civilization. However, other god-level civilizations are not to be outdone. They test their opponent's conditional bottom line through various channels, whether they release their own conditions, true or false. The Shigan Galaxy gathers the eyes of the entire universe. It started with the superpower development technology of the Demon Flame civilization, and then the senior Warframe division of the ZY civilization was killed. Then the Black City auction of the technology proposed by the Demon Flame civilization, and now the 7 god-level civilizations compete for hegemony. The stars of the galaxy gather. Among the 7 god-level civilizations, the most active is the Baxing civilization. Baxing civilization releases a variety of true, false, and high-profile news, and it is an inevitable attitude towards superpower development technology. The most low-key is the Endless Sea civilization and the Corpse civilization. Ghost civilization is arrogant. It is the hardest one among the 7 god-level civilizations. This time it did not make a high-profile appearance. It seems that it is not interested in superpower development technology. Endless Sea civilization and Dark Forest civilization, because the Prince of the Dragon was killed, are engaged in a fierce confrontation. And from the beginning to the end of the Endless Sea civilization, there is no obvious attitude to rob superpower development technology. There are rumors from the outside world that the prophet of the Endless Sea civilization foresees Shigangsing's trip. The Endless Sea will not have much to gain, so he is not ready to compete, but only sends people here symbolically. No one knows true or false. As a traditional hegemon, the once most powerful god-level civilization, the Lagastroemius civilization that created the Warframe system, was not too strong and had a relatively calm attitude. It did not join the high-profile battle of the White Star civilization, the Black Pupil civilization, and the Thor culture. Later, it was confirmed that ZY civilization sent a new messenger to Shigangsing. All kinds of news have become more and more chaotic over time. All forces know that the final confrontation will be at the Black City auction. Black City Research Base. A set of battle armor was placed on the base's experimental platform. Dong looked at the armor in front of him, the black and white paint, and the design was a little different, which is one of the forms of the holographic image demonstration he saw last time. It is an adaptive Warframe and has no fixed form, only design concepts. He has been the director of the Black City for many years and has been seen in the world, but he hasn't seen much of the Indigo Warframe. This top-level Warframe is a precious thing in the top civilization. Only masters and core personnel will be equipped. Warframe divisions are not equipped with top Warframes. It's called Swallow, Shenmue said. Swallow? Dong looked at the armor. What does Swallow mean? My hometown is a very flexible bird. Shenmue said, it is a Warframe designed for melee. It has 38 engines, large and small. The short pulse laser weapon reaches 1.3 watts. The material is made of dark materials, synthetic materials. It can withstand 150 nanoseconds of ultra-high energy laser exposure for 10 kilometers. This time is enough for the armor to activate the energy shield, which can effectively avoid being attacked by long-range attacks. Swallow. At present, there are only laser weapons and matching melee weapons. Swallowtail spikes. Other weapons are mainly in the form of empty slots, providing the function of freely carrying weapons. Warframe divisions can freely equip their favorite weapons. At the hip position of the armor, there are 2 shark fin tails. In addition, there are similar movable shark fin structures at the thighs and calves. This is the tail of the Swallow, which can make the direction of the armor more flexible. If the beast-like equipment is equipped with the armor, this tail component can be adaptively composed into the tail portion of the beast-like. Excellent melee performance and flexibility are its biggest advantages. Shenmue said, at the same time, it is a zero-latency brain control, ultra-high-speed maneuvering, which can accelerate up to 3/5 of the speed of light. In addition, its short-distance storage, it can burst into the sky, and it is very good. It can reach microseconds and kilometers. Shenmue said it briefly. The East look is amazing. There is a gap between the top battle armor and the advanced battle armor. The advanced battle armor is an outbreak of at most milliseconds, and the top battle armor is already an outbreak of microseconds. There is a word difference, but the performance is 1,000 times difference. Not at all. Are you sure you want to sell this suit? Dongdu was hesitant. Shenmue chose to sell such a good suit instead of using it by himself. Sell. Shenmue nodded. He has now spent all his coins, and he needs to sell this set of armor to get the cost of supplementing anti-material energy. Now the Shigan Galaxy is very unstable. Shenmue just wants to hurry away from this right and wrong place and rush back to Earth. Your Warframe, our professional auctioneer, will conduct an evaluation auction. This is an invitation letter from the Black City auction the day after tomorrow, and the auction will begin to enter the auction site with the invitation letter. Dong handed a card to Shenmue, a VIP invitation. Thank you. Shenmue was polite to accept the invitation. Dong Chen sighed as Shenmue left. Since knowing that Shenmue is a top-tier Warframe designer, he has given up the idea of recruiting Shenmue for his own use. Such top-tier armor designers will never look after their little temple. If he wants, the divine civilization will accept him and get a place in it. There are still 2 days before the start of the Black City auction. The price of the top armor is not less than 4 billion. As long as the armor is sold, he can add antimatter to leave Shigangsing. Jinj is still training Grey 21. These two training madmen are a little scared even when Shenmue sees it. When the spacecraft landed, Jinj stopped and let the Grey 21 pass. Grey 21 seemed to be free, lying directly on the pits of the desolate land. The more he trains, the more he discovers Mr. Jinj's horror. He is a pervert. After training for so long, he has never resisted more than 3 moves in the hands of Jinj. Jinj allowed him to attack him at any time, as long as he could hurt him. He was a teacher. As a result, he has been living a tragic life since then. 21, come here. Shenmue beckoned. Oh, Grey 21 struggled, endured the soreness of the body, and disappeared in situ instantly, appearing in front of Shenmue. After being squeezed by Jinj, he can now flexibly use momentary movement. Sir. Grey 21 stood still, saying respectfully, give you customized warframes. Shenmue opened the box in her hand, revealing the true colors of the armor. The appearance of silver gray is similar to that of Grey 21's skin, but this set of armor can be camouflaged. It can be transformed into a camouflage of the same color as the environment. Thank you, sir. Grey 21 looked excited when he saw the battle armor. This is the first time he has his own warframe. The escaped senior battle armor last time was just not fit, so he was hit by a huge coma. He chose to follow Shenmue, betting on it. He did not expect that Shenmue would take risks to accept him, and specially customized such a high-level armor for him. An inexplicable emotion stuck in my heart, looking at Shenmue's eyes, becoming more revered. During the experiment of the Demon Flame civilization, he suffered all kinds of sufferings. Shenmue was the first person to treat him so well. Its name is Grayscale, to store identity information, and later it belongs to you. Shenmue patted Grey 21's shoulder and motioned for him to pass. It is good. Grey 21 didn't say much. He knew that it was better to use actions to repay Mr. Grayscale. Under the attention of Shenmue and Jinj, slowly cover the body of Grey 21, and the moment the mask was covered, the silver-white eyes lighted up, and Grey 21's heart was so passionate that it felt unprecedentedly powerful. This is his warframe, the first set truly belongs to him. However, Shenmue did not expect that the Grey 21 he would retain would become the most powerful assassin in the assassin world in the future, achieving the legend of a generation of assassin warframe divisions. Training. Jinj's cold voice, like the same pot of ice water pouring down. The sad 21 feeling of Grey 21 fell from heaven to the abyss, back to reality again. The day of hardship has just begun. Baiyangxing has entered the final preparation stage of the Black City auction. 2 days later, The All-Union Alliance's eye-catching Black City auction was held as scheduled. Chapter 833, Black City Auction. The Black City Auction House is Shigangsing's largest auction house. Among the Shigangsing, the largest city is undoubtedly the Warframe trading city, but the status of the Black City is still irreplaceable. Haicheng is a commercial city built on a land area of 20 million square kilometers on a half-planet. From materials to warframes, all goods are readily available. Buy warframes at Shigangsing. Wargames City is the first choice. Other goods, Black City is the first choice. The Black City Auction House is also very famous in Shigangsing because it often auctions all kinds of rare commodities from all over the universe. Perhaps in the entire Shishi constellation, or even the Universe Alliance. Haicheng is just a trivial business group, but under the attention of superpower development technology, Haicheng is now the most attractive destination in the universe at this time. In Baiyangxing, the number of spaceships entering and exiting is much less than before. The Star Safety Agency dispatched more than half of the police force to maintain order and alert here, for fear of problems here. But the police of the Star Safety Agency are very clear that if there is a fight here, they cannot control it. The lowest level on the field is also the higher-level Warframe division. The lives of the major top-level forces and God-level forces are in Baiyangxing, and none of them can manage it. Only those who participated in the auction today can enter Baiyangxing. A large number of spacecraft did not land on Baiyangxing, hovering in space, floating densely, and looking at the past. They were all strangely shaped spacecraft. Thousands of lives, wearing battle armor, flew from space to the Black City of Baiyangxing. Everything is in order. Those who can enter Baiyangxing are all the higher-level armored divisions, top-level lives, and the lives of God-level civilizations. No one is willing to conflict, otherwise it may cause public anger. So no matter whether there is hatred or not, all parties have agreed to do nothing. At the scene of the Black City Auction House, people flowed endlessly. The auction house is very large. It is a Colosseum-style building that can accommodate nearly 1 million people. It is 100 kilometers away from the Black City building and is one of the landmarks of the Black City. A small spacecraft landed not far above the auction house, and the Thunderbolt symbol of the Thunder civilization was extremely conspicuous. The emergence of small ships attracted the attention of all those who came. In the spotlight, Thunder flew out of the small spacecraft slowly, and landed slowly in his armor. He was surrounded by the warrior division of Thor's civilization following him. To the surrounding eyes, Thunder turned a blind eye, glanced around and flew towards the auction house without any obstruction along the way. Upon arriving at the door, the Thunder stopped, and his armored communication device rang. Seeing the display of the communication device, the Thunder froze, and his proud face suddenly became serious. Master Dan. The display of the Warframe communicator is a young humanoid, with Huzazi, looking older than the Thunder, purple electricity flashing in the pupils, and plasma seems to flow on the skin. I'm in Shigangsing. Haizu civilization has some secret movements. The teacher is afraid of an accident and will let me come over. Don't say a word. Understand? Thunder responded solemnly. He dared not have any arrogance in front of this man. Shigangsing will not be peaceful, so be careful about everything. After the admonition was over, the man hung up the communication. Thunder sorted out his thoughts, and if nothing happened, he didn't even tell them. Just after the box entered the auction house, there was some movement in the back, and for a moment, Thunder turned around. A small spaceship with a black eye sign appeared at the scene. Black Pupil Civilization. This weird eye is the highest sign. The small spaceship is like a scary black eye pupil. Looking at this eye pupil makes people have a sense of horror staring into the abyss. And it is like being seen through the heart. What a coincidence. Thunder, are you welcoming me? A tone of laughter appeared. A set of colored armor with black eyes appeared. The helmet opened, and a man's face was exposed. The black-eyed pupil is as heavy as an abyss, with a strange smile on his face, which is a bit ridiculous. Woo-woo, the genius Warframe division of the Black Daughter civilization, has been rumored to have awakened his superpowers and entered the ranks of top Warframe divisions at a young age, but it has never been confirmed. But the status of the Witch in the Black Pupil civilization is also regarded as a top talent. It is almost recognized as a future high-level candidate. It is no surprise that in the future, there will be retirement vacancies in the high-level Black Pupil civilization, and the Witch will fill the gap. This person's style is vicious and unpredictable. Oh, Thunder smirked strangely. I forgot to bring a pet from my family and was waiting for it. As soon as this word came out, the Witch's eyes were frozen, staring at the Thunder coldly, and the Black Pupils looked a little weird. Thunder was not to be outdone, and looked at the Witch. The thin blue thunderbolt in his eyes flickered. For a moment, the lively atmosphere cooled down. The onlookers were sweating, and if the two of them fought, the entire planet would suffer. Shall we go and fire? In the distance, the white magpie looked excited, and there was an urge to keep the world from chaos. The 7 god-level civilizations have inherent checks and balances. During this trip to Shigangsing, they were rivals to each other and no one was afraid of anyone. The egret looked at the scene and shook his head. Let them fight. We will take advantage of the fishermen. Suddenly, the scene raged again, and another small spacecraft appeared at the scene. The purple flat-body spaceship has bright crepe myrtle flowers on its hull, and purple fluorescence flows, noble and mysterious. Once the most powerful overlord, Zaiwai civilization arrived. The Zaiwai civilization's senior Warframe division was killed, and the Warframe and the corpse were taken away, causing a face blow. Later I heard that Legastroemius civilization sent another messenger to come, but never showed up. The appearance of the Zaiwai civilized spaceship eased the atmosphere of confrontation at the scene. The Thunder and the Witch stopped in tacit agreement, and turned to look at the Zaiwai civilization spaceship. Zun slowly left the spacecraft, glanced at it coldly, but paused at the positions of Thunder and Witch, and flew to the auction house unattended, and ignored anyone from beginning to end. Is her. Chen Zun came out by default. A female person he saw on King Mercury did not expect to see him here again. She is the ambassador of the Legastroemius civilization, and last time appeared with Zeki on the blue-eyed civilization Mercury. He didn't know what was happening when he arrived inside. I am afraid that this auction will not be so simple. Shenmue has made up his mind that the auction will end and he will leave Shigangsing as soon as the auction is over. With so many great gods converging, Grey 21 is in his hands, and the sooner you leave, the less trouble there will be. The tit-for-tat between Wu Wu and Thunder has disappeared. Staring at Ziyun's back for a moment, then turning to enter, the atmosphere at the venue returned to normal, and others entered in accordance with the order. Shenmue waited for a while and followed the crowd into the auction hall. Shenmue has an invitation letter, which belongs to VIP staff. There is an independent small box. The small box is isolated and detected, and there is a single-sided glass in front. No information can be seen inside the box. Not long after Shenmue entered the auction house, the Loki Endless Sea Civilization, Dark Forest Civilization, and Corpse Civilization began to appear one after another. The 3 companies staggered and did not meet, so there was no contradiction. It's time for the auction and no one is watching it again. The Black City auction house was full of enthusiasm. From the top to the bottom, there are various forms of life. The humanoid, beast-like, sea-like, half-orc, and Zerg of low wisdom. On this occasion, there are almost no discussions about this auction item, as well as the superpower development technology of the 7 major god-level civilizations. The VIP floor is on the middle floor of the auction house. This position overlooks the auction site and has a wide field of view, which allows you to look around the auction site very well. Suddenly, the scene of nearly 1 million participants quieted down. An old auctioneer wearing a battle armor slowly landed on the stage of the auction floor and stood firmly on the stage. The old auctioneer bowed seriously around him. It is an honor to host this unprecedented auction. Before today, everyone should have heard of a news. In this auction, we have undertaken a special auction of the Magic Flame civilization. But in addition to this, we also searched. This time there are a lot of good things. and everything is rare. Let me witness this special moment with everyone. After the old auctioneer finished speaking, a waitress came into the scene holding a small box. The warframe only covered a few important parts of the body, and a large piece of skin was exposed in the air, causing a warm cheer on the field. This auction was broadcast live through the various news platforms of the universe, and the whole universe can see it. Countless people's eyes focused on the box carried by the two waitresses, staring at each other. The box was opened and a document lay quietly on it. The old auctioneer picked up the document. His expression remained unchanged, and he said lightly, "This is the first lot today, and the ownership of the planet Tammy." The planet Tammy is an oxygen-rich life, a planet discovered by the Tammy expedition in the universe. The old auctioneer was very skilled in introducing and soon began to auction. The planet is tradable in the universe. The unknown planet with primitive life is also a kind of wealth. Many cosmic exploration teams live on it. Some lives who want to have their own private planet will participate in the auction. The second lot is jewelry designed by a master artist of the universe, made of rare gems in the universe. This kind of jewelry is the favorite thing for women's life. Most of the female life in the universe has no resistance to the glittering beautiful jewelry and will not change due to species. With 5 lots coming down, the atmosphere of the scene is enough, and over time, many things have entered the mood of bidding. The 6th lot was pushed by 2 hot-dressed waitresses. A 3-meter-high cabinet was covered by cloth. It is larger than the previous lots, and the solemn attitude of the waitress attracted everyone's attention. The old auctioneer took the holographic record handed over by the female guest and saw the data parameters of the swallow recorded above, and his expression became extremely excited. Chapter 834, 10.2 billion in this auction. In addition to the superpower development technology of the Magic Flame civilization, are there other good things? What is that? It can excite an old auctioneer. It's a good thing I've never seen before. The auction scene became a lot noisy, and the expression of the old auctioneer made them associate a lot. The old auctioneer is also very knowledgeable, and it is difficult to see any precious items showing such an excited expression. The old auctioneer soon calmed down his excitement. The next one is one of the treasures of today's auction. It is absolutely rare, and there may only be one chance. When the old auctioneer introduced it, there was a hint of excitement in his tone. At this moment, the appetite of all the personnel on the field was hanged to the extreme, and they wished to fly down and uncover the covered cloth. This auction is mainly the superpower technology of the Magic Flame civilization. Now there is another lot that excites the auctioneer, and everyone on the field is extremely excited. Before starting the auction, let's take a look at this lot. The old auctioneer opened a holographic projection at the auction site. The auction site has the most advanced display technology. In addition to a small screen and bid button on each participant's seat, on the auction stage, there is a huge holographic screen for projection. The holographic projection turned on, and a set of holographic warframes appeared over the stage. Warframe, it should be Warframe. There was an instant commotion on the field, and the Warframe system developed by the universe made the Warframe the most popular technology product. The more advanced the armor, the stronger it is. Life's pursuit of power is endless. If it is a blue-level battle armor, the old auctioneer will not be so excited at all, because the blue-level battle armor can be easily purchased at Shigangsing. Only the more advanced and very rare top-level battle armor can make him so excited. Top Warframe. How many Warframe divisions dream of? It seems to have guessed that countless Warframe divisions on the field are excited. The gap between their ordinary senior armored division and the senior armored division of the god-level civilization is day by day. Why? In addition to the innate conditions of life, the spiritual response of the life of the god-level civilization is higher than that of other lives. There is also a reason that the battle armor of the god-level life for preparation is the top battle armor. Adding them one by one, This makes the high-level Warframe divisions of God-level life generally more powerful than the other high-level Warframe divisions. Top-level armors have always been owned by top-level civilizations and God-level civilizations. Ordinary high-level forces, even if they possess them, are extremely rare, and they will not be easily sold, because the top-level armors that are suitable for them have no market. If there is a top Warframe at this auction, it is undoubtedly a scramble. Many of the lives of top civilizations on the field, even the lives of God-level civilizations, were present. They were not afraid that they would not have money, and that they would not have what they needed. Boom! Exclamation mark. As everyone looked forward to it, the armor suddenly moved. Fighting with him were 10 senior armor divisions, wearing Shigang Sing's most classic advanced armor. I saw Swallow move like an eagle rushing into the sky, surrounded by a sound boom, constantly changing direction in the air at an extremely scary speed. The long-range laser of the 10 war divisions did not even stay on Swallow. For a moment, it had disappeared into its original position. Every time I change direction, I change to the fold line. I can't figure out where it will fold in the next direction. Advanced tactical skills. Z-fold. This kind of skill requires particularly high maneuverability of the Warframe, and continuous Z-folds can only be completed by highly skilled Warframe divisions. Even the lives of some of the top civilizations on the field are focused. It's a very special design. The designer who designed this Warframe is amazing. Thunder's eyes narrowed and he stared at the Warframe demonstrated in the video. Want to buy it back? An assistant asked. Next bidding, if the price is right. Buy this type of armor, it can be used as a reference. An additional design style of melee armor. Thunder said, I am more interested in the designers who design this armor. Top-tier armor designers are already rare talents. Such talents are popular everywhere. God-level civilization has a wealth of scientific and technological knowledge, which can be used by Warframe designers, but there are few excellent Warframe design teams, because there are too many technologies involved. Warframe designers are difficult to control in the only Warframe space. Put all the good technology into it. Once the armor is huge, the action will slow down. The large armor is a living target on the battlefield. As soon as the video frequency started, a tactical skill of the Warframe division controlling the Warframe made everyone on the auction site realize the flexibility and mobility of the Warframe. Calculate to which level the short distance break erupted just now. Egret looked surprised, said to Beiyan. About 500 microseconds in kilometers, microseconds. Beiyan answered without hesitation. Very good Warframe, this technology is already on par with our civilization's top Warframe. Egret said, if you can find the design team behind it and recruit it back, it is also a rare talent. The top battle armor is already a powerful presence in a divine civilization, and only the core personnel of the main star will be equipped. Because the combat effectiveness of this armor is very strong, if equipped with full weapons, you can destroy a star at will. In their civilization, many of the top Warframes are standard, and there are prescribed design models for mass production, which are used by army soldiers. And the top masters, there will be a dedicated team to customize his own personal top-level Warframe. The combat effectiveness of the top-level armor is generally weaker than a custom-made top-level armor. The set of armor in front of you has the gene of standard armor and the powerful performance of custom armor. It is definitely a rare design. The most important thing for the Egret is the designer or team that designed this suit. The discussion on the court was noisy, and everyone was admiring the various techniques appearing in the Warframe demo. Many people are anxious. What is the price of this set of armor? The 10 Warframe divisions in the video were easily defeated, and the video ended here. A lot of people may think that the Warframe division won because of the need of the plot, but it is not. The old auctioneer said after receiving the information. The originally noisy venue became quiet in an instant. The Warframe division in the video just now is not a top master. It is a senior Warframe division at the same level as the other 10 Warframe divisions. Call! Exclamation mark. As soon as the words fell, the exclaimed voice appeared. The senior Warframe division at the same level easily made those difficult tactical moves just now. Everyone understands what this means. An advanced Warframe division. It is incredible to continuously make a variety of difficult tactical skills. This means that this set of armor is greatly improved. We could not find the top Warframe division to test the Warframe, but after the demonstration of our Warframe division, the advanced Warframe division did not show its true performance. I believe that many top Warframe divisions on the field have seen some problems. The old auctioneer said excitedly, "It is definitely the best in the top battle armor. And it is an adaptive battle armor. It can be used in a standard body size of less than 2 meters and 5 meters. The old auctioneer showed wearing images between several races, humanoids, beasts, half-orcs, and sea-like people all appear in the image. This time, the scene became extremely fiery. These races are the most common civilization races in the universe. This set of top battle armor covers most of the lives in the auction venue. Seeing that the atmosphere was completely ignited, the old auctioneer was already a veteran and knew what to do, and immediately hesitated to uncover the cloth covering the transparent cabinets, revealing the true face of Swallow. The black and white painting, the flawless streamlined shape, does not look brilliant, but the demonstration just now has explained its many special places. Now it is auctioning, and after our appraisers set the price, it will start at 3 billion stars, 3.5 billion, 3.6 billion, 4 billion, 5.8 billion. In less than a minute, the price of the armor rose to 5.8 billion, almost doubled, and even Chen Mo, who was sitting in the box watching it, was startled. For a set of top battle armor, these armor divisions are crazy and red-eyed. After all, the rare armors, and the close combat effectiveness are so strong, making the armored divisions fighting on the field very hot. Miss this time, they don't know when they will get a more powerful Warframe. Isn't fighting in this life just for a very powerful set of armor? 6 billion. Thunder began slowly, seemingly very interested in Swallow. The sorceress glanced at the location of the box where the Thunder civilization was located, unwilling to show weakness. 6.1 billion, 6.2 billion, 6.3 billion. Egret also joined the competition. Bakesing civilization joined the competition, causing a lot of turmoil on the field. The superpower development technology of the Mayan civilization has not yet been auctioned off. The 3 god-level civilizations are competing for a set of top-level armor. It stands to reason that there is no shortage of top-level armors for divine civilization. Although the top armor is precious, for the god-level civilization, the soldiers of the army are equipped with top armor. More powerful armors and legendary armors are precious things. Now that the 3 civilizations have joined the battle for the Warframe, it also illustrates some problems. This set of Warframes has its extraordinary features, so that the 3 god-level civilizations can fight for it. The lack of top-level Warframe masters, their eyes became hot. Some Warframe divisions have begun to ask friends to borrow money. After this village, there is no such shop. If they cannot take this set of Warframes, they may not be able to buy such a powerful top-level Warframe in the future. 8.7 billion. A loud voice of applause appeared, and a top civilized Warframe division joined the fight. 9 billion. 9.1 billion. Crazy. Crazy. Constantly someone was added to the auction, making the scene instantly uproar. It is close to 10 billion. Maybe for the top civilization, this is a small sum, but for the Warframe division personally, it is a huge sum. Even if it is a top division, this is already the wealth. In the box, Chen Mo said secretly when he heard the price. I thought it was more than 3 billion. But it has tripled. It seems that the popularity of the top Warframe in the market is much better than he imagined. 10.2 billion. A Warframe division shouted with red eyes. Chapter 835. The choice of the Demon Flame King, Swallow. The transaction was finally completed at a price of 10.2 billion. The buyer was not a god-level civilization or a top-level civilization. He was an unknown senior Warframe division. At the time of the transaction, He left Shigangsing after completing the transaction in the background. Swallow disappeared into the field of vision afterwards. 10.2 billion to buy a set of top battle armor. God-level civilization and life of the top civilization have given up competition. Many people are wondering whether the true performance of the battle armor is worth its price, or the buyer is stupid. This incident later became a conversation between T and Armor divisions. When Swallow reappeared 2 years later, an unknown Warframe division dressed in Swallow, in order to get revenge, slaughtered dozens of senior Warframe divisions of a blue-level galaxy civilization, and ended up with enemies. Destroy the entire star and bury millions of lives. It is said that the owner of Swallow was also a senior armored division, because the tribe was slaughtered by the blue civilization and finally returned to revenge. After this incident, no one dared to question the performance of Swallow. The Warframe designers who designed Swallows have never made public appearances. There have been many speculations from the outside world. All the teams mentioned have denied that Swallows were designed by them. Swallow, the real identity of the designer, has also become a mystery. The auction is still going on. Swallow is finished, and subsequent auctions are still going on. After that, the auction items were unsatisfactory, mainly some private planets, technical ownership, and some better armors, but compared to Swallow, these armors were much inferior. Numerous lives are waiting for the finale auction. The Magic Flame civilization develops technology with superpowers and exchanges technology with top civilizations and god-level civilizations. This is the focus of the entire universe. With the auction going on, the atmosphere on the court has begun to dignify. The old auctioneer also knew that the key point was coming, and there was no ease in starting. Many top civilizations and 7 god-level civilizations on the field were present for this auction. The following is the last auction of this auction. The superpower development technology of the Magic Flame civilization. The old auctioneer cleared his throat and solemnly said. The atmosphere on the court became serious. Everyone began to hold their breath and straighten their feet, waiting for the auction to begin. Because this auction is special, we decided to use a sealed bid auction. All people present can participate in the auction. Write down the terms of exchange with the Demon Flame civilization in a sealed manner, and the Demon Flame King will ultimately choose your terms. We know final buyer and exchange technology will be announced. The auction scene was lively, and it was not expected that the Black City auction house would choose a sealed bid auction. In this way, it can be avoided that the outside world knows what technology and conditions fall into the hands of the Magic Flame civilization, and the Magic Flame civilization can also choose its own trading conditions, which is the best way anyway. In the boxes of various god-level civilizations and top-level civilizations, each other was guessing the conditions given by the opponents, and the auction site became cold. Life on the field is guessing who gives the highest conditions, and who will be chosen by the Demon Flame civilization. Shenmue felt that something was wrong and came out of the box to go to the auction house's trading backstage. Intuition told him that this is a right and wrong place and should not be left for long. Mr. Mo Chen, why did the auction come before the auction was over? After seeing Chen Mo, Dong became too enthusiastic with a smile on his face. I'm in a hurry. I want to leave now. Can I be accommodating and give me the Warframe money first? Shenmue asked. That's the case. This is no problem. I've prepared it for Mr. Our auctioneer will take a 2% commission and round you up to 10 billion SGD. Dong easily took out a SGD card from his body and handed it to Shenmue. It can be said that the appearance of the top Warframe at their auctions has given them more reputation, and as a person in charge, he was naturally very surprised. As long as this auction comes to an end successfully, their Black City can become a ringing trading city within the scope of Shishi, and its status can be imagined. Sir, many lives have been asked through me. I want to know you and ask you to customize a set of armor. Would you like to meet? No. Shenmue doesn't plan to stay long, but now in the auction house, it seems calm. but it feels like a gunpowder barrel that is about to explode. The silence before the storm. Your Black City has an energy station that supplements antimatter energy. Yes. Dongzong focused. Filling my space curvature spacecraft with antimatter energy. About 17 gallons. 17 Luns need 1.77 billion. Dong looked at Shenmo with a little surprise. Add so much. Do you want to travel around the universe? Dong knew that Shenmo was an alien life, because there was no such large-scale human group as Shenmo on Shigangsing, and it was normal to leave Shigangsing. It was a pity that Dongmo got a positive answer from Shenmo. If Mr. has armor to sell after that, please contact us. We will halve the commission. Power. You take Mr. Mushen to add anti-material energy. Dong shouted to the female person around her and led Shenmo to leave outside the auction house. Later, Dong went to a closed room behind the auction house. At auction venues, the current sealed bidding auction has just begun. Interesting. The egret is in front of the holographic screen. Just exchange the exchange conditions of their White Star civilization into the light curtain, and the Black City auction house will receive it, focusing on the choice of the Magic Flame civilization. Their competitors don't know the conditions given by each other. In order for the technology to finally fall into their own hands, they must give the optimal conditions to the choice of the Magic Flame civilization. The greatest value is not necessarily the best, but the conditions that the Magic Flame civilization likes are the best. This is undoubtedly the highest gain for the Demon Flame civilization. Uncle, what conditions do you say they will give? Bai Yan asked curiously. It's useless to guess. The egret shook her head. The other 6 parties, as well as the top civilizations that maintain a mysterious identity below, are staring at superpowers to develop technology, and it is impossible to determine who will give what conditions. What should we do? Give him the wife's terms of exchange. Anyway, this time it is not as simple as an auction. The Magic Flame civilization is playing with fire, and you must be ready to be burned to death. The egret sounds more cold, making people feel the temperature. The other members of the field heard the chill in the words, which made people shudder. The egret took out the memory of the exchange condition list and transferred it to the holographic light curtain. After confirmation, the holographic light curtain in his hand disappeared. Brother Thunder, are you interested in revealing the conditions for comparison and comparison? The voice of Wu Wu suddenly appeared, shouting across the box of the Thunder civilization from the opposite side, breaking the noise at the auction house. In the box where the Black Pupil civilization is located, the glass in front gradually becomes transparent, revealing the situation inside. All life begins to watch. This obviously started playing tricks. Master Witch, so, a staff member next to him wanted to dissuade him and was interrupted by a witch. I have my own share. Upon seeing this, the others stopped talking. On the other hand, the Thunder ignored the witch's shouting, and put the list of conditions for exchange into the light curtain for confirmation. After completing a series of actions, the Thunder focused on the witch, and the glass in the bag became transparent. Separated at 2 ends of the auction house, the two can look directly at each other. Brother Thunder, what's your condition? Afraid I know. The witch's mouth had a strange smile, and the black pupils became deeper. These eyes seemed to have the ability to penetrate the heart. I think you will be more interested in the conditions of the Zaiwai civilization. Thunder didn't look directly into the sorceress's eyes and said loudly, do you want to ask her? The glass booth of the Zaiwai civilization became transparent. Xian sits side by side with a cold look. Who wants to know? I can tell him. Do you want to listen? Xian said lightly. Her voice couldn't quite fluctuate. As Xian said this, the scene became silent. Even Wu Wu's black pupils were stunned. People of God-level civilization know that the special ability of the Zaiwai civilization tradition reads mind. This kind of special ability is strange. If you communicate with them, you can't find out the conditions of the Zaiwai civilization. Then the conditions here will be known to them all. Do you know her information? Woo Woo whispered to ask the staff around her. Not very clear, there is no detailed information on this woman in the information, the staff member answered quickly. What exactly is the woman that Zaiwai civilization exchanged this time? Woo Woo's heart was muttering, her eyes stared at Zun, and the moment his eyes collided, his heart froze, and a hint of chill appeared in the black pupil. The scene became cold. Many parties participating in the auction have entered their own conditions into the auction system of the Black City Auction House. Soon, the bidding time was over and the auction ended. The next step is to choose the time. The Mayan civilization will choose one of the many parties participating in the auction. Black City Auction House backstage. The Demon Flame King's face was red, and the joy on his face was lingering. Seeing a list of more than 24 conditions displayed, he felt unprecedentedly excited. This time was his most spirited time, flattered by the imams of the surrounding civilization, and bargaining with the god-level civilization. The exchange terms here are higher than 1 and better than 1, leaving him to choose. Even if they get the conditions on one of the lists, their magic flame civilization has the capital to develop into a top civilization. An ambitious ambition stirred in his mind. Top civilization, the hope of their magic flame civilization for many years. Unfortunately, only one of the conditions can be selected. If he can't wait to take all the conditions here. Some unnamed top civilizations have attractive conditions, but they are still a lot worse than divine civilizations. The wealthy god-level civilization provides conditions that are crazy enough. After the excitement, the Demon Flame King calmed down. 7. Which one to choose? The Flame King's eyes fell on one of the lists. Chapter 836. Space cannot be folded. Are you sure you want to choose this? Dong glanced at the selection list of the Demon Flame King, and asked him to confirm his choice. The conditions on every list here are terrifying, and anyone is infinitely valuable. This is just the tip of the iceberg of those god-level civilizations and top-level civilizations. It can be seen how terrifying the heritage of top-level civilizations and god-level civilizations is. It is no wonder that no advanced civilization wants to challenge the status of a top civilization. The gap between the two has an insurmountable gap. The Demon Flame King glanced at the conditions of several other houses again, and nodded after thinking about it. Okay. It is good. East presses the button to destroy other bid conditions. It is no longer possible to obtain information on those lists, including himself. The trading conditions have been determined. The auction will end. The Black City Auction House will notify the successful bidder to prepare the trading conditions after 10 o'clock to facilitate the transaction between the two parties. The auction is now over. Dong used the communicator to notify the old auctioneer that the auction was over. Confirming the transaction party, the life of the auction house is noisy at once, and they are guessing which one has the highest conditions. Now no one is sure who can successfully exchange superpower development technology with the Magic Flame Civilization. Only the Magic Flame Civilization and the auction house know who gets the technology. Black City did not dare to announce the winning forces on the spot. Otherwise other top-level forces and god-level forces determined that they could not get the technology to compete here, and the little Bai Yunxing would be destroyed by battle in an instant. The atmosphere of the auction house is a bit weird. It's a bit interesting. Who do you say will get the technology? Woo Woo made the glass of the box transparent, and the internal situation was exposed again, with a sneer in the corner of his mouth. I want to know too. The box of the Thunder civilization also became transparent, and Thunder looked still proud. The box of the Zaiwai civilization has also become transparent, and the cool appearance of Zun appears in everyone's vision. Bakesing civilization, Dark Forest civilization, Endless Sea civilization, and Ghost civilization, all the 7 god-level civilizations appear. The atmosphere instantly became subtle. Brother Thunder is so unconfident. Woo Woo's black pupil narrowed a slit, with a smirk at the corner of her mouth. Is the witch brother very confident? Thunder refused to show weakness and looked at him. Hee, Woo Woo said uneasily. Brother Thunder now dare to talk about the conditions he gave? It should be a little worse than you. After all, You are not as rich as your Black Pupil civilization. Thunder Yu said. The Black Pupil civilization is indeed the richest of the 7 god-level civilizations. The status of the 7 god-level civilization leaders was Ziwai civilization. The loss of Lagastroemius civilization was slumped. The Black Pupil civilization has another pupil, known as the genius most likely to achieve the god-level Warframe division, known as a master tied with the Purple Emperor. After that, the Black Pupil civilization became the most powerful of the 7 god-level civilizations. Let's go. The Egret ignored the tit-for-tat confrontation, got up from the position, and left the seat. The battle between the two has nothing to do with them. The bidder was notified privately after 10 o'clock. And it is now useless to stay in Beiyangxing. The managers of the Black City didn't want to let them fight in the Black City, so they chose to postpone the announcement. Otherwise, Beiyangxing is likely to become dust in the universe, uncle. Do you say that Madam's conditions can make the demon flame civilized? Beiyan asked curiously. It's not clear. The Endless Sea seems to have no intention to fight. The Dark Forest is weak. The civilization of the corpse is too poor. The conditions are definitely worse than ours, so the 4 who are most likely to fight are ours. The Ziwai civilization has been declining since the defection of the Emperor Ziwai 1,000 years ago, wanting to restore glory. I heard that some time ago. The search for the small universe failed. They may pay a large price for superpower development technology. The Egret is heavily analyzed. It is clear inside the divine civilization that because of various genetic dilutions, the probability of the awakening superpower of each divine life is getting smaller and smaller. The emergence of superpower development technology means that the probability of superpower awakening can be increased, and top-level Warframe divisions are continuously created. Whoever gets it will take the initiative in the future. Beixing civilization left. The envoys of the Endless Sea civilization, the Dark Forest civilization, and the Corpse civilization also left the boxes one after another, and the spacecraft that flew to space left. Next is the time to wait for the news. It doesn't make sense to stay here. On a desolate planet far from the edge of the Shigan Galaxy, a holographic figure suddenly popped from a communication light curtain in a building. The machine is ready to start. The voice of life speaking was a bit cold, with doubt and majesty. Okay, sir. Upon receiving the order, the Warframe division in the building immediately pressed a button to activate an unknown instrument. When all the participants left the Black City, many lives did not know that a blockade against the Shigan Galaxy had been initiated. In the outer space of Zong Saturn, a spaceship hovered and floated into Zong Saturn's gravitational circle, and was locked by Zong Saturn's tide, which is Shenmue's space curvature spaceship. Just now I jumped back from the space of Beiyangxing, jumped to a position outside the half-light time from Zong Saturn, and there was a half-light deviation from the original space point. Finally, the spacecraft cruised at the speed of light and returned to Zong Saturn. There is always a slight distance deviation in non-fixed point space jumps. Because all galaxies and stars are moving, it is not unusual to have a certain deviation from the original location, so Shenmue didn't care. For light distances below half a day, cruising at the speed of light is more convenient than folding in space, so cruise back at the speed of light. The spacecraft has refilled antimatter energy in Black City. In the universe, the amount of antimatter provided by the space curvature spacecraft to jump 1 billion light-years is counted as 1 gallon unit. The amount of antimatter of 17 gallons is enough for the space curvature spacecraft to jump 17 billion light-years, long enough to return him to the Milky Way of the Virgo. The antimatter for 1 gallon unit is 104 million, with a cost of 1.772 billion. Space travel also requires a lot of wealth to support it, just like Earth's global travel. For non-advanced life teams and special expeditions, it is best for individuals to obediently move between several galaxies or constellations. Most lives cannot travel around the universe in a lifetime. After more than a month of delay in Shiganxing, now he can finally set foot on his way home, and Shenmue's heart is more or less excited. Jinj, Grey 21, and the Beast are still in Saturn, so they can return to Earth after they are connected. Shenmue didn't land on Zong Saturn. For some reason, he just wanted to leave Shiganxing as soon as possible. It is not a good thing that the life of the 7 god-level civilizations gathered here. He had a hunch that something might happen to this galaxy next. Jinj, antimatter energy refueling is complete. It's time to go home. Okay. Jinj responded, and hung up the communication. 20 minutes later, Jinj took Grey 21 and the Beast out of the spaceship. Go home. Shenmue smiled lightly. After leaving the Earth for several years, he can't wait to go home now. The space curvature engine starts and the space at the engine begins to collapse. Diddy. Alert. Space cannot be folded. Alert. Space cannot be folded. Alert. Space cannot be folded. The sirens of the spaceship made Shenmue still excited. Joy stiffened on his face. Chapter 837, Space Trap. The Shigan Galaxy is messed up. The space of the entire Shigan Galaxy is blocked, making all life in the galaxy messy. Except for ordinary life, the impact is small, and the life that often jumps between the planets has a very large impact. The short distance between two star systems is calculated as light day, and the long distance is calculated as light moon. Space is blocked, no space jumping is possible, and communication between most galaxies is almost blocked. The most depressing places are Shiganxing and nearby planets. Those who possess the ability to block the space are undoubtedly god-level civilizations. 7 god-level civilizations gather at Shiganxing to compete for the superpower development technology of the Magic Flame civilization. Immediately after the auction, the Shigan Galaxy was blocked, and no one wanted to leave. Panic has spread within the scope of Shiganxing. Some feared senior life swarmed on the speed of light spacecraft to escape from the main star of Shiganxing, for fear that the battle of the main star of Shiganxing would fall on them. Fighting between the 7 god-level civilizations, stepping on some ants will not have life to show pity. Soon, the 7 god-level civilizations came forward to deny that they had blocked the space and condemned the forces that blocked the space. The situation in the Shigan Galaxy has become confusing. Soon, the technology to block the Shigan Galaxy was identified. Space Trap. This terrible space trap has the function of fixed space, and the interference space cannot be folded. In addition, the space trap has a special function. One way. Outside the enclosed space, the space can be folded into a certain position within the space trap, but within the space trap, the space cannot be collapsed to escape. This technique was once a trap technology commonly used by god-level civilizations in space wars. Besiege the life of a galaxy so that it cannot escape. A galaxy has a diameter of tens of thousands of light years and cannot be folded in space. Except at the edge of the galaxy. If you want to escape the space trap, you need cruising at the speed of light for tens of thousands of years. The Shigan Galaxy has a diameter of 110,000 light years, and it takes at least tens of thousands of years to escape from the speed of light inside. However, the launch of the space trap technology requires a period of preparation. Obviously, some people have prepared for the blockade in advance, and everything has been planned for a long time. Soon after the blockade of space, the struggle began. There was a battle between the Thor and Black Pupil civilizations, and Shiganxing turned into a battlefield. Hundreds of billions of lives have disappeared under the horrible weapons of god-level civilization, and Shiganxing has become purgatory. The bustling city is turned into ruins, and countless unavoidable low-level lives mourn, scream and despair in the ruins without any mercy. Neither side tried to test and hesitate. The power of the top warframe can destroy a small planet with just one weapon. Anti-material bullets don't need the costly bombing, so that wherever the battle passes, they become powder. Shiganxing's space and ground have become the main battlefield. The armor divisions of the two sides either fight alone or in groups. Anti-material bullets and lasers illuminate Shiganxing, and plow the surface of Shiganxing back and forth like raindrops. Any single antimatter bullet is enough to cover dozens of square kilometers. The huge Shigan star became unrecognizable within a day. Fighting in space. Anti-material bombs fell to Shigangsing. Bombings were everywhere, and every time they landed in the city where they lived, it was a disaster. This is still under the restraint of two major god-level civilizations. Both sides know that they do not dare to use weapons of destruction above the star level. The space of the Shigan Galaxy is blocked. If a space destruction weapon is used, no whole Shigangsing can escape, including the life of a god-level civilization, will be destroyed with the space. In both battles, the battle that attracted the most attention was the battle between the Thunder and the Witch. Thunder is a genius warframe division of the Thunder God civilization, and the sorceress's status in the Black Pupil civilization is not lower than Thunder's status in the Thunder God civilization. The two sides were half a catty. This battle affected three advanced civilizations, over 80 million square kilometers of land, and more than 500 billion lives died and were displaced in the battle between the two. Shigangsing's life began to flee. Shigangsing wearing a battle armor, swarming to Shigangsing's satellites to take refuge. Conditional life, fled by the speed of light spacecraft. Today, Shigangsing has become the battlefield of god-level civilization, leaving no one knowing when to become the soul of the god-level civilization. Chen Mo's face was as dark as the bottom of the pot. This was the first time he had such a depressed mood. According to a predetermined plan, after replenishing energy here, they can return to Virgo in half a month to find the Milky Way and the Earth. As a result, the space of Shigangsing was imprisoned and the space could not be folded. Just over an hour earlier, he could jump out of Shigangsing. Obviously there is a premeditated space for hands-on restraint immediately after the auction. Chen Mo suspected that the distance deviation when returning was so large, which was also the reason. Quantum's cosmic broadcast, Chen Mo learned why the space of the Shigan Galaxy was confined. Space trap. The 110,000 light-year Shigan Galaxy is imprisoned in space, like the handwriting of a godlike civilization wrapped in soap bubbles. This is not difficult for a god-level civilization that masters space technology. The struggle of god-level civilization limited him here, which made Chen Mo very upset and helpless. In this position, it is one light month away from the main star of Shigangsing, belonging to the suburb outside the main star. In the case of imprisoned space, it is impossible for him to take a light-speed spacecraft, fly to Shigangsing for a month, find a person of god-level civilization, and order them to close their space trap, which is unrealistic. He didn't even know which imprisoned space it was, or this time, space trap had more than one hand. Several hands were imprisoned, and the means of lifting the space imprisonment of one family was useless. What now? Jingja asked lightly. The Shigan Galaxy is now quite a one-way semi-permeable small universe. The outside world can jump in, but it cannot jump out in space. If you want to go out, you must build a space connector, like the small universe, and connect with the connector. Beyond imprisonment and escape. Chen Mo's expression was extremely depressed, like a fish being dragged into a large net for no reason. It takes a lot of time to build a space connector, and the faster the construction, the better. No one knows whether god-level civilization will drop space destruction weapons in the Shigan Galaxy. Chen Mo said in a deep voice. Weapons of space destruction, such as weapons similar to two-way foils. If the speed of destruction spreads at the speed of light, if they are thrown near them, they can only escape at the speed of light until they are chased to death by a few 100,000 years. Chen Mo only hoped that the god-level civilization would not randomly place space destruction weapons. If the space destruction weapons appear near Zong Saturn, the Shigan Galaxy that cannot jump in space is no different from waiting for death. The current Shigan Galaxy is a huge loach trap, and anyone who enters will be trapped inside. What are you going to do? Jing asked. Chen Mo said for a moment, equipment, instruments. I put nano-robots on the planet to completely transform the planet, and I can save a lot of time by buying some equipment and instruments for making machines at the nearest habitable planet. Chen Mo just wants to make some space connectors quickly. He doesn't want to pin his hope on a god-level civilization to unlock their space trap, which is very unrealistic. While Chen Mo was thinking about how to escape, As far away as Shigangsing, another battle was underway. Chapter 838, Big Mess. Demon Flame civilization was destroyed. Some days ago, it was still in the middle of the sky. It was called the advanced civilization, most likely to be promoted to the top civilization, and was destroyed in just tens of hours. The 2 billion square kilometer territory of Demon Flame civilization was devastated overnight, with countless deaths and injuries. The territory where the Royal Palace of Civilization is located has been reduced to purgatory on Earth, and the entire Royal Palace group has been razed to the ground, and members of the royal family and the Royal Palace of Royal Flame remain unknown. The cause of the entire incident is also the most important technical information on the development of superpowers. I don't know who fell into it. In the war between civilizations, the outside world at most only paid attention to it, and it was not strange. But this time is different from the past. The 7 god-level civilizations and many top-level forces gathered in Shigangsing. The Magic Flame civilization in the center of the storm was destroyed by no resistance, leaving many advanced civilizations feeling a deep chill. The 7 god-level civilizations came forward to condemn them, and denied that they destroyed the flames of civilization. But many lives are clear that one or more of the 7 parties did it. Many advanced civilizations and top civilizations have issued a joint announcement on the Cosmos Alliance channel, hoping that the use of the space trap civilization to lock the Shigan Galaxy can lift the space barrier and let the life of the Shigan Galaxy escape. But to no avail. The 7 god-level civilizations deny that Space Trap is their arrangement, and Space Trap still exists. For a time, the battle of the Shigan Galaxy became more intense. The Thor civilization and the Black Pupil civilization are fighting again. In addition to thousands of Warframe divisions, there are also war robots and spaceships on both sides, which face off in space, air and ground. The entire Shigangsing became a battlefield. Thunder and the Witch's second encounter became the focus of external attention. The battle between the two continued for a day, but the Witch defeated him and escaped with serious injuries. In the battle, the Thunder showed the level of the top Warframe division and became famous in the first battle. During the battle, Thunder wore the battle armor, battle drum, and the way of fighting was so wide open that it impressed countless lives. Also let the outside world marvel at the exquisite fighting skills of Thor's civilization. A spaceship traversed at the speed of light in space. The whole body is a smooth swordfish-shaped spaceship with blue paint. The logo is a classic fish tail and the endless sea. Inside the spacecraft, a female mermaid was standing by the light curtain wearing aquamarine armor. The surface of the armor is painted with colorful fish scales, and behind it is a long gun with a pattern of fish scales. Only the head exposed outside the armor. You can see the colorful fish scales that extend from the neck to the body. Virgin. If the other life is there, it can be recognized. When the Dark Forest civilization Prince Dark Dragon provoked the Endless Sea civilization, the Endless Mermaid Girl who seriously injured the Dark Dragon Prince, Chui Ling. Teacher, everything is fine here now. I have come in accordance with your direction. A Waterling asked to the communication instrument. Be careful. Escape from the Shigan Galaxy is the most important. On the light curtain, an old and sloppy mermaid said, the distance is about a light moon, and there are ways to escape the Shigan Galaxy. Where can I leave the Shigan Galaxy? Shiling asked, puzzled. In the impression, the best way to be surrounded by Space Trap is to use space connection technology to connect outside space and leave the locked galaxy. And the master of space connection technology. There are currently only 7 god-level civilizations. She could not think of the position predicted by the teacher. What can help them leave Shigangsing? I don't know. Hyeoiran shook his head. Maybe some other civilization has mastered the technology of space connection. Teacher, why don't we make a space connector ourselves? Shui Ling asked in confusion. The old fisherman grinned, but his eyes sank. The beasts of the Dark Forest civilization are here, and they will not let you worry about making space connectors. The struggle of the Shigan Galaxy is very confusing. and at least 2 of them have made space there now. The blockade, no matter who has the technology, can't escape with peace of mind. Teacher, why don't we rob the technology? The old merman shook his head slightly. This time when you go to the Shigan Galaxy, you are mainly seeing the world, and you are not yet suitable to participate in the battle. Shui Ling didn't take the teacher's words to heart, and she didn't consider herself unsuitable to participate in the battle. Her strength is not worse than others, but she has to listen to what the teacher says. And they have an endless sea of God-level life, born with a faint ability to ward off evil and avoid evil. This ability awakening is the most special ability of the endless Poseidon-level life, the Prophet. She also knew that the teacher said the direction was right, because she also felt that it was her direction. Zong Saturn, 5 giant spacecraft landed. Spaceship of a transport company. This was bought on the planet inhabited closest to Zong Saturn, which is a planet with a lot of life. Chen Mo used all the star coins obtained from the sale of the armor to buy the equipment and rare raw materials of these 5 ships. Shigangsing's main star is in the struggle of divine civilization. There is a light moon from the star system where Zong Saturn is located. In the range of Shigan Galaxy. Their position belongs to the suburbs of the city. It is not a danger, but it is not absolutely safe. No one knows when the struggle for divine civilization will spread to this side. Many conditional lives leave the planet in the speed of light spacecraft, as far away as possible from the main star of Shigan Star, and some have the idea of leaving early and staying at ease. Otherwise, once the war spreads in this direction, it will be late. Because the Shigan Galaxy was blocked and the war spread, prices here have been chaotic. The price of spaceships and armors soared, anti-material energy soared to sky-high prices, and nobody even wanted to sell them. The prices of ordinary materials and instruments that are difficult to transport away are madly reduced. In addition to this, land and houses are used. In this kind of war, land and houses appear worthless, because once the war spreads here, the planet may be beaten into cosmic dust. Chen Mo easily bought the ultra-precision instruments and equipment he needed. In one step, he was the best equipment he could buy, saving him a lot of energy and thought about manufacturing equipment. These devices are enough for him to use. Nanorobots are transforming Zong Saturn, buildings and factories, which are slowly taking shape under the control of Mo Nu. The spacecraft has data on the transformation process of the Wild Mountain Star. The transformation of this planet is relatively simple. The most important thing is the dark matter and antimatter extraction device. These 2 things are indispensable in the interstellar era. Without these 2 things, the next step is impossible. What do I need? Jingj glanced lightly at the container stacked in front of the hill. Chen Mo thought for a moment and said, if you have time, go and push several asteroids into the synchronous orbit of Zong Saturn. How big will it be? Momo will tell you after calculation. Building a space connector requires a lot of materials. It is good. When Jingj just wanted to take Grey 21 to space to search for an asteroid, the radar alarm of the Zongta Planetary Guard system suddenly sounded, and the alarm screen popped up within the 3-person battle armor system. There were 2 spaceships in the stellar system. It seemed that Zong Saturn was found, and the direction was turned in addiction towards Zong Saturn. Chen Mo called 2 people and urged the armor to go straight into the sky. Chapter 839, Keep moving to space to move bricks. This stellar system is not a dwelling galaxy, but belongs to a private territory. Because it is too desolate, the stellar system belongs to civilization and all the stars in this stellar system are used for private lease. Strictly speaking, other spacecraft entering the Saturn's stellar system must send a signal, knock on the door and ask. It can only be entered with the permission of the Saturn inhabitants, otherwise it will trigger the planetary alarm system and be regarded as an invasion. Chen Mo looked at the spacecraft entering the galaxy through the holographic picture of the armor. Now that the Shigan Galaxy is in an eventful season, the entire Shigan Galaxy has become a place of no rules. Here it has returned to the era of the law of forests. Any invasion must be taken seriously and should not be taken lightly. There are him, Ginge and Grey 21 don't worry about the combat effectiveness. They can calmly face the invading spacecraft. When the three entered space, Shenmue sent a warning signal to the spacecraft entering the stellar system. For the entire Space Alliance, the frequency band of the public channel is universal. As long as the other party is a spaceship of the Space Alliance, they will receive their warning signals. After a while, the speed of the invasion of the spacecraft decreased. Boss, radar shows that the planet is not a life planet. There is no large-scale life inhabited, and the planet is under construction. A nearby man reminded. Hearing this, it seemed determined that Kiwimu's blue lips cracked, showing white teeth and a treacherous smile. Get off the ship, go. Don't drive over the spacecraft. One of his men asked in confusion. Drive the spacecraft over, fight. The spaceship is destroyed. What do you take away? No light-speed spacecraft waiting to die. Kiwimu cursed. The helmet of the battle armor closed, and left the spacecraft to fly towards Zong Saturn. The other players knew it, and all kept up. Soon, 10 minutes later, the group met Shenmue. The distance was only 10 kilometers. The armored radar could find the other figure. Kiwimu did not hesitate to connect with Shenmue's video call. Hello friend. Hello there. When Shenmue heard the message from the other party, he responded lightly, without any friendly politeness. Kiwimu looked at Shenmue through the radar's video frequency. Her round green eyes flickered, with a touch of greed. This kind of private stellar system is rich in life. Generally, it has its own superlight spacecraft or light-speed spaceship, and there is a lot of antimatter energy. If they can get a vote, they will not have to worry about the energy of the spacecraft in the future. Maybe there is another spaceship. The price of spacecraft and antimatter energy has been soaring, especially near Shigangsing. Friend, we are fleeing for our lives, just passing by. Would you like to stop for some time? Would you like to let us land and rest on the planet? Kiwimu was expressionless and tried to be as kind as possible. Sorry, we are not allowed to rest here. 2 light days away from the 6th quadrant, there is a dwelling galaxy. You can go there to rest. Shenmue refused without hesitation. He is not a proper shelter here, and everyone should be prepared for this situation. Kiwimu was a little surprised by Shenmue's unthinking refusal, but still maintained a friendly appearance. Now the Shigan Galaxy is in the midst of a disaster, and we should help each other. Can't friends be able to harmonize once? No. Shenmue refused again. Will that give us a little antimatter energy? There is no antimatter energy supplement now, and we can pay for it. No interest. You go. Shenmue was unmoved. Friend, aren't you okay? Holding up a hand when you are in trouble can be considered good. Can't you help people once? After being rejected twice, Kiwimu was even more upset, and was still on the verge of an outbreak, but still could not bear it. Not interested in that being the case, then we can rest assured. Kiwimu grinned, and his eyes became vicious, without the kindness he had just seen. They have more than 130 Warframe divisions, more than 20 senior Warframe divisions, and only 3 of the other side. Whatever they think, they have determined the other side. Oh? Do you see Takayan? Shenmue was not surprised. The imprisonment of the Shigan Galaxy means that it has become a cage without rules. There is no so-called moral rule to survive. Just like the struggle of god-level civilization in Shigangsing, hundreds of millions of lives are buried in it, and there will be no compassion at all. Kiwimu grinned, did not hesitate to procure battle armor, started the laser to shoot at Shenmue. There is no meaning to communicate with Shenmue, but to take the lives of the 3 of Shenmue. He was decisive, but let Shenmue go take a look. At least not so much nonsense, but unfortunately they chose the wrong object. Ginge and Shenmue broke out at the same time, and the battle armor disappeared. Grey 21 is not slow, a flash, and the armor is disappearing in everyone's radar. This is the first battle since his training for so long. When the training results are checked, he will naturally not miss such a good actual combat opportunity. Ha! Exclamation mark. The figure of Grey 21 flashed to 10 meters behind Kiwimu, which was faster than Shenmue and Ginge, and the process was full of weirdness. This is the first time that Grayscale is used for real combat. At this time, grayscale, if it is from the death of hell, it makes people feel a kind of cold from the heart. The threat of death shrouded, leaving Qima cold. The greed on his face disappeared, replaced by fear and incredible. The opponent's strength far surpassed his imagination. He didn't even know how the opponent appeared to him. It's over, kicked the iron plate. In spite of the horror, Qima instinctively urged the armor to dodge. Now his only thought was to escape, but the speed was much slower. Just listening to the porch, a sharp blade pierced his heart through his armor. Not good. Qima felt very light. He looked down and saw a headless warframe flying in space, getting farther and farther from him. That is his body. The fear of death has become extremely strong. He regretted it, but there was no regretful medicine to take. Grey 21 disappeared again, appearing without warning on top of a warframe division not far away. Qima still had a conscious head, and her mouth grew big. That's not the ability of the warframe, but the special ability, superpower, and existence of god-level life of the warframe division. The battle between Shenmue and Jinj was more fierce. Both were fatal in one move, and the strengths were so different that there was no fancy fighting skills. Seeing Shenmue's three-member slaughtering team member Qimyu, there was fear and unwillingness in his expression. Eventually, consciousness slowly fell into the dark, and a small head floated further and further in space. The players behind Qima were terrified. They never thought that more than 100 of their armored divisions were easily slaughtered by 3 armored divisions. During the whole process, they had no resistance. We surrender. Looking at the teammates who were killed by one hit, the psychological defense of a warframe division was smashed, and the public channel was called directly. While the warframe engine was turned off, the first surrender appeared, the second, the third. The 3 men's sturdy fighting force made the rest of them give up the idea of resistance. From the beginning to the end, there are no 10 minutes. There are more than 130 warframe divisions, and now there are only 41 warframe divisions. Surviving warframe divisions are surrendered, and their faces are full of fear. It wasn't fighting at all. It was one-sided slaughter. They don't know what monster they are facing. Jinj stopped and glanced at the warframe division, whose engines were floating in space. Should you kill them all? He opened a public channel, and with this murderous remark, the 41 warframe divisions who surrendered stiffened. No, it's time to build space connectors and keep them going to space to move bricks. Okay. Jinj agreed without hesitation and kept them moving bricks. He and Grey 21 didn't need to move bricks, and some people would send pillows when they were dozing off. The 41 warframe division surrendered, did not cry, and escaped again. Looking at the corpse floating in space, Shenmue was not at all happy. The space of the Shigan Galaxy was blocked and returned to the random world, where it was messed up. Chapter 840, Confusion with the bracelet. The core chips are installed. Shenmue asked the robot to divide the bracelet and chips for 41 people. In order to control these 41 unlucky eggs and make them obedient, Shenmue chose a 2-pronged approach. Let them put on an imprisoned bracelet, and implant procedures in the core of their warframe, so that Monu 2 can control the warframe at any time. Without a warframe life, nothing can be done here. Now that the Shigan Galaxy is in troubled times, some helpers are not bad and can speed up the construction. And the star system also needs some guards, which can save Shenmue a lot of trouble and energy. Now enter your name and identity information into the bracelet, Shenmue said. 41 Life did not hesitate to Shenmue's instructions, and hurriedly entered his information into the light curtain popped up by the bracelet. After seeing Shenmue's 3 perverts, they didn't even think of resistance. Now Shigangsing is in great chaos, and the current affairs officer is Junji. These 3 war armor divisions are so perverted that following them, there is at least one guarantee. Which of you is the strongest? Everyone brought the bracelet. Shenmue continued to ask. I saw 40 lives turn to look at a relatively thin and delicate life. It is a humanoid, 2 meters tall and slender. The most obvious is the poker face with a paralyzed face. When Poker Face saw everyone pointing at him, he could only stand up obediently, still expressionless, a natural zombie face. "What's your name?" Shenmue asked. "General Guest." Shenmue's mouth twitched. This name and poker face were a natural match. "In the future, you will be their captain. Do you choose a deputy captain yourself? Is there a problem?" "No problem." Puck nodded without hesitation. "Hong Pai is the vice captain." Puck points to the life of a red skin. "Now go to space to move bricks." Shenmue gave them the first instruction directly. "Moving bricks, moving the asteroid and putting it into the orbit of Saturn. I'm useful." "Understand." Although they don't know what Shenmue needs from the asteroids, they don't dare to disobey the orders. Now, life and death are in the hands of Shenmue and can only be left at the mercy of Shenmue. Shenmue left a few words. All other things were given to Monu-2. Monu-2 will tell them how many asteroids they need. After solving the 41 unlucky eggs, Shenmue entered the spacecraft and started quantum communication to connect the Wild Mountain Star in the small universe. Seeing Shenmue, everyone in the Wild Mountain Star was overjoyed, especially Chuo Li, and the joy in his expression couldn't be masked. "How is it in the little universe?" Shenmue asked. "Everything is going on according to plan. It is expanding and developing. Now it has controlled 30 living planets and is exploring other galaxies." Chuo Li can't wait to answer, and he and Chuoshan defaulted on this situation. "Sir, have you been to your hometown?" "Not yet. I'm stuck in the Shigan Galaxy and I'm having some trouble," Shenmue said. As soon as this word came out, the crowd of the Wild Mountain Star immediately fry. "Sir, we are very fighting now. Would you like to go out and support you?" Takuya was eager to try, and everyone else was looking forward to the same look. "Sir, we can help you," I also said. "No. This galaxy is imprisoned by a space trap and requires a space connector to leave. You are useless here. I can handle it here. I will contact you again if I really need help." Shenmue refused to hesitate. "Now you develop the small universe, and I will be able to contact you when I return home." Shenmue urged them to hand over the communication screen to Jinj. When Chuo Li saw Jinj, he saw a cat like a mouse. The excitement just disappeared, and he persuaded like a mouse that saw a cat. After QEMU's invasion, Shenmue has known that the Shigan Galaxy is now like a beast cage. Under the threat of the Battle of Divine Civilization, the rules here are broken and there is no order at all, especially around Shigangsing, which is near the center of the storm, and the struggle is even more crazy and chaotic. Shenmue is not sure when this situation will spread to him, but he needs to plan ahead. After all, 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands. If the enemy chooses to invade from different directions, there are many people. Even if he is powerful, he has no skill. It is necessary to build a batch of top-level war robots to protect the security of the galaxy. There are still space connectors to protect in the future. The war robots in the Manshan Star. As the people of the Manshan Tri began to popularize the Warframe and the small universe interstellar expansion, the battle data has been large enough. Shenmue can use the data of those war robots to build the war robot that guards Saturn. 3 light days away from Shigan, a terrestrial dwelling planet, Black Bull. "My lord, it has been clear that the Shigan Galaxy is surrounded by at least 3 space traps. In addition to ours, there are also the Black Pupil Civilization and the White Star Civilization. The first legion of the Black Pupil Civilization is moving, and the White Star Civilization is the 7th Army blocking. It seems that other civilizations have not participated in the blockade and have no specific intelligence information," the middle-aged man reported meticulously. "It's interesting now." Dan turned, exposing the side of the copper-colored skin. His eyes were dignified. "The first legion of the Black Pupil Civilization has action, which means that he is involved in this matter. First, Tongking, and then he appears black. Hitomi has made a lot of determination this time. He is the Chief of Staff of the First Corps of Haitong's Civilization and the Chief of Staff of the General Staff of Haitong's Civilization. He is regarded as one of the most intelligent legendary conductors. In conjunction with Tongking, a legendary master, to join forces, Dan must treat it carefully. Anyway, check if Tongking and Li are not in the Shigan Galaxy, and immediately notify me when found, and their space connector. Dan Dandan said, "Understood." The middle-aged man solemnly took the lead, thought for a while, and then said, "Sir, do we want to help Lord Thunder?" "He doesn't need to help, he always grows up." Dan slightly shook his head. "He is very clever and has a lot of talents, but he is a bit proud, so let him hone and practice here. My goal here is to stare at Hitomi King. Tonking didn't come out, we don't need to be exposed." The middle-aged man nodded. "How is the space connector building?" Dan continued to ask. "It's under construction. It's located 20 light days away. It's safe in the cover of a liquid planet," the middle-aged man immediately reported. "By the way, check the movement of the Bakesing civilization. The destruction of the Demon Flame civilization is by their hands. They are hiding behind the scenes and want to watch us fight and take them out. By the way, check where their space connectors are. Destroy it." "Okay." The middle-aged man nodded. The battle between the two sides did not stop. The sorceress retreated, leaving the Black Pupil civilization temporarily at a disadvantage in this struggle. And the Thunder civilization was happy for a long time, and another master of the Black Pupil civilization entered Shiganxing. Tua, the top famous Warframe division who has been famous for the Black Pupil civilization for a long time, has the ability to awaken superpowers and has a high reputation in the Black Pupil civilization. He is one of the future successors of the Black Pupil civilization. At the risk of being unable to go, Tua, with the Black Pupil civilization's reinforcements fleet, jumped into the space of Shiganxing. The Space Alliance was once again scared by the courage of the Black Pupil civilization. It seems that the Black Pupil civilization is determined to win this battle for superpower development technology. Fighting between the two sides broke out again. With the recovery of the defeated sorceress and the support of Tua's 2-on-1. The Black Pupil civilization quickly gained the upper hand in the struggle. The team led by the Thunder civilization thundered steadily, and eventually led the fleet to escape from the original stellar system. Chaos is spreading around Shiganxing.